A young man from the modern era accidentally travels back to the early 1980s in a parallel world. See how he rises to prominence with nothing but an ordinary person's knowledge and perspective during that turbulent and eventful age. Chapter 1. The Lazy Educated Youth in the Village. Jinbei, also known as the Yan'an region, refers to the area north of the famous Yan'an Pass. Situated on the Lus Plateau, Yan'an has a temperate, arid climate. The region suffers from year-round drought, with precipitation lower than the national average, yet slightly higher than the northwestern provinces of Shaanxi, Gansu, Qinghai, and Xinjiang. There's barely any distinction between spring and autumn. It feels as if only summer and winter exist. Summers are scorching hot, while winters are bitterly cold, with ice freezing nearly a foot deep into the soil, a condition quite similar to northeastern China. Due to this deep frost layer, farmers in Yan'an can only grow one crop per year. No grain seed can penetrate this nearly 1 foot thick frozen earth. Nothing, not even a nail, could stand upright. As a result, the lives of Yan'an farmers are divided into 2 distinct seasons: busy farming time and idle farming time. After the harvest, when stoves are lit and before the next planting season arrives, comes their long, 4-month winter break, a time for rest and recuperation. In a small village less than 50 kilometers south of the coal capital, Tongcheng, a pale gray layer of clouds covered the sky. Snowflakes, about the size of fingernails, drifted gently down, quickly turning the entire world into a white expanse. Amid the swirling snow, a postman in a grass-green, cotton-padded jacket pedaled his bicycle furiously. Snow sprayed wildly from the rear wheel. Fortunately, most roads here were still dirt or gravel. If they had been paved with cement or asphalt, the postman would surely have slipped and fallen on the icy surface. The village wasn't large. After a few minutes of riding, he was already near the recipient's home. Seeing a group of half-grown boys playing and chasing each other at a crossroads, the postman recognized a familiar face and called out, "Xiao Jiang, is Xiao Weiguo home?" One of the children, about 10 years old, turned with joyful surprise. "Uncle Lu, another letter for Brother Weiguo? He's home. He was just breaking coal, crushing large coal lumps into smaller pieces for burning. I'll take you there." Without waiting for his playmates, the boy turned and ran home. The postman rode up beside him and shouted, "Get on, I'll give you a ride." "All right." Hearing this, the boy grabbed the back of the bicycle seat, let out a loud hey, and leapt on, then giggled happily. "Hold on tight, watch your feet, and don't kick my satchel and get it dirty." Xiao Weiguo was an educated youth from Beijing who had come to Shaanxi province to go up to the mountains and down to the villages, a government program sending urban youth to rural areas. He had another identity, a time traveler from a parallel world in 2023. He also possessed the traveler's classic golden finger access to his former life's apartment and all its contents, a 130 square meter ordinary 3-bedroom home, and everything inside. He had died in his previous life under unclear circumstances. When he woke up again, he found himself transformed into a 12-year-old child in a parallel world, with the year, now 1976. He accepted his status as a time traveler quickly, and later, when he discovered his golden finger, he accepted it as a natural given. After all, years of reading novels and online fiction had well prepared him for such a scenario. The boy's mother was Gonite was a long story. After his transmigration, time, name, family, and body had all changed, and he had no problem with that. Even the fact that, in this world, his mother had died shortly after his arrival due to the social upheavals of previous years, he could accept calmly. The widespread poverty and hunger of this era were trivial in the face of his golden finger. But one thing he simply couldn't accept was his biological father, Xiao Chonglin. In Xiao Weiguo's eyes, his father was a complete scoundrel. Years of heavy drinking had severely deformed his body. His neck was thick, his head large, his skin constantly flushed, his muscles stiff. Though tall and strong, he was utterly useless. At over 40, he was still just the lowest-level worker at a steel rolling mill. He never worked seriously at the factory, always slacking off or cutting corners. When he returned home, after drinking, he would beat his wife and children. The Xiao family had a poor political background. Ancestors were rich peasants, and his mother had been a teacher, so in previous years, they were frequently criticized and paraded through the streets. Xiao Chonglin was spineless, unable to protect his family or comfort them. Teachers in primary and secondary schools were often simple-minded and childlike in personality. Over several years, the psychological pressure caused his mother to fall into prolonged depression. Combined with malnutrition, she eventually succumbed and passed away. Fortunately, a retired veteran who worked as a caretaker in their compound often protected Xiao Weiguo, seeing that the boy was young and well-behaved, which spared him much bullying outside. Still, Xiao Weiguo strongly suspected that the reason he had transmigrated into this body was because Xiao Chonglin had accidentally killed his own son while drunk. In his previous life, as an only child of the post-90s generation, Xiao Weiguo had never been beaten by his family. Yet in just 2 years after transmigration, he had been beaten dozens of times by the drunken Xiao Chonglin. At that time, there were hardly any small hotels, the few ghost houses, and large hotels required official letters of introduction or were reserved only for high-ranking officials and foreign guests. Housing in Beijing was also extremely scarce. Families of several people were crammed into 1 or 2 small rooms, packed like sardines in a can. There was nowhere to stay overnight. Desperate to avoid beatings, Xiao Weiguo stole the last 200 yuan his mother had left in savings and used it to buy bulk high-proof liquor for Xiao Chonglin, hoping he would drink himself into a deep sleep. Every day, he would rush out the door before Xiao Chonglin woke up. If he managed to escape, he'd have a carefree day. If he was caught or blocked, he'd be punched, kicked, or slapped, left with bruises and a swollen face for days. He would go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy bulk liquor during the day, have dinner ready before Xiao Chonglin returned from work, leave his own leftovers for Xiao Chonglin, pour the wine, set it on the table, and then leave. Only after Xiao Chonglin had finished eating, drinking, and passed out from his drunken rage would he return home. Living like this, day after day in constant fear, finally, Xiao Chonglin met his end due to drinking. Xiao Chonglin's habit of drinking, neglecting work, and cutting corners was routine. An ordinary person might have been fired, but in this era, workers were considered the masters of the factory, and factory managers had no right to unilaterally dismiss employees. Moreover, Xiao Chonglin was tall, strong, and prone to causing trouble, so factory leaders, wanting peace, simply turned a blind eye to his laziness. In the era of collective ownership, every factory had its share of such people. But as the saying goes, frequent trips to the river always get your feet wet. One day at work, due to carelessness and improper operation, Xiao Chonglin failed to remove his gloves while operating a lathe. The old lathe's belt caught his glove as it spun. At the moment of the accident, he broke into a cold sweat, immediately trying to pull his hand back while reaching with his other hand to shut off the machine. However, years of heavy drinking had left him physically uncoordinated. He eventually managed to turn off the machine, but by then, the accident had already occurred. Just before he shut it off, his right hand was caught in the belt pulley. As his body was violently pulled forward by the pulley, the hem of his clothes snagged on the lathe's handle. Amid screams, the handle spun, and the cutting tool slammed into the workpiece at a wrong angle with excessive force. With a loud bang, the cutting tool shattered, and fragments flew in all directions. The largest piece happened to shoot directly towards Xiao Chonglin. A workplace accident had occurred. The entire workshop fell silent. The workshop director, team leader, and on-duty supervisor were all terrified, their legs shaking. Factory leaders, except for a few who were secretly pleased, were mostly furious. Xiao Weiguo came, Xiao Weiguo left. The factory gave him 500 yuan in compensation and promised to arrange a job for him when he turned 15. With the help of neighbors and friends, Xiao Chonglin's funeral was hastily arranged, and he then faded permanently from people's memories. The following month, Xiao Weiguo submitted an application for going up to the mountains and down to the villages at the neighborhood committee, volunteering to go to a village no one else wanted to go to cause he was familiar with it. In his previous life, he had been born in this very village. The family home had 3 keys, one given to the caretaker in the compound, one to his childhood friend, and one kept in his own pocket. Xiao Weiguo shouldered his luggage and arrived at Zaijiabao. In his previous life, Xiao Weiguo was born in the 1990s, just as the Soviet Union collapsed. By then, China's planned economy had long ended. In terms like eating from a big pot, going up to the mountains and down to the villages, and educated youth had already become historical footnotes of the People's Republic. He never expected that, reborn decades earlier in a parallel world, he would have the chance to participate in this historical event. Xiao Weiguo didn't know much about the up to the mountains, down to the villages movement in his previous life, and even now, being part of it, he wasn't entirely clear on its causes and effects. He only knew that a great leader had said, all intellectuals who can go to work in the countryside should be happy to go there. The countryside is a vast world where one can accomplish great things. There is also an article titled, "We Have 2 Hands, We Won't Eat Idly in the City," which quoted the leader saying, educated youth should go to the countryside to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. It is very necessary. Before departing, Xiao Weiguo had read a newspaper report stating that by 1975, the number of educated youth sent to the countryside had already reached a staggering 12 million. Combined with the article "We Have 2 Hands, We Won't Eat Idly in the City," He believed this movement served both to re-educate urban youth and to address the shortage of urban jobs and the growing number of unemployed youth, a necessary measure to prevent social unrest. Some people didn't really want to become educated youth, but they had no choice. Their families were too large, they couldn't get enough to eat or clothes to wear, had no place to live, no jobs, and couldn't be supported. Society couldn't accommodate them. Community factories had Xiaoshang down to the village's quotas, and officials repeatedly pressured families to send their children away. Others genuinely wanted to contribute to the nation, setting examples, accepting allowances, and receiving commendations. They were lured, coerced, and pressured by multiple means, causing wave after wave of educated youth to flood into the countryside. Xiao Weiguo volunteered to go. One reason was that he wanted to see if his family from his previous life existed in this world. Another was the saying, "A common man is blameless, but a man with a jade is guilty." The fact that the steel rolling mill had given him 500 yuan in compensation after Xiao Chonglin's death had spread too widely. Although he himself didn't value this money, others might have their own ideas. Moreover, he was still a child, physically weak, with no means of self-defense. There were no surveillance cameras on the streets, and police investigations relied 3 parts on skill and 7 parts on luck. He simply didn't dare to stay alone at home. So he packed up his belongings, rolled up his luggage, and went to the countryside as an educated youth. Thus, Zaijibeio gained a lazy, educated youth unable to carry or lift, the champion of shirking work and dodging responsibilities, creating countless hilarious and absurd incidents, bringing much laughter and stories to this ordinary village. Chapter 2. The Telegram. Pure white snowflakes fell gently and abundantly, dyeing the entire world white. According to past experience, if the snow stopped at night, it would be nearly 2 inches thick. If it didn't stop until the next night, it would be deeper than the height of an adult's thick-soled winter boots now would pour into one's boots with every step. The postman's bicycle stopped at the entrance of a simple wooden fence made by binding branches to wooden supports. The boy on the back seat jumped off, lifted one end of the crude wooden gate, and pushed it open. Before them lay a path over a meter wide. On both sides were vegetable plots, most of them empty, with only a few scattered cabbage stumps and turnip roots remaining, showing that cabbage and turnips had once been grown here. A few rows of scallions hadn't been pulled up yet, clearly left to overwinter and harvested in spring. After walking about 10 meters, they turned right, finally reaching the actual courtyard gate. The postman parked his bike. The boy pushed the wooden gate open slightly, reached inside to unhook the iron latch, and then pushed the gate open to enter the yard. The yard, not large, contained earthen brick houses. The gate faced east, with 2 main rooms facing south, 2 side rooms, 2 small western rooms used as storage for tools and miscellaneous items, and 2 small rooms along the southern wall. These had once housed pigeons, then were cleared for storage, and later cleared again to house Beijing-educated youth Xiao Weiguo. On the eastern side of the yard stood a large, leafy pear tree, thick enough for an adult to wrap their arms around. Of course, in winter, only bare branches and snow remained. Behind the tree was a chicken coop made of branches, housing several egg-laying hens. In Beijing, this would be a small Sihuan courtyard. Decades later, it would be worth a fortune. Bang, bang, bang. The boy knocked several times, then pushed the door open without waiting for a response, leading the postman inside. "Brother Weiguo, Uncle Lu brought you another letter." After years of physical activity and adequate nutrition, Xiao Weiguo, now just 15, had already grown over 1.75 meters tall. This height might not be remarkable among teenagers of later eras, but in this era of food and clothing shortages, aside from a few northern cities known for tall people, it was considered relatively fast growth nationwide. Hearing the call, Xiao Weiguo, who had been standing by the stove waiting for the water to boil to make dumpling soup, quickly turned to greet them. "Uncle Lu's here. Haven't eaten yet? You're in luck today. Take off your shoes and get on the Kong. Let's eat together before you go." "No thanks, I won't eat. I have a telegram, a 10 yuan money order, and they're both here. Just stamp the receipt, and I'll be on my way. The snow's still falling outside." The postman took a money order, 10 yuan in cash, and a telegram from his satchel. Xiao Weiguo placed the items on the Kong, took out a pack of Young Gang brand cigarettes from a small wooden box on the Kong corner, and offered them to the postman, gesturing for him to take them. After reading the telegram and stamping the receipt, he handed it to the postman, watched him put it away, and said, "You always come to our village last, and the distance back to the township isn't far. What's the rush? Stay and eat. Snow's falling outside. I need to get home early. Even with snow, it won't make a difference in this short time. Are you afraid of getting lost? Even a rabbit wouldn't get lost, let alone you. You never have a nice word, you brat. Fine, I'll eat here before leaving." I'm exhausted today, afraid the snow would make the trip home difficult. I rushed to deliver all the mail quickly. I only had a few sips of hot water and one cold steam bun. Taking off his shoes and getting on the Kong, the postman used a Xiao Weiguo's casual manner, didn't stand on ceremony. He knew Xiao Weiguo well. Although the boy shirked farm work in the village, he was actually a capable person. He had connections in the township, the county, and even the nearby military unit. Many problems that others couldn't solve for anyone, you could solve by going to him. Whether it was buying a radio or a watch for a wedding, or women wanting to buy floral cloth or hair ribbons, there was nothing he couldn't bring back. Last year, a leader's son was about to go to university and wanted to buy a camera before leaving. He didn't want an ordinary one, only a better model. Knowing Xiao Weiguo was capable, he asked him for help. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Weiguo took the money and industrial coupons, took the train back to Beijing that very night, and delivered the item the next day: a foreign brand, a Kodak camera, a fine product from a friendship store, plus an extra roll of color film. The young man was overjoyed. Xiao Weiguo was famously a horse that liked to be stroked the right way. If he didn't demand anything from you, you just had to go along with him. As long as you didn't provoke him, he'd see you in a good light, and any request you made of him would be granted. In this era of material shortages, every family occasionally faced situations where money couldn't buy the right goods. He didn't engage in profiteering, just help people bring things. People with limited experience and money sometimes couldn't buy good items, and asking a few more questions at department stores or supply cooperatives might even earn them a scolding. His wide network allowed him to bring things back. Combined with his courteous and generous nature when he helped you, he never let you leave empty-handed. And when you asked him to bring something, he'd always find a way to add a little extra. His popularity was simply outstanding. The water boiled. He added the dough dumplings, stir them twice, seasoned with salt and spice powder. In summer, he'd open a bottle of tomatoes he'd steamed himself in a jar, add it in, then pour in 2 beaten eggs, stir with a large spoon, add a pinch of dried cilantro, a small handful of scallion, 2 drops of sesame oil, stir once more, and the dumpling soup was done. He poured a large bowl each for himself and the postman. The remaining half pot he poured into a large basin, calling to the boy who had brought the postman. Take it to the main room, the north room. You guys eat early too. No, I'll eat here. I can't take it back, I'll get scolded. Hurry up, take it. After you eat, do you not care about others? If you don't listen, I'll beat you. Xiao Weiguo had a particularly complex attitude toward this mischievous boy, always struggling to manage his own emotions and temper. Because this little guy, in Xiao Weiguo's pre-transmigration world, was actually his father Jiang Zhongbing. The boy, grinning, carried the basin out. Xiao Weiguo held the door curtain open ahead of him until he saw Jiang Zhongbing, his hands hurting from the weight of the basin, shouting at the main room door. Sis, open up quick. My hands are breaking. The door opened. Xiao Weiguo let go of his own door curtain and closed the door. It wasn't that he didn't want to deliver the food himself, but the situation didn't allow it. After all, in this timeline, he was no longer a member of the Jiang family. Moreover, before the end of the planned economy, ordinary people were basically in a state of not having enough to eat or wear. Grain was a major concern in every household. Normally, no one would dare to covet another's grain, unless in desperate times when they might borrow a little from the production team or relatives, but it had to be repaid the next year. The fact that Xiao Weiguo's food offerings were accepted was already the result of 2 years of relationship building. Xiao Weiguo would deliberately have the Jiang siblings do chores for him, cleaning, turning vegetable beds, watering, starting fires, weeding, moving things, chopping firewood, doing farm work so he could then legitimately send some food and supplies to help his family from his previous life. Sometimes, under the guise of helping them sell things, he'd have them make items to earn money for household subsidies: brooms, shoe insoles, summer sandals, winter cotton shoes, clothes for all seasons, etc. Of course, most of these items were kept by Xiao Weiguo himself, as he needed them too. Any extras could be given to others, likely Yongjun's siblings or his Beijing childhood friend who had helped him. Entering the inner chambers was out of the question. At that time, strict gender separation existed. In households with female members, unless the host invited you, entering was considered rude. Also, during meal times, even if invited, most people wouldn't usually go. Today's staple was steamed buns made from a mix of cornmeal and wheat flour. They were yellow, usually coarse, but filling. Xiao Weiguo's buns clearly had more wheat flour, making them relatively softer. There was also a small bowl of spicy pickled vegetables. People back then had good appetites. The two of them ate until they were sweating, quickly finishing everything. Leaving? The postman didn't hide the fact that he had seen Xiao Weiguo's telegram. At that time, people didn't have strong concepts of privacy invasion. Yeah, something came up at home. Oh, I heard educated youth are being allowed to return to the city. Yeah, but you need a work unit to accept you. I have a job opportunity at the Beijing steel rolling mill. Huh, then you'll be a worker when you go back. Huh, good. Work hard when you return to your e-smart. You can make it anywhere. After seeing the postman off, Xiao Weiguo returned to his room with a heavy heart and lay down. Money was valuable back then. Few people would spend the cost of a telegram unless it was urgent. Each character cost 3.5 fun. How much was a postage stamp? Cheap ones were 4 or 8 fun. Expensive ones 2 or 3 jiao. For a letter, you could write as much as you wanted as long as it fit in the envelope. With an 8-fin stamp, only drawback was slow delivery, usually taking about 7 days. Telegrams were faster, arriving the next day, even without expedited service, so they were used only for urgent matters. Telephones existed, but required operator connection, had poor signals, lots of noise, and unclear speech, often requiring 2 calls at first to schedule the second. Both parties had to pay, and the telephone at Zhaijubeo production team was often unreliable. The telegram Xiao Weiguo received was urgent. Besides the name and address, it contained only 9 characters: bro, broken leg, hospital, hope return, urgent hong. Filling it in, it should read, my brother's leg is broken, already been to the hospital, hope you can return, very urgent, Hong Xiao Hong. Xiao Weiguo knew who sent it. The sender was Li Yonghong. Her brother, Li Yongjun, was the same age as Xiao Weiguo and was also the childhood friend to whom Xiao Weiguo had given a key. Their parents were colleagues and close friends of Xiao Weiguo's parents. Uncle Li was a worker, and Aunt Li, like Xiao Weiguo's mother, was a teacher. Unfortunately, fate was cruel. A couple also died young. Li's father was much more capable than Xiao Weiguo's father. He was a driver for the steel mill's transport team. In that era, among the best jobs an ordinary city dweller could find were the 8 great occupations: ticket seller, driver, postman, nursery worker, barber, waiter, salesperson, and cook. Among these, the driver was the best, as it offered high wages, good benefits, and opportunities to carry private goods on long trips for personal gain. Fate played a cruel trick. Once, while transporting goods to a frontier region, Li's father encountered a landslide. 3 vehicles in the convoy were lost, 4 personnel died, 1 was severely injured, and 1 lightly injured. At the time, Li Yongjun was only 8 years old. Later, the factory and local authorities gave 1,500 yuan in compensation and granted Li Yongjun a driver's position at the transport team. As long as Li Yongjun turned 15 or graduated from junior high, he could report to the factory with this quota, though he'd still have to start as an apprentice. Aunt Li, like Xiao Weiguo's mother, had been criticized due to her profession. Physically weak, she was pregnant with Li Yonghong at the time. Overwhelmed and caught in 2 autumn rains, she developed a cough upon returning home, which gradually developed into tuberculosis. At that time, there were no effective drugs, and she finally succumbed in the 2nd year after Xiao Weiguo left to become an educated youth, leaving behind 2 children. Chapter 3. Returning to the army. Xiao Weiguo found himself compelled to return, having experienced the frenetic pace of modern life. He felt that the rural landscape of Yanbei was utterly sapping his willpower. Each day began with the sunrise and concluded with sunset, marked by a lack of conflict and desire. During the busy farming season, he toiled under the sun until his skin peeled, collapsing from exhaustion, while in the off-season, he experienced a sense of unease from idleness. In winter, aside from engaging in idle chatter with children and youths, there was little else to occupy his time. Trapping wild rabbits, catching chickens, fishing, and shrimping provided some amusement, but could not fill every day. Xiao Weiguo feared that if he lingered too long in this tranquil existence, he would become complacent and eventually conform to the local lifestyle. In a few years, he might marry an unremarkable rural woman, have children, build a house, and, when the reforms took effect, venture out to work or engage in business, leaving his home behind. There was a risk that, seduced by external temptations, he might abandon his family. Returning to Beijing seemed appealing. Not only would he have a job and earn a salary, but if he could simply maintain his 2 modest apartments there in 2 or 3 decades, selling them could allow him to transition to a middle-class life in a 2nd or 3rd-tier city. This starting point might represent the ultimate goal for most people, one that could take a lifetime of effort to attain. The following morning, Xiao Weiguo first visited the commune to obtain a certificate allowing educated youth to return to their hometown. The process went smoothly, and the secretary, Mr. Yang, expressed his willingness to brave the snow in the afternoon to ensure that the commune seal was also affixed. Such is the nature of relationships. Regardless of whether one offers something in return, simply asking often garners assistance. Mr. Yang, an unremarkable grassroots official, adhered to routines, possessed both public and private interests, and lacked initiative. He stood around 5 feet 7, robust and sturdy, with a dark complexion. Once the matter was settled, Xiao Weiguo presented Mr. Yang with a sprig of ink chrysanthemum and 2 bottles of locally brewed pear wine. It was customary to offer something in return for assistance. One ought to appear gracious when seeking favors. Moreover, Xiao Weiguo was not particularly concerned about the small gift. Mr. Yang chuckled, nudging Xiao Weiguo playfully. You sly fellow. What? Do you think I would give you the seal without anything in return? Xiao Weiguo laughed, replying, How could I, dear secretary? I have relied on your kindness and the support of everyone for the past 2 years. Would I engage in such petty behavior upon my departure? Besides, given our rapport, I trust you will arrange for some local specialties for me when I leave. Get out of here. I've already caused myself enough trouble helping you. I don't have any extra provisions to give you. Mr. Yang jested. Have you eaten yet, Weiguo? The secretary's wife, a typical rural woman, spoke little in front of guests. After eating, Auntie, you all enjoy your meal. Uncle, I'm off to catch a ride. I'll be back before sunset. The snow outside had ceased, and the depth of the accumulation crunched beneath his feet. People gradually emerged from their homes to clear the snow. Upon reaching the courtyard, they paused to chat amiably with passers-by or neighbors, exchanging light-hearted banter to alleviate the monotony. As the secretary escorted Xiao Weiguo outside, he continued to follow closely behind, greeting others on the street before inquiring, Are you heading back to the army? Isn't your Uncle Zhang's second brother the driver? Why not have him accompany you? No need. I can manage on my own. It's better to rely on oneself. The military is strict, and I wouldn't want to cause any trouble, Xiao Weiguo replied. With such heavy snow, are you sure you can handle it? Don't let the vehicle slip into a ditch. Xiao Weiguo chuckled. I thought you were genuinely concerned about me. It turns out you are merely worried about your mule. Rest assured, my friend, I have traversed this path countless times. I could walk it with my eyes closed. Besides, have I ever faltered while attending to my business? Be a little more magnanimous, Secretary Yang. You can't be too cautious, can you? You seem to have plenty of grievances. Oh, do take your time, Weiguo. I hesitated to ask earlier, but why the rush? Why not wait until after the new year to leave? Xiao Weiguo did not conceal his thoughts, slowing his pace to light a cigarette for the secretary before continuing. I received a telegram from my brother yesterday. He has broken his leg, and I must return to check on him. Additionally, I have a worker's quota in Beijing. The factory promised to arrange for my entry after the 15th of the month, and now that I have just reached the appropriate age, I fear that if I delay, someone else might take my place. With the new year approaching, I must go and establish some connections, become a familiar face. That is excellent news. You'll be a worker now, and you'll be receiving a salary in kind. How wonderful for you. Unlike us who still need to toil in the fields for our sustenance. Just a couple of years more, and laborers will lose their value, replied the secretary. That's nonsense. Laborers will always be in demand, and you'll realize that when it comes time for you to find a wife, Xiao Weiguo retorted. The livestock shed, once a dilapidated temple in the village, reminded Xiao Weiguo of the 5 temples that used to stand in Xiaojia Fortress Village: the Yama Temple, the Zhouwang Temple, the Medicine King Temple, the Land God Temple, and a structure known as the Drum Tower. Xiao Weiguo was uncertain why the Drum Tower was also considered a temple, and he felt no inclination to inquire. Should an opportunity arise, he might visit, but alas, the era when all 5 temples existed had long passed, rendering such a visit impossible. The structure housing the livestock shed was a remnant of the former Drum Tower, while the Yama Temple in the village center now served as a cooperative, standing as the largest edifice in the village. The Zhouwang Temple to the north had only a 10-meter-high earthen platform remaining, which, despite any unforeseen circumstances, would eventually be renovated into a small temple for worship. From these vestiges, it was evident that the village once enjoyed a period of splendor. Xiao Weiguo did not delve into the origins of these seemingly trivial remnants. Though he harbored a theory from his previous life, this village was likely a product of the Liao dynasty or even earlier, given that the Xiao surname was associated with nobility during that period. Datong, known as Yuzhou in the past, was the capital of the Liao dynasty, referred to as Shijing, with nearby remnants of a wooden pagoda and the tragic site of the Yang family general's demise at Jinsha Beach. Thus, even if his conjecture were incorrect, it would not be far from the truth. Old Zhang, who tended the livestock shed, assisted Xiao Weiguo in harnessing the finest mule in the village, pulling along the best cart. The cart was secured with iron sheeting, and a sack of fodder was firmly tied at the back. Xiao Weiguo layered the cart with 2 burlap sacks woven from hemp fibers, and he crafted bags from hemp rope to prevent the mule's hooves from slipping. Old Zhang even affixed pieces of burlap to the mule's hooves. "Would you like a box?" Old Zhang asked, reluctantly extending his hand, offering 2 boxes of yungang that Xiao Weiguo had just given him, gesturing for the secretary to take one. Observing Old Zhang's feigned politeness, the village secretary chuckled and chided. "If you don't wish to give, then keep it to yourself. Do I truly need your box of cigarettes? It's not that I don't want to give. I simply feel a pang of reluctance. A box costs over 2 dimes, so if you don't want it, I'll just tuck it away." Old Zhang replied with a grin, cheerfully stowing the cigarettes into the inner pocket of his padded coat. He then produced a pipe from the greasy pocket of his outer jacket and proceeded to light it. When is Xiao Ziking departing? The secretary inquired, curiosity piqued. "How do you know he is leaving? The postman mentioned it yesterday. I was fetching water for the brigade, and while delivering newspapers, the postman was chatting with folks. I overheard him," came the reply. "Ah, so he truly is leaving. Once he goes, our village will be devoid of educated youth. And I doubt anyone else will come in the future. Why not request a few more from the county? The educated youth possess considerable skills. Do you think they're as plentiful as cabbages, available on demand? These young individuals are sent to challenging areas for re-education alongside the poor and lower-middle peasants. Our village isn't particularly impoverished. Xiao Weiguo applied for this himself, and we originally had no quota for educated youth." Old Zhang fell silent, quietly smoking his pipe. "I must head back. I haven't eaten yet. I have matters to attend to at the commune this afternoon. Could you arrange a cart for me to the commune later?" Upon exiting the village, a vast expanse of white snow greeted him. Donning the sunglasses he had discreetly taken from home, Xiao Weiguo swayed gently on the cart as he made his way to the military unit. Xiao Weiguo's remarkable fortune stemmed primarily from a house he owned in his previous life, which now served as his personal space. The layout consisted of 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, fully furnished with appliances. Intriguingly, the utilities such as water, electricity, and Wi-Fi had not been interrupted. Through his experiments, Xiao Weiguo discovered that the resources within this space seemed inexhaustible. Even more astonishing was the fact that the computer and smart television in his space allowed for online shopping, complete with delivery and returns, provided the address included home delivery. The only drawback was that purchases still required expenditure deducted from his account prior to his transmigration, which held just over 100,000 yuan. He had yet to devise a strategy to maximize its benefits. Thus, he refrained from frivolous purchases unless absolutely necessary. There were additional restrictions. For instance, Xiao Weiguo realized he could not access any information regarding historical events or figures from this era or beyond through the computer or television in his space, which effectively eliminated the possibility of exploiting information for profit. When faced with uncertainty, he was not one to dwell on complexities. Xiao Weiguo was not a scientific fanatic. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary citizen, struggling to make ends meet. Given this context, he found it challenging to utilize his advantageous situation extensively, and he was disinclined to squander mental energy on trivial matters. In a mere few kilometers, Xiao Weiguo soon arrived at the outskirts of the military unit. Quickly retrieving the prepared items from his space to load onto the cart, and then he wrapped his belongings, including bedding and a sheepskin coat, securely. Although familiar with the process, it must be adhered to: registration, reporting, awaiting, inspection, and finally being escorted away. Here lies the Air Force, where management is notably stricter compared to other branches of the military. Yet, certain aspects of military management today still differ slightly from those of modernized forces decades hence. This era emphasizes inner strength, valor in battle, altruism, and unity between military and civilians. These principles are unassailable. In contrast, modernized forces lean towards technologically driven management, with complexities far exceeding those of the present. Time evolves, and one can only assert that both possess their own merits, albeit with differing focal points. Despite having visited numerous times, Xiao Weiguo never ventured far, nor did he inquire excessively. His visits predominantly involved delivering supplies directly to the mess hall, avoiding other areas where he could be drawn in, demonstrating a commendable regard for his safety. Chapter 4. Fruits and Golden Fingers. If one were to inquire which military branch is the most esteemed domestically, the Air Force would undoubtedly take the lead, a principle universally acknowledged across nations, particularly among pilots, although abilities and skills vary. The adage that each Air Force pilot's worth equates to their weight in gold is irrefutable within military circles. Cultivating a qualified pilot is an arduous task, demanding extensive time and incalculable resources, not to mention the costs associated with specialized equipment. In the 1970s, a typical formal worker earned a monthly salary ranging from a little over 30 to 99 yuan, averaging around 60. Evaluating through a pyramid structure, those earning high salaries were often the rare few at the pinnacle, suggesting that the actual average wage for workers was likely lower, with most earning between 30 and 40 yuan, whereas pilots earned over 500. During this period, the cost of living was modest, with low wages and affordable food. In the north, a pound of rice cost about 15 to 20 cents, a pound of meat around 70 to 80 cents, and a pound of cabbage merely 3 cents. A typical family might spend only 20 to 30 cents daily, especially those who could grow their own vegetables. On occasions when guests arrived or during festivities, a family could manage with just 1 yuan. The standard meal allowance for ordinary soldiers was 4.5 cents, while pilots' meal allowances at the aircrew mess started at 3.5 yuan, with the highest tier around 4.5 yuan. What could such standards provide? Meals were served in a divided format, with each pilot receiving a tray containing 4 dishes and unlimited soup. Cold dishes included options like cured sausage, pig liver, tripe, head meat, and tongue, along with chocolate and seasonal fruits available at will. Occasionally, fruits were delivered to the pilots' dormitories, and coffee and milk were supplied around the clock, with ice cream, popsicles, and cold water available in summer. Breakfast featured milk, soy milk, coffee, eggs, dumplings, steamed buns, and a variety of pastries. Lunch and dinner included boiled, stir-fried, steamed, and pan-fried dishes, showcasing the chef's vast culinary skills. During downtime, lavish meals accompanied by fine spirits, matai, Qingdao beer, and red wine, were enjoyed, with even slight intoxication requiring no assistance. As for fruits from north and south, dark and white chocolate, canned fruits, meats, and fish were plentiful, with dining utensils crafted from ivory-handled knives and forks, highlighting the high regard in which the state held its pilots. Aligned with the emphasis on importance is the stringent management. The aircrew kitchen is perpetually staffed, for it is a place where idlers are unwelcome. Within the ranks, it is a tradition for soldiers to assist in the kitchen, and those who do so are rewarded with certain culinary benefits. However, they may only assist at the soldier's kitchen, the officer's kitchen, the reception kitchen, or even the kitchens of higher-ups, but never the aircrew kitchen. Why? It is deemed too sensitive. The aircrew kitchen operates around the clock, with personnel on duty at all times, wary of potential poisoning by adversaries and the risk of food spoilage. The utmost concern is that any unfortunate incident involving a pilot's illness due to tainted food could escalate into a grave political affair. Xiao Weiguo primarily interacts with the ground forces of the Air Force. He knows a few pilots, but not well. These pilots are the true elite, exuding an air of arrogance, and Xiao Weiguo, valuing his own life, does not dare to approach these golden treasures too closely for fear of inadvertently breaching some regulation. Today, he is met by a kitchen assistant from the aircrew kitchen. Upon their arrival at the back door of the kitchen, the assistant calls out, and several hefty individuals emerge, hurriedly transferring goods from the cart into the kitchen. There are apples, pears, and an abundance of watermelons and melons, along with vegetables, all of which Xiao Weiguo had harvested during summer and stored, as the contents within do not spoil easily. Over the years, he has engaged in the trade of off-season produce. Although termed as trade, most of it is delivered to the military. The military, with its ample funds and lack of scrutiny, accepts these goods without questioning their provenance, confident that no one would dare deceive them. If they desire something, and he provides it, he receives payment and departs. Selling to private individuals involves a more convoluted process, requiring one to solicit help rather than merely selling. For instance, if a child is ill and craves canned food, or if a woman desires fabric but lacks tickets, or if a family has welcomed a newborn and needs formula, they come seeking assistance, and he discreetly delivers the items in exchange for their money, an unspoken understanding that this is merely helping. An old adage states that a chef does not pilfer grains, yet it is certain that they indulge in sampling. At the very least, they ensure their own meals are not inferior to what they serve. Thus, the chefs at the aircrew kitchen are all robustly built. The head of the back kitchen, a portly man in his 60s named Wang, is a bona fide culinary master, reputedly capable of preparing dishes worthy of a national banquet. Otherwise, he would not possess the qualifications to oversee the aircrew kitchen. However, Xiao Weiguo has never set foot in the aircrew kitchen, nor has he tasted a national banquet. So he refrains from making judgments about it. As others bustle in and out, moving goods and weighing them, Chef Wang emerges, donning a large cotton hat, and affectionately drapes his arm over Xiao Weiguo's shoulder, causing him to bend slightly under the weight. Chef Wang inquires, "My boy, why so much this time? This is not your usual demeanor. You typically come just before the new year, when prices peak, do you not?" Xiao Weiguo feigns a pitiful expression and replies, "Master Wang, this is the last trip for me today. In a few days, I must return to Beijing, where the horizons are vast, and I too must tread the ground. I need to clear my inventory to save money for my future bride, and I may not have the chance to see you again. Is it that urgent? Will you not return after the new year?" Unable to wait any longer, I learned that my brother had broken his leg, and my sister sent a telegram urging my return, likely due to some insurmountable issue at home. Furthermore, this year marks the commencement of the return of educated youth to their hometowns, and I must go back to secure my employment and prevent others from usurping my position. In these times, clandestine operations are no longer shrouded in secrecy. The prince, understanding the gravity of the situation, remarked, "It is indeed necessary to return and assess the circumstances. If the opportunity arises, I shall resume my studies for a few more years. If I can manage to graduate from high school, I will apply to become a pilot. If fortunate enough to succeed, I shall return to our base, where I, the prince, will await your visit to savor my culinary creations at stove number 4. Your words are most encouraging. I have long yearned to taste the delicacies from the aviation stove. However, I fear that by the time I am qualified to dine at stove number 4, you, my prince, may have ascended to a leadership position and no longer wish to serve us." Huh? A mere chef rising to the rank of a leader? Even at 80 years of age, I can still wield a large spatula. The only concern is whether you will qualify to partake in my meals. The prince released Xiao Weiguo, playfully swatting him with a hand as large as a fan. The assistant chef who accompanied Xiao Weiguo reported that all items had been weighed. The watermelon weighed 435 jin, the cantaloupe 98 jin, apples totaled 176 jin, pears 90 jin, and vegetables amounted to 200 jin. Upon hearing this, the prince inquired, "Young man, how shall we calculate this time?" Xiao Weiguo promptly replied, "As last year. Watermelons and pears at 1 yuan and 5 jiao, cantaloupes at 1 yuan and 8 jiao, apples at a reduced price of 8 jiao, and vegetables at 5 jiao. Does that sound acceptable?" "Of course it is. In this harsh winter, you are the only one capable of procuring these items. Everyone is eagerly awaiting your return with these goods. I shall write you a note immediately." Since it was not his own money being spent, the prince, who found Xiao Weiguo agreeable, was quite generous with the note. In truth, Xiao Weiguo was not demanding exorbitant prices. At this time, people were generally struggling to fill their stomachs, with fields primarily yielding grains and scarce fruit. Fruit farmers lacked scientific management, leading to low yields. Consequently, fruit prices were relatively high. Watermelons and cantaloupes, which were abundant yet difficult to preserve, sold for 1 to 3 jiao in summer, while cantaloupes fetched between 2 to 5 jiao. As the mid-autumn festival approached, prices would only rise. Apples, being more durable and harvested later, were the most expensive, typically selling for 5 to 6 jiao per jin at supply and marketing cooperatives, and availability was not guaranteed. However, apples were a staple in the Air Force, unlike the other seasonal fruits that disappeared in winter, thus reversing the pricing trend. The prince wrote a note and found an assistant chef to exchange cash from logistics. Xiao Weiguo discreetly asked the prince, "Your Highness, I wish to acquire a pilot's leather jacket. Do you think that is feasible? What do you intend to trade? Money would be quite costly, and the proceeds from today's sale may not suffice." The prince, misunderstanding Xiao Weiguo's request, thought he meant a complete pilot's uniform. In this era, possessing a full pilot's leather outfit would be extraordinarily impressive. The leather jacket, crafted from the finest calfskin, featured a mink fur collar, while the boots were made from soft lambskin, both durable and warm, and most importantly, exceptionally stylish. A complete winter pilot's outfit from the Air Force would cost at least 1,000 yuan. I possess a dual-card tape recorder, which can also function as a radio. It is of the Sanyo brand and serves its purpose quite admirably. However, mine has been previously used. Could you kindly inquire if anyone is willing to exchange it? Additionally, I have a radio, an electric kettle, and an electronic watch, all of considerable quality. When combined, they should be of approximate equal value. The tape recorder was procured online by Xiao Weiguo, a high-quality imitation that cost him over 50 yuan. In the 1970s and 1980s, such an item was indeed a valuable commodity, with a new machine fetching 2 to 300 yuan. The challenge, however, was that even those with money had no place to purchase it, as one could only acquire such items in the friendship stores of large cities or have them brought back by those traveling abroad. Other electronic products were similarly rare. Altogether, I spent less than 50 yuan on these 3 items, yet in this era, that sum is considerable. At this moment, the dining hall is occupied with the lunch of the 1st to 4th squads, so I shall make some inquiries. Please wait for me. Hold on, Wang Ye. The mountains are high and the roads are long. We shall meet again. I am deeply grateful for your care over these past few years, and I would like you to accept these humble offerings. A nylon bag contains 2 large melons, a watermelon, several cantaloupes and apples, as well as a bottle of Fingio. At the bottom, hidden from sight, lies a radio and a stainless steel electric kettle. In this era, any electric device is a precious commodity. What began as an ordinary meeting turned into a moment of profound sentiment for Xiao Weiguo. Abandoned by his biological parents, he had always felt a sense of solitude, not recognizing his family from a past life. His disposition and habits are at odds with the customs of this time. And while he may appear to navigate life with ease, he has endured numerous hardships. After all, who among us would choose to be a sent-down youth? Who would not prefer to enjoy a leisurely winter's morning at home rather than toil outside for mere sustenance? Fortunately, he encountered his past family in this place, offering him a semblance of solace, even if they could not acknowledge one another. He has also made acquaintances within the military, which has afforded him some protection from bullying in the village. After all, an orphan's life is seldom easy. This era, while marked by simplicity, also harbors its share of brutality. Wang Ye, too, has endured his share of hardship. In a time of unrest within the country, his family traversed much of China, witnessing many disappear from their lives. This tumultuous experience hardened his heart, for those who exhibit strength towards adversaries often reveal a softer side to those close to them. Xiao Weiguo's tragic background stirred some compassion within him. Although he did not feel compelled to offer overt assistance, a sense of empathy lingered. I recall the first time I met Xiao Weiguo, when he was being pursued by the guards. He had heard rumors of someone trading wild chicken feathers for military uniforms. That winter, he had managed to catch 2 wild chickens, their plumage strikingly beautiful, and he could not bear to part with them. Thus, he summoned his courage to venture forth. On that day, the guards were caught off guard, puzzled as to why this individual was so familiar with the mess hall and dared to deliver goods personally. In their moment of distraction, they allowed him to carry the wild chickens into the military camp. Xiao Weiguo assumed that the military was currently lax in its management, permitting easier access, especially since they often screened films for the surrounding villagers during the summer months, allowing people to enter, albeit with restrictions on how far they could roam within. As a result, misunderstandings escalated on both sides, leading to growing unease. The guards began to pursue inquiries, which eventually transformed into a fray. Xiao Weiguo, in a panic, fled, discarding the wild chickens and even losing his shoes in the process. Ultimately, a few individuals who had returned from procurement by truck fortuitously witnessed the scene. They purchased the wild chickens and liberated the captured Xiao Weiguo, among whom was a prince who had come to observe the commotion. From that moment, he established a channel for selling fresh, high-quality food to the military. The prince, influenced by Xiao Weiguo's sentiments of longing, sighed and took the bag from Xiao Weiguo's hands, saying, "You rascal, wait for my return." With that, he opened the back door and entered the cafeteria. Chapter 5. Changing clothes. Returning to the cafeteria, the prince placed the nylon bag into his personal metal locker. He then approached the food service window, gazing blankly at the pilots sitting together in pairs, engaged in meals and conversation. Finally, he chuckled softly to himself, as a mere cook. What can I do aside from preparing meals? Who can I assist? After gathering his complex emotions, he noticed a solitary figure dining by the window. Quietly, he opened the side door of the kitchen and tiptoed over, softly inquiring, "Pilot Wu." "Master Wang, please sit." Pilot Wu responded, surprised that Wang would come to speak with him. "You enjoy your meal. I want tea intrude," Wang replied. "I heard that someone in your family is getting married. Do you need a tape recorder? I believe it's a dual cassette type, though I'm not well versed in such things." Wang felt a bit embarrassed, for in this era, it was typically the reformed criminals who engaged in selling goods. Most people considered it beneath their dignity, associating salesmanship with shame, something only the destitute would resort to. However, They were unaware that in a few years, those they looked down upon would rise to become the mainstream of society, while the average workers they revered would lose their appeal. Though confused, Pilot Wu still shook his head in refusal. "No, thank you." "Then please finish your meal. If you need more, feel free to get more. I'll inquire with others," Wang said, feeling slightly disheartened after being rejected by the first individual he approached. Just moments ago, he had boasted to Xiao Weiguo, yet now he felt more embarrassed than ever. With over 20 pilots dining, he couldn't possibly ask each one. Glancing around, he spotted a familiar pilot, around 40 years old, and mustered the courage to approach him. "Master Wang, I don't often see you out here. Is there something going on?" Upon being addressed, Wang felt a wave of relief, thinking that if this pilot also refused, he would have to return to Xiao Weiguo with the disappointing news. As his mind raced, he quickly responded, "Lieutenant Zhuang, I do have a matter to discuss." "Go ahead." Lieutenant Zhuang gestured, encouraging Wang to continue. He had been dining at stove number 4 for several years, and since Wang was not only the supervisor of aircrew meals, but also the head chef at stove number 4, they were quite familiar with one another. If he could lend a hand, he would be more than willing to do so. The prince seated himself beside Lieutenant Zhuang, gathered his thoughts, and spoke in a hushed tone. "There is a young intellectual from Beijing residing in the village adjacent to our base. That lad is quite amiable. He frequently brings us vegetables and fruits. The watermelon we enjoyed today was a gift from him. Earlier this year, several comrades purchased electric kettles, which he procured from Beijing for us." Lieutenant Zhuang took a couple of bites of rice, gesturing for the prince to continue. "He has completed his service as a young intellectual and is set to return to Beijing to work as a laborer. The boy is quite considerate. Yet his circumstances are tragic. He has lost both parents and is now an orphan. Before his departure, he entrusted me with a few inquiries. He wishes to exchange a winter flight suit for a cassette recorder, claiming it is of the dual cassette variety, along with a radio, an electric kettle, and an electronic watch, which he believes could be bartered together. I am not suggesting this to you, but perhaps you could think of anyone who might desire such items. If no one is interested, that is perfectly fine. I will ensure he leaves with peace of mind for his journey back to Beijing, and I shall kindly decline his offer later." Pilots are typically well off, enjoying the highest salaries among all professions. The crucial aspect is that they reside and dine within the military, and some pilots even bring their spouses and children along, with the military accommodating their families in civilian roles. Therefore, both partners receive salaries, and the military provides housing, leaving them with little to spend on. Consequently, their ability to save money astonishes those in other professions, while their spending habits are equally lavish, seeking only the finest and most exquisite items available. As for the cassette recorder, it is indeed a rarity. A complete winter outfit costs around 1,000 yuan. How could he possess such valuable items? The prince mused. What you likely refer to is the Sanyo brand, pronounced as San from 1, 2, 3, Anyang with 3 water strokes. I have seen this brand. Zhao Yunhang possesses one, which I noticed during my visit to his home in Beijing. Indeed, it is costly, being a foreign brand, reportedly priced between 200 to 300 yuan. The other items are equally appealing. If anyone is preparing for a wedding, this set combined with a television, refrigerator, and washing machine would truly achieve home electrification. Upon hearing about the small appliances, another lieutenant at the table interjected, "How fortuitous. It seems someone from Zhao Yunhang's family is about to get married. I heard he is returning home for the wedding. Master Wang, please have that young intellectual wait a moment while I inquire if he is interested." "Go ahead. I shall wait here for you." The prince quickly stood up, eager to greet the unexpected opportunity. Having secured a bag of fodder for the mule, Xiao Weiguo sought out a sunlit spot to bounce and alleviate the chill in his body. Despite wearing multiple layers, including a sheepskin coat, sheepskin pants, and sheepskin boots purchased at great effort, he found himself feeling the cold after a prolonged outing, and his feet, slightly sweaty, were now numb and cumbersome. After a brief interval, the prince returned with others, including Zhao Yunhang, one of the pilots known to Xiao Weiguo. He also hailed from Beijing. Residing in the Air Force compound, a family of aviators, a true elite, in stark contrast to Xiao Weiguo, who emerged from a modest background. Nevertheless, they shared a common origin, and Zhao Yunhang was quite amiable. They had even gone hunting together once. On that occasion, Xiao Weiguo found himself utterly captivated for the first time by someone else's charm. This individual, already blessed with striking good looks, sported dark, neatly parted hair, and donned a complete set of winter attire meant for pilots. A standard-issue sidearm hung from his waist, while he wielded a Remington double-barrel shotgun in his hand, exuding an allure that left Xiao Weiguo spellbound. An image he believed he would never forget. In his previous life, countless internet heartthrobs had crossed his path, yet none had stirred his admiration or envy. Perhaps it was that these online idols lacked a certain masculine vigor. Although he could not alter his own appearance, he longed for a pilot's uniform. If only it were attainable. He had perused online offerings, but the genuine, new military attire was astonishingly priced at over 10,000. While exorbitant, Xiao Weiguo doubted its authenticity. Accustomed to a life of modest means, he hesitated to spend such a sum on clothing, opting instead to test his luck. After all, shades of black, gray, blue, and brown were not particularly unattractive, and the uniformity of clothing on the streets meant that even the less dashing would not face criticism. Wang Yi and Zhao Yunhang approached, accompanied by Lieutenant Zhang and another officer, Lieutenant Zhang, who had previously gone to summon Zhao Yunhang. Carrying a small leather suitcase, Zhao Yunhang, upon spotting Xiao Weiguo, wasted no time in asking, "Weiguo, may I have a look at your items?" Surprised by Zhao Yunhang's visit, Xiao Weiguo nonetheless complied without hesitation. Opening a cardboard box from the back of the cart that contained several small electrical appliances he had just placed inside. "Brother Zhao, please take a look. Aside from the tape recorder, which I've used a few times, all the other items are brand new and superior to what's available on the market. Just look at the condition of this tape recorder. No scratches whatsoever. Since we are from the same hometown, I'll even throw in a few tapes for you." The quality of these items was no exaggeration. The designs of future products could easily outshine the industrial goods of the present. The tape recorder was a substantial piece. An old-fashioned model with dual cassette slots and 4 speakers, a high-quality imitation of Sanyo, crafted with exquisite attention to detail. The kettle was made of stainless steel, instantly boiling water, a novelty at the time, favored by those who had purchased it. The digital watch was military green with luminous blue hands, capable of displaying both time and date, and even featured a tiny compass. The radio, compact and red, with an aluminum alloy casing, was not only aesthetically pleasing but also boasted excellent signal quality, unlike contemporary products that were bulky, noisy, and prone to malfunction. Setting the suitcase atop the cart, Zhao Yunhang and his companions examined the items from the cardboard box. The radio still bore its plastic wrapping, and inside the kettle lay a note certifying its quality. The digital watch was a rarity, even more so than mechanical watches of that era. However, as fighter pilots, they were aware that some watches could not withstand the rigors of flight and were prone to damage, which deterred Zhao Yunhang from keeping one for himself. Despite his fondness for it, "These items are excellent. I will take them. I was just pondering what to gift my sister-in-law for her wedding. You can assure me that these items are of legitimate origin, correct?" "Absolutely no problem. Some were purchased from the friendship store, while others were brought to me by my foreign friends. After all, I need to save money to marry a wife, and I am the only one in my family. It would be a waste to use good things, and I fear that others may covet them." Xiao Weiguo humbly presented himself, opening his suitcase to examine the new clothes brought by Zhao Yunhang. He placed the garments into his own cardboard box and handed over the small appliances they had reviewed together, sliding them into the suitcase before presenting it to Zhao Yunhang. After securing the suitcase, the helper who had gone to fetch money returned, confirming the amount of 11,047 without error. Xiao Weiguo cheerfully slipped 2 boxes of Yungang into the helper's hands, eagerly preparing to catch a ride back to the village. "Wait a moment, Weiguo. I have something for you," Wang Yi said before dashing back to the cafeteria. Zhao Yunhang, who had turned to leave, suddenly paused and turned back to Xiao Weiguo, inquiring, "Weiguo, when are you returning to Beijing?" Taken aback by Zhao Yunhang's call, Xiao Weiguo hesitated for a moment before quickly responding, "Brother Zhao? I plan to visit Datong tomorrow. If there's a train, I'll head back then. Do you need me to convey any messages to your family?" "I'm returning tomorrow as well. Would you like to accompany me?" Zhao Yunhang asked. Sure, that would be wonderful. It's nice to have someone to look out for each other on the way. So, should I not buy a ticket tomorrow?" "Don't bother. Just be here before 8 in the morning, and I will come to find you," Zhao Yunhang instructed before leaving with his comrades. A few minutes later, Wang Yi emerged, holding a bag of flour that contained a small portion of goods. Casually, he placed the bag onto the cart and patted Xiao Weiguo on the shoulder, saying, "Let us go. I want to be seeing you off on your way home." Xiao Weiguo nodded, smiling as he replied, "All right, you take care. I'll return with Brother Zhao tomorrow. It's less than 400 kilometers, and along the national highway. It should take 5 or 6 hours at most. I can even take turns driving with him. You must visit me when you go to Beijing. I'll treat you to Peking duck at Quanjude. Are you taking a car back? Chef Wang asked, somewhat confused. Aren't pilots prohibited from driving? If we drive back, make sure not to let the pilots take the wheel. Be cautious on the road. I must be on my way. Xiao Weiguo nodded in agreement, bidding a reluctant farewell as the cart ventured into the vast expanse of white snow. Chapter 6. The departure. The news of the village's only educated youth preparing to leave spread throughout the entire Zaijiapu within a single day. In this small village of hundreds of households, any event beyond the daily lives of its inhabitants could quickly become common knowledge and a topic of conversation among the villagers. Most remained indifferent to Xiao Weiguo's departure, viewing it as merely an amusing anecdote of life, while some felt a pang of sadness, including a girl secretly in love with him, who shed silent tears. Furthermore, a few older men regretted not marrying off their daughters to Xiao Weiguo sooner, believing that their daughters could benefit from the rations he would provide, thereby sharing in the good fortune. Fortunately, Xiao Weiguo was unaware of these sentiments. Otherwise, he would have fled under the cover of night, enacting a dramatic escape from an unfortunate educated youth. Not for any other reason than the fact that the appearances of these young women could only be described as peculiar. Xiao Weiguo felt acutely aware of his own mediocre character and lowly persona, believing himself unworthy of the exquisite beauty of the young lady, and he refrained from wasting her precious youth. He returned the carriage and arranged for it to be used again the following morning. As dusk fell, he made his way home, only to find the lights aglow within. Despite his parents' reprimands, Jiang's second son dashed into Xiao Weiguo's home. He prepared 2 bowls of rice, sautéed a dish of meat, and another of eggs. The boy, who caused Xiao Weiguo a slight discomfort, deftly kindled the fire, and together they finished the meal. The child voluntarily took the bowls for washing, and Xiao Weiguo did not hinder him. Are you leaving, brother? Yes. Initially, Xiao Weiguo wished to dissuade the children from calling him brother, yet he found himself at a loss for an alternative. It seemed absurd to have them address him as hey, that guy. So he ultimately acquiesced. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Oh. Xiao Weiguo retrieved a key, hesitated for a moment, then put it away again. After a brief pause, he spoke. Go back and tell your father to see me off at 6 tomorrow morning. I've arranged for old Zhang to prepare the carriage. I will handle breakfast. Once he has taken me to the army, he can return. Oh. Zhang Zhongbing appeared rather displeased. The sound of doors opening and closing echoed, while the crunch of snow beneath cotton shoes resonated outside. The cold moonlight flooded into the room the instant the door swung open. For nearly 3 years, Xiao Weiguo had struggled to comprehend the dynamics with his family from a past life. He had formulated a rough idea: assist significantly in major matters and modestly in minor ones, while avoiding emotional detachment. Such behavior would seem pretentious. Conversely, over-involvement could disturb the equilibrium of their original family life, which would not bode well for them. By refraining from excessive interference, they might remain on their previous life's trajectory, simple, with minor regrets, yet blissful. He resolved to regard himself as one of their kin, allowing the nuances of relationships to evolve gradually over time. At 5 in the morning, he arose to find the world still cloaked in darkness. He boiled a few eggs, tidied his room, and packed his belongings into a designated space, leaving behind 2 nylon bags, one containing his bedding and luggage, the other filled with clothes and assorted items. He left behind pots and pans, as well as a well-used but functional tape recorder and a similarly aged radio. Outside, the earthen jar was filled with frozen meat, and inside, bags of rice and flour piled up to more than 10. He had also set aside a piece of cotton cloth along with various other daily necessities. Although the quantity was considerable, it represented the limits of what he could leave. These items may seem unremarkable, yet they were invaluable at this juncture. Leaving behind items of high value might not provide them with peace of mind. As Xiao Weiguo stepped outside with 2 bags in hand, the door to the upper room opened, revealing Jiang Weiguo, who also carried 2 bags. This man was Xiao Weiguo's grandfather from his past life. Yet he now appeared as a young man in his 30s, a father of 3. Jiang Weiguo was sturdy of build, though rather short, standing just over 1.60 meters, placing him among the shorter northern men, where anyone below 1.50 meters would be termed a dwarf. Jiang Weiguo is an exceptionally honest man, often reticent in conversation. Yet he exhibits a starkly different demeanor in his area of expertise, particularly in farming and livestock rearing. He is not one to shy away from expressing his dissatisfaction, especially when he excels in his work. Old Jiang, what have you brought? Is it a gift for me? Xiao Weiguo, with his youthful visage and sparse hair, dons a large, woolen hat that adds a touch of endearment to his smile. Ah, your aunt made you a New Year's outfit, and I've crafted a few pairs of shoes and knitted you a pair of woolen gloves. You're growing quickly. These clothes and shoes might be a tad large now, but they should fit perfectly next year. By the year after, they may be too small. I also brought some chestnuts and millet. Since you love them, I packed a little extra for you. As the two stepped out of the main door, they had not ventured far when Jiang Zhongbing trailed behind, chuckling to himself. He had sneaked out. In the past, wolves were abundant in this area, and although they have nearly become extinct due to recent hunts, the elders remain wary of children roaming freely outside. Since he had already come out, it would not do to let him return alone. Should he stray and not come home, it would necessitate a search. This rascal is clever. While he often finds himself in minor trouble and receives daily scoldings, he remains unfazed. The Jiang family upholds a commendable tradition of refraining from striking children. Otherwise, a boy like him would likely endure daily beatings in other households. The trio trudged through the snow to the livestock shed, where old Jiang had already prepared the cart and fed the mule. To Xiao Weiguo's surprise, Secretary Yang was also present, and the cart bore an additional large bag. Upon inspection, Xiao discovered that the bag contained sunflower seeds, a rather luxurious snack during this period, with prices soaring, retailers charging 2 yuan per pound for roasted seeds, while a modest bag of 5 taels fetched 50 cents. The yield is low, and the local cultivation of raw seeds is scarce, with the purchase price exceeding 1 yuan. Quite a significant expenditure from the secretary. Where did it come from? I exchanged it at the grain station, replied the secretary. As Xiao Weiguo, Jiang Weiguo, and old Jiang lit their cigarettes, they turned to the secretary, inquiring, "Is there something you require of me?" The seeds are lightweight. A standard nylon bag holds only 80 jin of seeds, amounting to over 80 yuan. Xiao Weiguo found it hard to believe that the secretary would be so generous. The secretary, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and whispered, "Your brother is getting married, and I wish to provide him with a gift. I need your assistance." "What do you need?" Xiao Weiguo, with a cigarette in his mouth, did not light it. Having resolved to abandon his previous unhealthy habits that led to chronic ailments and an untimely death. "Can you procure a bicycle? A radio would suffice if necessary." "That requires an industrial coupon. Can't you find a way through the commune?" "I just purchased a bicycle this year using an industrial coupon obtained from the commune. Asking for another might not be advisable. If you could manage to bring me another bag of seeds, I would forego the radio and instead provide you with a tape recorder, a foreign brand, free of charge and without the need for tickets. It can serve both as a tape player and a radio. I can arrange for a bicycle as well, but I will need 170 yuan. Do you have that much?" Upon hearing the recording device, Secretary Yang initially felt a surge of excitement, but soon his expression soured. Although he had managed to acquire some sunflower seeds and had a bit of cash, his original intention was to fund a wedding banquet for his brother. Additionally, he still needed to save up for a bicycle, and there were expenses for the wedding and setting up a new home for that troublesome lad. What was he to do? "Wait a moment," he said, "I will fetch you the sunflower seeds, but first, you must bring me that recording device." In the villages of the 1970s, having a few hundred cash at home indicated one belonged to a wealthy family. Secretary Yang was on the verge of gathering all the necessary items, indicating his family's substantial resources. He pushed the bicycle, leaning it against the wall as he prepared to leave, unperturbed by the darkness that threatened to trip him up. Yang reminded Xiao Weiguo that he himself possessed industrial coupons. In recent years, he had frequently visited the county and Datong City to acquire various supplies, and such coupons were indispensable. However, they could not be used elsewhere, and taking them home would yield no benefit. After contemplating, Xiao Weiguo caught up with Secretary Yang and grasped his arm. "Old Yang, aside from that bag of recording devices, could you get me 2 more bags of sunflower seeds? I'll procure 30 industrial coupons from my friends in the army. I'll compensate you with an additional 100 for the seeds, plus 10 as a wedding gift for you, Brother Yang. With a bit more money from you, it should suffice to purchase a bicycle, don't you think?" Upon hearing this, old Yang became exhilarated. With this exchange, he would only need an additional 60 yuan to acquire a Phoenix brand bicycle. As for the debt for the seeds, he had plenty of ways to repay it. "Sure, why not? Let us go. Hurry to the grain station and borrow some grain. I will repay him after the autumn harvest next year." Fortunately, the grain station was conveniently located within their village, and most of the staff were local residents. Otherwise, even as the secretary, His words might not carry weight. Secretary Yang entered the grain station, and Xiao Weiguo and others did not follow. It was not until the secretary had the 3 bags of sunflower seeds loaded onto the cart that he himself climbed aboard. Xiao Weiguo, skilled in driving the cart, urged the mule to a brisk trot, reaching the army's gates in just over an hour. As the cart approached, several people disembarked and waited outside. After Xiao Weiguo announced his name and was granted entry, he took over driving the cart to deliver the goods. Once inside the military camp, noticing the area was clear, Xiao Weiguo quickly stowed all the items from the cart into his storage space, leaving only 1 bag of luggage and a bag of grain. He could manipulate the items within his space at will, even suspending them in midair, though it was already quite full. Not long after the cart had left, a Beijing 212 Jeep came to a halt in front of it. The passenger window rolled down, and the headlights were so bright that they nearly blinded him. Xiao Weiguo steered the cart into a shadowy spot, and upon closer inspection, he recognized Zhao Yunhang inside the vehicle. "Are you planning to drive this cart back to Beijing?" Zhao Yunhang rolled his eyes at the sight of Xiao Weiguo driving a cart. "Haha, brother Zhao, I have no vehicle at the moment. I'll place my luggage in your car, and then take the cart to the camp entrance." Understanding that Zhao was merely jesting, Xiao Weiguo responded with laughter, without hesitation. Once the luggage was secured, the car followed the cart toward the military camp's entrance, the headlights illuminating the path ahead. Xiao Weiguo skillfully maneuvered the cart, swiftly reaching the entrance. "Hey, how did you return so quickly, educated youth?" Jiang Zhongbing, upon spotting the horse-drawn carriage from a distance, hurriedly approached. Xiao Weiguo, gripping the reins, handed them to Jiang Weiguo while exhaling in the chilly air. "I have placed everything in the rear carriage," he explained. He then retrieved the meticulously prepared items from his pocket and presented them to Secretary Yang and Jiang Weiguo. "Secretary Yang, here are the industrial vouchers and 110 yuan. This contains a tape recorder." "Splendid, splendid. Thank you, thank you." Secretary Yang was overjoyed. "Uncle Jiang, this is the key to my room, along with some ration coupons. Everything in the house is left for you. I have been a burden to your family for years. I consider you all as my own family. Use what you need, and don't let the coupons expire." Before Lao Yang could respond, Jiang Weiguo waved him off, insisting, "I cannot accept this. You will need it as well." Xiao Weiguo no longer insisted, turning to stuff the items into Jiang Zhongbing's pockets while holding his hand to prevent any further objections. He continued, "These items are not universally applicable. If I take them back, they will merely become worthless paper. The items at home are quite good. I can't bear to give them away. Please, keep them for yourselves. In the future, for any significant events at home, do inform me. We are all family now. Do not regard me as a stranger. Children, including my aunt, no, I mean my sister, must continue their education. Only through schooling can they acquire skills, at least a vocational school, preferably a university. If they do not attend school, they will face severe consequences. Should there be any financial barriers, inform me, and I shall send money. If they can secure a position, excellent. If not, they should go to Beijing, and I will assist in finding employment. Uncle, if you have the opportunity to go to Beijing, I can help you find work as well. It may be arduous, yet the financial rewards will far surpass farming. Now, go, and write to me often. Zhongbing knows the address." With that, he released Jiang Zhongbing's hand and leapt into the truck, which then turned around and headed back to the military camp. Jiang Zhongbing, with reddened eyes and a heavy heart, felt a profound sense of loss. He had always been quite attached to Xiao Weiguo, never perceiving him as an outsider. He found Xiao Weiguo to be remarkably approachable. In truth, their family had never considered Xiao Weiguo an outsider either. Although they were not exactly kin, they felt a bond that surpassed that of ordinary relatives and friends. After a few moments, Jiang Weiguo finally withdrew the coupons from Jiang Zhongbing's pocket for a closer examination. There were 2 thick stacks, containing a variety of vouchers. Feeling uneasy, he approached the sentry booth and cautiously inquired, "Comrade of the People's Liberation Army, could you call the person who just entered? I have something for him." The guard replied curtly, "He left on a plane." "How can I summon someone who has already departed?" "What? A plane? I thought pilots were like you, riding in horse-drawn carts." They were unaware that ordinary people could also fly. Thus, a legendary tale of an extraordinary educated youth, Xiao Weiguo, emerged within their village, township, and county. Chapter 7. Returning home, distant mountains, trees by the roadside, and lowly dwellings were adorned by a thick layer of snow, resembling a heavy quilt. While picturesque, it also emanated a chill. Beijing, much like Shaanxi province, is draped in a silvery shroud. Where the architecture of this era predominantly exhibits hues of slate gray and earthy yellow, seldom adorned with vibrant colors. It resembles an aged photograph or a delicate ink wash painting. Xiao Weiguo, having grown accustomed to the dazzling neon lights and the vibrant nightlife of the modern world, finds a unique charm in the pre-industrial cityscape. On the 212 bus, a shift occurs. This time, Xiao Weiguo occupies the front passenger seat, while Zhao Yunhang resides in the back. Xiao Weiguo is still reeling from the experience of having boarded an aircraft in this era, a bomber, no less. The aircraft, an old for imported from the Soviet Union, boasts a rather antiquated design, its wings adorned with four massive propellers. A military enthusiast in his previous life, Xiao Weiguo feels an exhilarating thrill at encountering a genuine warplane for the first time, yet his body struggles to cope with the turbulence, contrasting sharply with the comfort of commercial flights from his past life. The reputation of Air Force pilots for possessing the strongest constitutions is no mere jest. While Zhao Yunhang remains unfazed, Xiao Weiguo grapples with waves of nausea, feeling as though he might vomit, yet unable to do so. After closing his eyes for over half an hour, the churning in his stomach begins to subside. Suddenly, Zhao Yunhang breaks the silence, inquiring about Xiao Weiguo's home. "Where do you live? I can take you home first." "Nanluo Guxiang, in Dongqing district. If you're in a hurry, you can drop me off at the bus station. I can take the bus back." "Let us drop you off first," Zhao Yunhang replies. Though generally not aloof, their relative unfamiliarity sometimes renders their conversation sparse. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Weiguo cautiously poses a burning question. "Zhao Ge, I never anticipated I would have the chance to fly. Why do we take a plane back? Driving would have been quite convenient, considering it's only a bit over 300 kilometers. We could have arrived in 5 hours via the provincial road." Zhao Yunhang is taken aback by Xiao Weiguo's query, finding it somewhat naive. What else would pilots take? Besides, pilots aren't allowed to drive. Would a pilot ever choose another mode of transportation for relocation? Certainly not. As for Xiao Weiguo's unvoiced curiosity about why he was permitted to accompany them, even if he had asked, Zhao Yunhang would have explained that at this time, pilots wishing to travel with family typically fly their own aircraft. Though jets are excluded due to the significant G-forces, which untrained civilians would find intolerable, pilots aren't allowed to drive. Who imposes such a rule? Xiao Weiguo has never encountered such a notion. It's common sense in the military, isn't it? Zhao Yunhang responds, somewhat exasperated. Is it common sense? Or merely a standard among your Air Force? Xiao Weiguo scratches his head, uncertain. Is this truly common knowledge? Zhao Yunhang finds himself momentarily stumped by Xiao Weiguo's question, unsure if the prohibition against pilots driving is considered general knowledge. Prior to enlistment, he had little interaction with children outside his immediate circle. Could it be that only their Air Force community is privy to such information? Nanluo Guxiang, a small courtyard transformed into a bustling communal space, witnessed Xiao Weiguo directing the car to a halt at the entrance, relying on his memory. He opened the trunk and began unloading items, initially intending to carry only 2 bags for convenience. However, upon opening one of the bags sent by Xiao Weiguo, Chef Wang, back at the canteen, was taken aback by the abundance of contents. Feeling undeserving of such generosity, he resolved to reciprocate by gathering some items for Xiao Weiguo. A nylon bag filled with various foods and 2 wooden boxes, each over a meter long and standing 60 to 70 centimeters high, were presented to Xiao Weiguo. He noted that the boxes contained an array of porcelain, which held little value for Chef Wang, much of it being surplus from the military's supply to the soldiers for target practice. The gate of the communal courtyard was perpetually open, and at that moment, it coincided with lunchtime. Those working in factories or offices could dine at the canteen, while others returned home for their meals. In those times, automobiles were a rarity, especially small cars. The sight of a vehicle parked at the courtyard drew onlookers, with several children even balancing their bowls as they wandered over to witness the commotion. As Xiao Weiguo unloaded the items from the car and placed them at the entrance, residents from the courtyard began to emerge. He slung one bag over his shoulder and grasped another in hand, making his way into the yard. Zhao Yunhang followed suit, carrying a bag of his own, while the soldier driver stacked the 2 wooden boxes and attempted to carry them inside. However, the boxes were exceedingly heavy, and after a few steps, the edges began to dig painfully into his hands. At that moment, someone unexpectedly reached over and lifted the top box, stating, "Comrade, allow me to assist you." With the burden alleviated, the driver smiled in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, comrade. Please help me take this box to Comrade Xiao Weiguo's home." The individual assisting was taken aback, exclaiming, "Weiguo? The person ahead is Xiao Weiguo?" I didn't recognize him with his head down. The courtyard was modest in size, with each household having added extensions, making it feel even more cramped. Xiao Weiguo led the way, encountering Mr. Qin, who had just stepped out. He greeted him with a bright smile. "Mr. Qin, it's Weiguo. I'm back." It's Weiguo. You've grown so tall in just a few years. Have you returned from being a sent-down youth? Not leaving again?" Mr. Qin expressed surprise, not expecting the boy he had seen in 2 or 3 years to have grown so much. "Yes, this time I'm not going anywhere," Xiao Weiguo replied. Weiguo. Which Weiguo? Whom else could it be? Xi Kanglin's son, the one who went to be a sent-down youth a few years back. "My goodness. You've changed so much. You're not the same as before." "How so?" "Weiguo has his father's stature and his mother's looks." "Indeed. By the way, isn't the daughter from the Li family next door also a sent-down youth? She should be returning soon, right?" "Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Li are quite anxious, running to the street office daily. Who wouldn't be worried? Girls have it tougher out there than boys." As Xiao Weiguo conversed, he continued walking, soon spotting his own door ajar. He wondered, could someone have pried open my door? Surely not, with Mr. Qin and so many neighbors watching. A small girl emerged from within the door, her withered, yellow hair a tangled mess, her thin frame fragile, and her large eyes swollen like ripe peaches. The cotton coat she wore was as thin as paper, tattered and patched, its hem revealing a waist constricted by a coarse hemp rope. Her slender arms were exposed, and her trousers were in such disarray that they barely covered her knees. Her shoes were riddled with holes, likely beyond repair, and her small hands, face, and calves bore the marks of frostbite and cracks. In the past, poverty was widespread. Few families possessed quality clothing, living instead in a cycle of new for 3 years, old for 3 years, and patched for another 3. In families with numerous children, the youngest might never have worn new clothes, donning garments passed down from elder siblings. Such was the harsh reality that even the basic gender norms of children's clothing could not be assured. If the eldest was a sister, her worn clothes would inevitably be worn by her brother. In dire circumstances, a family might possess only a single pair of trousers, worn by whoever ventured outside. However, by the late 1970s, the scarcity of basic living necessities within the country had begun to ease. In large cities like Beijing, although poverty had not been eradicated, there were likely fewer children in the plight of the girl before us. The little girl stood anxiously at the threshold, her small hands twisting the hem of her garment, her frostbitten knuckles swollen and painful, making it difficult to fully close her hands. Bowing her head, she dared not make a sound until Xiao Weiguo approached, at which point she timidly whispered, "Brother Weiguo." Xiao Weiguo recognized her immediately. She was Li Yonghong, the sister of his childhood friend Li Weijun, who had sent him a telegram regarding a remittance. He set his travel bag against the wall and gently took her small hand, leading her into the house, followed closely by the others. As Xiao Weiguo lifted the curtain to the inner room, he saw Li Weijun lying on the kong, pallid and with a leg encased in plaster, covered by a soiled quilt. Li Weijun stared at the ceiling, silent and unresponsive. Junzi, are you feeling better? Your brother has returned." Xiao Weiguo approached, clasping Li Weijun's hand, only to discover it icy and trembling. The kong was cold, there was no fire. He noticed tears slipping from the corners of Li Weijun's eyes as he turned his head to lean against the wall. Xiao Weiguo touched Li Weijun's forehead and then his own, confirming that he did not have a fever. He tucked the quilt around him and led Li Yonghong to the outer room, quietly inquiring, "Is Junzi's only injury his leg, or are there others?" Li Yonghong remained silent, her head bowed. Understanding that she was likely frightened and wary, Xiao Weiguo leaned down, bringing his ear close to her face, and asked softly once more, "Xiao Hong, tell Brother Weiguo, is it just Junzi's leg that is broken, or are there other injuries?" After a pause, she began to cry, explaining that he had only sustained superficial injuries, but his leg was broken and would not heal properly. "How long has it been?" Xiao Weiguo asked again. 6 or 7 days, she replied. Li Yonghong stifled her sobs, struggling to prevent herself from breaking into tears, though her small frame trembled uncontrollably. Where did the money she sent to her brother come from? Li Yonghong remained silent, tears streaming down her face, and Xiao Weiguo, having just spoken, already understood. He noticed a pile of stiff cardboard in the corner, marked with rows of characters indicating matchboxes. This was how Li Yonghong and Li Yongjun sustained themselves, by assembling matchboxes. Xiao Weiguo gently grasped Li Yonghong's frostbitten little hand, feeling a deep sense of frustration within. Tell me, how much can you earn from making matchboxes in a day? Sometimes 30 cents, sometimes 40 cents. Li Yonghong had tried her utmost to suppress her emotions, but as a child, she could no longer contain herself. And soon she was sobbing desperately. Holding Li Yonghong tightly in his embrace, Xiao Weiguo whispered, 30 cents a day amounts to merely 9 yuan a month. 2 people need to eat, dress, keep warm, buy medicine, and purchase salt. You even sent me 10 yuan. You worry that I cannot survive outside, and still send me money. Why are you so foolish? He took off his sheepskin coat and wrapped it around Li Yonghong. Unable to hold back his tears any longer, which streamed down his face. The neighbors nearby felt a pang of sympathy, with Zhao Yunhang particularly affected. Having never witnessed such a scene before, wiping his tears, Xiao Weiguo awkwardly addressed Zhao Yunhang. Brother Zhao, I had intended to treat you to a meal, but today is rather inconvenient. When will you be leaving? Please choose a time, and I will take you and this gentleman out to dine. Zhao Yunhang shook his head in refusal, saying, no need for that. You should settle in at home. I will take my leave now. After speaking, he reached into his leather jacket pocket and retrieved a wallet, pulling out a stack of money before Xiao Weiguo's astonished gaze. This is 30 kilograms of national food coupons and 50 yuan, given to me by Master Wang to pass on to you. Please, no. This is just a matter of courtesy between friends. What does Master Wang mean by this? Please return it on my behalf. Xiao Weiguo quickly declined. Take it. Master Wang said if you refuse, he will throw it away and then give you a beating to vent his anger. I advise you to accept it. Fine, fine. I shall take it. Xiao Weiguo relented, sensing that Master Wang truly intended to reprimand him, and that all other reasons were mere pretexts. Xiao Weiguo took the money, and Zhao Yunhang opened his wallet once more, this time emptying its entire contents into Xiao Weiguo's hands with a serious expression. This is for the little sister. It is not much, but it is meant to help her get by. I will bring her some clothes in the coming days. Xiao Weiguo quickly waved his hands in refusal, saying, Brother Zhao, we cannot accept this money. Now that I have returned, she lacks for nothing. I have prepared new clothes for her, a freshly made cotton coat that I had planned to send back. Since I am returning myself, I will bring it along. Your family also has its own needs. Just take it. Enough of this fuss. Don't waste it unnecessarily. Farewell. Zhao Yunhang pressed money into Xiao Weiguo's hand and turned to leave. Behind him, the soldier who had driven Zhao Yihong also thrust a 20 yuan note into Xiao Weiguo's hand before chasing after him. Zhao Yunhang, already handsome, had just exhibited a commanding presence while thrusting the money, which made the young women in the courtyard gaze at his retreating figure with eyes ablaze with admiration. Chapter 8. The courtyard. Xiao Weiguo pulled Li Yonghong along as they escorted Zhao Yunhang to the end of the alley. They accepted the money, knowing that Xiao Weiguo would repay this kindness when the opportunity arose. You should head back quickly. It's quite cold outside. Look how the young lady is shivering. Go back, light the stove, and prepare something warm for them to eat. Zhao Yunhang had noticed the chill inside the house earlier. As they rode away slowly, Xiao Weiguo waited until the car turned the corner and was out of sight before leading Li Yonghong and a few curious children back home. Zhao Yunhang, being a handsome individual, handled affairs with grace. Take, for instance, the matter of returning to Beijing. He could have chosen not to bring Xiao Weiguo along, yet he did. Even after arriving in Beijing, he could have left Xiao Weiguo to find his own way back, but he chose instead to escort him home. At Xiao Weiguo's residence, he helped move items and even provided monetary assistance, leaving the neighbors in the courtyard astonished. In their eyes, Xiao Weiguo had found a benefactor, or at the very least, a good friend, and that friend was a high-ranking Air Force officer. The pilot's leather jacket and blue trousers, though perhaps unfamiliar, were recognizable enough. The ability to ride in a car implied a position of leadership. In the military, that meant being an officer, which inadvertently brought Xiao Weiguo numerous advantages in the narrow lanes of East City. If Xiao Weiguo were aware of his neighbor's thoughts, he might bemusely remark that the notion of a pilot not being able to drive and requiring a chauffeur was indeed not common knowledge. Upon returning home with Li Yonghong, Xiao Weiguo found the neighbors still gathered, undeterred by the cold, standing at the entrance to witness the commotion. Grandpa Qin, accompanied by several men from the courtyard, also joined in. Xiao Weiguo promptly greeted everyone, offering cigarettes to each person. The men and women alike accepted the cigarettes and lit them. One elderly gentleman, slightly frail and over 60, chuckled and said, Yungang brand. This tobacco is produced in Shaanxi. I tried it once, and it's quite pleasant. However, I've heard that the finest tobacco from Shaanxi is called Dagwan, though I've never had the chance to try it. Xiao Weiguo raised his thumb in approval, stating, Grandpa Li, you truly have an eye for quality. I happen to have a few boxes of Dagwan. I'll tidy up my things and, on another day, deliver a box to each neighbor for a little taste. That sounds delightful, chimed in another elder, known as Grandpa Wang by the residents of the courtyard. In the small courtyard where Xiao Weiguo resided, there were 6 families in total. Due to the limited space and few houses, it was considered a small community within the larger courtyard. The main house to the north, along with the east and west side rooms, comprised 7 rooms shared by 3 families. Grandpa Qin's family, consisting of 2 elderly individuals and 4 children, occupied the 3 rooms of the main house. Grandpa Qin was the most well-off among them, being an employee at a cotton spinning factory. His eldest son, Qin Weiman, had retired from military service and was assigned to the public security department. After marrying, he moved into a house provided by his workplace along with his wife and 2 children. The second son, Qin Weihang, and his wife both work as train conductors. After their marriage, they were allocated 2 small rooms at their workplace, situated at a considerable distance from each other. Their demanding jobs leave them little time to visit their elderly parents throughout the year. The family also includes 2 daughters. The third child, Qin Weili, is married to a laborer, while the youngest daughter, Qin Weihua, has just turned 16 and is now in her first year of high school. The elderly couple and their several older children dote on her, as if she were a precious gem. The east wing consists of 2 small rooms, which were later expanded to include an additional room. This space is occupied by the young widow, Zhang Lu, along with her in-laws and 2 children. Previously, Zhang's parents resided in another large courtyard in Chongwen district with her brother and sister. Following the death of her eldest brother and the marriages of her younger brother and sister, they moved in with the eldest daughter-in-law, ostensibly to help care for the children. While they indeed assist with childcare, there may also be an underlying concern about the daughter-in-law potentially remarrying, prompting them to keep a close watch. The elderly couple is quite capable, otherwise, they would not have acquired these 2 residences. The eldest son of the Zhang family was well regarded in life, earning the respect of neighbors, much like Xiao Weiguo's father, Xiao Chonglin, who also worked as a steel mill laborer. However, he too had a penchant for mischief, often found drinking or brawling with a rowdy group of friends. Nevertheless, they were never a nuisance to their neighbors and were always willing to lend a hand in times of need. Tragically, during winter, when the second child was born, the eldest brother was killed in a brawl with some ruffians, resulting in 2 fatalities that day, one being him. This year, the Zhang family's youngest son has just celebrated his 7th birthday. The West Wing also comprises 2 small rooms, home to Mr. Li, who has taken over Xiao Weiguo's narrative. Mr. Li is a handyman, lacking formal employment, relying instead on his tricycle to earn a living by transporting goods. He typically finds work at the railway freight station, furniture stores, and trust shops. Throughout their lives, the elderly couple has given birth to 7 daughters, managing to support only 4. Lacking a son, he has been disparagingly labeled as old childless behind his back, a truth he knows but dares not contest. His feelings of inadequacy stem from this absence. He feels diminished in the presence of others, with the greatest regret of his life being the lack of a son. Consequently, he is particularly drawn to young boys who visit, harboring a sense of envy. When Xiao Weiguo faced bullying from Xiao Chonglin, he would often seek refuge in the homes of Mr. Li or the Qin family. In the eastern section of the courtyard resides the Wang family, led by Wang Dongfeng, a man in his 30s. He cares for his elderly mother and has a son and daughter, as well as unmarried siblings. Wang Dongfeng works as a waiter in a state-run restaurant, where he has developed a rather unpleasant temperament, earning a poor reputation in the courtyard. Conveniently located near the entrance, their family has also constructed a small additional room in the courtyard wall. The southernmost row of houses within the courtyard faces north and remains shrouded in shadows. Known as the backward house, it is home to a family that cherishes 4 generations living under one roof. The elderly man shares the surname Wang. Originally, there were 3 rooms here, but now a small room has been constructed from their windowsill to the southern wall of Xiao Weiguo's home. This family had long desired to build, but Xiao Chonglin forbade it. After several altercations, a feud developed between the 2 families. However, Xiao Chonglin, with his rough demeanor and numerous dubious acquaintances, intimidated the Wang family, who were timid and refrained from voicing their grievances. Thus, they did not dare to construct anything without permission. The house was built after Xiao Weiguo left as a sent-down youth. Old Wang's father is currently bedridden, and among his 3 daughters, 2 have married, leaving the eldest who claims she is waiting for her previous partner's return. Her former suitor was once a Red Guard and later sought to be sent down as a youth, tirelessly trying to leverage connections to return. Both of her brothers have established families, and each has a son. 10 individuals reside together, resulting in constant friction, minor quarrels every 3 days, and significant disputes every 5. Interpersonal clashes occur frequently, as if it is a routine necessity. On the western side of the courtyard resides the Xiao Weiguo family. Their home is relatively newer, and the origins of the house remain unknown to Xiao Weiguo. All he knows is that Xiao Chonglin came from Jinghai, having fallen out with his family after graduating from middle school, and subsequently became an apprentice at a steel mill. For 20 years, father and son did not recognize each other. At that time, Jinghai County still belonged to Hebei Province, until 1973, when it, along with several other counties, was incorporated into Tianjin. Xiao Chonglin was once a formal worker, but later became a temporary worker due to personal performance and identity issues. He had always exhibited a rebellious nature, though he maintained a sense of self-awareness. Despite his wayward lifestyle, he never engaged in criminal activities, and his greatest fault lay in his poor treatment of family members. He had no significant transgressions and managed to maintain decent relations with neighbors, which is quite remarkable for someone of his disposition, allowing him to avoid incarceration for many years. Xiao Weiguo's mother, Zheng Yu, hails from Beijing, specifically from the Beizifang area in the XW district. Her parents are alive, and she has 2 older brothers and an older sister, though the family's character is questionable. In an effort to secure employment for their son while also seeking financial gain, Zheng Yu's parents clandestinely arranged her marriage to the foolish son of a factory leader, a man who, even in his 30s, lacked basic self-care. Unable to tolerate this, Zheng Yu chose to leave with Xiao Chonglin, whom she regarded as a normal individual with a stable job. During the tumultuous times, her siblings, fearing repercussions from their sister, took their parents and fabricated stories to sever ties with her, even drafting a letter to formally renounce their relationship. In a bid to demonstrate their innocence, they reported their sister, receiving accolades from the factory for their actions. The multifaceted blows to her family, society, and emotional well-being, compounded by widespread malnutrition during that era, ultimately led to Zheng Yu's demise. Does Xiao Weiguo harbor resentment towards his past life? Perhaps the former Xiao Weiguo did, but the one who has traversed time, while inheriting all that came before, views certain matters with greater clarity. For instance, regarding the relationship between the old Xiao family of Jinghai and the Zheng family, he feels little attachment. Having never encountered anyone from the Xiao family aside from Xiao Chonglin, he cannot foster any sense of expectation or belonging towards that household. As for the notion posited by the onlookers that blood relations supersede all else, and that failing to show reverence to one's elders invites ridicule from the world, he held it in utter disdain. Much like the videos he had encountered online in his previous life, he had observed that some scoundrels, in their youth, abandoned their families to pursue a life of indulgence, only to return, frail and destitute, seeking refuge from the very kin they had forsaken for decades. They expected their estranged offspring to support them in their old age and provide them with financial assistance. Xiao Weiguo harbored a resolute disdain for such individuals. He believed that one should not descend to such depths of shamelessness. If one could abandon their family decades ago, then they should possess the awareness to perish outside without disrupting the lives of their original family. If they failed to do so, they could not blame their family for taking a stand against them. Xiao Chonglin's decision to leave home was something Xiao Weiguo respected wholeheartedly. Thus, he never contemplated any ties with the Jinghai Xiao family. As for the Zheng family, he felt no animosity. However, the mere thought of them evoked a revulsion akin to discovering flies and cockroaches in one's meal. He had long recognized the necessity of safeguarding himself from that family to prevent any future entanglements. Although several years had passed since they last met, to others, Xiao Weiguo still appeared as a mere child. Coincidentally, it was mealtime, and no further inquiries were made. After a brief chat, everyone returned home to continue their meals, marking the beginning of Xiao Weiguo's careful planning for his new life. Chapter 9. Borrowing coal in the frigid winters of the north, inadequate heating could be fatal. Thus, Xiao Weiguo's first task upon returning home was to ignite the stove. The stoves of the 70s and 80s in the north were rather antiquated, crafted from cast iron, presenting a robust appearance with a thoughtfully designed structure. They featured specially designed tiles for burning honeycomb coal, with a slight curvature allowing 3 tiles to form a cylindrical shape. The inner walls bore vertical grooves, matching the diameter of the honeycomb coal, enabling it to be stacked piece by piece during use. The burnt remnants of the coal would transform into ash at the bottom, while the upper layers would continue to ignite, proving more convenient and hygienic than using coal blocks or briquettes. Another advantage of this stove was the ability to dampen the fire at night with a concave stove cover that had an opening at the top, which slowed the combustion process by reducing the flow of oxygen. This maintained the stove's temperature without extinguishing the flame. The following morning, the cover could be removed, and the fire would continue to burn, alleviating the daily hassle of rekindling the fire. The stove was fitted with a chimney, allowing smoke to be expelled outdoors, enhancing both hygiene and safety. The chimney extended approximately 1 meter in length and had a diameter of around 15 centimeters. With the chimney in place, not only could smoke be vented, but it also contributed to raising the indoor temperature. When installing the chimney, a 90-degree elbow was generally added to the portion extending outside to prevent backdrafts caused by the wind, which could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. By the onset of deep autumn, households would typically begin setting up their stoves and installing chimneys in preparation for the winter. Yet Xiao Weiguo's family home had remained dormant for years, with the stove untouched in the corner. Setting up the stove is a straightforward task. As a native of the northern regions, Xiao Weiguo naturally possesses the skills to do so. In some villages in the north, stoves were still employed for heating during the winter of 2023, though these stoves were of superior quality, often equipped with the capability to install heating pipes. Their combustion efficiency, heating intensity, and economic viability far surpassed that of the stoves available today. After thoroughly cleaning the stove and flue pipe of any dust and ensuring the interior was pristine, he placed the stove in its designated spot. A gentle shake confirmed its stability before he began assembling the flue pipe. The sections of the flue were joined together with a 90-degree elbow, one end securely connected to the stove's exhaust outlet, while the other protruded through a pre-made opening in the window. An additional elbow attachment outside completed the installation. Li Yonghong felt significantly uplifted. The past few days had been fraught with tension, but with Xiao Weiguo's return, she found solace. Although he was not her biological brother, their families shared a profound bond, having supported each other through thick and thin, their parents being colleagues. Over the years, this mutual reliance forged a connection more intimate than that found in many blood relations. Little did they know, the darkest days had passed, leaving only the 3 of them from their 2 families. Xiao Weiguo grew up alongside the Li siblings, attending school together. Their family backgrounds had faced disdain in previous years, and the 4 of them, Xiao Weiguo, Li Yongjun, Li Yonghong, and the stuttering boy, had endured their share of bullying in childhood, prompting them to band together for support. Unlike Xiao Weiguo and the Li siblings, the stuttering boy was targeted solely for his speech impediment. Children of that era were notoriously wild, engaging in fights and mischief as a matter of course. And bullying a pretty girl or striking a handsome boy was merely routine behavior. What accounted for such conduct? It stemmed from their untamed nature and mischievousness. Even the renowned painter Chen Danxing could not escape this. He once recounted on a television program how, as a child, he would impulsively strike boys like Xie Tingfeng without any provocation. This wildness was evident even among the typically gentler children from southeastern provinces, revealing the untamed spirit of northern children during that time. Li Yonghong assisted Xiao Weiguo in securing the flue pipe, and as she held it, she watched him fasten it to the wall with fine wire. The innocence of childhood shone through her face, gradually revealing a smile. Yet her bashfulness around others rendered her endearing. Dusting off his hands, Xiao Weiguo felt a sense of accomplishment and inquired, "Yonghong, where is your family's coal stored?" Li Yonghong, momentarily retreating into shyness, replied, "We have no coal left at home, just a bit for heating the Kong. Our family hasn't even taken out our grain provisions." Li Yonghong lowered her head, feeling a wave of sadness wash over her. Xiao Weiguo had long suspected that the circumstances surrounding Li Yongjun's leg injury were far from simple. The situation was peculiar, especially considering that the Li family already owned 2 rooms in another courtyard in Nanluoguxiang. The siblings were cramped in his space, struggling with insufficient food and warmth. Now, they even dared not return to retrieve their grain ration book. Without it, they would be unable to obtain food or cheap coal. ultimately risking their survival. If they delayed their return even a few more days, it was conceivable that one of them could succumb to the cold. And the dreadful thought of both freezing to death this winter was not entirely unfathomable. At present, Xiao Weiguo lacked coal tickets for Beijing and had no local grain tickets or other necessary vouchers. He possessed a limited number of national grain tickets, but they would certainly be inadequate. Although there seemed to be plenty of supplies in the space, 3 individuals could not sustain themselves for long. Purchasing online, a meager amount might satisfy a craving, but overindulging would lead to significant losses. The immediate priority was to borrow some coal for warmth. Fortunately, Dado coal and the powdered coal from the station did not require tickets, so he could acquire some for urgent needs. Once his grain ration book arrived, it would alleviate part of their food supply woes. Each month, he could purchase only 240 blocks of coal. If that proved insufficient, he would have to resort to other types of coal. Whom could he approach for a loan of coal? His first choice was Grandpa Qin, who had a relatively better situation and was known for his helpfulness. Even if Xiao Weiguo were unable to repay the coal immediately, Grandpa Qin had various ways to resolve the matter without burdening his family. Grandpa Li could certainly lend some coal as well, but given that his earnings were modest and his family large, it would be better not to trouble him. As for others, Xiao Weiguo preferred to avoid excessive dealings with them. Inside, Li Yonghong tended to Li Yongjun, while Xiao Weiguo stealthily retrieved the bags he had prepared from the space, placing them in a corner. He was not worried that Li Yonghong would notice the additional items in their home. When he returned, Li Yonghong had been crying and likely had no time to count what he had brought back. He then took 2 bamboo baskets from the rickety wooden table in the inner room, filling them with goods from the space and stowing some in a small bag before stepping out and turning into Grandpa Qin's house. Just as he was about to leave, Grandpa Qin spotted Xiao Weiguo approaching through the glass. He was not surprised, gently setting down what he was holding. He opened the door to welcome Xiao Weiguo inside with a smile. "Weiguo, come in, come in. You just got back and have nothing prepared, right? Is your pot empty?" Xiao Weiguo smiled in return, noticing the large bowl of stir-fried cabbage on the table and 5 or 6 corn buns in a nearby basket, evidently prepared for them. "Grandpa Qin, Grandma, I brought a few local specialties for you to taste. I came here seeking your assistance right after returning. I hope you can help me with a small favor." Grandma Qin chuckled softly and turned to wash the dishes, while Grandpa Qin patted Xiao Weiguo's arm, saying, "Everything is ready. Your grandma just finished stir-frying the vegetables, and the corn buns couldn't be steamed in time, so take these few to fill your stomach. Weiguo, it is not that I wish to speak at length, but your return is not merely a fleeting affair. Now, with 3 individuals residing together, it is said that a half-grown lad can consume his father's livelihood. The mere act of securing sustenance poses a considerable challenge. Hence, it is imperative that you promptly secure your position at the steel mill." Uncle Qin spoke with heartfelt concern, yet his intentions were pure. "Indeed, I plan to inquire at the factory tomorrow, and I shall also address my household registration at the street office and police station. I must retrieve my grain and coal rations swiftly, otherwise, our household will not endure for long. Do you think it wise for me to seek Brother Wayman's assistance? I fear that undertaking these matters alone may prolong the process, especially with the new year approaching. Should I delay until the staff takes their holiday, it could become problematic." Uncle Qin pondered this. He reasoned that Xiao Weiguo would not impose upon his son with requests beyond his capacity. Moreover, Qin Weiman was unlikely to acquiesce to all demands. Having been neighbors for many years, and having watched Xiao Weiguo grow, it was only fitting to extend a helping hand. Thus, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Go ahead. Having him accompany you may indeed expedite matters." "Very well. I shall first visit Brother Wayman tomorrow morning to finalize the registration. Uncle, may I borrow 10 more blocks of honeycomb coal? I shall repay you as soon as my coal ration is issued." "Oh, there is no need for repayment. It is simply sitting in the small room by the door. Take what you need." Xiao Weiguo returned home, carrying dishes and steamed buns. After placing the food down, he made his way to Uncle Qin's windowsill and took away 20 blocks of honeycomb coal. As he closed the door and headed home, Aunt Qin cautiously emerged to inspect the bag Xiao Weiguo had brought. "Goodness, old Qin, what is all this?" Uncle Qin emptied the contents, item by item, growing increasingly astonished. There was a bottle of aged vinegar, 2 boxes of Yangong brand cigarettes, a bottle of sorghum liquor, dried apricots, likely from Yonggao, weighing nearly 2 pounds, and sunflower seeds, also around 2 pounds. There were 2 pieces of taigu cake, inscribed with words, and 2 dark, unidentifiable items wrapped in foil, which surely were not inexpensive. These are all fine goods, Aunt Qin remarked, feeling overwhelmed by the abundance. An old saying goes that one cannot bite the hand that feeds, so she suggested, "Old man, these must have cost quite a bit. Weiguo is rather generous. Should we not return some of it?" In truth, both Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin were reluctant to send anything back. They were not in want of a few coins. Yet the gifts from Xiao Weiguo were exceedingly rare, particularly the dried apricots and sunflower seeds, which were difficult to acquire even with money, often subject to purchase limits. Dried fruits were costly, and most people wouldn't buy them in excess. During the new year, sunflower seeds were limited to 1.5 pounds per household, leaving children to sneak a few pieces here and there. Typically, families would buy a small assortment during the festive season to present to guests, a small collection that Beijing locals referred to as zabuan. Let us return some of it, but I shall keep the cigarettes and liquor. I will send the rest back now. Uncle Qin opened Xiao Weiguo's door, just as Xiao Weiguo had ignited the stove and Kong bed in his home. He was now warming water on the stove, while a little girl named Li Weihong sat on a small stool, diligently working the bellows. Chapter 10. Dining. Xiao Weiguo's dwelling had not seen proper maintenance for many years. The plaster on the walls had deteriorated to the point where the underlying whitewash was scarcely visible. The few remaining glass panes in the windows were intact, though two had developed cracks, posing a risk of falling out at any moment. The uppermost window was still covered with old-fashioned paper, now weathered and riddled with holes. At the base of the walls, 2 mouse holes lay silently, leaving one to ponder how those foolish rodents had survived in this empty house over the past couple of years. Perhaps they had wept from hunger. The only electrical appliance was a solitary light bulb, which miraculously still illuminated the space. The furnishings consisted of 2 tables, 3 chairs, and a small stool, each piece marred by dense and wobbly legs, barely standing firm. It would be an understatement to call the condition dilapidated. One could only describe it as utterly decrepit. When Old Man Qin visited Xiao Weiguo's home, he was greeted by an overwhelming sight. 2 large baskets brimming with various foods, while scattered remnants adorned the table. And even more lay strewn across the floor. A wave of dismay washed over Qin. What had once been precious provisions seemed so carelessly amassed in Xiao Weiguo's abode. Although the discarded food on the floor was indeed unacceptable, Qin felt it was not his place to chastise his host, even though he believed such behavior demonstrated a lack of respect for the food itself. Just then, the water in the pot began to boil. Xiao Weiguo lifted the lid and added a handful of millet, followed by the dishes he had brought from Qin's home into the steamer. He intended to remove the steamer once the porridge began to bubble, to prevent the froth from soaking the steamed cornbread above. "Old Man Qin, would you care to share a meal with us?" Xiao Weiguo asked, his tone casual as he was busy, treating Qin as family. In their communal living quarters, the laboring class spoke plainly, eschewing pretentiousness. "Weiguo, these items are too valuable. I cannot accept them. I will keep the tobacco and alcohol, but the rest must be returned to you," Qin replied straightforwardly, asserting that he could not accept such expensive gifts. Xiao Weiguo gestured toward the baskets on the table, saying, "Old man, if I were to claim that these items hold no worth, I would fear divine retribution. Yet, as you can see, I have more than enough. Over the past few years, I have cultivated connections while in the countryside, and upon my return, various families presented me with offerings that I can no longer accommodate. I cannot possibly consume all this myself." He continued, "Moreover, food does not keep well. After all these years of your kindness, what does this small token amount to? Please accept it without hesitation. I must find opportunities to distribute the rest. I need to network and nurture friendships. My brother and I are still awaiting our careers to take off." Seeing the sincerity in Xiao Weiguo's eyes, and recognizing the abundance of provisions within the home, Old Man Qin, after some initial reluctance, decided to accept the offerings. It seemed pointless to continue the pretense of refusal. He thought to himself that he would be able to support Xiao Weiguo more in the future. For now, he would visit his eldest son to ensure that Xiao Weiguo didn't leave empty-handed. Nodding slightly, Grandpa Qin exhaled deeply and smiled. "All right, as it happens. With the new year approaching, I need to prepare some treats for the children. I shall accept this, and should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall not refuse what I can manage." Just as Grandpa Qin turned to leave, he paused and asked Xiao Weiguo, "By the way, Weiguo, what are those 2 large pieces wrapped in tinfoil? They look unfamiliar." Xiao Weiguo was momentarily at a loss, recalling that chocolate was virtually non-existent in the domestic market, and most people were unaware of its existence. "That is chocolate," a specialty from South America. It is rich in sugar and calories. Well, to put it simply, it is quite nutritious, but one should not indulge excessively, as it can lead to weight gain. It is a delicacy reserved for pilots, a gift from an Air Force friend I met while queuing. Reflecting on the person who had escorted Xiao Weiguo back, he surmised that this was the friend he had mentioned. Such foreign delicacies were invaluable, and Grandpa Chin could only marvel. I know of South America, the homeland of the great communist warrior Che Guevara. Is this a specialty from their region? I must let the children taste it. Weiguo. While others lament about hunger and cold, bearing various grievances and struggles, you seem to have cultivated a plethora of good friends. He added, forgive my verbosity, but remember that relationships require nurturing. A fence needs 3 posts, and a hero has 3 helpers. With these allies at your side, your path shall not be arduous. All right, enough of that. You all enjoy your meal. I have a few matters to attend to at the factory this afternoon. I shall pay a visit to your brother Wayman upon my return. Rest assured, you can approach him tomorrow. Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa Chin. Please take care. After seeing Grandpa Chin off, Xiao Weiguo prepared to call the Li siblings to dinner. Upon returning home, Grandpa Chin was seized by Grandma Chin, who had been waiting at the door. In a hushed tone, she asked, didn't you say you were returning it? Why did you bring it back? Grandpa Chin handed the items to his wife and replied quietly, do you know what I found at Weiguo's house? He gestured to indicate the size and continued, 2 large baskets, and without considering the space taken by tobacco and alcohol, they are brimming with these items scattered everywhere, on the table, the floor, estimating at least 20 to 30 pounds. Grandma Chin gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. So much? How much did that cost? Where would a child like Weiguo get such money? Grandpa Chin responded, admiration evident on his face. Weiguo is quite impressive. These items were gifted by friends and fellow villagers. Do you know what those 2 dark pieces are? What are they? Grandma Chin inquired, genuinely curious. That is called kiokweli, a premium food specially provided by comrades from South America for our Air Force pilots. Weiguo mentioned it is highly nutritious, but overindulgence can lead to weight gain. My goodness, from abroad? Is it appropriate for us to accept such valuable items? Of course, let us accept them. In the future, when there are matters in the courtyard, you can lend a hand. Weiguo has plenty of these items, so he is not lacking in this regard. Indeed, it is remarkable how much Weiguo has matured in the years since we last met, resembling a young adult. Please put away the items. We shall bring them out for the children to enjoy during the New Year celebrations. I must first attend to matters at work, and afterwards, I will stop by Wei Min S to ensure that Wei Min S household registration issues are resolved. Just moments ago, Xiao Weiguo's conversation with Grandpa Chin was overheard by the siblings Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong, both of whom found it intriguing. After all, they are merely teenagers, still innocent in their thoughts, yet they are aware that the value of such items is likely quite high. Li Yongjun remained lying on the heated Kong, while Li Yonghong hesitated to pick up the items that had fallen to the ground. She feared that Xiao Weiguo might notice their absence and accuse her and her brother of pilfering. Thus, she remained motionless, gripping the bellows like a startled creature, her wide eyes flickering towards the hearth, where the golden-red flames cast a warm glow upon her face, rendering it flushed. Xiao Weiguo, of course, would not entertain such thoughts. He simply recognized that children without familial support often feel insecure, compelled to navigate life with trepidation and caution. This moment marked the most vulnerable and sensitive period for the Li siblings. Any external pressure, whether well-intentioned or not, could be magnified and distorted in their perception. Although Xiao Weiguo was not well-versed in psychology, he understood that it was best to communicate with them in a calm and ordinary manner, allowing them to gradually release their burdens and emerge from the shadows. Yonghong, come help your brother pick up the items, he called gently. Li Yonghong replied softly. Her head bowed as she swiftly gathered the scattered belongings, placing them on the table before quickly returning to retrieve more. Xiao Weiguo collected the food and other scattered items into a large bowl, then pushed it towards Li Yonghong, casually stating, "This 1 tea suffice for all of us. Let us divide it equally among the 3 of us. Whenever hunger strikes, we can nibble on it. As for the basket, I'll hand one over to you. We can savor it slowly, while the other must be given away. Let us see if we can secure jobs for you and me before the new year." Li Yonghong gazed down at the contents of the bowl, silent. Xiao Weiguo urged, "Yonghong, let us tidy up. It's time for us to eat." She replied, her voice barely above a whisper. She carefully carried the 2 baskets into the inner room and knelt on the Kong to place the items in the corner cupboard. Xiao Weiguo portioned the dishes into 3 servings and boiled 2 bundles of noodles, dividing them as well. Seizing a moment of privacy, he discreetly retrieved 2 large jars from his storage, one containing chili sauce and the other fermented bean paste, alongside a small jar of pickled vegetables. Both sauces were rich with pork fat, beef, and mushrooms, sautéed with various seasonings, their aroma intoxicating. The only distinction lay in the inclusion of chili. Setting a small table atop the Kong, he arranged the meal, yet Li Yongjun remained unmoved. He had been wrestling with feelings of frustration and self-pity, compounded by the biting cold and the torment of both body and spirit. Li Yongjun had always been a reserved yet exceptionally considerate child, especially after their father's passing, with their mother's illness leaving him to shoulder most of the physical burdens as the sole man in the household. He was acutely aware that self-pity would not resolve their dilemmas. However, the uncertainty of the future and the helplessness of the present left him feeling powerless. Fortunately, Xiao Weiguo has returned, providing much-needed support for him and his sister during their most helpless moments. Since childhood, he has always been the prominent figure in their small circle, often merely offering ideas while his companions, Xiao Jibai and Li Yonghong, played the roles of helpers and followers. "Yongjun, it's time to get up for breakfast," echoed his brother's cheerful voice. Li Yonghong gently nudged her brother. "Get up for breakfast." Yongjun, feeling a fleeting shyness and ashamed of his earlier tears, hesitated. Xiao Weiguo, half-jokingly, quipped, "If you can't sit up, I shall carry you." He playfully moved to lift him. No, don't. I can get up myself. Just don't hurt my legs." Yongjun protested, finally managing to sit up. "Haha, you little rascal, I'll have you sorted out," Xiao Weiguo teased, eliciting a chuckle from Yongjun. Watching the playful banter between her brothers, Li Yonghong's eyes sparkled, revealing her first smile of the day. The trio swiftly finished their meals, leaving no remnants of the 5 corn buns, clearly indicating the siblings' ravenous hunger. After the meal, Li Yonghong bowed her head, preparing to wash the dishes. But Xiao Weiguo intervened. "Yonghong, let me handle the dishes. Wait until your hands are better. You sit. I will wash," she quietly insisted, gripping the bowl tightly. Not wanting to upset her further, Xiao Weiguo gently withdrew his hands upon noticing her lips pouting, a sure sign she might cry. "Fine, you wash," he said with a playful tone. "You stubborn girl. Can't I even lighten your load? Use hot water, or else I'll have to scold you." Yonghong thought to herself, feeling comforted by Xiao Weiguo's unchanged demeanor. He had finally returned, and they would be together again, filling her heart with warmth as she hid her eyes behind her hair. Chapter 11. Tomato and Egg Soup. Awoken by the pressing need to relieve himself, Xiao Weiguo glanced at the clock, realizing it was already the early hours of the next day. Exhaustion had clearly taken its toll. After dinner, he had intended to take a brief nap, but ended up sleeping soundly for over 10 hours. He checked the stove, noting that the coal had been freshly replaced, then closed the lid and stepped outside. Peering through the frosted glass, he observed that although dawn had broken, the sun had yet to rise completely. Li Yongjun was still asleep inside, while Li Yonghong, dressed in her tattered clothes, sat by the stove heating water. "Yonghong, up so early?" he inquired. "Ah, Weiguo, you're awake? I'll pour you some water to wash your face," she replied, a bit dazed and seemingly unaware of the earlier commotion. "Pour a bit more. I need to wash my hair. It's been 2 or 3 days, and it's quite oily. Have you washed yet?" "Not yet. The water has just begun to heat," she replied, her speech flowing much more smoothly today, indicating her growing comfort with her childhood companion. However, her voice remained soft, and although she lifted her gaze, she still couldn't meet Xiao Weiguo's eyes directly. Even when their eyes accidentally met, the connection was fleeting. She was similarly reserved with her brother, and even less inclined to meet the gaze of others. This habit, it seemed, would be a lifelong challenge for her to overcome. "Well, I'll wash up first, and then you can go. I can finish in 10 minutes. The toiletries are abundant," as Xiao Weiguo secretly pulls out half a bag filled with various items for washing: shampoo, facial cleanser, mouthwash, laundry detergent, and shoe care supplies, all essentials. The shampoo is Seagull brand, purchased from a supply cooperative, along with Friendship brand shampoo powder. These are the only 2 brands Xiao Weiguo has encountered in the market, with no alternatives available at this time. For brushing his teeth, he uses Jinji toothpaste, conveniently packed in a small paper bag and quite effective. After years in the countryside, Xiao Weiguo feels as dark as a coal ball from the sun, yet his teeth gleam white, reflecting light, rivaling even the natives from Africa. Thanks to this toothpaste's remarkable efficacy, he washes his hair and face simultaneously, using a single basin of water without changing it for fresh water. After drying his hair, he pours the water into the basin to wash his feet. After walking so much yesterday, he finds it uncomfortable not to wash, particularly due to the overwhelming odor that is somewhat stinging to the eyes. Not washing his feet indeed feels quite unpleasant, a habit he retained from his previous life. After sitting by the stove to warm up for a while, he applies a bit of snowflake cream to his face to prevent chapping and rubs some balm on his hands to avoid cracking from the cold. Li Yongjun also rises and steps out, marking the first time Xiao Weiguo has seen him outside, leaning on a makeshift cane fashioned from a tree branch. His expression has returned to calm. In Xiao Weiguo's memory, Li Yongjun has always been remarkably mature for his age, perhaps due to family circumstances. He took on the responsibility of caring for his family at a young age, embodying the role of a dutiful and obedient child. In the past, he helped his mother. Now he looks after his sister. Although opportunities to earn money are scarce, he finds ways to scrape together a few coins each month by scavenging scrap metal and glass, fishing, or making matchboxes, as long as one is willing to exert effort. From his bag, Xiao Weiguo retrieves 2 sets of brand new toiletries and places them on the table. Yonghong, these toiletries are for you. Towels, soap, a toothbrush, an enamel cup, toothpaste, shampoo, laundry powder, shoe powder, snowflake cream, and balm, all brand new. There are 2 complete sets. And I have 2 more for your brother and me. Keep your things separate from ours. He then pulls out a large bag from the corner, revealing a set of floral cotton clothing, a set of black cotton clothing, both padded jackets and pants, along with 2 matching cotton vests, a pair of large cotton shoes, a pair of floral shoes, 2 sets of single-layer clothing, 2 pairs of single-layer shoes, and shirts and skirts in black and blue, designated for her brother. The rest belong to her. Change into these today. The ones you're wearing are infested with lice. I'll throw them away. Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong gaze in astonishment at the sight of these brand new clothes, feeling both surprised and touched that Xiao Weiguo, while stationed in the countryside, thought to bring them clothing and supplies. At Xiao Weiguo's encouragement, Li Yonghong touches her floral cotton jacket and, with a quivering voice, asks, Weiguo, where did you get all this? She could hardly recall the last time she donned a new garment. Her mother was gravely ill, and the household funds were strictly reserved for medical expenses and sustenance. Most of their various tickets were exchanged for money and food, leaving no room for new clothing. The garments she wore were repurposed from her mother's old clothes, or altered from those her brother had outgrown, patched upon patched. In her memories, neither she nor her brother possessed a single article of clothing that was brand new. Xiao Weiguo spoke with a gentle smile. That is a long story. Daily necessities were acquired through tickets. At that time, I had a way to earn money by trading with farmers for their goods, eggs, dried fruits, fresh produce, medicinal herbs, mushrooms, and wild greens. I exchanged whatever they could provide. I would then take these goods to the city to exchange for tickets and cash. The shorter the validity of the tickets, the less I would offer in return. If the tickets were not utilized, they would expire, and I was left to convert them into necessities. Over time, I amassed quite a collection of items through this barter system. When I was assigned to the countryside, I resided with a kind farming family. My assignment came with certain allowances. Some of the fabric and cotton were subsidized, while others were purchased or traded for. I had them make my clothes and shoes. You should express your gratitude to them, Li Yongjun remarked with a sense of awe. He had never imagined that the siblings, who should have been living comfortably in the city, were instead enduring such hardship, while Xiao Weiguo, who was supposed to be laboring in the countryside, was thriving and even capable of returning to care for them. Need I even mention it? I had intended to establish a kinship, but they declined. Yet, would I care for their agreement? It matters not. Otherwise, who would craft my clothes or cultivate the seeds? I still need to procure local specialties. Xiao Weiguo joked with a feigned impudence. Are you not being a scoundrel? Li Yongjun sighed, exasperated. His brother had always been this way, leaving everyone at a loss. While Li Hong also chuckled softly, bowing her head. Go wash up. I will prepare tomato and egg soup for breakfast. I also brought back some steamed buns. But for side dishes, we can only have pickled vegetables. I will cook a bit extra this morning. I must first attend to the household registration matters. And if I am not back by noon, you two should eat without me. I need to treat Mr. Qin's son to a meal. He is a man of status, and maintaining good relations can only be beneficial. Li Hong assisted her brother in sitting down, placing a towel for him to wash his face. The new towel was soft, and the soap was a delightful yellow. Li Hong discreetly inhaled its fragrance. It was truly pleasant. "Red, you go ahead and wash up. I will wash my hair shortly," she said. Li Hong nodded, pressing the towel to her face, feeling both sweet and warm. Just yesterday, she and her brother had been suffering from hunger and cold, and now they had everything they needed. It felt as though she were in a dream. A smile spread across her face, though she shyly stifled her laughter behind the towel, feeling her lips stiffened before she adjusted the towel once more. Li Yongjun was curious about how Xiao Weiguo prepared tomato and egg soup, which could only be described as the simplest of soups. Yet at that moment it felt like a luxury. Tomatoes and eggs were quite scarce, and during the summer, few could indulge in abundance, let alone in the northern winter, where cabbage, potatoes, and radishes were the primary staples. Li Yongjun was utterly astonished to see eggs being pulled from a bag. Aren't they fragile? Is there a special technique to ensure they remain intact? Could it be because of the airplane? Having never experienced handling dozens or even hundreds of eggs, the notion of air travel was beyond his imagination. He had only glimpsed aircraft during parades, and he was still uncertain about how passengers were accommodated within. Li Yongjun picked up a bottle from the stove, examining it closely. "Is this in 4 bottle? Does it contain tomatoes?" "Indeed," came the reply. "How did they get in there?" "They were chopped and placed inside, as you can see." Leaning on his cane, Li Yongjun's curiosity was piqued, while Xiao Weiguo rolled his eyes. "With such a small opening, try putting an unchopped tomato in there." Li Yonghong approached, gripping her brother's arm to watch Xiao Weiguo cook. "When did you put them in?" "In summer, but there are no tomatoes available now." "Oh, in summer? Are tomatoes really that durable? How come they haven't spoiled?" "They are tightly sealed and sterilized at high temperatures, much like canned goods. Just think of it as homemade tomato preserves." "Really? You can make preserves too?" "What can I do? It's just that I can't match the quality of a canning factory. For personal consumption, it's perfectly fine." "Aren't you tired standing there?" "Not really." "What's that green stuff?" "Cilantro." "How did you learn to make this?" "Just learned." "What are those powders?" "Salt, starch, pepper, and dried ginger powder." "Wow. How do you have everything?" "I have to survive, don't I? If I don't prepare, I'll starve." "That's not what I meant." Step aside, grab some bowls. It's time to eat." Li Yonghong nimbly retrieved 3 bowls from the cupboard, then went back for a basket and chopsticks. The small pickled vegetables were shredded, and the 4 colors of the egg soup, red, yellow, white, and green, emitted an enticing aroma. Each person received 2 steamed buns made from 2 parts flour. A modest preparation from Xiao Weiguo, intended for regular outings, which unexpectedly found a purpose now. The soup was piping hot yet delectable. Li Yongjun felt he had never tasted such exquisite broth, surpassing even meat soups in flavor. As he savored it, he nodded his head in delight, resembling someone intoxicated. Xiao Weiguo discreetly signaled to Li Yonghong to observe her brother, who was lost in culinary bliss. Li Yonghong chuckled softly, her cheeks flushed. She recognized that she too was not far off from such indulgence. The 3 of them relished their meal with unrestrained joy, likely drawing scorn from any pig witnessing their enthusiastic consumption. Chapter 12. Household registration in 1979. Beijing had yet to see the introduction of buses that stopped on a dime, and the concept of taxis as we know them today was still a distant dream. There were scarcely any private cars on the roads. The public buses are available, albeit in a rather dilapidated state, resembling ancient metal contraptions. The subway too exists. The first line in Beijing was inaugurated in 1971, primarily driven by military preparedness, featuring few stations and requiring an introduction letter for ticket purchase. Xiao Weiguo had never considered taking the subway, as it was not along his route, and he could not procure an introduction letter. Carrying a nylon bag, Xiao Weiguo alighted from the bus and walked quite a distance to the district police station. Cautious not to wander aimlessly, he noticed that the officer on duty at the entrance was armed with an assault rifle, specifically the Type 56 model. Upon informing the on-duty police officer that he was there to see Qin Weiman, Xiao Weiguo obediently retreated to the courtyard to wait. Qin Weiman arrived promptly, perhaps having been awaiting Xiao Weiguo's visit. He was of similar stature to Xiao, in his 30s, neither overweight nor particularly thin, but rather possessing a sturdy build. Dressed in dark blue attire adorned with red insignia and a cap featuring the national emblem, he bore a resemblance to military garb of the time. Although military uniforms were typically green and police uniforms dark blue, this was the winter version of the 1978 model, with the summer version being pure white. Qin Weiman approached briskly and warmly patted Xiao Weiguo on the shoulder, saying, "Weiguo, I heard from my father yesterday that you have returned as a sent-down youth. How have you fared in the countryside? Perhaps due to his father's prior mention, Qin Weiman's demeanor was notably amiable. Xiao Weiguo had not interacted much with Qin Weiman in the past, given their age difference. When Xiao was a child, Qin Weiman was already attending school. Later, he joined the military and returned to serve as a police officer, resulting in infrequent encounters. Although their ages were similar, given that they had been neighbors in a communal courtyard, a strong sense of camaraderie persisted. Feeling somewhat bashful due to his request, Xiao Weiguo replied, "Uncle Weiman, it's all right over there. Regardless of where one goes, food remains scarce, and water is particularly lacking. Otherwise, it has its merits. The countryside is a good training ground." Noticing Xiao Weiguo's slight embarrassment, Qin Weiman's initial discomfort regarding his father's interference in Zhao's affairs dissipated. After all, Xiao Weiguo was, in a way, family. Observing Xiao Weiguo clad in sheepskin, with his sun-darkened face and hands, Qin Weiman jested, "It's evident you have been through some rigorous training. You are as dark as a piece of coal. And with this attire, are you responsible for herding sheep in the countryside?" Xiao Weiguo chuckled self-deprecatingly. "That task is beyond my reach. Our village has 2 shepherds. One is an old man, and the other is a simpleton. From the moment I arrived in the village, I had my sights set on that position, but those 2 fellows were quite cunning, keeping a vigilant watch over me. They wouldn't even allow me into the sheepfold. And by the time I left, I had yet to find an opportunity to make my move." He laughed heartily, adding, "Their caution is well-founded. In the face of an unknown adversary, one must fortify their defenses like an impenetrable fortress. You may have erred, for I am indeed a comrade in the same trench as them. It is only fitting to treat comrades with the warmth of spring. Their perceptions of me, a successor of communism, are entirely misconstrued, and their inadvertent actions have wounded my tender spirit." After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, Qin Weiman playfully nudged Xiao Weiguo and said, "Come on, Uncle has already made arrangements. Today I shall assist you in settling your household registration." Although Qin Weiman was a criminal investigation officer, his rank was modest, merely a team leader. He still held a degree of respect within the Beijing police system. He retrieved a sidecar motorcycle from the shed, donned sunglasses, and wrapped a scarf around his face. Xiao Weiguo climbed into the sidecar, wearing a cotton mask, and lowered his thick hat to shield his face. Qin Weiman jested, "You're well prepared, knowing you'd be riding in a sidecar today. How could I have known? This is merely my hunting attire for rural excursions. Although that place is less than 400 kilometers from Beijing, the temperature there is likely 5 or 6 degrees lower than here. In winter, we hunt during the day and check the traps at 3 or 4 in the morning before dawn, looking for rabbits or pheasants that may have entered. If there's prey, we release it and relocate. If not, we must also move. The cold of the night can be biting, and without proper gear, one risks freezing to death." As Qin Weiman drove the motorcycle towards the police station responsible for their district's household registrations, he expressed interest in Xiao Weiguo's hunting endeavors. "You can still hunt there? What kind of game do you pursue?" The cold wind on the motorcycle was particularly piercing, first stinging like needles, then numbing his face, while the noise of the rushing air made conversation a matter of shouting. There weren't many large game animals. The most common was a creature called the half-chicken, or perhaps half-pound. Its scientific name eludes me, but it's a type of wild pheasant weighing about half a pound, which is quite delicious when stewed. They tend to flock together and do not fly high, making them relatively easy to hunt. Rabbits and wild pheasants are plentiful, with daytime hunting relying on nets and shotguns, while traps can be set at night. Once, wolves were abundant, but they have been nearly eradicated. Last year, the military managed to hunt 2, which I went to see. There are also badgers, small yet fierce. I once caught one and exchanged it in the county for 50 yuan, as it is said that some people use it to render oil for treating burns. By the way, I possess a unique skill, winter fishing. Since my first year, I have been supplying the military with fish." Qin Weiman, intrigued, inquired further, "Are you referring to your friend from the KJ unit?" This was something he had heard from Grandpa Qin. "Yes, indeed, that is them. For them, hunting is merely a pastime. I take people hunting primarily to supplement the household incomes of the members. There's no choice, we're poor. Nevertheless, those fellows are quite dashing, bringing their own firearms, American-made, though their marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Xiao Weiguo mention his friend, an Air Force officer named Qin Weiman, who expressed envy with a subtle click of his tongue, it became evident that Xiao Weiguo's assertion about hunting with firearms elicited little reaction. At that time, the militia was indeed armed, and the civilian possession of firearms was unparalleled globally. A significant portion of the strength of New China can be attributed to the martial spirit that permeated the populace during that era. In the domestic landscape, it was only in the late 90s that a widespread gun confiscation began, yet currently, in certain regions, militia units even possessed anti-aircraft guns and howitzers, which were routinely utilized during annual training exercises. You are indeed fortunate. We are so busy that we hardly have a moment's respite. It's been ages since I last ventured into the mountains, Xiao Weiguo remarked. Isn't your work in service to the people? Your busyness indicates a demand from the populace. Otherwise, society would descend into chaos. Xiao Weiguo's compliment, albeit a minor flattery, did not escape Qin Weiman's notice. However, the praise was not unfounded, despite their relentless efforts. Societal order continued to deteriorate day by day, with a significant number of educated youth returning home and countless young individuals facing unemployment. The situation was destined to spiral further into disorder. This would inevitably lead society to its breaking point, resulting in a crackdown that would claim the lives of numerous criminals. While Qin Weiman remained unaware of this impending turmoil, Xiao Weiguo, having heard about it in later years, was spurred to return to Beijing in search of employment. At that time, unemployed youth were colloquially referred to as vagrant drifters, a demographic under intense scrutiny during the crackdown, and Xiao Weiguo, fearful for his safety, was determined to secure any job that would allow him to blend in with the ordinary populace until he could navigate this precarious phase and eliminate the looming threat. The motorcycle swiftly reached its destination, and the proceedings unfolded with remarkable ease. Qin Weiman engaged in casual conversation over tea with several police colleagues, while Xiao Weiguo dutifully submitted his documentation. Following the clerical guidance, he completed several forms, and after a few stamps were affixed, he was informed that he could collect his new household registration on the following Monday, today being Friday, indicating that the new registration would be finalized within a mere 3 days. He left behind a few boxes of Deqianmen cigarettes, along with 2 pounds of sunflower seeds and preserved fruit, which were initially declined, as public servants of that time upheld a sense of integrity, refusing to accept even the smallest offerings from the populace. However, Qin Weiman's nephew brought back local delicacies from the countryside, embodying the notion that comrades in the trenches were akin to family. Thus, the specialties from a comrade's home were as cherished as those from one's own. Perfectly timed, they would roast the sunflower seeds for lunch, as they were not only delicious and scarce, but also inexpensive. In truth, the process of obtaining a household registration typically began with a community verification. Yet with Qin Weiman's assistance, the procedures were considerably more flexible. After completing the registration, they made a brief visit to the community office, where 2 more stamps were issued. And Deputy Director Li of the community now had an additional nephew, courtesy of another 2 pounds of local delicacies presented. This series of transactions vividly illustrated the essence of interpersonal relationships. Familiarity breeds ease. Xiao Weiguo intended to establish his roots in Beijing, and becoming acquainted with these individuals would prove to be immensely beneficial. Exiting the street office, a radiant smile adorned Xiao Weiguo's face, as he marveled at the unexpected smoothness with which the tasks had been accomplished. Next, it is time to settle the work matters. Qin Weiman from the steel mill is not one to be trifled with. It is a vast factory with tens of thousands of employees, registered with the Ministry of Industry, and holds a significant status. The factory operates independently, relying primarily on its own security department for safety issues, which is equipped with heavy machine guns and submachine guns, and reportedly even mortars and mountain artillery. Uncle Weiman, I am immensely grateful to you today. If I were to handle this on my own, I would be fortunate to accomplish it by the end of the year, said Xiao Weiguo, aware that Zhao's words held truth. Qin understood that merely knowing the procedures and following them step by step could take months to resolve. Moreover, no one would be available to oversee such matters daily. It's a trivial affair. You shall not call me uncle for nothing. I have another lead to chase for a case, so you may head back on your own. I will not see you off. Please attend to your business. My most abundant resource now is likely time, so just drop me at the bus station, replied Xiao. In the nylon bag of the cart, there remained a small parcel weighing over 3 pounds, intended for Qin Weiman. Although Xiao Weiguo's approach may seem somewhat naive, his actions were reasonable and well-founded. Qin Weiman no longer regarded him as an ignorant child. As they parted, They arranged to dine together the following evening. Chapter 13. Claypot Restaurant. Beijing boasts a century-old establishment known as Claypot Restaurant, said to trace its origins back to the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. Specializing in clay pot dishes. Located in Xixi, Xiao Weiguo arranged to meet Qin Weiman there for dinner. The restaurant's signature dish is clay pot white meat, where well-prepared pork belly is sliced thinly, seasoned, and simmered in a clay pot, rich yet not greasy, melting in one's mouth. Indeed a favored dish among contemporary diners. Qin Weiman ordered the clay pot white meat, as people craved fatty meats in these times of scarcity, often opting for cuts with less lean meat. Xiao Weiguo selected a dish called clay pot 3 whites, which prominently featured white meat, pork intestines, and pig stomach. Having relished such delicacies in his previous life, he found them no less appealing now, especially as meat had become rarer. Payment was required up front, 1 pound of meat tickets, 1 pound of grain tickets, and an additional cash payment of 3 yuan and 18 fun. When Xiao Weiguo attempted to pay, Qin Weiman intervened. After a brief tug-of-war, Xiao conceded, realizing that pressing the matter would be inappropriate. It dawned on him why Qin had not joined the previous day's meal. He must have lacked both cash and tickets, returning today with funds in hand. The clay pot arrived, accompanied by garlic paste, pickled chive flowers, fermented bean curd, and chili oil. Mixed together, they made for a delightful dip. After a few bites of the warm dish, dispelling the chill from his bones, Xiao Weiguo produced 2 bottles of beer from his pocket. Uncle Weiman, I cannot drink strong liquor, so today I shall accompany you with some beer. Qin Weiman, somewhat displeased at the prospect of spending money, replied, You child, I can buy my own drinks. How much is it? I will cover it. He reached for his wallet. Xiao Weiguo quickly stopped him, saying, Oh, Uncle Weiman, we are all family here. If you continue to be so polite, I may hesitate to meet you again. After finishing his beer, Xiao Weiguo raised his hand to pour another and, lowering his voice, remarked, I am not lacking in funds when I deliver goods to the troops. They do not accept them for free. Our army is indeed an admirable one. Nodding in agreement, Qin Weiman felt a profound sense of camaraderie and downed another glass of beer. In these times, those who have served in the military brim with pride. Setting down his glass, he savored a couple of warm dishes before raising his glass once more and inquired, Have you inquired about work? Xiao Weiguo nodded in response, saying, I have asked. They told me to return tomorrow, as the leadership has been occupied and will not be back until Monday. That is quite normal, Qin Weiman reassured him. Leaders are indeed busy, with endless meetings each day. Do not fret, the opportunity will still be there. Yes, Xiao Weiguo replied, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. I am just anxious, lacking connections. When undertaking tasks, one fears encountering obstacles. Moreover, the number of returning youth from rural areas is increasing, making job opportunities ever more precious. This matter requires prompt action. True, it is a pity you are not pursuing education at your age, Qin Weiman lamented. Let fate decide. If I have the chance to self-study and gain admission to a university, that would be splendid. Should an opportunity arise, I would immediately resign to pursue my studies. Last year, at the 3rd plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, the nation proposed policies of internal reform and external openness, downplaying class struggle and shifting the focus of the entire party's work towards the construction of socialism. In light of this, my background as a rich peasant is no longer a hindrance. Not only do I now qualify for university admission, but I also have the opportunity to participate in the construction of socialism. I aspire to go further and more steadily. Attending university is an exceptional opportunity. Qin Weiman, surprised by Xiao Weiguo's lofty ambitions, patted him firmly on the shoulder and said, Good lad, you are truly commendable. I wish you success in your university entrance examinations. However, if you desire to attend university, you must dedicate yourself to studying. In 1977, the number of candidates for the college entrance examination reached 573 million, with 270,000 admitted, resulting in an acceptance rate of 4.7. This year is better, with 6.1 million candidates and 4.02 million admitted, yielding a 66 acceptance rate. It is highly competitive. We cannot predict what next year will bring. You must strive diligently. Your father was also considered a promising youth back in his day. But alas, he was burdened by his lineage and could not withstand the setbacks, ultimately becoming what he is now. Hold no resentment in your heart. As you just said, look forward and beyond. Forget the past. You have only just begun. Indeed, Xiao Weiguo nodded earnestly, continuing his meal. He had never contemplated seeking justice for his past, recognizing it as a flaw of the era, beyond human intervention. The past was behind him. He had emerged from it, aware of the future that awaited. His focus was on self-improvement, embracing the present, and welcoming the future. He dared not dream too grandly, merely aspiring to earn enough to purchase several courtyard houses in Beijing, ensuring a fortune worth billions in a few decades. Uncle Wayman, you also pay attention to the college entrance examinations. Do you wish to attend university as well? What do I have to pursue? It is your younger brothers and sister I am concerned about. Are they not just finishing junior high? This new policy has just emerged, and I will study it to explain it to them, though I do not fully comprehend it myself. You are truly a remarkable father. Haha, are you jesting about me? Where shall I begin? I genuinely extend my heartfelt compliments to you. As for those of us without parental guidance, let us consider the fathers surrounding us. How many truly concern themselves with their children's education? Those who are employed are merely waiting for the day they can retire and pass the baton to their offspring. Setting aside the question of whether such a path will lead to success, can we truly regard their employment as secure? What if, perchance, they are laid off? Oh, you fail to comprehend. Nowadays, these positions are akin to iron rice bowls. How could one possibly lose their job? Uncle Wayman, as we converse, I shall not conceal my thoughts from you. In the countryside, I dare not discuss such matters. The people there are uneducated, lacking in insight and reflection, and they simply do not grasp these concepts. To speak too freely would surely invite repercussions. Yet, you are different, having grown up in the capital and received an education. You have been exposed to a myriad of historical accounts and intriguing tales since childhood. In your comprehensive view of our 5 millennia of Chinese history, have you ever heard of an indestructible iron rice bowl? Even the rigid agricultural policies of the Qing dynasty ultimately crumbled. What of foreign lands? Our iron rice bowl system is derived from the Red Soviet model. But how many years did the Soviet Union endure? Even the feudal dynasties managed to sustain their ironclad rule for a mere 300 years before succumbing. The Soviet Union was a hodgepodge, a mere facade. One cannot construct grand edifices with mere tofu and cement. They were destined to fail. Thus, your consideration of your child's university education is indeed prudent. Our nation will increasingly require talent in the future. Attending university is akin to acquiring a passport to a prosperous life. The term upper class may be fraught with connotation, and the ideology of class struggle has only recently been alleviated, yet the embers of such sentiments will not extinguish swiftly. Hence, Xiao Weiguo's use of the somewhat inapt phrase prosperous life is understandable. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber. In truth, restaurants are typically filled with tables closely packed together, rarely offering private rooms. Consequently, when Xiao Weiguo remarked on the instability of the iron rice bowl, many nearby were hesitant to voice their thoughts, deterred by Qin Wayman's police uniform and the firearm at his waist. When the Soviet Union is mentioned, people often respond with disdain, reflecting their disregard for Xiao Weiguo, dismissing his comments as the ramblings of a child, akin to a stray dog barking. Prior to its dissolution, the Soviet Union was revered as a beacon of socialism, an aspiration not to be lightly mocked. As the meal concluded and the beer had been consumed, Xiao Weiguo took 2 portions to go for the Li siblings, this time at his own expense. Outside, the snow began to fall once more. Qin Wayman, pushing his bicycle, found himself walking alongside Xiao Weiguo, who was on the opposite side. Finally, Qin Wayman spoke up. Are you not planning to seek employment? Upon hearing this, Xiao Weiguo realized he had been misunderstood and hastily clarified. Of course I wish to work. Securing employment remains crucial. However, I fear the factory may evade its responsibility to arrange a position for me. I have been contemplating my options these past few days. If the factory does not provide an opportunity, what else can I pursue? The outcome is disheartening. Even scavenging requires a trip to the recycling station. Or else I must contend with beggars for territory at the city's outskirts. The issue is that even gaining access there is no simple feat. Upon hearing Xiao Weiguo's mention of scavenging and competing with beggars, Qin Wayman chuckled. Haha, it's good that you are aware. We shall address future matters when the time comes. But for now, being unemployed is indeed untenable. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Very well, I shall not be coy with you. I currently have a matter that requires your counsel. Xiao Weiguo understood that his relationship with Qin Wayman was not yet strong enough for the latter to assist him with matters of significant difficulty. Yet he still had inquiries to make. You seem to be waiting for me. Speak up. I am all ears, Qin said. My family resides with the Li siblings. The elder brother is named Li Yongjun, and the sister is Li Yonghong. They live in that courtyard down the alley, which you must be familiar with. The two of them have played with me since childhood, and our families have relied on each other over the years. However, since Li Yongjun broke his leg and cannot return home, I suspect there are issues at hand. I am afraid to frighten them, and thus have refrained from pressing for details. You are aware of the situation, I presume? Oh. The young girl reported to the police that her brother was assaulted one night by an intruder. He received a blow and the assailant fled. The courtyard descended into chaos, leaving no trace behind. This case is difficult to investigate. Are you seeking to restore justice for him? Whether justice is served is beyond my control, but I must find a way to ensure they retain their home. We are both on the brink of marriage, and I fear that if the house remains vacant for too long, others may lay claim to it, resulting in future complications. I need your assistance with this. How can I assist you? I cannot stand guard over them every day, Qin Weiman replied, perplexed. What is the most scarce resource in Beijing? Housing, of course. And what is most abundant? People. I wish to find someone to rent out the house. When the time comes, I would like you and Director Li from the neighborhood to serve as witnesses. We could rent it out for 3 to 5 years. And when we need the house back, the tenant can vacate, allowing us to use it ourselves. Renting it out is indeed a feasible approach. But this requires the cooperation of the neighbors, Qin remarked. No need. I do not trust those neighbors. I suspect that the person who injured Li Yongjun is among them. I am currently seeking a tenant. Please await my message. You can come by for a brief visit then. Very well. This is a small matter, Qin agreed. Thank you, Uncle Weiman. In a few days, I will go fishing and bring you and Qin Dade some fish to nourish your health. There is no need for such formality. If you truly catch fish, I will gladly accept them. By the way, Weiguo, what kind of gun do you use for hunting? In the village, I use a homemade gun, and sometimes I can borrow others from the militia, such as a Hanyang or a Zhongjing. They even have an M1 Garand. I can manage with any of them, and my marksmanship is decent. Why do you ask? Do you own a gun? If so, bring it to me for registration. We have introduced new policies this year, and gradually, private gun ownership will be prohibited. I was planning to purchase a couple of air guns from the supply and marketing cooperative. Do those require registration? At this moment, men visiting the supply and marketing cooperative typically sought 3 items: bicycles displayed on the ground, watches behind the counter, and various firearms placed high on the shelves, with air guns being the most prevalent, alongside a limited selection of rifles. Our country only included illegal possession of firearms in the gun control law enacted in 1996. I also use air guns. Those can shoot up to 100 or 200 meters. Once you acquire a gun, bring it to me for registration. Should I apply for a gun ownership permit? I don't mind spending money, as I certainly intend to buy a hunting rifle in the coming years. The gun ownership permit does not incur a fee, but firearms require annual review. Instead, you should apply for a hunting permit. Hunting rifles fall under the jurisdiction of the Forestry Department. The father of your Uncle Weihang's classmate is a leader in that department, so you can ask him for assistance. Understood. Is Uncle Weihang returning for the new year? Yes, we are all planning to gather this year. Having bid farewell to Qin Weiman, Xiao Weiguo braved the biting wind and snow on his journey home. In this era, numerous shortcomings persist, many of which stem from poverty. However, this poverty has not burdened the spirits of the people. Thus, the sense of happiness among the majority surpasses that of future generations. Xiao Weiguo, too, relishes the absence of pressures from mortgages, car loans, family obligations, and educational demands. He believes that in these moments, one lives authentically, embodying true humanity. Unlike in later times when individuals merely function as cogs in the machinery of society, perhaps even less than that, resembling mere iron filings, inconsequential in quantity. Chapter 14. Acquiring furniture. Time slipped away anxiously as Xiao Weiguo awaited developments. 3 days had passed, yet his employment prospects remained bleak. He braced himself for the worst, contemplating the possibility that the steel mill might not honor his job offer. Should that be the case, he would resort to escalating the matter, compelling the management to address his employment concerns. Meanwhile, the urgency of the Li siblings' situation grew, with the end of the month approaching. The grain store would soon distribute ration tickets. They needed to return home to retrieve their grain book, otherwise, their absence would raise alarms. And their house, still unoccupied, risked repossession by the community. Without both a residence and ration book, the Li siblings would find themselves in dire straits. Once their household registration was finalized, Xiao Weiguo procured a new grain book and coal book. Miners were allotted a mere 30 jin of grain each month, which Xiao converted into food, comprising 70% coarse grains and 30% fine grains. Each household was entitled to 240 blocks of honeycomb coal, which he purchased on credit, and the coal store arranged for delivery to his home. In an age when residents of two buildings lacked central heating, they relied on stoves for warmth. The coal store delivered coal to the ground floor, leaving the occupants to carry it upstairs. In taller buildings, the entire family, young and old alike, would toil together, only to be utterly exhausted after a single trip. Xiao Weiguo hired a mason for 5 yuan to plaster the house, a task ideally performed in the drier seasons of spring and autumn. However, they could not afford to wait. The home was infested with lice and fleas, the walls in disrepair, and most alarmingly, there were indeed mice in the holes. Just the previous night, a mouse had pilfered 2 pieces of chocolate, leaving Li Yonghong in tears for the entire day. She felt responsible, believing she had failed to safeguard her belongings. Xiao Weiguo shared her fear of the rodents, and the state of the house was intolerably filthy, prompting him to seek help in restoring it. He placed rodent poison in the holes and filled them with rubble. A mixture of yellow clay, straw, and hair was evenly applied to the walls, followed by a smooth coat of fine mud. He then heated the stove and cooking platform for an entire day, turning them a fiery red. This process dried the mud within the house, after which the craftsman returned to repair the cracks in the walls once more, drying them again before applying a layer of whitewash. With 2 coats of whitewash, the home exuded a refreshing earthy aroma. The Li siblings found themselves in a predicament, necessitating that on the day of the house roasting, they took turns boiling water and bathing at home, while the remaining 2 secured the door, standing guard in the courtyard. Xiao Weiguo opted for a bathhouse, unharmed and unafraid as a young man alone. For a mere 10 cents, he enjoyed a leisurely soak for over an hour, receiving a thorough scrubbing from the attendant, returning home feeling invigorated. The Li siblings had not discarded their old clothes. In this era, every scrap of fabric held its value. They mended and altered garments, fashioned curtains and bed linens, and even cut small pieces to craft training pants for the children. The scant cotton within could easily be fluffed and reused. The old window paper had been torn away, and Xiao Weiguo purchased new sheets, ordinary white mulberry paper adorned with peony patterns, commonly used by households reluctant to invest in glass. As paper was inherently fragile, the window frames were crafted from hollowed wood, allowing for light while preventing the elements from tearing the paper. Xiao Weiguo planned to chop the old furniture for firewood. Having moved out, he had no desire to keep these dilapidated items. He rented a cart from his neighbor, Uncle Li, for 20 cents and took Li Yonghong to the second-hand market in search of used furniture. Contrary to the plentiful descriptions found in novels, Xiao Weiguo discovered the market was not teeming with fine rosewood and Wangwali pieces. If such treasures were abundant, the residents of Beijing would surely be affluent. After meandering for quite some time, they ultimately purchased 4 elm chairs, a boxwood dining table, several cabinets of various sizes, and a few stools. The materials were robust, suggesting longevity, but the quantity necessitated hiring an additional cart for transport. As Xiao Weiguo secured the items with rope, he pushed the cart while scanning for any unusual finds. However, being unfamiliar with quality goods, he could only judge by the depth of color, as it was said that superior wood was notably heavy. At that moment, an elderly man, also browsing the market, leaned in and quietly inquired, "Young man, are you in search of furniture?" Xiao Weiguo turned to face him. The speaker appeared to be in his 60s, tall, standing at least 6 feet when upright in his youth, with a pair of small mustaches and graying hair that brushed his ears. He wore a round leather cap and a common linen-style outfit, though the patches at the elbows and knees hinted at modest means. What was remarkable was his demeanor. He had his hands tucked into his sleeves, shoulders raised, presenting an expression of cautious curiosity. Xiao Weiguo had not encountered such a visage in his later life, but had seen similar expressions on television. He pondered silently while responding, "Yes. My family's furniture is in disrepair. I seek something usable." The old man leaned closer, one hand covering his mouth as he murmured, "You're hoping for something of quality, aren't you? Who wouldn't he desire something good?" This old fellow had keen eyes, yet he had not uttered a single word of commendation, despite his seemingly ordinary appearance. He carried himself like a character from a historical drama, a relic of the Qing dynasty, and such individuals tended to remain discreet. Those who dared to stand out had long since met their demise. The last emperor of the Qing dynasty succumbed to uremia a few years ago in Beijing. One can surmise that he dared not court trouble, as the consequences of any mishap could be dire. Xiao Weiguo mused silently, ultimately responding in a low voice, "Indeed. I wish to find some fine furniture, yet alas, I have encountered none. Do you have any recommendations?" Within the recycling company, there were indeed some valuable items, though it seemed this man was not well versed in such matters. The old man adjusted his posture, feigning casualness as he spoke, while his gaze wandered, seemingly in search of good furniture as well. He was setting a trap for Xiao Weiguo. If the latter truly lacked knowledge, he would inevitably need to seek assistance from someone more knowledgeable, often referred to as a consultant in the antiques trade, or in professional jargon, a master of the eye. Once a deal was struck, the service would not be free, though fees could certainly be negotiated. Xiao Weiguo found this notion quite stimulating. If he did not possess the expertise, perhaps the old man did. He was rather eager to spend his money, hoping to acquire treasures for his home, which would allow him a life of leisure in the future. He was not particularly concerned about encountering a swindler. The stakes were high, and the current environment was stringent, with fewer forgeries in circulation. Antiques and vintage furniture had little value at present, as the most pressing concern was sustenance. Few cared for collectibles now, but in a few years, the situation would surely reverse. Currently, the antique shops in Panjian displayed authentic items, though some stores, akin to friendship shops, barred entry to ordinary individuals, requiring a noteworthy identity to gain access. "Do you have any fine goods?" Xiao Weiguo inquired softly. "That depends on what you seek," the old man replied, feigning indifference. Xiao Weiguo recognized the old man's game. However, he was not naive. He would only part with his money for quality items at reasonable prices. In this day and age, there were abundant opportunities to acquire fine treasures. "Do you have any rosewood beds, or perhaps chairs, benches, or cabinets?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression darkened. He replied, somewhat exasperated, "Do you even know what rosewood is? What about jewelry or jade? Ideally, items once used by emperors or their consorts." Xiao Weiguo pressed on, unfazed by the old man's tone. "I have no such items. Do you think they would be available to you?" The old man was beginning to lose his composure, responding with irritation. "What about Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain? Preferably something taller than a person?" Xiao Weiguo continued to inquire. "No." The old man rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Coral? Clothing? Surely you must have some famous calligraphy or paintings, or at least some ordinary gold and jade." "No." The old man was now visibly annoyed, questioning whether this young man was merely toying with him. "You are quite inept at playing the role of a relic from the past, possessing nothing of worth. Why engage with me at all?" In truth, Xiao Weiguo was somewhat taken aback. Television dramas often depicted encounters with such individuals as akin to meeting a prodigal fortune-bearer, yet here he was, finding nothing of value. "Did you deduce that?" The old man appeared somewhat stunned. "What is there to deduce? I have seen enough to recognize the truth." An unexpected silence enveloped the air. This statement struck a nerve with the old man, who feared being identified in such a public setting. Over the years, they have been intimidated by various individuals. And considering Xiao Weiguo's age, it is highly probable that he once served as a Red Guard. Those individuals were quite unscrupulous, even going so far as to report their own parents, demonstrating a level of malevolence that cannot be overstated. It is no exaggeration to say that they were detested by all, especially those who typically shy away from the limelight. As the old man turned to leave, Xiao Weiguo, somewhat perplexed, called out softly from behind, "Old man, if you come across something good, do let me know. I am Xiao Weiguo from Nanluo Guxiang, alone and unaccompanied. A simple inquiry there will lead you to me. As long as the goods are of quality, I can procure anything you desire, with absolute integrity." The old man, as if compelled by some unseen force, turned back to inquire, "Can you also source food and medicine? Just specify whether you require coarse or fine grains, domestic or imported. As long as the goods are satisfactory, we can settle the payment promptly." With their own thoughts in mind, both turned to depart. Yet Xiao Weiguo remained unaware of the troubles this old man would later bring upon him. Chapter 15. Delivering clothes in the Air Force compound. Within the family quarters, several relatives were gathered at Zhao Yunhong's parents' home, engaging in casual conversation. Typically preoccupied with work, they had come together to celebrate Zhao Ru's impending marriage, with the central figures of discussion being the bride-to-be, Zhao Ru, and her most distinguished peer, Zhao Yunhang. Zhao Yunhang belonged to a large family. Among his 6 paternal relatives, 5 held positions in the military and political spheres. Despite the distances that separated them, their familial bonds remained strong. Zhao Yunhong's father also served in the Air Force, holding the rank of colonel and in his early 50s. If fortune favored him, a promotion to general before retirement was not out of the question. His mother, having followed the military in her youth, now occupied a civilian role within the armed forces. Zhao Yunhang was the eldest of 3 siblings. He had been married for 2 years but had yet to welcome a child, or more accurately, they were expecting a child soon. He had a younger brother, Zhao Yunfan, aged 18, who was still in high school. The children in the compound were raised under a militarized regime. While he did not aspire to follow in his father and brother's footsteps into the Air Force, he lacked a definitive plan for his future. In Zhao Yunhong's eyes, his younger brother seemed to be wandering aimlessly. His sister, aged 15, had just graduated from middle school and was preparing to enter high school. Zhao Yunhang had returned with the intention of taking a break to reunite with his family, coinciding perfectly with his aunt's wedding. This aunt was the youngest daughter of his great-uncle. Such relations are referred to as tanggu in the south, while in the north, the term cousin suffices, often omitting distinctions of lineage. Siblings are simply ranked by age, with males and females categorized separately, referred to as elder brother or sister, with the third child being called Sanji or Sandi, and the fifth, Wuji or Wudi. There are no terms for Tangji or Tangjia, which would imply a closer kinship, thus rendering it somewhat distant. Zhao Yunhong's aunt was the youngest child of his grandfather's generation, making her the most cherished among them. Akin to Qin Weihua, who too was the beloved youngest daughter within her peers. Although Zhao Yunhong's father and aunt shared the same generation, their ages differed significantly, as his great-uncle had passed away early. Consequently, his aunt had been raised in Zhao Yunhong's family, as they were the most fortunate in terms of resources and had access to a complete educational journey from kindergarten through high school within the compound. Zhao Yunhong's father showered affection upon his youngest sister, ensuring that whatever his children possessed, a share would be bestowed upon her as well. With the impending marriage of his aunt, the Zhao household was lively with guests each day. "Brother, I have gathered the old clothes you wanted. When will you deliver them?" spoke Xiao Yunlan, Zhao Yunhong's younger sister, who idolized heroes. To her, her handsome and charming elder brother embodied the spirit of a hero, fostering a close bond between them. She urged him to call their father for a vehicle, eager to depart immediately. Feeling somewhat vexed by the constant attention from relatives, Zhao Yunhang found solace in the outside world, yearning for fresh air more than the comforts of home. His aunt's fiancé was also a son of the Air Force, preparing for their wedding festivities, which further anchored him at home. Curious about the girl his brother mentioned, both Zhao Yunlan and Zhao Yunfan were intrigued. Zhao Ru, their quiet aunt, deemed the current festivities overwhelming and decided to call her fiancé to inquire if he would join them. Naturally, in the throes of romance, he wished to accompany her, leading to 2 vehicles departing towards Nanlo Guxiang. At Xiao Weiguo's residence, preparations for the house's renovation were in full swing, as he was anxious about the drying walls. Upon their arrival, Zhao Yunhang and his companions rushed inside, and the children playing in the yard immediately gathered around them. When they knocked on the door, Xiao Weiguo opened it, lifting the heavy curtain to reveal a rush of warmth. In the brief time since their last meeting, Xiao Weiguo had undergone a remarkable transformation. His once uneven medium-length hair was now cropped short, and his attire had shifted from a heavy sheepskin coat to a navy student outfit, complemented by matching black trousers. Only his oversized black shoes seemed somewhat out of place. "Xiao Weiguo, do you still recognize me?" Zhao Yunhang inquired. "Ah, Zhao Ge, what a rare visitor. I wondered why the magpies were calling me awake today. Please, come in. And the rest of you, do enter as well," Xiao Weiguo responded, ushering them inside. Once they were settled, Xiao Weiguo promptly closed the door, ensuring no children followed them in. He distributed a handful of sunflower seeds to the children before sending them away, wary of his possessions in these times of scarcity. Indeed, resources were exceedingly limited, and while people were genuinely kind-hearted, the propensity for petty theft was rampant. Within the confines of their courtyard, neighbors kept a watchful eye, but the outside world posed greater risks. Workers pilfered from factories, chefs from kitchens, and those near grain or metal stole what they could, all in the name of survival. Such acts, although viewed as minor transgressions, often led to a slippery slope of escalating offenses, prompting the state to intervene with a heavy hand, resulting in 2 crackdowns in quick succession. As the crowd entered the room, the door was securely shut. Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong hurriedly arranged chairs for the guests. There were only 4 chairs surrounding the dining table, all occupied by the young ladies. Notably, Zhao Yunhong's aunt's companion had also taken a seat, a stranger to Xiao Weiguo, who chose to disregard his presence. The demeanor of this Li fellow, looking down his nose at others, was decidedly unappealing. Fortunately, when Xiao Weiguo purchased a cabinet, he also acquired several wooden stools crafted by a carpenter who discreetly sold them out of fear of being accused of profiteering. Zhao Yunhang found the changes intriguing. He wandered around the house, which appeared revitalized, likely having undergone a thorough cleaning. The table and cabinets seemed newly acquired, differing from his previous visit, gleaming with polish. The child who had lounged on the Kong during his last visit now sat neatly dressed by the Kong in the inner room, nodding politely and greeting him as he peeked through the curtain. The transformations in the outer room were even more pronounced. The windows had been replaced, and a stove was installed, radiating warmth. Within moments of entering, he felt a surge of heat. The floor was impeccably clean, with the brick seams meticulously swept. Against the northern wall stood a newly purchased long dining table and chairs, a stark contrast to his last visit when the table bore several dents. Opposite the dining table were 2 vintage cabinets and 2 old trunks, while behind the table stood a folding screen. Curious, Zhao Yunhang peered behind the screen to find a wooden bed, 1.5 meters wide, the bedding neatly arranged. On either side of the bed were nightstands, and at the foot rested a trunk. 2 nails were driven into the wall. One held an old, homemade shotgun, the ammunition consisting of gunpowder and iron shot, while the other displayed a guitar. In Chapter 16, Delivering Clothes, it was noted that children from affluent families often play 1 or 2 musical instruments, and the guitar, being relatively simple, was no exception. Yet, Xiao Weiguo's recollection was that this family should have been impoverished, and yet they possessed a guitar, which was indeed unexpected. Xiao Weiguo, it's been a few days since we last met, and your home has undergone quite a transformation, Zhao Yunhang exclaimed, his astonishment evident. This drew the attention of his brother Zhao Yunfan and sister Zhao Yunlan, who were observing Li Yonghong. Even Aunt Zhao Ru couldn't resist coming over to inspect the arrangement, finding it rather ordinary. They had not witnessed the chaotic state of the house prior to its tidying, and without a point of comparison, they could not appreciate the current order. Isn't it thanks to you bringing me home and saving money? Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the funds to tidy up the place, Xiao Weiguo replied with a smile. He held Zhao Yunhang in high regard, recalling how they had hunted together when they were mere acquaintances due to their shared roots. Later, Zhao Yunhang had brought him home and even given Li Yonghong money. Now, with a cloth bundle in hand, it was likely filled with the clothes he had mentioned wanting to gift to Li Yonghong, leaving Xiao Weiguo feeling quite appreciative. Zhao Yunhang, recognizing the jest in Xiao Weiguo's words, chuckled in response. Nonsense. The train fare is only a few yuan. What could that amount possibly accomplish? Today, I have come to present you with some old clothing, all of which have been replaced by my younger siblings, my sister-in-law, and her friends. Please do not turn your noses up at them. Accepting the cloth bag handed over by Zhao Yunhang, Xiao Weiguo smiled and replied, how could we possibly disdain such treasures? These are items that many would covet. I extend my gratitude on behalf of Yonghong and her brother. They appeared somewhat shy, not particularly fond of conversation. Yonghong, please fetch something to entertain our guests, and pour some tea, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Yonghong hurriedly rose to attend to the task. Feeling somewhat insecure, she became acutely aware of the stares upon her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Her limbs felt stiff, and she lowered her head, using her hair to shield her face. If it were feasible, she would have wished to hide beneath the table to escape their gaze. Sunflower seeds and dried fruits were the usual fare, but 2 pieces of chocolate caught everyone's attention. They had all savored such delights before, and Zhao Yunhang noticed the chocolate as well, recognizing it as a staple among their pilots. While this treat was not particularly rare among them, it was not something they often brought home. Most of it was consumed by the pilots themselves. Thus, the 2 pieces on Xiao Weiguo's table held significant allure. Xiao Weiguo perceived the interest Zhao Yunhang and the others had in the chocolate, and quickly clarified, these 2 pieces were given to me by old man Wang. I had intended to enjoy them during the new year, but since you are here, I thought it best to share. Fortunately, Li Yonghong had been reluctant to take more, only bringing out 2 pieces. Had she taken more, it could have led to unfounded accusations of greed against old man Wang. Having previously handled items given by old man Wang to Xiao Weiguo, Zhao Yunhang understood their camaraderie and nodded in agreement. As Li Yonghong poured tea for everyone, they all noticed her hands, marred with scars. Xiao Weiguo promptly encouraged everyone to indulge in the snacks. The sunflower seeds and dried fruits were indeed quite delightful, and being young, they did not shy away from enjoying them. However, the 2 pieces of chocolate remained untouched. They had all heard Xiao Weiguo mention saving them for the new year and, feeling a sense of dignity, could not bring themselves to be the first to indulge. "Brother Xiao, do you play the guitar?" asked a beautiful girl with double-fold eyelids, large eyes, elegantly arched brows, a straight nose, a small mouth with rosy lips, and a perfect set of white, even teeth. Her face was small and well-defined, with striking contours that highlighted her porcelain skin. In this era, it was rare to see a girl from an ordinary family with such fair skin, as most had to toil for work points, and merely avoiding a tan was considered fortunate. This girl, in contemporary parlance, possessed an exceptionally refined countenance, truly a rare beauty. It was indeed a rare sight to behold such a high-caliber beauty, yet Xiao Weiguo dared not gaze too long. With a humble smile, he replied, "I can play a bit of guitar. I learned for a short time in school, but I wouldn't say I'm proficient, just a few simple tunes. Also, you needn't call me brother. I'm merely someone who matured quickly. I am only 15 this year, perhaps even younger than you." The young lady, delighted by being addressed as sister, laughed and said, "Sister? Haha, a sister is a sister. How could I be younger? I am also 15. My birthday is in July. And you? Mine is in May. What a pity. I have lost the chance to have you as an older brother." The young girl pursed her lips, seemingly feeling a sense of regret. It was not an incorrect assertion. "I hail from Jinghai, which is now part of Tianjin. The manner of address among Tianjin locals differs from that of other regions in the country." Others looked at him with confusion, while Xiao Weiguo, still shy about staring at the young girl, continued to explain. "In other places, people tend to refer to the elderly as uncle, elder brother, grandfather, aunt, or grandmother. However, Tianjin residents adopt a different approach, addressing men uniformly as brother and women as sister. Those older are referred to as big brother or big sister, while younger individuals are simply called brother or sister, and those younger still are affectionately termed little brother or little sister. Even an 80-year-old woman would address a young girl as little sister." Upon hearing this, most remained skeptical, but Zhao Yunfan piped up, "So that's how it is. We actually have someone from Tianjin in our compound. The family of Cotton Pants has just moved in, and they were addressed in the same manner. Some even remarked that they lacked respect." Subsequently, San Mao's father deemed that old Cotton's tongue was too loose and too talkative, earning him the nickname Big Cotton Pants, which stuck, leading to a couple of altercations between them. Who won the fights? The young girl's eyes brightened at the mention of brawls. Old Cotton won. He had trained in martial arts and towered over San Mao's father by a head. Had he not been new, someone would have surely intervened, and San Mao's father would have ended up in the hospital. Xiao Weiguo poured more tea for the group and inquired of the boy, "What do we call you, young brother?" Zhao Yunfan stood at a modest height of 1.70 m, a family trait, as Zhao Yunhang, at 1.78 m, was the tallest in the family. Generally, Air Force pilots, aside from those flying bombers, are of shorter stature due to the cramped cockpit space and strict weight limits imposed, making it unlikely for larger individuals to be recruited. Xiao Weiguo, noticing the boy's diminutive stature and youthful visage, was unaware of the underlying context. Hence the term young brother. "I am older than you, so just call me brother. My name is Zhao Yunfan, and this is my brother Zhao Yunhang, my sister Zhao Yunlan, and my aunt Zhao Ru. That is Lin Zijia. His father works in logistics." Xiao Weiguo shook hands with the 3 Zhao siblings, signifying their acquaintance, while also realizing that the enchanting young lady who had just spoken was indeed Zhao Yunhang's sister, Zhao Yunlan. When his hand reached Lin Zijia, the latter did not even lift his gaze. Xiao Weiguo, undeterred, withdrew his hand and addressed Zhao Yunhang. "Brother Zhao, last time you mentioned treating me to a meal. Now that we're all gathered, shall we indulge in a feast at noon?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhang had yet to respond, but Zhao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlan were already intrigued. The children of the compound, though wild at times, adhered to strict rules. Whenever there were delightful experiences or delectable treats outside, they never wished to miss out. Additionally, Xiao Weiguo, being a good friend of their brother, made it all the more agreeable. "On our first meeting, you must treat us to a sumptuous meal, right?" spoke Zhao Yunlan, her lively personality shining through. Zhao Yunfan also felt a surge of excitement, for youthful spirits thrive on merriment, and he genuinely believed Xiao Weiguo was a close friend of his brother, thus readily agreeing. Zhao Yunhang initially intended to decline, but seeing his younger siblings so eagerly acquiesce, he chose to remain silent. Xiao Weiguo counted the number of people and inquired aloud, It seems inappropriate for so many to crowd into the clay pot. We can't all fit together. Shall we head to Donglishan for hot pot? Or to Quanzhou for Peking duck? Perhaps we should opt for Peking duck? All right then, off we go for Peking duck. Chapter 17. Stir-fried volume. The group consisted of 2 drivers, 3 siblings from the Xiao family, 2 individuals, Zhao Ru and Lin Zijia, plus Xiao Weiguo and 3 more from the Li family, totaling 10 people, perfectly filling 2 vehicles. Upon reaching the destination at Pingyi Road, the cars halted in front of Quanzhou. Among the 10 disembarking, 7 were clad in the blue trousers of the Air Force, with 2 dressed in full military attire and 1 donning a pilot's leather jacket, unmistakably children of the Air Force compound. Xiao Weiguo and his companions wore Japanese-style student uniforms tailored by the Jiang family, opting for a version reminiscent of the Zhongshan suit, which is essentially a student outfit embellished with 2 pockets on the chest, a style Xiao Weiguo found antiquated. He believed that only middle-aged individuals or officials donned such attire, and fearing to appear out of place, he chose to revert to an older version that resembled the Zhongshan suit without the pockets. In their youthful exuberance, the group cheerfully made their way into the restaurant, and during this era, the offspring of military families were not to be trifled with. Those aware of their presence swiftly stepped aside. The children of the military compound, regardless of gender, often banded together, engaging in brawls, known as calling out for a fight, or courting young ladies on the streets, referred to as flirting. They also had a penchant for pilfering items deemed useful or entertaining. From stealing sunflowers from kindergartens to spitting on passers-by from elevated positions. In truth, children from ordinary families exhibited similar behaviors. However, the children of military families, being well provided for and backed by their parents, acted with greater impunity. Zhao Yunfan insisted on reserving a private room, and under the guidance of a waiter, the 10 proceeded to the designated area. Xiao Weiguo arranged the seating. Zhao Yunhang took the center, flanked on the left by 2 military drivers, followed by Lin Zijia, Zhao Ru, Zhao Yunlan, Zhao Yunfan, Li Yongjun, Li Yonghong, and finally, Xiao Weiguo, who found himself seated right next to Zhao Yunhang. Once settled, Zhao Yunfan felt Xiao Weiguo was being overly verbose and exclaimed loudly, "Xiao Weiguo, you are being rather tedious. We are merely here to enjoy a meal. We can sit anywhere. Why the fuss over seating? It's quite pointless. Such pretentiousness," Lin Zijia muttered under his breath, though loud enough for those nearby to hear. Xiao Weiguo, today intent on spending money to foster friendships, dismissed Lin Zijia's remarks. He encountered unpleasant individuals wherever he went. Stepping on their toes only reflected poorly on oneself. Moreover, he could not afford to offend the Zhao family over a trivial matter. He was acutely aware of the Zhao siblings' sentiments and could not allow these second-generation military offspring to develop a negative impression of him. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Yunfan's comment, he promptly retorted, "Zhao Yunfan, my arrangements serve a purpose. If you disagree with my seating plan, you shall owe me a drink as an apology." One must speak firmly, for in the presence of the military offspring, revealing any weakness was unacceptable. Their upbringing did not accommodate such fragility. If one were too soft-spoken, perpetually seeking forgiveness, these military brats would undoubtedly look down upon him. "Sir, please take a moment to review the menu." The waiter interrupted Xiao Weiguo, who at that moment found himself facing a formidable presence, one of the 8 esteemed attendants. Had it not been for their reluctance to offend someone from the prestigious compound, the waiter might have already unleashed a torrent of rebuke at the boisterous antics of Zhao Yunfan and Xiao Weiguo. Some waitstaff were even known to resort to physical confrontations with unruly patrons. During those times, many state-run establishments prominently displayed signs forbidding the abuse of customers. Such was the brazen nature of the service industry then. Xiao Weiguo took hold of a menu, and so did the others around him. Upon opening it, he was taken aback and quickly inquired of the waiter, "Are these prices correct?" The others turned their attention towards Xiao Weiguo, astonished by his shocked expression, and thought to themselves that perhaps he found the dishes excessively priced, possibly even lacking sufficient funds. What a country bumpkin! Lin Zijia seized the opportunity to mock him. Zhao Yunhang and Zhao Ru shot Lin Zijia disapproving glances, annoyed by his incessant chatter. Zhao Ru even discreetly pinched him under the table, just as Zhao Yunhang was about to intervene and suggest that he would cover the bill. He was surprised to see that Xiao Weiguo ignored Lin Zijia's taunts and instead posed another question to the waiter. "Are all these menus the same?" He then picked up Li Yonghong's menu to compare, only to find the contents identical. The waiter, rolling his eyes, replied, "The menus are all printed together. How could they be different? Are you going to order or not?" Xiao Weiguo, now visibly agitated, slammed his right hand on the table and exclaimed loudly, "What is there to order? Just bring the dishes as per the menu. I want one of everything." What could possibly be written on that menu to provoke such a reaction from Xiao Weiguo? The menu detailed a roasted duck priced at 810 yuan, half a duck at 45 yuan, with condiments at 2 yuan per serving. The meat dishes included mushu pork at 95 yuan, stir-fried pork at 16 yuan, shandong sliced pork at 105 yuan, spicy diced pork at 95 yuan, pork and tofu at 65 yuan, deep-fried pork at 21 yuan, and soft-fried meat at 9 yuan. Chicken dishes consisted of stir-fried chicken slices at 33 yuan, spicy chicken at 26 yuan, fragrant spicy diced chicken at 335 yuan, and fluffy chicken slices at 275 yuan. Seafood options included sweet and sour fish slices at 15 yuan, braised fish chunks at 15 yuan, stuffed crab at 155 yuan, and stir-fried squid at 28 yuan. Among the vegetable dishes were fragrant mushroom and bamboo shoots at 21 yuan, fresh mushroom and bamboo shoots at 2 yuan, fresh mushrooms with bok choy at 15 yuan, and dried shrimp with bok choy at 6 yuan. The staple foods comprised rice at 0.03 yuan per 2 liang, steamed buns at 0.05 yuan per 2 liang, and lotus leaf pancakes at 0.1 yuan for 2 liang. There were also 5 or 6 hot dishes and 4 or 5 soups, with prices all hovering around a couple of yuan. This was the entirety of the menu and its prices, totaling less than 50 yuan. The prices were exceedingly reasonable and approachable, which made Xiao Weiguo initially believe that the offerings would be exorbitantly priced. What does that mean?" the waiter exclaimed, momentarily bewildered, as did the others, failing to comprehend Xiao Weiguo's intent. Xiao Weiguo turned to the waiter and clarified, "One of everything. What is there to misunderstand? Bring me one of each dish, all of them, every single one. Do you understand now?" "Understood, but with so many dishes, can you truly finish them all? Is it possible to order so few?" He had never encountered such a method of ordering in his years of experience. The waiter finally nodded, indicating comprehension. Xiao Weiguo grasped the waiter's arm and half pushed, half escorted him out of the private room, saying as they walked, "If we cannot finish, I will take it home. Hurry to the kitchen and place the order. Move quickly." The waiter dashed a few steps before returning, pushing the door open and asking from the threshold, "Do you still want alcohol? 1 bottle of white wine, 1 bottle of red, and 3 bottles of soda. Be quick, run." Turning back, Xiao Weiguo suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment and sheepishly explained, "I've never been here before. People are always raving about Quanjude. I thought the prices would be exorbitant. I had planned to budget around 50 per person, but it's surprisingly affordable. My reaction was a bit exaggerated, and I hope I didn't amuse you too much." Laughter erupted among the group, with Zhao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlan laughing the loudest. Zhao Yunfan even imitated Xiao Weiguo's earlier demeanor, exclaiming, "What else should we order? Get me a stir-fry." His impression was quite amusing, exuding the charm of a nouveau riche, and soon they were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Zhao Yunlan, finally managing to compose herself, boldly asked Xiao Weiguo, "If we each truly spent 50, could you afford it?" Zhao Yunhang patted Xiao Weiguo on the shoulder, saying, "Let me treat you to this meal." Xiao Weiguo quickly declined. No. Brother Zhao, I sincerely want to treat you to thank you for your care. If you insist like this, it seems as though I'm trying to take advantage of you, which isn't right. I could lose your friendship. Look at this." With that, Xiao Weiguo pulled out 2 hefty stacks of cash from his pocket, each billed 10 yuan thick, amounting to at least 2,000 yuan. He intentionally displayed the money to alleviate Zhao Yunhang's concerns and, more importantly, to showcase his own standing. Xiao Weiguo believed that in order to gain others' recognition, one must possess the ability to stand on equal footing. Otherwise, all efforts would yield only pity and mockery. "Wow, so much money. Let me see." Zhao Yunlan immediately displayed her greedy excitement. "Just looking is enough. Wait here, I'll go order the main dishes. I forgot to order them separately earlier. And it seems each item on the menu is only 2 taels." Xiao Weiguo added a few main dishes, settled the bill, and re-entered the private room, followed by another waiter pushing a cart laden with alcohol and soda. "Sir, which type of white wine would you prefer?" the waiter inquired. Xiao Weiguo approached, surveying the array of white wines on the cart, and picked up a bottle of Matai, saying, "This one will do." Suddenly, he considered that even if he hoarded dozens or hundreds of cases of Matai now, he could reap substantial profits in the future. At present, A bottle of Mutai costs 35 yuan. 1,000 bottles would only amount to 500 yuan. Yet in later years, a single bottle could fetch around 100,000 yuan. Unfortunately, purchasing alcohol required a ticket, and reselling tickets was a serious crime, so he could only plan for the long term. In truth, during this era, Mutai was not regarded as fine wine. Strictly speaking, prior to the millennium, it was hardly considered noteworthy, with many local wines surpassing it in quality. In essence, the fragrant liquor is crafted through the fermentation of two distinct types of yeast. Historically, it has been regarded as an outlier on the international stage, garnering little recognition beyond the speculative endeavors of domestic capital. The advertising practices within the country have consistently lacked rigor. For instance, alcoholic beverages and health products would scarcely pass scrutiny in nations with stringent regulations, as alcoholic drinks are universally acknowledged as Class 1 carcinogens. The claims surrounding health products are even more dubious, often peddling starch as miraculous elixirs. On a global scale, such practices are singular to our nation, and it is safe to say that these manufacturers, one and all, could be implicated in serious crimes such as fraud, the sale of counterfeit medicines, and illegal fundraising. Certain liquors rely heavily on fabricated narratives for their promotion, boasting of appearances at state banquets from years past or endorsements from notable leaders, while also claiming accolades from obscure international competitions. After all, boasting is not a crime, and they indulge in it freely, leading the public to be easily misled. This has resulted in an ever-growing number of stakeholders, as the exaggeration escalates, inflating the valuation of a technically uninspired liquor enterprise to trillions, while absurdly declaring the process of distillation to be high-tech, nearly turning a great nation into a laughingstock on the international stage. To put it plainly, liquor is merely an alcoholic beverage, a byproduct of agriculture, akin to vinegar and soy sauce in its origins. Although its primary ingredient is derived from grains and its price surpasses that of food staples, its significance pales in comparison. Furthermore, a nation ought not to pedestal agricultural byproducts. No country can thrive economically solely on agriculture, lest they wish to remain perpetually among the lowest echelons of the developing world. Chapter 18. Heating cold dishes are invariably the first to arrive, and the 3 cold dishes are complimentary, personally delivered by the manager. The white wine is poured abundantly, and the red wine is open to breathe, while the girls opt for soda. Xiao Weiguo proposes a toast. Lin Zijie remains reluctant, yet consumes the drink. After placing his cup down, Zhao Yifan inquires of Xiao Weiguo, "You were interrupted earlier. Weren't you going to discuss the seating arrangements with me? Shall I elaborate?" "Please do. If you lose, I shall pour you a drink as an apology. Indeed, if you err, let my second brother serve you the drink as an apology. Go ahead." Zhao Yunlan finds the unfolding drama amusing. "Let us begin with your brother. We are all of a younger generation. Logically, we should not adhere to strict hierarchies. However, Zhao Gu is a fighter pilot, and once he is in the cockpit, he becomes a hero of the nation, a role model for our younger generation. Moreover, due to his seniority and stature, it is only fitting for him to occupy the main seat, is it not?" "Absolutely." Zhao Yunlan eagerly interjects. To Zhao Ji's left are 2 valiant soldiers, national guardians whose accomplishments in battle are commendable. Today, they have labored tirelessly for our sake. Thus they must sit adjacent to the main seat. Well said. Zhao Yunlan responds in agreement. Let them speak for themselves. Why do you interject? Zhao Ru quietly admonishes Zhao Yunlan. "Ah, how delightful this is, little ant. Do not mind me." Next is Lin Zijie, whose identity I believe is sufficient. The key is that arranging him among us is not ideal, so he will sit in that position, which allows him to care for the soldier and his ant. As for the ant, it is imperative that she and Lin Zijie look out for each other, while also attending to Yunlan. As for you, you must sit close to Yunlan, not only to provide her care, but also to ensure the safety of the ladies, sparing them any feelings of insecurity. I disagree. I do not require anyone to look after me. Zhao Yunlan raised her hand in protest. Your objections are futile, Xiao Weiguo stated. Be quiet, Zhao Yifan added. Not a chance. I will not heed you, she retorted, clearly not one to be easily swayed. As for Yongjun, he must accompany you while also looking after his sister. And Yonghong will be cared for by her brother and me. As the host today, I will take care of Yonghong and everyone else, accompany Brother Zhao in drinking, and handle inquiries. These responsibilities fall to me. Would you not agree? Otherwise, try randomly sitting elsewhere and see if anyone feels comfortable. Upon hearing this, Everyone found his reasoning quite sound and looked around, realizing that they would indeed feel quite uncomfortable seated elsewhere. They nodded in agreement. Even Lin Zijia, who had initially scoffed, now found merit in the argument. Haha, second brother, you have lost. Quickly go pour wine for Xiao Weiguo and make amends. No one thought Zhao Yunlan was being disruptive. They recognized her sincerity, which could only be preserved in an environment like the courtyard. We never discuss such matters during meals, and the girls need not be specially catered to. Zhao Yifan attempted to protest once more. Those are our uncles and superiors. Should they retire and leave the courtyard? I wonder if you will still treat them as equals, Xiao Weiguo remarked. At this, Zhao's siblings and Lin Zijia felt a jolt. They were not unfamiliar with the scenarios Xiao Weiguo described. They understood the implications, though the timing had not yet prompted them to ponder it deeply. All right, I concede this round. Next time, I shall reclaim my victory. Now let us drink. Zhao Yifan filled his glass, seemingly still reluctant to accept defeat. Xiao Weiguo, smiling, took the glass and drained it in one gulp, just as the hot dishes began to arrive. He promptly invited everyone to enjoy the meal. The specialty of the roast duck restaurant is, of course, roast duck. A single duck can be sliced into approximately 108 pieces. First, the breast is carved to yield 20 pieces of crispy skin, which is enjoyed dipped in sugar. Then, 80 pieces of duck meat are sliced to be rolled with scallions and thin pancakes and dipped in sweet bean sauce. The rendered duck fat is used to make a steamed egg custard. Finally, the duck meat is shredded and stir-fried with kai, a type of vegetable. The kai refers to bean sprouts with the seed pods and tails trimmed, leaving only the central segment. At this moment, the duck from Quanzhou is truly delightful. Each dish crafted with exceptional color, aroma, and flavor, far surpassing the meals enjoyed in later years. While the Air Force Courtyard Cafeteria theoretically offers meat daily, with meat rolls and tomato scrambled eggs as staples, aside from Zhao Yihong, who eats slowly and methodically, the others, including Xiao Weiguo and his companions, display a similar manner of eating. With liquor now consumed, even the ladies partook of some red wine, their cheeks flushed. The pace of everyone's eating gradually slowed, and Zhao Yihong inquired of Xiao Weiguo, "Have you settled on your work?" Xiao Weiguo, with a tipsy gaze, slurred, "Not yet, I'm just running around." Unable to catch the leadership. "What shall we do then? Do you need my assistance?" "No need. Besides, you probably lack the influence locally. I've submitted the request 4 or 5 times. If it isn't resolved before the year ends, I'll buy a loudspeaker and shout in the streets, claiming they are unreliable and failing to address the issues of the workers' children." At this moment, it was all about succession, with parents retiring and their children taking over. This is why it is called an iron rice bowl. If word got out that the workers' children were being denied succession, it could indeed bring trouble to the factory leadership. Haha, what if someone from the factory grabs you? Zhao Yunlan was amused by Xiao Weiguo's mischievous thoughts about using the loudspeaker. "If they catch me, I'll just run to the police station. I have acquaintances there. Worst case, I'll hide inside for a few days," Xiao Weiguo replied nonchalantly. "What was your father's original position?" Zhao Yifan inquired. "He started as an ordinary worker, a secondary worker, but later was labeled as a Black 5 category, reduced to a temporary worker. Eventually, he was exonerated, but he died in an accident at the factory. Then you would probably have to start as an apprentice." Zhao Yifan observed. "I'm just afraid they won't even let me be an apprentice. As long as I can work, I'd even collect scraps," Xiao Weiguo asserted. "Collecting scraps is filthy. Being a worker is much better," Zhao Yunlan interjected. "You don't understand. If they really let me collect scraps, I wouldn't trade it for an 8th level worker status," Xiao Weiguo insisted. "Why is that?" Li Yongjun, who had been silent, finally asked, while Li Yonghong looked on in astonishment, and others awaited his explanation. "Do you know how much an 8th level worker earns in a month?" Xiao Weiguo surveyed the group. "Approximately 99 yuan in pure salary," Lin Zijia, whose family worked in logistics and was sensitive to financial matters, replied. "Any smart or slightly larger recycling station will definitely yield a higher average annual income for individuals compared to an 8th level worker." "That can't be true. Can collecting scraps really earn over 1,000 yuan in a year?" Zhao Yihong asked, astonished. "More than 1,000? If done well. It can earn more than what you'd make as a pilot. Do you believe it?" Xiao Weiguo retorted. Among the first millionaires in the country after the reform, many were from the waste recycling industry, and many prominent bosses initially engaged in less than respectable jobs. "Unless you can provide specific details, I don't believe you," Zhao Yihong replied, shaking his head. "Collecting scraps, to be precise, refers to the waste recycling industry, which is filled with intricacies that are hard to articulate. Your remarks prompted a realization in me. I must proactively apply to establish a waste collection point. The sooner I start, the sooner I can earn. Huh. Are you really going to do this? Are you quitting your job? Li Yongjun grew anxious. Who said I'm quitting? I'll negotiate with the factory. If they refuse to grant me formal worker status, they must allow me to register under them. Collecting waste? Just the thought seems absurd. Zhao Yifan silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive that you can think of this. Xiao Weiguo was no longer concerned about the reactions of others. His heart was ablaze with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Today is a joyous occasion. Let's finish this last bit of red wine. Cheers. With youthful exuberance, the group cast aside their previous concerns and resumed their laughter and merriment. After finishing their meal and packing the leftovers, the group decided to take a leisurely stroll, enjoying the cool breeze to alleviate the effects of alcohol. Two soldiers drove slowly behind them. Xiao Weiguo glanced back and noted the steadiness of their pace. Reassuring himself that all was well, Zhao Yihong pulled Xiao Weiguo aside, inquiring, "Weiguo, can you procure something larger?" This question piqued Xiao Weiguo's curiosity, as did the inquisitive glances from the others, who had heard that the gifts for Zhao Ru were exchanged for clothes from Xiao Weiguo. However, it was evident that Zhao Yihong wished to speak privately, prompting the others to maintain their distance. "What do you need?" Xiao Weiguo asked. "Can you get a self-heating device?" "Yes," Zhao Yihong replied. "How much?" "3. But never mind, I'll give you 2,000. Moreover, what do you need that for?" "ISNT their heating in your Air Force compound? It's quite unique among military installations across the nation. Our compound's heating ISNT available all day. It's unstable and often cuts out. I'm headed to the front lines soon, and my sister-in-law is about to give birth. My family is busy, and I worry she won't manage alone. Using a stove ISNT safe, so I wish to buy a heater that I can control myself." "You're going to the front lines?" Xiao Weiguo's scalp tingled at the thought. He suddenly recalled how fierce the battle was in the south. The imagery of mountains of corpses and seas of blood was no jest, and as a military enthusiast in later years, he was well acquainted with such news. "Brother, you're going to the front lines?" Zhao Yunlan, who had been eavesdropping stealthily, approached just in time to hear Xiao Weiguo's words. In this moment, it was clear that only Zhao Yihong and Xiao Weiguo were present. The one destined for the front lines could not possibly be Xiao Weiguo, who was still without a job. The others in front overheard Zhao Yunlan's exclamation, causing Zhao Ru to go pale and nearly collapse. Zhao Yifan, standing nearby, quickly caught her, while Xiao Weiguo and the others rushed over. Zhao Yihong promptly pressed on Zhao Ru's acupoint, and thankfully, she regained consciousness, saving them a trip to the hospital. Yet, as they parted, both of Zhao's daughters were already in tears. Chapter 19. Director Li Zhaoru and Lin Zijia married as planned, and Zhao Yihong departed the day after attending his sister-in-law's wedding. The women at home had reddened eyes but refrained from crying. Such is the nature of soldiers, always ready for battle to ensure the nation's peace and security, fully aware of the uncertainties of life and death, yet resolutely pressing forward when the country is in peril. The heating that Xiao Weiguo promised had yet to be delivered, and he began to regret his hasty agreement upon returning. After a few drinks, he had lost sight of his own name, daring to promise a heater to someone. In the realm of heating devices, radiators possess the best overall performance, while air conditioning units offer the greatest versatility. It is worth noting that although the first air conditioner was manufactured in China in the early 1970s by Chunlan, it was not a household model but rather a window unit, designed solely for cooling. It wasn't until the late 1980s that Kellen produced the first split air conditioner domestically, and home air conditioning units had yet to emerge, with central heating still limited in scope. Thus, most regions relied on stoves for warmth, while military compounds had begun to implement heating, albeit still lacking in stability. At this moment, the heating system he had personally devised had yet to be crafted by others. Xiao Weiguo, filled with regret, felt an urge to chastise himself. This was indeed a significant business opportunity laid bare before him. Were it someone else, he might have attempted to evade responsibility, but this was Zhao Yihong, a truly admirable individual, a heroic pilot who had braved the front lines. Xiao Weiguo was encountering such nobility for the very first time in his life, and he simply could not refuse even the slightest request. Today, he sought out the factory director at the steel mill. With half of the 12th month already passed and no prospects for work, he was prepared to create some disturbances for the directors. In this era, Employees and leaders were still on somewhat equal footing, which lent a certain fairness to the situation. In a later time, however, one could scarcely imagine causing trouble for a superior. Even raising one's voice could lead to dismissal or, at worst, public disgrace, rendering one untouchable among peers. Some companies might even retaliate against their employees. Skillfully bypassing obstacles, Xiao Weiguo made his way into the steel mill, heading straight for the administrative building. As he rounded the corner of the building, he noticed two unfamiliar security personnel standing guard, armed and vigilant. This was fortuitous. Being unrecognized was advantageous. For those he had encountered previously might have been more difficult to engage with. They would know of his intentions, and some might even be sycophantic enough to obstruct his entry. Adjusting his clothing and bag, Xiao Weiguo strode purposefully towards the office building. "Stop! What is your business?" As expected, he was halted, as protocol demanded. Gaining entry was paramount. "Good day, sir. I am Xiao Weiguo, the son of Xiao Chonglin from the former Workshop 7. The factory director summoned me today to complete the succession procedures." With that, he presented a personnel appointment form and a letter to the security officer. The officer examined the documents bearing the factory's official seal, then scrutinized Xiao's earnest demeanor, which suggested he was an honest young man. There was no inclination to suspect him of deceit, for in this era, it was customary for individuals to take over family roles at factories. "Which director sent you?" "Director Li. Why did your father not accompany you?" "He passed away, an industrial accident." "Passed away?" The two guards exchanged astonished glances, pondering. Had there been a recent fatal incident at the factory that they had not been made aware of? Perhaps the leadership had concealed the matter? It was 3 years ago, Xiao clarified. "Oh, so it was 3 years past. No wonder I hadn't heard of any recent major accidents." "Very well, you may enter." Xiao Weiguo accepted the items returned by the guard and hastened inside. The factory leaders were convening for a meeting. He lingered outside the conference room, peering through the glass for a moment, and upon spotting Director Li in attendance, he settled into a chair in the corridor to wait. While Xiao Weiguo was diligently pursuing work opportunities, Li Yonghong, holding a cup of hot water, leaned closer to Li Yongjun and quietly inquired, "Brother, do you think Weiguo will truly resort to collecting scrap?" Li Yongjun pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I'm uncertain. Weiguo is astute and principled. I cannot say whether he would genuinely undertake such a task. Collecting scrap is so dirty, exhausting, and demeaning. Could you perhaps dissuade him? It's futile. We've tried before. Besides, if collecting scrap is as profitable as he claims, it is not entirely out of the question. How could one possibly earn such a substantial amount of money? If that were the case, the individuals at the recycling station would have already struck it rich. It is different. Those individuals are state enterprise employees, and their profits and losses are borne by the nation, which does not concern them. Weiguo claims to be subcontracting, presumably indicating his desire to venture out on his own. Just a few days ago, I read in a newspaper brought back by Weiguo that there is someone selling large bowls of tea at a stall, and their business is thriving, generating a significant income. A bowl of tea costs merely 2 cents. Surely collecting scrap must yield profits comparable to selling large bowls of tea? What then shall we do? Are we to rely solely on Weiguo for our livelihood? He won't allow us to make matchboxes. And brother, Zhao only gave us a little over 300 yuan. Those funds cannot be touched. Weiguo stated that after the new year, he would have you return to school. I share the same sentiment. Once my leg is healed, I will go back to work. Being a driver is quite lucrative. Do not entertain frivolous thoughts. We must reserve that money as a safety net. Should Weiguo fail to profit from collecting scrap, I shall take responsibility for supporting you all. Xiao Weiguo waited for approximately 2 hours until the leaders' meeting finally concluded. The worker representatives and the leaders began to exit in succession. Xiao Weiguo felt fortunate to have finally encountered someone today, and thus he rushed into the crowd, calling out, "Director Li, I seek to discuss succession matters with you." Director Li, surrounded by a throng of people, paused momentarily, gestured for others to proceed, and addressed Xiao Weiguo, saying, "Follow me." The steel mill has 2 prominent figures, Secretary Yang and Director Li. Secretary Yang is a former military officer dispatched here, known for his integrity and unwillingness to tolerate any wrongdoing. Hence, Xiao Weiguo chose not to approach him. Previously, he had aspired to be a worker but could not meet either of them. Now that he no longer wishes to be a worker, he must be selective about whom he approaches, and he has chosen Director Li. Director Li possesses influential connections with a powerful father-in-law and is known for his shrewdness, particularly in matters of finance and romantic pursuits. Such individuals are often more amenable to negotiation when they have something to gain. Xiao Weiguo lacks any leverage over Director Li and has no intention of offering him money or favors. Thus, he never contemplated a mere worker's son trying to manipulate a factory leader. However, his advantage lies in possessing a position that he can afford to relinquish. In this era, jobs are immensely valuable. There is one position for each person, and no one can claim more than their share, including the leaders. Therefore, every official worker's position is highly coveted, and Xiao Weiguo believes Director Li would be interested. Chapter 20. Director Li. Upon entering Director Li's office, the secretary closed the door behind him. Director Li, with a smile, inquired, "You wish to take over a position? Whose child are you?" Having met the factory leaders today, his opportunity for employment seemed assured. Although positions still vary in status, the differences stem from the revolutionary division of labor, allowing for equitable communication between both parties. Xiao Weiguo felt no need for excessive politeness, and thus took a seat across from Director Li, responding, "Director Li, my father is Xiao Chonglen. He passed away in 1976 due to a work-related injury at the factory. I am here to process the succession paperwork." "What succession paperwork do you have?" Director Li asked. "It is right here," Xiao Weiguo replied, producing the documents and placing them on the table. Noticing the absence of cigarettes and cash in the envelope, Director Li leisurely reviewed the materials, reflecting that this young man seemed somewhat naive. He then inquired, "How old are you this year?" 15. "When is your birthday?" "In May." "Why did you wait until now to handle the paperwork?" "Upon returning from the countryside after serving as an educated youth, I visited the factory several times but was unable to find you." "Ah, I see. Your household registration has not yet been processed. It has already been completed." "Oh." Director Li seemed somewhat disappointed. All the necessary paperwork was in order, and according to regulations, educated youths returning from the countryside were entitled to certain privileges. Yet, this young man was quite a conundrum, difficult to manage. Should I ask him to return and await further news? Ultimately, this matter could not be avoided. It had to be resolved. Director Li found himself in a state of hesitation. The factory was not in need of personnel at the moment. Though he had not yet made up his mind about processing the paperwork today, he instinctively declined once more. "Is that truly the case?" Xiao Weiguo displayed an expression of genuine surprise. Director Li was momentarily baffled by the meaning behind Xiao Weiguo's words. "A friend of mine, who is a police officer, suggested that if the factory were to shirk its responsibility in processing my paperwork, I should take a loudspeaker to Tiananmen Square and the entrance of the industrial department to proclaim that the factory leadership was neglecting the needs of its employees." Director Li was immediately incensed. A person so invested in self-preservation would never tolerate such a suggestion that might tarnish his reputation. Who was this ill-natured individual providing such misguided advice? If this were to leave a bad impression on the leadership, how could he ever aspire for advancement? He exclaimed vehemently, "What a ridiculous idea! Is this not undermining the unity of the factory? Comrade Xiao, your police friend is no good. One must choose friends wisely. How dare you speak ill of a police officer? He is the captain of the city's criminal police." While Director Li held a significantly higher rank, he had no desire to offend anyone without cause. Internally, he cursed under his breath, realizing that this young man was no saint either, hastily assigning blame. "I did not insult anyone. I was merely anxious." "Xiao, you must not speak carelessly. It is simply a matter of processing the succession paperwork. Leave it here. Prepare to start work, and I will ensure the necessary procedures are followed." Director Li immediately began to usher him away, abandoning his previous reluctance. He wished to be rid of this troublesome young man. "Director, I understand your good intentions, but may I make a request?" Xiao Weiguo seized the moment. "What request?" Director Li's brow furrowed. "I have a pair of younger siblings at home. My brother has mobility issues and requires assistance, while my sister is still in school. Might it be possible for me to work near my home?" Xiao Weiguo's audacity was astonishing. "You do not wish to work at the factory? Are you out of your mind? Are you expecting to draw a salary without contributing?" Director Li was instantly irate. "It is not as you imagine, Director. Perhaps you could arrange for me to work closer to home. I am willing to support my family through my own labor, and I do not require a salary from the factory. So, you expect to not come to work after the transition and still receive no salary? Is such a thing feasible?" Director Li, suppressing his anger, inquired with confusion, "What do you mean? This cannot be arranged. How can I allocate work if you are not present at the factory?" In truth, a person like Xiao Weiguo, without connections and having offended the leadership, would likely be relegated to menial tasks if he were to enter the factory. Director Li had already devised a plan to manage him. Yet Xiao Weiguo had presented yet another complication. What if we consider this? I believe I could support my family even through collecting scrap. After all, I have those who depend on me and must remain close to home. Could you please arrange something for me nearby? In the factory, I am willing to relinquish the job opportunity, but you must ensure proper arrangements on your end. Is collecting scrap acceptable? The prospect of giving up a job opportunity is indeed tempting. Director Li, upon contemplating this, revealed a gentle smile and remarked, collecting scrap falls under the purview of sanitation, which seems outside our factory's jurisdiction. What are your thoughts? Please share them, and I shall offer my counsel. This was the very statement that piqued Director Li's interest. Xiao Weiguo promptly conveyed his prepared proposal. What if you could find me a place in Dongcheng? The size is not a concern. A yard for storing garbage will suffice. The building can be dilapidated and distant from the community, as collecting scrap does not necessitate a prime location. Consider it a rental from the factory, and we can formalize it with a contract. However, I have limited funds, so the rent must be reasonable. The factory can display a sign for me, treating it as a pilot initiative to provide opportunities for the children of our employees. In name, we would also be a subordinate unit of the factory, but you need not worry about me exploiting the factory, as I will be self-sufficient and the factory will not be responsible for my salary. It seemed quite feasible to Director Li, whose heart began to race at the thought, suddenly reminded of a woman. This thought quickened his heartbeat further, prompting a decisive resolution within him. He leisurely sipped his tea before stating, "All right, you may take the succession paperwork. I will have everyone discuss this today, and if the outcome is agreeable, you can come to me tomorrow to finalize the procedures. I will arrange for the site on your behalf." This was rather straightforward, as Director Li feared that beating around the bush might confuse the naive Xiao Weiguo. Thus he directly articulated the outcome. Xiao Weiguo should come tomorrow to handle the formalities, and the site could be arranged today. Xiao Weiguo indeed grasped Director Li's intent, his heart brimming with joy at the smooth progression of events. His eyes narrowed in a smile as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, leader." "Thank you, Director Li. I am immensely grateful. You are truly a great leader for the children of our workers. I believe under your guidance, our steel mill will prosper and achieve new heights." No need for thanks, my child. Facilitating the development of our workers' children is simply our duty, replied the elder, as he and the younger fox exchanged a warm handshake before parting ways. Xiao Weiguo briskly made his way home, while Director Li summoned a female temporary worker from a workshop. "Comrade Xiaofeng, I hear you are raising 2 children on your own? That must be quite challenging. Would you be interested in transitioning to a permanent position?" Chapter 21. The compound with the job finally secured. Xiao Weiguo felt a sense of relief. He had been inundated with numerous tasks lately, from seeking employment for himself to finding tenants for the Li siblings and visiting old acquaintances and mentors. This afternoon, with some free time, he planned to inquire if Zhao Yihong and the others needed assistance. If so, he would install the heating system for them. The heating system, which he had purchased online, was currently stored at home. This apparatus can burn coal, charcoal, or even firewood. The cost of a single stove amounts to 420 yuan, while 5 radiators and the accompanying piping tools set Xiao Weiguo back another 1,000. Judging by the expenditure, it appears profitable. However, the funds available for online shopping within this confined space are limited, rendering it difficult to ascertain whether it results in a gain or a loss. The Air Force compound in Beijing, located at 14 Fuxing Road, is the highest-ranking military compound in the city and is also the closest to the urban area. In truth, at this time, the military compound still lies on the outskirts, with farmland surrounding it. One can take the number 1 bus directly to the Air Force compound. This bus line is quite intriguing, stretching from Gongshufen in the west to Wangfujing in the east, with a uniform fare of 10 cents regardless of distance. However, due to the underdeveloped public transportation of this era, these old, dilapidated buses are in high demand. Passengers often find themselves unable to board, relying on a designated person to push them onto the bus, reminiscent of the subway systems in modern Japan. Xiao Weiguo had not experienced such a tight squeeze in quite some time. The last memory of such a crush dates back to his school days in the early 2000s. Back then, high school students would often create a commotion while queuing for meals, some fearing that the better dishes would be depleted by those ahead of them, leading everyone to jostle for position. During mealtime, girls and those of lesser strength typically hesitated to push to the front. as being trapped behind would mean a prolonged wait to escape. Seeing several girls in blue Air Force uniforms struggling amidst the throng, Xiao Weiguo offered his assistance. To his relief, they accepted. He urged them to hold on tightly to avoid falling. He then shouted for them to disembark, and as the crowd parted slightly, he seized the opportunity to guide the girls to safety behind the iron rail at the exit. With a firm grip, he pulled out two men who had been similarly trapped, transforming himself into a barrier with his outstretched arms. Perhaps due to some peculiarities in his physique, Xiao Weiguo had always felt exceptionally strong, and with age and consistent training, his strength continued to grow. The two men he had extricated, along with others who had been jostled, began to curse vehemently. Though they attempted to retaliate, their movements were hindered by the crowd. One swung a fist, but Xiao Weiguo, noticing just in time, evaded the blow, which landed on his shoulder instead. Although not one to tolerate disrespect, he felt a surge of anger and retaliated with two swift elbow strikes to their midsections. Xiao Weiguo's strength was formidable, and the two men nearly doubled over. But the surrounding crowd prevented any collapse. He turned to them with a warning. I suggest you behave. If I follow you off this bus, you won't find it so easy. The two, now sweating profusely from the pain, quickly regretted their actions, while the onlookers ceased their jeers, and several girls in Air Force uniforms exchanged knowing glances. At last, I arrived at the entrance of the Air Force compound. It was my first visit to this place. According to my memories, a sign outside proclaimed it a military restricted area, prohibiting entry. Peering inside, I noticed a grand stone wall at the gate inscribed with bold, vigorous characters declaring a commitment to vanquish invading foes. The streets were lined with ginkgo trees, and the entrance to the compound was rather quiet, lending an air of tranquility and leisure. Comrade, are you here to find someone? Indeed, indeed. Who are you looking for? We can assist you in your search. It wouldn't be one of the girls from our compound, would it? Probably not. He must be seeking someone else. I've not heard of anyone from our compound looking for a boyfriend from outside. A few girls who had disembarked from the bus chattered behind me. I had been so engrossed in peering inside that I hadn't realized they had lingered. Why haven't you gone back? We're in no rush now that we're here. Who are you searching for? We can help you. As a token of gratitude for your earlier assistance, said one girl with pigtails. I'm looking for Zhao Yifan, or Zhao Yunlan, or Zhao Ru, or any other members of their family. What is your name? I am Xiao Weiguo. Wait a moment. I'll go call the gate. We'll come too, the others exclaimed, following the girl with pigtails inside. Is he Yunlan's partner? Probably not. He asked from outside the compound. Yunlan knows everyone in his family, including Zhao Ru, so he asked likely a relative. Does that mean I still have a chance? Oh, you bold one. Aren't you afraid that Lu Jianxi will compete with you too? Uffed, as if I would fear him. Ugh, how dull. Fine, I shall yield to you. I observed as the phone in the family area connected. The girls chattered excitedly into the receiver before gathering around me again. They were all youthful maidens, fortunately. They were merely 14 or 15 years old and just beginning to mature, appearing rather ordinary. Otherwise, I would have certainly found myself in a predicament, as my own physique had matured quite early. After conversing for a while, barely 20 minutes had passed since the call when over 20 bicycles whizzed down the main avenue inside the compound. All were clad in Air Force uniforms, green military jackets paired with blue trousers and topped with military overcoats. Zhao Yifan halted his bicycle and removed his cap, steam rising from his head, perhaps feeling a chill, prompting him to quickly don it once more. Xiao Weiguo, what brings you here? I promised your brother I would install a heating system for their family, so I came to inquire about your convenience. My brother did mention that before he left. When will you come to install it? It depends on your family's schedule. Has your sister-in-law given birth yet? Not yet. Why? I was concerned that I might have difficulty working while your sister-in-law is in confinement. I can come today or tomorrow, but you should check with her. I can make a quick call. Yunlan is home now. After hanging up, Zhao Yifan turned to me. Where is the furnace you mentioned? It's at my home. You didn't bring the equipment? How will you install it? You can find a vehicle to retrieve it with me, or I can hire someone to bring it over, though it might not arrive until later tonight. Zhao Yifan pondered for a moment, then said, I'll call my father to see if he can send a vehicle. The phone was dialed once more, and Zhao Yifan spoke hurriedly into the receiver before rushing out to inquire of Xiao Weiguo. Is the stove large? What kind of vehicle is needed? Should we send a few people over? Xiao Weiguo promptly replied, the stove isn't big, but the water pipe is rather long. We'll need a liberation truck, but there's no need to send anyone. I can manage it myself. Zhao Yifan dashed back to relay the message. Within 10 minutes, 2 soldiers arrived at the courtyard gate, driving a liberation truck. Just wait at home. I can return by myself. I'll accompany you, otherwise. You might not get back in later. Zhao Yifan quickly followed Xiao Weiguo and climbed into the truck bed. I'm going to. Don't all get on. We 1T need so many people. Chen Yangyang, please ride my bicycle back and give it to Yunlan. Zhao Yifan hurriedly attempted to stop his friends from joining. I'll ride mine back too and hand it over to Zhao Yunlan. Mine will go to her as well. Get lost. Just leave theirs here. Every one of you is trying to take advantage of my sister. All right, brother Yifan, we'll follow your lead, no matter what. Sometimes girls only listen to those who are handsome. Uncle, you can't be so ruthless towards your buddies. The three friends were named Wang Xiaoli, Wei Kongmei, and Zhang Haiyang. Amidst the playful banter, the truck came to a halt at the courtyard entrance. Fortunately, Xiao Weiguo's south courtyard was close to the road, and the entrance was wide enough. Many such courtyards could not accommodate such large vehicles. Chapter 22. Installing the heating system. Xiao Weiguo, accompanied by a throng of soldiers clad in green uniforms, strode into the yard. Several children from the larger courtyards, who had never ventured into such a mixed community before, gazed about in awe, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. In these times, people banded together fiercely, and children were no exception. The kids from the military district and those from the mixed courtyards naturally belonged to two distinct groups, often at odds with one another. Brawls were commonplace. By 1968, when the little scoundrel Zhou Chongli had fatally stabbed two children from the military district, tensions had escalated to a peak, culminating in Zhou's own death at the hands of hundreds of military district youths months later. At this moment, the gazes of a few soldiers, aware of Xiao Weiguo's humble beginnings, began to shift. Zhou Chongli, who had clung to a large tree in defiance until the end, was regarded as a hero by the lower-class youth of Beijing, while the children from the military district found themselves inadvertently cast into opposition. Their earlier warmth towards Xiao Weiguo had dissipated. Under Xiao Weiguo's direction, the two soldiers began to transport iron pipes, together with Zhao Yunfan. Xiao Weiguo attempted to lift the stove. It was exceedingly heavy, and they were concerned about damaging it. After much effort, the five of them managed to inch the stove to the entrance, but despite their best efforts, they could not hoist it onto the truck. Seeing the multitude of hands, yet still struggling with the stove, Xiao Weiguo resolved to take matters into his own hands. He instructed the others. You all get in the truck and hold on for a moment. Yunfan, keep an eye on things for me. Although Wang Xiaoli and the others were puzzled, they complied. As they climbed into the truck bed, they witnessed Xiao Weiguo, with arms encircling the stove, take a deep breath and, to their astonishment, effortlessly lift the stove. The three individuals inside the vehicle and the three on the ground were utterly astounded by Xiao Weiguo's strength. The two soldiers quickly set down their belongings and rushed forward to assist in lifting the stove into the car, while Wang Xiaoli and Zhao Yunfan promptly joined in to help pull it inside. Once the stove was finally loaded, Zhao Yunhang, panting heavily, inquired of Xiao Weiguo, "How can you possess such immense strength?" One of the soldiers also asked, "How much does this stove weigh?" "Over 300 pounds. Goodness, Xiao Weiguo, you are truly a beast," Zhao Yunfan exclaimed, overwhelmed by the feat of lifting such weight alone, a level akin to that of a weightlifter. After securing the stove with ropes and loading the iron pipes and radiators, the group was drenched in sweat from their exertions. At that moment, a throng of children, clad in an array of black, gray, blue, and brown garments, came rushing around the corner. Some of these youths brandished iron pipes, others wielded wooden sticks, while a few carried iron chains, and some even had daggers and kitchen knives. Judging by their attire, they were all offspring of the neighborhood's rougher quarters. The military-clad children, including Zhao Yunhang and Wang Xiaoli, immediately grabbed the iron pipes they had just moved onto the vehicle, while the two soldiers rushed back into the truck to retrieve a submachine gun, albeit still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, with their weapons pointed skyward. As the crowd settled, many were sweating profusely from their hasty arrival. The leader of the group was someone Xiao Weiguo recognized. His name was Lu Lai, a 20-year-old unemployed individual who bore 2 scars on his head from past altercations, earning him the nickname Lu Scar. Lu Lai had previously associated with Zhou Chongli, who had been killed the year prior, yet he took pride in that connection. The children from the same alley were familiar with one another. Even in the worst of circumstances, they recognized each other's faces. Xiao Weiguo, once an outcast, was known to most in the alley. Lu Lai, brandishing the iron pipe, pointed it menacingly at Xiao Weiguo, demanding, "Xiao Weiguo, are these courtyard dwellers your companions?" Xiao Weiguo, without hesitation, nodded. Indeed. Who else could it be with them at my doorstep? Is there something you want, Lu Lai? He felt no fear of a potential conflict, not entirely out of bravado, but because soldiers with weapons were present, capable of quelling any disturbance. The alley children harbored disdain for those from the courtyard, yet they held soldiers in high regard. Zhou Chongli's initial conflicts with the courtyard dwellers stemmed from his constant theft of their military uniforms, claiming his father was a general. In daylight, such audacity was intolerable. Ultimately, Zhou Chongli's actions were merely for show, a desperate attempt to flaunt wealth he did not possess, leading to deepening animosities that resulted in several fatalities. What are you bringing them here for? Lu Lai questioned, uncertainty etched on his face as he glanced at the two armed soldiers. Just waiting for you to ask. Xiao Weiguo replied, spinning a tale about military secrets. You'd best refrain from prying too much. Upon hearing the term secret, the two soldiers immediately straightened, lowering the barrels of their guns significantly. Lu Lai and the individuals behind him were startled by the soldiers' reaction. Gritting their teeth, they peered into the vehicle, where they beheld a fiery red machine, numerous silvery pipes, and several large objects resembling barriers, white as porcelain. These were all unfamiliar items. Could they possibly be weapons? Were the barriers radar? Why would radar be placed in Xiao Weiguo's country? Could Xiao Weiguo be an underground member of our party? Alarmed by his own conjectures, Lu Lai found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Xiao Weiguo, you have violated the rules. Do you understand? Given that this is your first offense, I shall let you go this time, spoke Qiao Guoqiang, Xiao Weiguo's stuttering close friend, who had squeezed out from the crowd. Noticing the soldiers standing guard by the vehicle, the others around Lu Lai also began to retreat, their courage waning. Lu Lai's expression oscillated between uncertainty and resolve as he exchanged glances with his companions. He waved his hand and called out loudly, "Today, we shall give the People's Liberation Army some face. Everyone disperse and let them pass. Move aside, clear the way. Let's go." It seemed Xiao Weiguo was fortunate this time. Should he bring outsiders in again, he would be in serious trouble. Damn, you speak as if you could take him on. Wasn't it you who was cornered by him in the alley and too scared to go to school? Nonsense. I was ill. All right, you're well now. I truly was unwell. I had diarrhea. I never said I didn't believe you. Why do you need to explain? The vehicle soon emerged from the alley and arrived at a building in the courtyard, where youths in military uniforms frolicked about. Some engaged in snowball fights, others sang, while a few practiced wrestling. In the distance, several individuals played musical instruments. This must be the most carefree group of people in this era. Once the car was parked, and the stove was pushed to the edge, Zhao Yunhang remarked, "The stairs aren't as high as the vehicle from the ground. It should be easier to lift. Otherwise, let us take turns." "How many floors?" "4. Xiao Weiguo observed the staircase, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. "The stairs are rather narrow. It would be difficult to carry it up. I will manage it myself." This time, Xiao Weiguo strapped the stove with ropes and, with a grunt, bore the weight. The ropes pressed painfully against his shoulders, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, ascending the stairs step by step, fearing that if he paused, he might not be able to lift the heavy stove again. Upon reaching the corner on the 3rd floor, as Xiao Weiguo turned sideways, Zhao Yunfan dashed up to the 4th floor to open the door. Once the door swung open, Xiao Weiguo carefully brought the stove inside, where 2 soldiers hurriedly caught it, allowing him to squat down. After placing the stove, sweat poured down Xiao Weiguo's face like a stream. He muttered helplessly, "I still haven't fully developed. In a few years, it should not be this exhausting." Zhao Yunfan then realized that Xiao Weiguo was only 15 yet possessed such strength. In a few years, he would truly be extraordinary. At this thought, he felt his own sweat trickling down, just like Xiao Weiguo's. Zhao Yunlan was present, accompanied by several girls he had encountered on the bus earlier. The woman beside him, with her pronounced pregnancy, was presumably Zhao Yunhang's wife. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she possessed an undeniable charm, with short hair exuding an elegant aura, suggesting she had a gentle disposition. Zhao Yunhang's residence featured a 2-bedroom layout, with a piano positioned against the wall upon entry. An accordion rested atop the piano, while a wooden guitar adorned the wall. The interior of the house likely spanned over 60 square meters. Xiao Weiguo and Zhao Yunlan exchanged smiles as they began to explore the space. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Yunlan inquired, "Xiao Weiguo, what are you wandering about for?" "I'm assessing the layout of the house and considering how to make the necessary modifications for plumbing," Xiao Weiguo replied. "Oh, have you figured it out?" Zhao Yunlan asked. "Indeed. The kitchen contains a small storage room. I plan to place the stove there for easy access to water and to keep the home clean, especially if you eventually switch to natural gas for heating. After surveying all the areas, Xiao Weiguo continued, currently, you have 3 radiators. There are none in the kitchen or bathroom. I brought 5 additional radiators with me, which I can install alongside the existing ones, ensuring warmth throughout the house. No need for adults or children to fear the cold anymore. Young comrade, would you like some water? Can we assist you with anything? Zhao Yunhan's wife offered, pouring a cup of hot water for Xiao Weiguo. No, thank you, he responded, but then he noticed something and exclaimed, wait, is this a concrete wall? What's wrong with concrete? One of the girls asked. It's too hard. It makes drilling difficult. Luckily, my tools are robust, Xiao Weiguo replied. What's the matter? Zhao Yunlan inquired. Make sure to cover everything. Drilling creates a lot of dust. After you've covered the items, take your sister-in-law and these young ladies to a warm place for a while. Farther away is better. Just let Zhao Yunfan come in to lend me a hand. Zhao Yunlan and one of the girls questioned, can't we watch? Yes, why can't we women observe? It's not that you can't. There's just nothing particularly interesting. Moreover, your sister-in-law is pregnant, and the noise might disturb the fetus. Could it affect the child? That won't do. Sister-in-law, let us go and leave him to manage this himself. Upon hearing the potential risk to the child, Zhao Yunhan's wife and the girls hurried to cover the household items before heading outside. Although the unborn child might not perceive external sounds, Xiao Weiguo was concerned that startling Zhao Yunhan's wife could lead to premature labor, which would pose significant complications. Xiao Weiguo retrieved an electric drill from his toolbox and began preparing to attach the drill bit. The drill belonged to his family, who had been engaged in small engineering projects in the past. Although he had not partaken in such labor himself, preferring a different path, he had always kept a variety of tools at home. With a pencil and ruler, he marked the drilling spots, donned the mask and goggles he had prepared, and commenced his work. The electric drill whirred as it penetrated the wall, its sound resonating throughout the family quarters, disturbing the peace of the neighbors above and below. Zhao Yunfan and his companions, undeterred by the noise, trailed behind Xiao Weiguo, observing his construction work. Before long, a group of young boys and girls arrived outside. Who are they? Zhao Yunfan inquired. They're friends of Xiao Li and Kong Mei. From the alley came the reply. How bold of them to venture into the compound. They must be here to help. They're likely workers, someone suggested. What should we do? Should we call someone to handle this? Another pondered. That might not be wise. Perhaps we should consult Brother Duan first? After a brief exchange, the group of youngsters hastily departed. Zhao Yunfan, unaware of their conversation, felt powerless even if he had heard them. Chapter 23. A flag planted. The quality of Zhao Yunhang's house was remarkably superior. Xiao Weiguo had rarely encountered such robust concrete walls, making it a challenge to drill through. He marveled inwardly, recognizing the excellence of military-grade construction. It took him over 3 hours to create a hole, during which he managed to ruin 2 drill bits. The young people in the compound came and went, while the adult residents briefly gathered to witness the commotion. However, the noise was too disruptive, leading most to leave. Only Zhao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlan, who arrived later with a few children, remained to watch the spectacle. At that time, centralized heating had yet to be implemented in the country. Even when it eventually became available, the heating radiators were typically the outdated cast iron versions placed on the ground. They were not only cumbersome, but also unattractive, prompting many families to conceal them beneath window sills, using decorative materials to cover the unsightly appearance, leaving only a louvered wooden grill for heat circulation. The radiators Xiao Weiguo purchased online were modern stainless steel models that gained popularity only after the early 2000s. These radiators came in various shapes and colors, being both lightweight and aesthetically pleasing, yet reasonably priced. He opted for the simplest straight tube design, which was both elegant and practical, with the sole requirement being substantial size. After installing expansion screws in the wall, he hung the radiator, secured the doors and windows, connected the water pipes, filled them with water, ignited the heater, and commenced trial operation. The efficiency of the modern heater was impressive. Within half an hour, the indoor temperature rose several degrees. It was estimated that after a night of operation, the temperature could reach around 30 degrees Celsius, with the heater's output and temperature adjustable. When Zhao Yunhan's wife returned and beheld the stylish radiator, she was filled with delight as she touched its surface and felt the warmth. Earlier, while Xiao Weiguo was drilling, she harbored silent concerns that he might damage their home. However, She was pleasantly surprised to find the radiator not only preserved the decor, but also enhanced the aesthetic appeal of the house. Xiao Weiguo explained to them, sister-in-law, this stove is economical. While heating, it can also boil water and cook meals, eliminating the need for an additional stove in winter. Just 2 pieces of coal will suffice for the day, even without adding coal at night when the compound has centralized heating. The temperature in the house should still reach around 30 degrees during the day. Look here, this switch can reduce the valve's opening, with less air intake. The fire burns more slowly. The device above is for temperature regulation. A decrease in water flow will also lower the temperature. This is a thermometer. It would be advisable to hang one in your home to maintain a temperature around 25 degrees. You can experiment with the exact temperature control. If you find your home excessively dry in the future, consider placing a few bowls of water around. You need not wear heavy clothing indoors. Summer attire will suffice. And you can dress warmly when stepping outside to avoid catching a cold. Zhao Yunhang's wife expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Comrade Weiguo. How much does it cost? I will get the money for you. Did Brother Hang not mention it? There's no need for you to pay now. Just have him settle it when he returns. He left in a hurry and might have forgotten to mention it. Come on, it's the same for both of us. Right? Indeed, Xiao Weiguo, you can be quite tedious. My sister-in-law can pay you. Why must we wait for my brother to return?" Zhao Yunlan interjected, rolling her eyes. "I must insist," Zhao Yunfan chimed in, also rolling his eyes. "I'm not profiting from you. This set cost me 2,000. I spent around 1,600 to 1,700 on it. And the tools and labor are all my own. Consider it a favor. Those 2 drill bits I broke were over 170 each when I bought them. And this one is also nearing its end, likely to break soon. 2,000. That's exorbitant. Xiao Weiguo, are you trying to extort us?" The others were stunned into silence, with Zhao Yunlan exclaiming in disbelief. At that moment, a primary worker earned merely over 30 a month. Rice and flour were about 20 cents per pound, and pork cost around 75 cents per pound. 2,000 was a substantial sum for anyone in this era. I suggested you let your brother handle it. You clearly have never encountered significant money. I feared the figure might frighten you. I'm leaving when your brother returns. Have him find me to settle the debt. Xiao Weiguo began to pack up his toolbox as dusk approached, and he had yet to eat after a long day's work. Zhao Yunlan grew anxious. Such a considerable sum was no trivial matter. Her brother did earn a decent wage, but he was still on the front lines, and that money was hard-won with his life at stake. She could not allow him to be taken advantage of like this. "You shall not leave. Unless you clarify this matter, you are going nowhere today." Upon hearing this, Xiao Weiguo became agitated. He could not linger lest he attract the attention of patrolling soldiers. "What do you want me to say? The stove is made in Finland. Do you think it's so easy to procure? Finland is near the Arctic. Look it up. My drill bits are high-end products from West Germany. Have you heard of Siemens? Do you understand how challenging it is to transport goods from Hong Kong? Do you think I wanted to take on this task? Had I not been drinking that day, had the person seeking me not been your brother, had he not wanted to ensure his wife and child were not left to suffer in the cold, I would have refused outright even if you begged me. Do you have any idea the price I paid for this set? I lost family heirlooms. It's a thankless task. I'll make this clear. If I ever manage to acquire such high-end goods again, I will change my surname. I'm leaving. No need to see me off." The authenticity of Xiao Weiguo's words is ambiguous. However, his sentiments are genuine. Were it not for Zhao Yihang's request, Xiao Weiguo would likely have declined such a proposition. As for the origin of the items, they are merely domestically produced goods purchased online in later years. The family heirloom, however, is indeed genuine. For wealth can also be inherited. As Feng Xiaojiang aptly remarked in later times, children from the alleys are inherently different from those from affluent courtyards. The latter express their thoughts freely and act upon their desires, buoyed by their advantageous circumstances and the opportunities to rectify their mistakes. Conversely, alley children possess nothing. Their lives afford no margin for error, compelling them to resort to falsehoods, not out of malice, but as a means of self-preservation. Upon hearing Xiao Weiguo recount how Zhao Yihang implored him to prepare a heater to protect his family from the cold, the spouse of Zhao Yihang was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she contemplated his imminent peril on the battlefield. Zhao Yunlan and Zhao Yunfan, in a state of panic, were at a loss for words, hastily guiding their sister-in-law toward the bedroom. Regarding the matter of the 2,000 yuan, Zhao Yunlan and Zhao Yihang had already been convinced. In this era, items they had never encountered were likely foreign, as they had already experienced all that could circulate domestically. At this juncture, Finland and Germany had yet to establish diplomatic relations with the country, and they had undergone military training from a young age. Their understanding of European geography and political conditions far surpassed that of Xiao Weiguo, a mere dilettante from the future. Fortunately, Xiao Weiguo's geographical knowledge was adequate, allowing him to weave his fabrications without faltering. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been exposed. As for the trafficking of goods, smuggling activities along the coastal regions had surged in recent years, yet these operations were illegal, with severe penalties including imprisonment or even execution for grave offenses. The military had previously encountered a plethora of goods from Hong Kong, as the tycoon Hua had built his empire on supplying pharmaceuticals to the domestic military. Xiao Weiguo carried away a bundle of iron pipes, recognizing that in this era, every item held its utility. He had contemplated installing heating in his own home. Yet the expense of a stove was prohibitive. He could part with it for Zhao Yihong, securing friendship, financial gain, and a debt of gratitude in one fell swoop. For himself, however, such expenditure was a luxury too extravagant, especially residing in a communal dwelling where a costly heater would attract unwelcome attention and potentially bring trouble. With an iron pipe slung over his left shoulder and a toolbox in his right hand, Xiao Weiguo made his way to the bus stop. Upon exiting the west gate of the courtyard, he was encircled by a group of unruly youths on bicycles, a few of whom were girls. "What is this? Do we need to pay a toll to pass through the military compound?" One jeered. "You've got some nerve coming here alone. Brother Duan, should we teach him a lesson?" "Indeed, with your command, we could easily leave him here today." In that moment, hesitation was not an option. Xiao Weiguo cast the bundle of iron pipes onto the ground, swiftly bent down to retrieve two shorter steel pipes, wielding them with a sense of familiarity. Donning his safety helmet, he pointed at the ringleader and declared, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to come here? Shall we settle this?" Before his transcendence, the body of Xiao Weiguo was forged through countless brawls. Otherwise, given his marginalized status, he would have been mercilessly bullied. Though still youthful, he possessed remarkable strength, and his record gradually transformed from frequent defeats to frequent victories. After his arrival in this new realm, he inherited his prior combat experience, coupled with an astonishing enhancement of his physical condition. In merely 2 years, no one in the surrounding alleys dared to challenge him one-on-one. When Xiao Weiguo brandished a steel pipe while donning a helmet, the onlookers from the courtyard could only think of his shamelessness. Surrounded by so many, he was quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, yet his audacity was notable. How had he not been mentioned before? Yet, in the vastness of Beijing, there were countless individuals unheard of, and his presence was merely among the multitude. "Your name is Xiao Weiguo?" "Indeed, and you are?" "Duan Feihong." "Who did you associate with before?" "With no one." "Do you know the little ruffian?" "I've heard of him, but never encountered him." "Are you a lone wolf?" "What? Do you wish to spar? Do you think you're worthy? Go to hell." At that moment, a youth behind him, unable to contain himself, swung a chain toward Xiao Weiguo. With a wealth of combat experience, Xiao Weiguo, upon hearing the taunts behind him, lowered his head and charged into the throng of bicycles. Duan Feihong was unprepared for a fight. Many were either straddling or pushing their bicycles. The crowd was too dense for any immediate action. Before they could react, Xiao Weiguo had crashed into them. As he barreled through the sea of bicycles, he pushed everyone in his path with his immense strength, causing a chaotic tumble of bodies and bikes. Some fled in alarm, while others attempted to arm themselves and advance. Xiao Weiguo, undeterred, dashed to the opposite side of the bicycle cluster and delivered a powerful kick to the assailant who had attempted to ambush him, sending him flying off his bike. He then wielded the steel pipe to fend off incoming strikes, the weapon whistling through the air and causing nearby assailants to scatter in fright. Wherever the crowd was thick, Xiao Weiguo surged forward, toppling one person after another. Despite sustaining several blows and receiving a strike to the face, he remained unscathed. Amidst the chaos of bodies and bicycles, those overwhelmed by his charge could hardly maintain their footing, scattering in panic. One unfortunate soul, lagging behind and attempting to carry a newly purchased bicycle, found himself on the receiving end of a powerful kick from Xiao Weiguo. Instinctively, the individual raised the bicycle as a shield, but the impact was thunderous. The onlookers, positioned a safe distance away, watched in shock as their companions soared through the air, both bike and rider sent tumbling. The scene fell eerily silent. Clang! The bicycle and its rider crashed to the ground, startling Xiao Weiguo. It had been a while since he had engaged in such combat, and he was taken aback by the extent of his own strength. Would he have killed him? Panic set in, and he hastened to check on the fallen individual. As the crowd surged forward, fearing he might inflict further harm, Xiao Weiguo, halt! Duan Feihong shouted urgently. Already, Xiao Weiguo had grasped the fallen individual by the collar. Lifting him up, he patted his face, lifted his shirt to inspect his chest, then examined his limbs. Thankfully, nothing was broken. A sigh of relief escaped him. Xiao Weiguo, release him. Here you go. Xiao Weiguo pushed the young man in his grasp towards Duan Feihong, and then remarked, the person is fine. I was utterly terrified just now, fearing I might have inadvertently harmed him. Duan Feihong and a few others examined the comrade who had been shoved, relieved to find only minor abrasions. Xiao Weiguo, today's incident was instigated by you. What do you propose we do about it? Are you deflecting blame onto me? Had it not been for someone's rash ambush, would I have resorted to fighting with you? The conflict had already erupted, and an explanation was warranted. As the leader, Duan Feihong felt compelled to demand accountability for his group, even if it was merely an apology from Xiao Weiguo. Regrettably, Xiao had no intention of offering such accountability. What sort of accountability? How about you compensate me for my medical expenses and emotional distress? I'm leaving. I refuse to engage in this child's play any longer. Do not leave. The crowd surged forward, replicating the earlier tension. Do you wish to fight? Do you believe you can best me? Make way, make way. Xiao Weiguo pushed through the agitated throng, retrieved his iron pipe, and returned it to his collection. Observing the darkening sky, illuminated only by the streetlights outside the courtyard, he pondered for a moment, then set down his belongings and approached Duan Feihong. It's too late to return home. I'll borrow your bicycle for a couple of days. I shall return it the day after tomorrow, at the latest. As for your demand for accountability, he gestured around at everyone encircling him, declaring with arrogance, I will frequently visit henceforth. Bring forth any skills you possess. I can take on 10 with bare hands. As for one-on-one, do you dare? His final challenge, do you dare, was delivered with all his might, resonating in the ears of those directly before him. Xiao Weiguo rode off on the bicycle, pulling along a bundle of iron pipes, leaving a group of courtyard dwellers in stunned silence as they beheld his retreating figure. They understood that following today's chaotic scuffle, a new banner had been raised in the alley, and this individual was far more formidable than the petty thug who had perished last year. Oh dear, that scoundrel bent the frame of my bike. This was a new purchase by my brother. I'm doomed to face his wrath upon my return. The young man who had been kicked was jolted back to reality and was now terrified, realizing that his brother's punishments would be far worse than Xiao Weiguo's. Chapter 25. The factory once again. It was a splendid day, with the northern winter winds blowing fiercely, as long as there were no dust storms. The sky was a deep blue, unmarred by clouds, an aesthetic delight. Of course, dust storms brought a different kind of spectacle, albeit one filled with frustration. The following day, Xiao Weiguo's wounds had healed, a testament to his reliance on his spatial abilities. Minor injuries did not linger, and serious ones healed swiftly. Otherwise, who among the populace would dare engage in brawls with their cautious and anxious demeanor? Previously, he had hesitated to utilize this capacity for fear of attracting attention from the observant. However, this time was different. In the alley, apart from himself, no one was aware of his altercation with others. Xiao Weiguo would never voluntarily disclose the matter of the altercation. He is not a thug, nor does he need to leverage such incidents as capital. Moreover, he harbors no desire to offend others. Merely reaping the benefits suffices, and further trampling on others would be rather inappropriate. Early in the morning, Xiao Weiguo arrived at the steel mill on his bicycle, and this time he did not need to scale the wall, as the security officer stationed at the entrance granted him passage without hesitation. Perhaps it was just an illusion. But today, Director Li appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits. At over 40, nearing 50, could he still radiate such vitality? Xiao, the courtyard was secured yesterday afternoon. Not far from your alley. We'll initially sign a 5-year contract, and you only need to pay a nominal rent of 2 yuan per month. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the factory to justify it. Hand over your succession paperwork to me, and I shall have Secretary Qian take you there for the handover of the property. What kind of courtyard Director Li referred to was still a mystery to Xiao Weiguo. However, since it was termed a courtyard, it should at least possess a patch of open land, which indeed would be suitable for establishing a recycling station. The size of the space was of little concern to Xiao Weiguo, as he did not intend to engage in any grand undertakings. He merely sought a job with greater freedom, one that could yield a profit. If he could seize the opportunity to acquire some antiques or other valuable items, he would consider his later years assuredly secure. Acquiring an entire courtyard exemplified the formidable presence of a state-owned enterprise, charging merely 2 yuan for renting an office space, which, in essence, was pure profit. In the ensuing years, as state-owned factories underwent restructuring, many factories valued in the millions were sold for merely hundreds of thousands, often to individuals who lacked funds but specialized in low-buy, high-sell transactions for profit. Politely termed factory restructuring, it could more accurately be described as a blatant exploitation. Shearing the socialist sheep and draining the state. Is it really happening so swiftly? I am immensely grateful to Director Li. Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Weiguo's anxious heart finally found solace, filled with joy at this moment. No need for thanks. It is only right for the factory to assist employees facing difficulties. Now, please hand over the paperwork. I must seek someone to process it. Xiao Weiguo produced 2 forms, hesitantly touching them but not handing them to Director Li. Instead, with a reluctant expression, he inquired, "Director, I know I shouldn't be speaking out of turn, but my family is truly in dire straits. Look, I have yet to earn a single penny, and rent is already due. Might the factory be able to provide some support? Perhaps a few handcarts or bicycles that the factory no longer requires." What a fanciful notion. Do you not know the price of a bicycle? Sensing that his earlier words might have been too forceful, Director Li swiftly adjusted his tone. "Xiao, the bicycles in the factory are limited and are only awarded to model workers and exemplary individuals. How about this? I will provide you with a note to collect some scrap materials from the waste storage, old steel pipes, iron sheets, tires, etc. Though they are factory waste, they are still valuable materials outside. With a little welding, you could fabricate a bicycle or handcart." Noticing Xiao Weiguo's silence, Director Li gritted his teeth and added, "I will also personally sponsor you 15 yuan, but you must not make any further demands. Otherwise, you can forget about opening that recycling station. You will truly give me 15 yuan. I am exceedingly grateful to you," Xiao Weiguo exclaimed. "Director Li, please write me a note for the scrap materials, and I will provide you with the paperwork." Did he truly dare to request 15 yuan? Director Li and Secretary Qian were astonished by Xiao Weiguo's audacity. It was evident to everyone that Director Li was referring to the 10 yuan that had been hastily changed to 5, yet Xiao Weiguo shamelessly calculated both amounts together, claiming a total of 15 yuan. However, the matter at hand was the opportunity for work, and Director Li was not one to quibble over a mere 10 yuan. So he chose not to complicate the situation. With a reluctant expression, he retrieved 15 yuan from his drawer, penned a note, stamped it, and handed it to Xiao Weiguo. After securing the note and the money, Xiao Weiguo, with a beaming smile, presented the succession documents to Li Yongjun and said to Secretary Qian, "Secretary Qian, let us proceed. You must promptly inform me of any procedures the factory needs to handle. We should aim to complete everything this morning. Otherwise, you will have to accompany me back and forth for the paperwork. Indeed, if not handled efficiently, it would require multiple trips." Secretary Qian was equally anxious. It was not a complicated matter, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary hassle. They ascended to the second-floor office to locate a staff member responsible for managing the factory's logistics, where they signed a formal lease agreement. While the staff member was drafting the contract, Xiao Weiguo cautiously inquired, "Would it be possible to amend the lease term to 10 years? I can settle the rent in one go." The individual glanced at Xiao Weiguo, then at Secretary Qian, and finally considered Director Li before lowering his head to change the duration from 5 years to 10. Secretary Qian squinted but remained silent, aware that Director Li was indifferent to whether the contract was for 5 or 10 years. Director Li was keen to avoid complications in this transaction, and Secretary Qian shared the same sentiment. Creating trouble for a leader would inevitably cause issues for himself in the future, and he was not foolish enough to voice any objections. Surprised by the ease of the agreement, Xiao Weiguo, concealing his astonishment, probed further. "Is it possible to sell this factory? If so, how much could I expect? I can arrange the funds. Renting is feasible, but selling is out of the question." "The factory is not lacking that small sum," the contract writer replied decisively. Xiao Weiguo was not disheartened. This was merely a test, and it was entirely expected for the individual to decline. After signing the contract, affixing the official seal, paying 240 yuan in rent, and receiving the keys, Secretary Qian escorted Xiao Weiguo to the scrap warehouse. The scrap metal in the steel mill was subject to recovery. The factory mandated that all non-ferrous metal waste be collected, including metal shavings generated during machining, which had designated collection vehicles. Each workpiece was accounted for, regardless of its quality, as even some defective items could undergo secondary processing. A designated logistics personnel managed that aspect. In contrast, metal shavings were different. Workers were required to dispose of them in the recovery vehicles before their shifts ended. There were personnel assigned to clean these vehicles, sorting the materials for resale to various metallurgical companies for recycling. However, the factory managed its own operations, while workers tended to theirs. Some bolder workers would discreetly stash away valuable metals in their clothing to sell for profit after hours. Most individuals refrained from theft, as it contradicts both legal and moral principles. However, the act of discarding or wasting items bears less psychological burden, particularly when they are not one's own. The laborious process of returning materials to the factory for recycling often leads some to bypass proper procedures regarding metal shavings and defective components, discarding them indiscriminately into recycling bins. Presenting a pass to the gatekeeper, Xiao Weiguo ventured into the warehouse, surveying the towering piles of discarded parts. He then discreetly pulled Secretary Qian aside, offering him 2 boxes of Destined cigarettes along with the 15 yuan given by factory director Li earlier. Secretary Qian, the recycling station is in dire need, with repairs required for buildings, doors, windows, walls, fences, floors, and even kitchens and bathrooms. I wonder if I might take a bit more scrap? He inquired. I shall wait for you at the factory entrance. Without hesitation, Secretary Qian accepted the items and departed, showing no concern for the warehouse supervisor. A clever maneuver indeed. Turning back, Xiao Weiguo discreetly retrieved 2 cigarettes from his canvas bag, addressing the warehouse supervisor. May I ask your surname? No need for formality, my surname is Wu. He offered 1 cigarette to Director Wu and tossed another to a group of 4 or 5 workers nearby. Director Wu, the recycling station is in need of various materials, including for houses, doors, windows, and even kitchens and bathrooms. Please find your own vehicle. At most, 2 trucks will suffice. They will lock the gate upon your departure. Director Wu tucked the cigarette under his arm and retreated to his small office, exhibiting an even greater shrewdness. Amused, Xiao Weiguo lit a cigarette for each of the 4 or 5 workers and asked, Gentlemen, do you know where I might borrow a vehicle? I am willing to pay. The transport team, indeed, they all drive liberation trucks, and those drivers often take side jobs. If you are prepared to pay, you will certainly find a vehicle. He pedaled quickly to the transport team and brought out 1 individual. After a hushed conversation and the exchange of 2 boxes of cigarettes, the individual returned with 2 others. And after another brief discussion, the 3 emerged together, each receiving 2 boxes of Destined and 20 yuan. 2 liberation trucks rumbled into motion. Amid the clamor, the truck set off, and another cigarette was tossed along with a 5 yuan note. Several workers, panting, secured the heavy iron gate, their efforts not in vain, each receiving 2 boxes of cigarettes and an additional yuan. Master, that young fellow has left. The items have been taken? Yes, 2 liberation trucks arrived. Director Wu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, What? Liberation trucks? That rascal has tricked me. But you mentioned 2 trucks. It seems fortuitous. Foolish lad. I assumed he was using a rickety tricycle for scrap collection. Who knew he could procure liberation trucks? What kind of materials did he transport? A mix of various items. Predominantly copper. Ah, well, inform them that this matter must remain confidential. Did he offer you any benefits? He did provide a box of Yun Gang cigarettes. Bring me 2 boxes to sample. The remainder can be yours. Under Secretary Qian's guidance, Xiao Weiguo finally beheld the courtyard he had rented. Although referred to as a courtyard, it had once been a small factory, as evidenced by the remnants of a factory roof still visible from the street. Upon opening the main gate and the factory door to allow the liberation vehicle to enter for unloading, Xiao Weiguo, accompanied by Secretary Qian, surveyed the surroundings. The factory appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet it remained a formally recognized establishment under direct administration, with the outer and inner gates and beams constructed from robust steel. The structural integrity of the building was sound, although the roof and windows were in need of repair. The courtyard, slightly larger than the factory itself, spanned approximately 300 to 400 square meters, featuring a cement floor ample enough for considerable storage. Apart from a few resilient weeds, the area was devoid of any other features. The cooking stove in the courtyard had collapsed, and the pots were missing, unclear whether they had been taken during the factory's relocation or stolen. This had once served as a small community workshop for our factory, sufficient for your needs. At this moment, Xiao Weiguo's eyes sparkled with delight. 600 to 700 square meters in Beijing, in such a prime location. Surely would be worth billions in the future. Fortunately, it was a rental, or he might have been overwhelmed with joy. Thank you, Brother Qian. My life finally seems to have some hope. May I treat you to a meal sometime? There's no rush regarding the meal, Secretary Qian mused, observing the three drivers unloading. It's evident that you, my friend, are both clever and audacious. You'll certainly find a way to earn a living. Ah, you flatter me. This is born of necessity, after all. With my family's circumstances, we barely had enough to eat. Let us not dwell on the past. Today marks a new chapter. Xiao Weiguo's words were often a blend of truth and embellishment, leaving one uncertain of their veracity. Perhaps it was only someone like him, who had endured hardships and constantly sought ways to provide for their family, who could think so creatively about earning a living, unlike those with stable jobs. Very well. I've arranged for the signboard at the entrance to be made. It will be delivered to you tomorrow. I must return to the factory now. All right, take care. I want to see you off. Don't bother, I'll be on my way. As he watched Secretary Qian turn the corner in the distance, Xiao Weiguo waved before returning to the factory. Although he merely tossed items from the vehicle, the three drivers were still quite exhausted. He offered them each a box of de Qianmin cigarettes and lit them up, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, gentlemen, for your hard work. Here, have a smoke and catch your breath. It's no trouble. We usually work like this. Not at all. My brother's father used to be a driver at our factory. I know how comfortable he had it. Do you have acquaintances in our transport team? Who? Li Wenhua. The Li team leader who passed away a few years ago? What a pity. He was affectionately known as the captain. He was due for a promotion upon returning from that mission. But then tragedy struck. What a fine man he was, one of the drivers remarked. Indeed, team leader Li was educated and kind. By the way, how old is his son? Why hasn't he taken over? 15, turning 16 soon. After the new year, he'll officially be 16 and will step into the role. I hope you gentlemen will look out for him. Of course, we're all family. But why don't you work at the factory? Let us not delve into that. We should be on our way. We have transport duties this afternoon. Who would not wish to work if they could? It is only when one is unable to do so that they seek alternative solutions. The driver, feeling somewhat abrupt in his inquiry, retracted his words. Xiao Weiguo merely chuckled, unperturbed, and added, Dear brothers, should you ever come across any scrap materials, discarded components, or used wool hubs, do not hesitate to send them my way. Although my location is somewhat remote, it is secure, and we can settle payments face-to-face without any delays. Rest assured on that front. If there are any usable small wool hubs with tires, I am willing to offer each of you 5 yuan. I wish to weld a few carts, and I am currently in need of tires. Iron is priced at only 12 cents per jean, and the wheel hubs do not weigh much. My offer is quite reasonable. All right, we shall return to inspect. Now that we are acquainted, we will bring you any materials we find. This presented an unexpected opportunity for income. Previously, such ventures had not crossed their minds. With a reliable arrangement and immediate payment, all three drivers nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. Lieutenant Xiao Weiguo meticulously inspected the factory both inside and out, confirming that everything was in order. After checking the doors and windows to ensure they could be securely closed, he locked up and prepared to ride his bicycle home. His modest factory was situated at a corner of the crossroads in the eastern section, with a wide road at the entrance and alleys surrounding it, making for a rather advantageous location. As Xiao Weiguo exited through the main gate, he noticed a few onlookers peering from the alley, with the gate previously closed. They had been unable to discern the activities within, but the sight of 2 large trucks coming and going, accompanied by the clattering sounds of discarded materials, had certainly drawn their attention. An elderly gentleman called out, Hey, young man, what goes on in there? Considering that they would soon be neighbors and he might rely on these individuals for future support, Xiao Weiguo smiled broadly and responded in a cheerful voice, Dear neighbors, this factory will serve as a recycling station for scrap materials associated with the steel mill. From now on, we shall all be neighbors. And if you have any unneeded items at home, feel free to bring them to me. In the future, we will need each other's assistance, rest assured. I will offer fair prices for anything you bring. The elderly gentleman who had inquired earlier raised his thumb in approval, ready to commend the establishment of a good rapport. However, a black-skinned, wrinkled, and skeptical old woman interjected, Why turn a perfectly good building into a recycling station? It could remain empty. Your noise from the scrap operation will keep us awake at night. Xiao Weiguo found her remarks perplexing. wondering why she was being so cantankerous even before the operation had commenced. It was their first meeting, and she was already seeking trouble. He mused that perhaps she was simply unwell. Unwilling to tolerate her rude demeanor, he retorted, "What is the matter? Are you planning to issue me a decree? Do you think your status is superior to that of our thousands of workers at the steel mill? If you find us noisy, why continue living in this communal dwelling? Why not reside in the presidential palace in America?" The elderly lady attempted to retort, but Xiao Weiguo was not inclined to grant her the opportunity. He had no time to engage in a futile argument with her. Thus, as soon as she opened her mouth, he interrupted sharply, "What do you mean? If you sell goods in the future, I'll weigh them and you'll see whether you believe it or not." What do you mean by that?" "I can offer you a fair price, but if you continue to speak disrespectfully, I won't accept your goods even if you bring them to my door." "Do you believe that?" Xiao Weiguo, having previously worked in sales, understood that such uneducated elderly folks were only swayed by monetary matters. They were most fearful of financial repercussions, as discussions of law or morality held no weight with them. If one spoke at length, they might become increasingly audacious. As anticipated, upon hearing Xiao Weiguo's refusal to be intimidated and the suggestion that her goods might be undervalued, the old lady became visibly flustered. "You are unreasonable. I will report you to your superiors. I am indeed the station master here. What is this? You intend to lodge a complaint against me? Just see if I care." Laughter erupted among the onlookers at the alley's entrance, revealing that the elderly lady was not well-liked in the community. A few mischievous children even shouted, "Oh, the old lady is off to live in the presidential residence in America." The crowd erupted in laughter again, likely recalling how she had used this same line against them on numerous occasions. The old lady, feeling embarrassed, could no longer bear the atmosphere and hastily walked away down the alley, presumably heading home. At this moment, the elderly gentleman who had spoken earlier inquired, "Are you truly the station master here?" "Yes, indeed, sir. Anyone who deceives is a scoundrel." "Remarkable. You're so young to hold such a position," he remarked. Giving a thumbs up, Xiao Weiguo modestly smiled and replied, "It's nothing extraordinary, sir. Neighbors, please continue with your tasks. The recycling station is not yet ready, and it will likely open after the new year. When it does, I welcome everyone to bring their items to me, and I assure you of a satisfactory price. I must take my leave now." After bidding farewell to the neighbors, Xiao Weiguo pedaled away on his bicycle, which he rode with impressive speed. Just as he was nearing home, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. He quickly stopped and turned to see who it was. There were two individuals approaching. Among them was Lu Lai, who had previously confronted him, and the stuttering childhood friend who had come to his aid. Lu Lai had fought with Xiao Weiguo once, but there was no lingering animosity between them. Lu Lai walked over and patted the back of Xiao Weiguo's bicycle, expressing genuine surprise. "Xiao Weiguo, you're doing well. Even your bicycle is impressive." Xiao Weiguo smiled but did not respond directly. Instead, he turned to his childhood friend, "Stutterer, why are you both here together? Let me speak." Lu Lai interjected impatiently, interrupting the stutterer. The stutterer, aware of his tendency to frustrate others with his speech, remained calm and waited for Lu Lai to continue. "The stutterer asked me to help you find someone to rent a house, and I have found one." Xiao Weiguo parked his car by the wall and lit 2 cigarettes for them before inquiring of Lu Lai, "Has the little stutterer told you the requirements?" Lu confirmed, stating that the individual had no residence and preferred those who were utterly despicable, ideally those whose misdeeds were severe enough to warrant imprisonment. However, such individuals would be unlikely to pay their rent. "How will you explain this to Li Yongjun?" Xiao Weiguo retorted, his expression impassive. "What if those who normally pay their rent cannot be evicted?" Lu Lai was not genuinely concerned about Li Yongjun's property. Rather, he feared that Xiao Weiguo might implicate him. Previously, the little stutterer mentioned that anyone who helped find a suitable candidate would receive a 20 yuan brokerage fee from Xiao Weiguo. Lu had come for the sake of 20 yuan, wishing to avoid entanglements, especially given the volatile nature of the parties involved. "I never intended to claim the money. If he refuses to vacate, I'll ensure he faces consequences. Whether he can extricate himself later will depend on his own merits," Xiao Weiguo asserted, leaving Lu Lai and the little stutterer dumbfounded. "Goodness, you are ruthless. Who would dare to cross you now?" Lu exclaimed, thoroughly impressed. "So, if he doesn't vacate, you'll have him incarcerated? I wondered how you would find such a person. Sending him to the station would indeed reclaim the property. Besides, it's clear that Xiao Weiguo is not one to shy away from trouble. He merely prefers to avoid the chaos of this alley, whereas many young ruffians here would be more than willing to associate with him." Chapter 28. the tenant in a serendipitous turn of events, Xiao Weiguo, who had diligently searched for a suitable candidate without success, found that Lu Lai had identified an ideal tenant. Who did you find? Xiao Weiguo inquired with genuine curiosity. Ma San'er, nicknamed Ma Liuzi, a 26-year-old from the Shixi area, who is notorious for petty thefts and misconduct. He is not the type to settle down with a wife, preferring instead to flirt with young women and older ladies. It is said that he once fought outside the city with some friends and even killed someone. Xiao Weiguo frowned. Killed someone? How is he still at large? It's said that the victim was a beggar, without a household registration, identification, or any relatives. Essentially, he had nothing. When such people die, they can be buried without a trace, and as long as no one speaks up, no one will investigate. This is a lamentable reality of our times. Throughout history, deaths from starvation, exposure, illness, or violence have been seen as unfortunate accidents, outcomes beyond anyone's control, and thus, they are accepted. Xiao Weiguo nodded in acknowledgement before asking Lu Lai, is he truly targeting older women? Indeed, as long as they are not too elderly or incapacitated. He is willing. Xiao Weiguo clapped Lu Lai on the shoulder, handing him 2 packs of cigarettes. All right, he has the one. We want him more, and if he meets a grim fate, before he meets his end, we can still make use of him. Thanks, my friend. Let me know when you can bring him to sign the contract. After that, dinner is on me. Sure, I'll take my leave now. Those who navigate the complexities of life understand a fundamental truth. As long as conflicts are avoided, friendships endure. In the realm of social interactions, it is not a matter of life and death, but rather the nuances of human relationships. Those who fail to grasp this will inevitably face dire consequences. Lu has departed, but the stuttering boy remains. He and Xiao Weiguo have been classmates since childhood. His speech impediment has made him the subject of ridicule, and his academic struggles have instilled a sense of inferiority within him. Xiao Weiguo, known for his rebellious spirit and penchant for standing up for others, once witnessed the stuttering boy being bullied by students from another class. Without hesitation, Xiao Weiguo, accompanied by Li Yongjun, confronted the aggressors multiple times. The stuttering boy, touched by their loyalty, chose to associate with Xiao Weiguo and eventually began to assist him in disputes. Among them, Li Yongjun was a constant presence, never missing a chance to join their escapades. Upon entering the vehicle, the stuttering boy inquired about its origin. Xiao Weiguo casually mentioned it was borrowed and would be returned the following day. The stuttering boy probed further, but Xiao Weiguo advised him not to ask too many questions, fearing the cold air might cause him discomfort. As they arrived home, Xiao Weiguo brought the stuttering boy inside, marking the latter's first visit since Xiao Weiguo's return. The atmosphere was warm as they exchanged greetings. The young girl, blushing, avoided conversation and focused on her task. The stuttering boy remarked on her weight, eliciting playful banter about her appearance. While inside, they engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Xiao Weiguo preparing a simple yet hearty meal. The culinary offerings included meat slices with pickled vegetables and a medley of potatoes, carrots, and tofu, traditional northeastern stews known for their generous portions and ease of preparation. Perfect for the winter months. As the food was served, the stuttering boy's hunger became palpable, his eyes fixated on the steaming pot, eagerly swallowing in anticipation. The atmosphere was filled with laughter as they recalled times of hardship, recognizing that even in moments of desperation, they had all displayed uncharacteristic expressions. The stuttering boy nearly swallowed his tongue in his eagerness to devour the meal. Why such a feast today? Am I being honored? He inquired. To which Xiao Weiguo replied that they dined like this daily. The stuttering boy, in disbelief, insisted that it felt special. Xiao Weiguo's response was that he had merely prepared extra buns in honor of their guest, a fact confirmed by the shy girl, who nodded in agreement. Little Stutterer was incredulous, wondering who could possibly be so reckless every day. A spendthrift indeed. Would they even survive this? Little Stutterer sought Lu's assistance in finding a suitable person, and if all was convenient, he would contact them to draft a contract. Brother Weiguo, are you truly going to rent to such a person? Will my brother and I be subjected to scorn? Li Yonghong's heart was still heavy with apprehension. When you faced difficulties, no one came to your aid, and later you were left with nothing. Why fear their scorn now? But what about my brother and me returning to live there? What shall we do then? The memories of that fateful night haunted Li Yonghong, as they were bound to return. But what if they were harmed again? What if it escalated? Each time this topic arose, Xiao Weiguo's anger ignited. He clenched his jaw and pounded the table with a fierce blow, declaring, "Let us not discuss returning for a few more years. Your brother has been so grievously affected. I cannot let this grudge go unavenged." Upon hearing this, little stutterer was momentarily stunned, but soon realization dawned upon him, and his eyes welled with tears. He leaped up, brandishing a kitchen knife, and furiously demanded of Xiao Weiguo, Who? Who is it? Yongjun has been wronged? Weiguo, who, told me, I will kill him." Xiao Weiguo and the others were startled, fearing he might truly rush out to commit violence. After all, little stutterer was the most impulsive among them. Xiao Weiguo hurriedly urged him, "Put down the knife. We are discussing serious matters." No. Yongjun and Xiaohong have lost everything. How can they bully us like this? I must avenge Yongjun. Xiao Weiguo, feeling a mix of emotions, approached to wrest the knife away. Little stutterer, fearing for Xiao Weiguo's safety, tried to evade him, but his stature and strength were no match for Xiao Weiguo's. His face flushed with anger, trembling all over, tears cascading down his cheeks, prompting both Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong to weep as well. "Return the knife," Xiao Weiguo urged, guiding little stutterer back to a chair to sit. In a hushed tone, he explained, "Yonghong reported the incident to the police at that time. I inquired, but there were no leads. It was too dark for anyone to have seen anything. I suspect it was likely someone from their courtyard. If it were enemies of Uncle Li, they wouldn't have waited until now to strike. Besides, with the chaos of the shared courtyard, a stranger would struggle to find their way in, let alone strike with such precision. Moreover, Weiguo's mother had been ill for many years. Uncle Li's meager compensation had long been exhausted, and everyone was aware of this. Thus, the assailant was likely not motivated by greed. If not for money or lust, what purpose would there be in attacking Weiguo? I surmise someone covets their 2 little rooms in our shared courtyard, who lacks housing. They dare not commit murder. Instead, they create disturbances to frighten Yongjun and Yonghong into abandoning their home. Gradually, the community would reclaim the property, and then they might secretly move back in and cause a ruckus, potentially leading to the rooms being allocated to them. Though Xiao Weiguo's conjectures were based on speculation, little stutterer, Yongjun, and Yonghong firmly believed in his assertions. The stark reality remained that the only thing others could covet from the young siblings was indeed those 2 rooms. "What shall we do, Brother Weiguo? My brother cannot be without a home. How will he ever find a wife otherwise?" Yonghong grew increasingly anxious. Young girls tend to mature early, especially those who have endured hardships. She had learned from a tender age that a man without a house cannot marry. Xiao Weiguo chuckled mischievously, suggesting that we ought to find a rogue to oversee our property. Good people are easily bullied, and even if we find a decent tenant, they might be driven away. However, a scoundrel instills fear, and with him around, no one would dare covet your property. Xiao Weiguo had previously shared this idea with Li Yongjun. Though Li Yongjun felt some hesitation and resistance, he recognized that he had no better alternatives. He also understood that Xiao Weiguo was far more adept at handling such matters, and now, he could only muster the courage to follow Xiao Weiguo's lead. Chapter 29. The signboard. It was yet another splendid day, with gentle breezes and brilliant sunshine. Although winter in the north brought low temperatures, the winds were seldom fierce, allowing people to keep warm with adequate clothing. However, when the winds did blow, the biting cold felt like daggers against the skin, unbearable in its intensity. Word had spread that Xiao Weiguo's recycling station was nearly ready. Initially skeptical of the venture, both Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong felt a sense of joy for Xiao Weiguo upon its completion. The stuttering boy, hearing this news for the first time, was utterly astonished. After years apart, his friend had returned from the countryside to assume a leadership role, though it was earned through a job opportunity where a well-executed task could yield 500 to 600 yuan. Being a leader was commendable, and money could always be earned back in time. The following morning, Xiao Weiguo took the 3 of them to the recycling station, waiting for the steel mill personnel to deliver the sign. They had grown up in the vicinity, familiar with the alleys. Yet they had never stepped into the courtyard of this particular site. If not for arriving at the entrance, they might not have recalled that a vacant workshop existed here, indicating that this small factory had lain dormant for many years. As Xiao Weiguo opened the large iron gate and revealed the scene inside, Li Yongjun and the others were left in disbelief. Such a vast courtyard? The area of this small factory was far greater than they had imagined. They had envisioned a place consisting of merely 2 small rooms of a dozen square meters each, with an exterior yard of no more than 50 or 60 square meters. They had never considered that their friend could manage such an expansive facility. Following Xiao Weiguo into the courtyard, their eyes widened in astonishment. the stuttering boy's mouth gaping more and more, eventually reaching a point of near incredulity. Such a large courtyard? Such a spacious factory? As the fantasies outside collided with the stark reality within, the sensation of authenticity intensified, and their inner turmoil grew. A family accustomed to living in cramped 30 or 40 square meter homes could hardly fathom that their friend would one day possess such a grand domain. Xiao Weiguo parked his bicycle with pride and turned back to see the boy's expression, laughing as he patted his shoulder. Why so, agape? Are you hoping to feast on swan meat? The little stutterer gradually regained his composure and suddenly exclaimed, You roll away, you wretched toad. Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong also came back to their senses, realizing that Xiao Weiguo's decision might indeed be the right one. In such a vast place, he had the final say. As long as he worked diligently, he would undoubtedly earn well, certainly not less than as a factory worker. Xiao Weiguo closed the door and produced another key, saying, Come, let me show you some good stuff inside. The three, suppressing their excitement, followed closely behind him, as if afraid of losing their way. The factory's large iron gate creaked open, revealing a gap over a meter wide, and the four entered in single file. Upon seeing the heap of discarded metal scraps on the ground, the three hurried over. Li Yongjun, leaning on his cane, quickly approached to examine a small piece, tapping it and inspecting others. With a flushed face, he excitedly shouted, Weiguo, did they leave all this for you? Xiao Weiguo laughed heartily. This isn't what they left for me. I reclaimed all this from the steel mill. Really? This must be worth a fortune. The little stutterer responded, also getting excited. At least 2,000 or 3,000, maybe even 5,000 or 6,000. I picked out the good ones, and many are copper, ha ha ha. In truth, the pile contained few copper items, most were iron. The steel mill had strict regulations regarding non-ferrous metals, and the amount of discarded scraps was quite limited. Though the quantity was small, copper was indeed far more valuable than steel. Xiao Weiguo had not felt this joyful in a long time. He had never anticipated finding such an opportunity at the steel mill. He had already recouped his investment before even opening the door. It was worth it. This job was immensely rewarding. Even these scraps were worth more than 2 jobs combined. Li Yongjun and the others were genuinely happy for their brother. Feeling no envy or jealousy, just pure joy. They had endured hardships together, and their brother's success brought them more happiness than anyone else. There was no selfishness among them. As Ma Weidu later remarked, at that time, the bare minimum standards for most people were 3. To speak the truth, to act with integrity, and to be a good person. It was unexpected that, in just 30 short years, these standards would evolve into the highest ideals of conduct. Li Yonghong also smiled brightly, saying, Brother Weiguo, when you come to work, I'll cook for you, and even assist you. Yes, I'll come help too. They chimed in. All right, I'll pay you both. Pay? No need. Brother Weiguo, we can't be of much help. It's mainly your work. All right, we'll discuss it later. Wow. The little stutterer suddenly called out, beginning to run around excitedly. Li Yonghong shouted, Stutterer, wait for me. The two jumped around, eager to explore every corner, envisioning this place as their own territory, and their spirits soared with delight at the thought. Weiguo, the little stutterer called out cheerfully. What is it? Xiao Weiguo replied with a smile. When it gets hot, I'll move here to live and help you watch over the factory. That's fine. If you come to work, I'll pay you. Really? Going to work is not permissible, the stutterer expressed with a hint of surprise. Take your time. If you wish to come, you may reside and dine with me here, sparing you the aimless wandering on the streets. All right, it is settled then. I shall certainly come. The stutterer replied, nodding emphatically. In Chapter 30, titled Signboard, the stutterer's desire to relocate to live with Xiao Weiguo and his companions came as no surprise. The stutterer hailed from a large family, consisting of his grandmother, parents, and 7 siblings. Indeed, you heard that correctly. He had 6 brothers and sisters. His father worked at a coal yard, while his mother, a native of the mountainous region of Fangshan, had come to Beijing during a time of famine to marry his father, unable to change her household registration, and thus deprived of access to rationed goods. The stutterer's father earned a meager monthly salary of just over 37 yuan. His eldest sister was the only one who had married, but her family was equally impoverished, often struggling to provide for themselves and occasionally relying on assistance from their mother's side. Above the stutterer was an older brother, who had managed to secure an apprenticeship at the coal yard through their father's connections, currently earning 18 yuan and 50 cents a month, with prospects of a raise to 22 yuan and 50 cents once his temporary worker status was finalized in 6 months. As the third child, the stutterer had 4 younger siblings, the youngest of whom was affected by policy changes and could only follow their mother's household registration, thus also missing out on ration goods. With so many children at home, their appetites were insatiable, yet the monthly food supply was scant. Only the father and older brother could claim 30 jin of grain each month. Their grandmother received 26 jin, while the stutterer received 25 jin. His second and third sisters 18 jin each, the fifth sister 15 jin, and the youngest brother received nothing. In total, 9 people were allotted approximately 56 yuan and 162 jin of grain per month. The funds were undeniably insufficient, and the grain even more so, providing each person with barely 7 to 8 liang per day. At that time, hunger was a common plight, and such a meager supply could hardly satiate their needs. Their living conditions were equally cramped, with only 2 small rooms and an additional makeshift shelter erected following the Tangshan earthquake, leaving 9 people to squeeze into a confined space without any room to maneuver. Xiao Weiguo's offer for the stutterer to work at his recycling station was sincere. Although private employment was not yet permitted, assisting was still feasible. Once policies eased, it would be imperative for Xiao Weiguo to hire workers. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for one person to manage the workload efficiently. The stutterer did not ponder these complexities deeply. He merely felt that his brother's recycling station would undoubtedly require more hands, and since Xiao Weiguo was often out collecting materials, someone needed to manage the site. The stutterer felt a sense of duty, and in doing so, he would also secure his own meals and lodging. Xiao Weiguo and his companions enjoyed good food and had ample space to accommodate him, relieving the stutterer from the crowding of his family, which brought him immense satisfaction. Having inspected the factory, Xiao Weiguo took the stutterer to a state-run restaurant at the street corner to purchase buns. They transported 2 wooden planks from the yard into the factory, placing them atop bricks to serve as makeshift benches. As the 4 individuals settled down to eat and converse, a liberation truck arrived outside the factory just before noon. Upon hearing its horn, Xiao Weiguo hurried to open the gate. As the truck entered the courtyard and the driver disembarked, Xiao Weiguo recognized him as one of the drivers who had assisted him with deliveries the previous day. "Oh, it's you. Have you brought me the sign?" he inquired. "Indeed. I have also procured the tires you requested, along with some scrap metal," the driver replied. "Your response is remarkably swift. Although my business has yet to open, I shall accept what you have brought. How many tires and how much metal do you have?" "There are 5 tires, 4 front tires for the Liberation truck and 1 front tire from a 212 model, which I managed to acquire just 1. Rest assured, I can certainly find you the other." The scrap metal weighs approximately 1,000 jin. Xiao Weiguo contemplated using these tires to construct several large carts and hand trucks for the yard, noting that purchasing a bicycle tire would be more expensive. Moreover, bicycle tires are thin and prone to punctures from debris, with a limited weight capacity that risks damaging the steel rims. He understood the wisdom behind the adage that one must sharpen their tools before engaging in work. Thus, he considered the small tires from vehicles as a viable alternative. "While I currently lack a scale, we are intending to establish a long-term partnership, so I trust you won't deceive me. Shall we agree on a payment for 1,000 jin? I will pay you 25 yuan for the tires and 2 jiao per jin for the metal. Sound agreeable?" This arrangement would yield him nearly 150 yuan, equivalent to over 3 months of wages, representing pure supplemental income. The driver, filled with excitement, patted his chest and exclaimed, "Haha, I appreciate your trust. I pride myself on being straightforward in my dealings. The scrap may weigh more than 1,000 jin, but we shall settle on that figure. I intend to work with you long-term, and I will deliver anything else I can procure in the future. Shall I unload the items from yesterday as well?" "Yes, that would be most helpful," Xiao Weiguo replied. The driver maneuvered the truck into the factory, unloading the items with a clatter in the same spot as the previous day. He accepted the 145 yuan Xiao Weiguo offered with a smile before driving away. This time, Xiao Weiguo refrained from offering cigarettes, as yesterday's gesture was a plea for assistance, while today's transaction was strictly business. He believed in maintaining a clear distinction between personal and professional matters to avoid inciting greed. "Xiao Weiguo, you're paying too much at 2 jiao. You'll need to transport it to another recycling station, and this way, you want to make a profit," Li Yongjun expressed his concern. While the state may restrict business activities, it does not prevent citizens from earning a living. Rural areas still allow for raising chickens, ducks, and cultivating gardens. Xiao Weiguo's recycling station operates similarly to the matchbox business he once ran with his sister. However, Xiao Weiguo had to finance the acquisition of materials himself, and once collected, he would sell them to the state recycling station. This arrangement made it challenging to ensure profits on items with fixed prices, raising Li Yongjun's concerns about potential losses. Hearing that the venture might not yield profits only intensified the anxiety of Li Yonghong and the stuttering young man. What is there to worry about? My metals will be directly sent to the smelting factory, copper to the cable factory, iron to the steel mill, and paper to the paper mill. I have already inquired in advance. Upon hearing that there would be no financial loss for the three, they reluctantly acquiesced. Yet, reflecting on the heap of items in the factory, and considering that the contents of this yard would only multiply in the future, Li Yongjun furrowed his brow and inquired of Xiao Weiguo. Those factories are quite distant, and the items here will only continue to accumulate. You don't even own a vehicle. How will you transport them when the time comes? Hiring a vehicle can be quite costly. We have plenty of scrap iron. If necessary, I can weld a cart and raise a donkey, Xiao Weiguo replied. In truth, the logistics of delivering goods had not been thoroughly considered by Xiao Weiguo. Welding a cart from scrap iron was a simple task for him, but raising a donkey? That was a different matter entirely. Caring for livestock was an arduous endeavor. Merely providing feed would consume a significant portion of his day. Devoting time solely to the care of animals would leave him little room for earning money. For Xiao Weiguo, the prospect of raising a donkey or mule was simply not worth the trouble. He decided to ponder the issue of transportation further upon his return home. As time was still on his side, Li Yongjun was more pragmatic in his thoughts and pressed on with his inquiries. Will the ironworks accept your materials? Why wouldn't they? I'm operating under the banner of the steel mill, Xiao Weiguo asserted, gesturing towards the sign propped against the wall, which read Scrap Recycling Station, with a subtitle indicating it was a support unit for the steel mill. The words Xiao Weiguo had discreetly shared with Secretary Qian the previous day were faithfully recounted, demonstrating that Secretary Qian was indeed a man of integrity. The 15 yuan he received was well earned. Xiao Weiguo intended to display the sign prominently. The young stutterer eagerly accepted the money Xiao Weiguo handed him and dashed off to purchase large nails. Upon the boy's return, Xiao Weiguo affixed the nails to the walls on either side of the door using a scrap steel piece. With the help of the young lad, they hung 2 iron plaques, one large and one small, completing the preparations for the scrap recycling station. All that remained was for Xiao Weiguo to choose a favorable day after the new year to officially open for business. Chapter 31. 1 verses 10. After returning from the scrap yard, Xiao Weiguo, along with Li Yongjun and the others, shared a meal before heading out again. He needed to retrieve his bicycle from the military compound, for today marked the final deadline he had agreed upon with Duan Feihong. As he pedaled along the road, Xiao Weiguo suddenly realized the urgency of acquiring a reliable mode of transportation. It was imperative for him to have a vehicle for his future scrap collection endeavors. At the very least, he needed a tricycle. Otherwise, it would be quite absurd to collect scrap only to be unable to transport it back. Purchasing one was out of the question, as that would go against the very essence of his chosen profession. He parked his bicycle at the entrance of the military compound and, this time, proactively greeted the guard at the kiosk. Greetings, comrade. I am looking for Zhao Yunfan and Duan Feihong. Could you assist me in making a phone call? The guard had witnessed Xiao Weiguo engaging in a scuffle with the children from the compound previously. Fights among the children from various military families, as well as those from the alley and village, were commonplace and often regarded as mere outdoor activities by the soldiers. Such trivial matters were not within their purview to concern themselves with. Assistance is possible, the guard replied, and soon the call was connected. On the other end, someone inquired. Slogan. The guard responded loudly, all-out effort. Though this was not an official slogan, it was a playful creation of the Air Force compound. Regardless of its formality, the Air Force compound accepted it as their own. Failure to respond correctly would result in an immediate disconnection. Such was the prestige of the capital's foremost military compound. Whom do you seek? Xiao Weiguo sought out Zhao Yunfan and Duan Feihong, requesting their presence. After the call, the sentry returned to his post, while Xiao Weiguo stood outside, enviously observing the courtyard within. The Air Force compound could easily be deemed the most picturesque location in Beijing during this era, its overall layout remarkably clear and orderly. The northern section housed the office buildings, while the southern area comprised residential quarters, dining halls, a hospital, schools, kindergartens, bathing facilities, and service centers. At the heart of the compound lay the activity zone, featuring an auditorium, a grand playground, and basketball courts. Towering trees surrounded the area, with hedges and lawns providing a picturesque division. With a touch of embellishment, it could easily transform into a splendid community. The female soldiers from the communication station were engaged in training, each standing tall, their figures and appearances commendable, exuding a disciplined military posture. Xiao Weiguo, observing them, nearly drooled, unabashedly admitting that, despite being a man of 4 to 5 decades, he was irresistibly drawn to such youthful and fit individuals. In the distance, a group of teenagers on bicycles whizzed by, indicating a larger gathering today. Unfazed by the crowd encircling him, Xiao Weiguo climbed onto the back of a bicycle to continue watching the female soldiers train. Some of the younger boys stole glances, though those with female companions dared not turn around, remaining still and fixated on Xiao Weiguo. As the formation of female soldiers passed, Xiao Weiguo looked down and noticed the throng surrounding him, his gaze landing on Zhao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlan directly ahead. Momentarily distracted, he realized that a bit of saliva had escaped him, prompting a hasty wipe. Laughter erupted from the surrounding Air Force youths, amused by his unintentional display. Look at him drooling over the female soldiers. It's utterly hilarious, one remarked. He.S. standing on a bike to gawk at them. How shameless. Another chimed in. Your brother drooled too. I've seen it, someone else teased. Stop it, I was just hungry, Xiao Weiguo defended, while others speculated. Maybe he.S. hungry too? Ha ha ha. Initially, Xiao Weiguo hadn't thought much of it, but now, with acquaintances nearby, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Blushing, he addressed them. You've come as well. This bike is borrowed from Duan Feihong. Is he not here? Please return it for me. I'm right here, Duan Feihong replied, somewhat speechless. Upon hearing his voice from behind, Xiao Weiguo quickly turned around. I've been busy with work lately and borrowed it for a bit longer. It rides well. I certainly know how well my own bike rides without your input. Duan Feihong shot back, prompting another round of laughter from those around. Today, some older youths were present, and Duan Feihong had lost his authoritative role. A robust boy with a square face, around 17 or 18, stepped forward and declared, You're Xiao Weiguo, right? I've heard you're quite the braggart, challenging 10 of us every time you come. Xiao Weiguo, unyielding, responded coolly, Oh, you want to step up? The boy retorted, What if I do? Are you afraid? Today, I'm unarmed. Shall we duel one-on-one or all at once? Choose your fighters, Xiao Weiguo declared, prompting several individuals to stretch their arms to block the boy's advance, urging him to step back. The circle widened, and aside from the square-faced youth, 9 others exchanged glances before stepping forward. You've got to be kidding me, Xiao Weiguo muttered. Xiao Weiguo lifted his leg and kicked without regard for whether his opponent was prepared. The square-faced man, evidently experienced, crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to shield his chest. However, he was clearly unprepared for the sheer force of Xiao Weiguo's strike. The moment their arms collided with Xiao Weiguo's foot, he was propelled backward, stumbling 7 or 8 steps. Had it not been for the quick intervention of those behind him, he would have surely fallen to the ground. Old Lu, Xiao, this guy is formidable. Let us take him on together. Immediately, 2 individuals rushed forward to join the square-faced man in a concerted assault on Xiao Weiguo. The trio adopted a formation commonly employed in the military, 1 on the offense and 2 providing support. While their tactics were ineffective in a chaotic melee, they proved advantageous in this one-on-one scenario. Xiao Weiguo was no martial arts master, having never encountered such a military formation before. He found himself flustered and was struck several times, receiving punches to the face and kicks to his body. Excellent. Beat him to a pulp. Why don't you fight back? Hit him. The crowd roared with excitement, their palms red from clapping. As the scene unfolded with the same fervor as a film screening in the courtyard, Xiao Weiguo, being flesh and blood, felt the sting of humiliation and pain. Cornered, he decided to forego evasion, absorbing the blows head-on and charging straight into the midst of his attackers. The square-faced man, taken aback by Xiao Weiguo's boldness, hesitated for a moment, and that moment proved to be his undoing. With a powerful kick, Xiao Weiguo sent him sprawling to the ground. As someone rushed to assist the square-faced man, Xiao Weiguo seized the opportunity to grab the assailant by the collar, swinging him around and tossing him toward another individual. Both let out cries of despair as they tumbled to the ground. Just as the square-faced man regained his footing, Xiao Weiguo seized his arm and spun him around, releasing him forcefully. Another 2 individuals hit the ground, this time with greater impact, as the square-faced man was lifted off his feet, resulting in a painful landing for the others involved. The The remaining 8 individuals swiftly surrounded Xiao Weiguo. After exchanging glances, they charged together, overwhelming him and pinning him down. Initially, Xiao Weiguo struggled feebly against the weight of his adversaries, but soon he felt a surge of strength rising within him. With a sudden burst of power, he managed to lift several of them off him and swiftly extricated himself from the pile. With a triumphant shout, he grabbed 2 of them and, with a flourish, declared, "Watch me perform a whirlwind." The 3 were spun around rapidly, screaming in terror. After 3 revolutions, Xiao Weiguo released them, sending them crashing into the crowd, which erupted into chaos once more. The individual clinging to his back could no longer maintain their balance and fell off. Xiao Weiguo pressed his advantage, kicking and striking anyone in his path, until only the square-faced man and 1 other companion remained. As Xiao Weiguo approached, the square-faced man instinctively recoiled, though he now limped slightly on his right leg. "Hope you didn't injure anything," Xiao Weiguo remarked. "No, I think I just twisted it when I landed. It's merely a muscle strain. We're quite familiar with such matters," he replied, catching his breath. "Does this mean I am the victor today?" The square-faced individual, slightly disheartened, remarked, "Indeed, you have triumphed. I shall challenge you again once I have recovered." Losing, undeniably, breeds unhappiness, yet, deep down, these individuals hold a certain respect for one another. After all, it was 1 against 10, and they did not resort to underhanded tactics. Truth be told, there are no insurmountable obstacles among them, merely differing allegiances stemming from the courtyard and alleyway factions that led to their minor skirmishes. Speaking of unity, a spirit of camaraderie pervades the nation, and in terms of inclusiveness, the courtyard is undoubtedly more accepting than any other place, as its inhabitants hail from diverse backgrounds, with parents likely conversing in their respective dialects. Xiao Weiguo's remarkable victories against overwhelming odds have quietly endeared him to a segment of the populace. He is consistently courteous and never seeks to provoke others. While the courtyard dwellers may exhibit a certain arrogance, they do not bully the weak. Their prevailing impression of Xiao Weiguo is that he is not an unpleasant person. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Weiguo, a product of a later era, possesses minimal animosity. The youth of his time are characterized by tranquility, equanimity, politeness, and reasonableness. Occasionally, they may adopt the guise of keyboard warriors. Yet their defining trait is often a sense of laziness or a Buddha-like attitude, with very few engaging in mischief. "Xiao Weiguo, you bent my car's frame that day. What shall we do about it?" Xiao Weiguo turned to the speaker, suddenly enlightened. "If you were to give me your car, I could convert it into a tricycle to earn some money. Once I have saved enough, I shall return it to you." "Oh, spare me. The car is already broken, and I have faced enough trouble returning home without it." Laughter erupted from the crowd. As the throng began to disperse, Xiao Weiguo dusted himself off and wiped the blood from his nose, feeling that the beating he endured was not in vain. He believed he would frequently visit the Air Force courtyard henceforth. He likely stood out among the children of Beijing, and for the newfound strength he had just acquired. This confrontation was indeed worthwhile. The surge of strength that had manifested so swiftly had also dissipated just as quickly. Yet Xiao Weiguo felt that he had perhaps unlocked a semblance of his latent potential. How vast is the potential of a human being? Consider the elderly woman who, in a moment of desperation, single-handedly lifted a fully laden agricultural vehicle. "Xiao Weiguo, why have you summoned us?" Zhao Yunlan, a woman of striking beauty who invariably attracts attention, approached, instantly drawing the gazes of many men and women alike. "Oh, nothing much, just inquiring whether the heating system is leaking or if the temperature is adequate." "Does that heating system actually leak? I knew you were unreliable." Zhao Yunlan's annoyance was palpable. 2,000 yuan was no trivial sum, and just the thought of it caused her to feel a pang on behalf of her brother and sister-in-law. Zhao Yunfan's expression also darkened. "Regardless, it is still my product. Shouldn't I conduct a follow-up? If it leaks, I will repair it. If not, it indicates all is well. Nothing artificial is immune to issues." As long as the heating system itself was not defective, Zhao Yunfan finally breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "I found no leaks. The temperature is indeed quite warm. Around 30 degrees. Well then, I shall rest easy. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. By the way, my recycling station is about to open. Please help me spread the word when you return. I will come back to collect." "Are you truly going into the recycling business?" "Of course. I have already begun to earn some money." "How much have you made?" Zhao Yunlan inquired, intrigued. "A few thousand yuan, perhaps. Before you boast, perhaps you should draft your thoughts. Who would believe that collecting scrap could earn you thousands?" After just a few days apart, thousands? Such fanciful thinking. Zhao Yunlan would never believe it. Xiao Weiguo, with a smirk and an air of arrogance, retorted, believe it or not, if you dare claim I can earn that much, I shall take your surname. Perhaps I might even graciously prove it to you. Zhao Yunfan, irritated, punched Xiao Weiguo and scolded, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you targeting my sister? No. I was merely jesting. I truly had no such thoughts. Xiao Weiguo quickly backtracked, smiling at Zhao Yunfan. He indeed had a penchant for frivolity, yet he never truly entertained such notions. He believed he could manage with an ordinary female soldier, but with someone like Zhao Yunlan, the chasm seemed insurmountable. Moreover, she held no interest in him. Their conversation was only possible due to Zhao Yunhong's influence. Perhaps many years hence, should he amass a fortune in the billions, things might change, but by then Zhao Yunlan would likely be well into middle age, and he might find no inclination for romance. Let us not dwell on that. We should return. By the way, I plan to go fishing in a few days. Please help me spread the word. If anyone is interested, tally it up, and I will deliver the catch afterward. Zhao Yunfan dismissed the triviality of selling fish, deeming it beneath his dignity. Xiao Weiguo, where are you fishing? Will you take me along? This query came from Zhao Yunlan. At the Miyun Reservoir. Are you truly going? Fishing is quite cold. Of course, I will go. Just call me when you're ready. Farewell. At this moment, Fong Lian, who had not yet departed, was assisted over and inquired, do you have any ribbon fish? If so, please bring me a few. Ribbon fish are oceanic, and there are none in the reservoir. I'll check around the streets. If I find any, I will bring them to you. Thank you, my family loves ribbon fish. Who does not love it? If you find any, please bring a few more for me as well. Hearing many voices expressing interest, Xiao Weiguo's mind sparked with an idea. Organize a tally. If there is significant demand, I will explore options, otherwise, I'll check the market. Just let me know when I return in a couple of days. Farewell, everyone. And goodbye, Brother Fong Lian. Who is Brother Fong Lian? It seems he called you square-faced. Indeed, he insulted your face. How audacious. I shall deliver a beating upon my next visit. Fueled by anger, he stamped his foot. Ouch! Quickly carry me to the infirmary. I am in agony. Several rushed to assist Brother Fong Lian towards the infirmary. Chapter 33. Acquiring a vehicle. Xiao Weiguo's recycling station had been rendered immaculate by the diligent efforts of the stuttering youth and the Li siblings. Even the previously rusted doorknob gleamed with polish. Leaning on his cane, Li Yongjun joined in the fervor. Their enthusiasm compelled Xiao Weiguo to join them. Feeling embarrassed to remain idle, this was the result of him having to forcibly restrain them from working. It was merely a place for waste disposal. Xiao Weiguo could not comprehend why it needed to be so thoroughly cleaned. Had he not intervened, the trio would have likely gone so far as to renovate the stove and courtyard entirely. In the quiet depths of the night, Xiao Weiguo lay upon his modest bed. Yet his thoughts drifted into his personal space. Ever since it transformed into a portable domain, this abode had truly become his own. He possessed the ability to manipulate any item within at will, including their arrangement, collection, and release. This evening, Xiao Weiguo sought to explore the extent of his capabilities by attempting more intricate actions, such as the assembly of objects. His hypothesis proved entirely feasible. He retrieved a set of building blocks that belonged to his son in a previous life, discovering he could effortlessly control each individual module, positioning them wherever he desired. Moving, rotating, and installing these pieces proved to be child's play, even more agile than his own fingers. Remarkably, as long as an object possessed a void, he could perceive every inch of its surface, both interior and exterior, without obstruction. For instance, with a nut and a curved straw, he could not only discern their shapes, but also examine the intricate details of all their surfaces with exceptional clarity. Xiao Weiguo even realized he could manipulate the deformation of some pliable materials, such as water and clay, although the water would revert to its original form if he diverted his focus. He mused to himself about the extraordinary potential of this ability, contemplating a future in sculpting without the need for manual labor. Merely placing plaster in his space and guiding it with his thoughts would suffice. However, more pressing matters awaited his attention. He resolved to attempt constructing a tricycle within this realm. With an array of iron components prepared, he suddenly found himself within the familiar layout of his ethereal home, albeit now imbued with a dreamlike quality. The small bedroom overflowed with furniture, while the two larger bedrooms were brimming with various grains. On the balcony lay an assortment of tools, and the ceiling was adorned with an abundance of fruits and vegetables. along with meats, sufficient provisions for a family of 5 for an entire year, representing his greatest support during arduous times. Xiao Weiguo had studied mechanical manufacturing and electrical automation in his previous life, and his affinity for hands-on work had honed his practical skills. He had held various jobs, with the longest tenures in automotive repair and sales. The structure of a tricycle was remarkably simple, and for someone with his expertise, drafting the necessary plans was a mere trifle. Within a matter of minutes, 3 detailed schematics were completed, their dimensions set and the designs adhered to the wall. With a thought, he summoned a cutting machine, the plug connecting itself to the socket autonomously. Steel tubes and a variety of measuring tools floated into his grasp. A caliper confirmed the diameter of the steel pipes, while a tape measure determined their lengths. The pipes flew into the cutting machine, and after verifying the lengths of the freshly cut sections, he noted a slight angle due to his unfamiliarity with mental control during the sawing process. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. A tricycle did not require precision components, and as long as the frame was not visibly misaligned, there would be no significant issues. As for the essential components, chains, gears, tires, axles, and bearings, those would need to be procured. The axle was readily available. Among the scrap materials delivered by the driver from the steel mill lay an alloy steel rod, threaded and reminiscent of a lead screw on a lathe. This screw measured a length of 1.6 meters, perfectly straight and robust, leaving one to wonder how such a significant item could be discarded. The width of Xiao Weiguo's vehicle was determined by the length of this screw, rendering his tricycle considerably wider than ordinary models. He designed the cargo area to be 25 meters long, resulting in the creation of an exceptionally large tricycle. The discarded parts in the factory, while abandoned, were not primarily due to material flaws, but rather dimensional inaccuracies. In industry, dimensions are often measured in micrometers, with 1 millimeter equaling 1,000 micrometers. The permissible error for a component could be merely a few micrometers. Thus, while these items were deemed unusable in the factory, they were still quite suitable for constructing a tricycle, showcasing a grand repurposing of resources. The steel mill was a colossal establishment employing tens of thousands of workers, producing a myriad of items, which provided Xiao Weiguo with ample materials for reuse. He meticulously cut and arranged the necessary materials, and upon inspection, it was evident that the entire tricycle would be constructed from high-quality steel pipes and materials. All required holes had been drilled, leaving only the welding process, which necessitated the expertise of a welding craftsman. Xiao Weiguo had learned electric welding in his previous life, yet he lacked a welding machine at home. Pondering where to find a reliable welder, he mused that current welders were typically factory workers, and his access to such facilities was uncertain. Furthermore, he considered the challenge of transporting his materials, as retrieving them piece by piece from his spatial storage in front of others was less than ideal. Should he purchase a welding machine online? However, he had never bought one before and worried about potential scams. Perhaps he could check a certain shopping platform. Opening his computer, he navigated to a shopping website and searched for electric welding machine. To his astonishment, he discovered an array of industrial-grade intelligent welding machines, astonishingly affordable by modern standards. The most expensive were priced at around 700 to 800 yuan, while the cheapest hovered just above 100. With the application of a coupon, prices could drop further. And for an additional 50 yuan, he could even receive a box containing 200 stainless steel welding rods. One vendor's advertisement boldly proclaimed, "Lifetime after-sales service, free replacements. If it breaks, it's on me." He was compelled to purchase. In this era, such a tool would be his magical implement, enabling him to accomplish anything. Without hesitation, he placed the order. Selecting the specifications, he proceeded to check out. However, he realized he had forgotten to apply the discount coupon, prompting him to reorder. After adding the coupon, he completed the payment, including the 50 yuan for the welding rods, totaling less than 300 yuan. Now, all that remained was to await the merchant's shipment. Chapter 34. The vehicle. Xiao Weiguo contemplated that since he was to undertake the welding himself, he might as well make the vehicle more exquisite. After pondering for a moment on the necessary additions, he decided to message his good friend, the owner of the repair shop he once worked at. "Brother, could you help me procure a few sets of quality shock absorbers? And please buy 2 sets of those inexpensive disc brakes from Uncle Lee next door." To his surprise, the friend was online and responded almost instantaneously. "What do you need those for?" "I'm planning to tinker with a tricycle back in my hometown." "Are you out of your mind? Haven't you had enough fun? I heard your wife took the kids and divorced you." "Ah, you know about that? then what fun is there left? You're losing everything. Honestly, it's partly your fault. I always said you two weren't suited for each other. The notion of a woman earning more than a man is inherently problematic. A marriage between a higher-earning woman and a lower-earning man is bound to create discord. The conflicts stem from personality differences. Are you brave enough to say that your inability to earn a substantial income has nothing to do with it? Yes, it's indeed related. That's why I've changed. It's no longer enjoyable, and now my sole focus has become making money. Upon reading Xiao Weiguo's response, the other man felt a sudden pang of emotion. Indeed, focusing solely on earning money stripped away the joy of life. And those who only know how to make money are no different from machines. What kind of vehicle are you planning to make? Why not just buy an old one? Is it a matter of finances? I can help you out. Thanks, brother, but I won't need any money. I'm planning to do some labor back home, not going far. The regulations for large vehicles are stringent now, and since I only have a Class C license, I don't need anything too big, just something that can run. In that case, you might as well buy a farm tricycle from Uncle Lee. They come in various sizes now. Want me to give him a heads up? He surely won't overcharge you. I'm not buying one. I have some spare parts at home. I intend to assemble one myself. It feels more meaningful and marks a new beginning in my life. After a brief silence, the friend replied, All right, brother, I'll help you. If you need anything else, just call or leave a message. Thank you, brother. By the way, why are you still awake at this hour? Damatian has her college entrance exams coming up. She studies late, and I need to support her through it. Damatian is about to take her exams? I should send her a token of encouragement. A red envelope of 888 yuan was sent, wishing Damatian success in her exams. She mustn't overexert herself, and you shouldn't put pressure on her. A balanced approach to studying is essential. By the way, brother, once the kids are in college, they'll start dating. You must come to terms with that. Time waits for no one. If I weren't over a decade older than Damatian, I'd jokingly consider vying for the position of your son-in-law. The reaction on the other end twisted into discomfort as a sense of frustration arose. Words ceased, and the voice message came through. An elderly man's voice hoarsely exclaimed, Get lost. The farther away, the better. Emerging from his thoughts, Xiao Weiguo felt content and drifted off to sleep. As the first rays of the sun peeked over the horizon, he arose, brimming with an abundance of energy, enhanced by the rapid recuperation abilities he possessed in his space. He rarely ever felt fatigued. It was time to prepare for fishing, and he needed to gather his tools early to avoid being caught unprepared. The fishing net within the space was taken out, spread open, inspected, and then resecured. The old shotgun hanging on the wall was removed and thoroughly cleaned inside and out. The gunpowder, lead pellets, and iron sand in the horn flask were all found to be in good condition. After sealing the ammunition container, it was hung back on the wall. At this moment, there were indeed better options available, yet the air rifles at the store cost 220 each, and the single-barrel shotguns were even more expensive, exceeding 500. Xiao Weiguo hesitated to spend such a considerable sum on an item that would rarely be used. In truth, Xiao Weiguo was not short of money. He had a profound passion for firearms. However, since he had little opportunity to utilize them, he had never contemplated making a special trip to a large shopping mall for this purpose. Should he purchase one now? Money was not an issue, but he thought it unnecessary, as he had a crossbow to rely on. He decided to wait until he obtained a hunting license before making any further decisions. In his past life, Xiao Weiguo was a military enthusiast, amassing a collection of pseudo-military gear, binoculars, compasses, camouflage uniforms, military boots, desert boots, outdoor gear, short swords, long swords, western swords, katanas, blowguns, longbows, short bows, compound bows, and crossbows, along with various imitation toy guns available online. These items, acquired over many years, were relatively inexpensive, yet in this era, they had mostly lost their utility. He seldom found a use for them. After all, he had no intention of engaging in warfare. And with firearms and artillery being the norm, his collection, aside from the crossbow and compound bow, was largely impractical. What is most essential for hunting and fishing? Undoubtedly, it is the equipment, with weapons and fishing gear being indispensable. The primary weapon consists of the old shotgun and the crossbow, while a knife is a necessary secondary weapon. Since the dawn of humanity, the knife has remained one of mankind's most vital tools for production, daily life, hunting, and warfare. Throughout history, there has never been a place inhabited by humans devoid of the presence of knives. The angle grinder was activated once more, and using a spring steel plate from the space, Xiao Weiguo crafted two short knives, each a foot long, sharpening their edges to a fine point. He then removed a leg from an old elm table outside, cutting and splitting it, shaping it into a knife form. The two halves were joined to create a sheath, which was polished and glued together, then coated with fragrant oil and left to dry. The knife handle was fashioned in a similar manner, though it included 2 additional rivets in the center. The tools on the balcony of the space were automatically rearranged, bringing forth the most crucial items for Xiao Weiguo's fishing endeavors: a large square, a small square, 2 long poles, and 2 probes, all connected by wires. This was the electric fishing device he had crafted using the battery from an old electric bicycle after arriving in this world. The electric fishing device was notoriously ruthless. Wherever it passed, all underwater life would be wiped out. In later times, its use was banned due to the destruction it wrought upon aquatic ecosystems. However, in this era, no one seemed to care. The tools available to the average person in the 1970s were exceedingly simple. Net fishing was the pinnacle of their capabilities. Unless one was engaged in ocean fishing with massive trawl nets spanning dozens or even hundreds of meters, the catch was often meager. Freshwater fish in rivers and reservoirs were also netted, but with small nets, relying heavily on experience and luck, leading to an overabundance of aquatic life in the wild. At this time, there were indeed those who employed explosives or toxins to fish. But such methods were perilous and could easily lead to capture and forced labor in a sewing factory. Xiao Weiguo did not dare to engage in such risky practices. The electric fish-catching device, unlike its counterparts, possesses modest power yet yields substantial benefits. Xiao Weiguo, unencumbered by psychological burdens, has amassed considerable wealth through fishing and selling fish over the years. Upon hearing the commotion from the outer room, the siblings, Yongjun and Yonghong, gradually arose from their slumber. Astonished by the items laid out on Xiao Weiguo's bed, when informed of his intention to fish in the wilderness, they responded with a simple acknowledgement, for they were unfamiliar with these matters and could offer no assistance. Chapter 35. Laba Festival on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month. The Laba Festival arrived once more. During his childhood in a past life, Xiao Weiguo paid little heed to traditional celebrations. It was only upon entering university, amidst the growing solitude of being in a foreign land, that he began to embrace these customs. He gradually learned to prepare laba porridge after starting his career, ultimately surpassing all family members in his culinary prowess. In the Yinbei region, laba porridge is thick and is referred to as red thick porridge. Unlike the 8 treasure kanji meant for drinking, it serves as a staple food. This year, Xiao Weiguo meticulously prepared 8 ingredients: large red beans, small red beans, millet, peanuts, walnut kernels, red dates, raisins, and lotus seeds. In his previous life, he had also made it, but he never deliberately pursued variety or quantity. However, times have changed. Supermarkets now offer an abundance of ingredients, making it easy to acquire more than a dozen. Rising around 3, Xiao Weiguo began to cook. The custom in Yinbei dictates that laba porridge must be consumed before dawn. Once the sun rises, breakfast is no longer permissible. As the most cherished son in the family, Xiao Weiguo had a penchant for sleeping in, a habit that his family tolerated with great leniency. Thus, in his childhood, he never once enjoyed breakfast on Laba Day. Concerned that others might find the porridge unfamiliar, he prepared 2 varieties today: the Yinbei red thick porridge and the more conventional 8 treasure porridge, each in its own pot. By the time breakfast was ready, it was nearly 5 o'clock. He called Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong to join him. After washing their faces and taking their seats, Xiao Jibatzi arrived, followed by siblings Zhao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlan. As the clock approached 6, they were fortunate that winter mornings are late to dawn. Otherwise, Xiao Weiguo would have had to serve the porridge before they arrived, leaving them to endure hunger. A generous portion of thick porridge was placed at the center, accompanied by stir-fried cabbage with meat, spicy oil, and pickled vegetables, with each person receiving a substantial bowl of 8 treasure porridge. In this era, such fare is indeed a remarkable treat. Today, they were to set out for fishing, conveniently coinciding with the festival. Xiao Weiguo gathered them to celebrate the occasion, urging them to finish breakfast promptly to embark on their expedition and return with ample fish. Truly, truly sweet. So delicious. Xiao Jibatzi clearly relished Xiao Weiguo's laba porridge. In fact, everyone enjoyed the breakfast on this day. In a time marked by scarcity, delightful food was a rare luxury, with cheap sodas and creamy popsicles considered indulgences among the youth. The Zhao siblings found their circumstances within the military compound to be relatively favorable, as the resources available in the compound were comparatively abundant. However, due to the overall societal stagnation, even they were unable to indulge and find sustenance. And merely having stir-fried dishes along with eggs and meat constituted a luxurious standard of living in this era. Xiao Weiguo, I never anticipated you possessed culinary skills. Zhao Yunlan remarked, captivated by the sweet delicacies before him. Is there anything I cannot do? Xiao Weiguo was evidently not one to exhibit modesty. Humph. You may revel in your pride. Zhao Yunfan interjected. Is there any left in the pot? If so, have Yunlan bring some back for my sister-in-law this evening. Zhao Yunfan appeared quite pleased with his meal. There is still some remaining. I shall retrieve it for you upon my return tonight, Xiao Weiguo assured them. As the group finished their breakfast, Xiao Weiguo took the lead in exiting the courtyard. Li Yongjun, still recovering from his leg injury, could not accompany them. Thus Li Yonghong remained behind to care for her brother. Upon their arrival at the procurement station, they discovered 2 liberation trucks waiting outside, one of which was brought by Qin Weiman. This year, their sub-bureau had allocated additional benefits, including 2 fish, which Xiao Weiguo had supplied and Qin Weiman had facilitated. Today marked the day they would embark on their fishing expedition. Despite Xiao Weiguo's fervent assurances, Qin Weiman remained apprehensive and decided to accompany them to observe the proceedings. The other truck had been hired by Xiao Weiguo, with the driver being the same master who had delivered scrap materials to him on 2 prior occasions. The driver, surnamed Zhong and named Zhong Nanshan, shared his name with a revered Taoist sanctuary, raising questions about the audacity of his ancestors. On the 3rd delivery of scrap, Xiao Weiguo merely mentioned a payment of 30 yuan, and without hesitation, Zhong Nanshan readily agreed, leaving Xiao Weiguo curious about how he managed matters with his workplace. Nevertheless, Xiao Weiguo preferred to refrain from meddling in such affairs. After loading a multitude of items into the truck bed, Qin Weiman and the 2 drivers squeezed into the cab with Xiao Weiguo. The cab of the liberation truck could comfortably accommodate 3 adults without feeling cramped, and thus, Xiao Weiguo, Qin Weiman, and the police driver found themselves in one vehicle. Meanwhile, the Zhao siblings, who were not overweight, with the younger Zhao Yunlan resembling a slender stick, also found the 4 of them to be unencumbered by space constraints, though Zhao Yunlan, seated by the window, felt a slight chill. The road conditions in this era were rather poor, and the liberation truck itself was slow. The journey from Dongqing to Miyun, spanning approximately 90 kilometers, took over 2 hours. By the time they reached the Miyun reservoir, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The driver parked the truck atop the dam, and Xiao Weiguo directed everyone to unload all their belongings onto the ice surface. They utilized 2 wooden planks, each 3 to 4 meters long and nearly a meter wide, as their means of transportation across the ice, a contraption Xiao Weiguo had fashioned from scrap wood. He had secured the planks together, nailing parallel wooden strips beneath, with 2 thick iron wires affixed on top. In the northern regions, a smaller version of this would be known as an ice cart, typically enhanced with 2 ice picks for amusement on the frozen surface. However, Xiao Weiguo's creation was considerably oversized, verging on what one might call an ice behemoth. Although the size of the ice vehicle may come as a surprise, who among the northerners has not experienced such a thrill? At present, everyone has taken the 2 ice picks handed to them by Xiao Weiguo and settled into their seats. Once he saw that everyone was comfortably seated and all the tools he had brought were accounted for, Xiao Weiguo adopted a serious demeanor and addressed the group. Before we embark, I wish to share a few words. I implore you to listen attentively and internalize everything I say. After today, you may chastise me as you see fit. It is crucial for you to understand that I have brought you out today not merely for entertainment. Fishing carries inherent risks. The seemingly solid ice beneath us could fracture unexpectedly. Therefore, to ensure that everyone returns safely, I ask that you all adhere to my instructions until we conclude our fishing expedition. I do not wish for anyone to be left beneath the ice due to a moment of carelessness. Chapter 36. Fishing. Zhong Nanshan remained behind to guard the vehicles. While the 2 massive ice vehicles were perfectly filled with 6 individuals, 3 in each, the front and rear of the vehicles were deliberately left with a square wooden board measuring 40 centimeters on each side, designating the driver's position. Xiao Weiguo took the lead, occupying the driver's seat of one of the colossal ice vehicles, while the stuttering boy promptly straightened up in the rear driver's seat. Zhao Yunlan had already positioned himself in the vehicle they were operating, gripping the gaps between the wooden boards with both hands. Zhao Yunlan, hold on tight, we're off. With that, the steel picks were plunged forcefully into the ice. Though the ice vehicle appeared substantial, burdened with hundreds of pounds of people and equipment, The limited contact area between the vehicle and the ice, coupled with the nearly non-existent friction between the ice and the metal, meant that it did not require much effort to set the vehicle in motion. As Xiao Weiguo raised his ice pick, the stuttering boy lowered his. And as he withdrew his pick from the ice, Xiao Weiguo descended once more. Their coordination was impeccable, and the ice vehicle began to glide faster, quickly surpassing a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Xiao Weiguo hesitated to increase the speed, fearful of losing control and encountering danger. Stuttering boy, stop. No more. Upon hearing Xiao Weiguo's command, the boy immediately ceased his actions. In truth, falling on the ice was not particularly perilous, due to the minimal friction. One would slide a considerable distance when falling at high speed. However, the true danger lay in the possibility of someone inadvertently falling into an unfrozen hole in the ice. Should anyone accidentally plunge into such a chasm, rescue would be nearly impossible, even if one broke the ice to retrieve the fallen person. The risk of hypothermia would be grave. There was also the risk of encountering frozen debris on the ice, which could be remnants left by people, damaged protruding ice blocks, or naturally occurring trees. Colliding with any of these at high speed would be akin to being struck by a vehicle or a large rock. Amidst the howling wind, the ice vehicle skimmed far across the surface, and Zhao Yunlan erupted with excitement, exclaiming joyously. No one could resist the allure of the ice vehicle, at least. That was the sentiment shared by Xiao Weiguo and his companions. Even Qin Weiman, a middle-aged man, found himself laughing heartily in the moment. As the ice vehicle came to a halt, it had already glided above the deep water zone. Xiao Weiguo stood up from the vehicle to commence the preliminary preparations, while the others, unfamiliar with the process, followed his commands. Moving slightly away from the ice vehicle, he utilized a drill to create several small holes in the ice, into which he inserted iron stakes and poured water. The water rapidly froze the stakes into the ice surface amid the frigid temperatures, which hovered around -10 degrees. Next, he tied fishing nets to several of the stakes with ropes, to prevent slips that could hinder their efforts. Xiao Weiguo also secured ropes to the remaining stakes and instructed everyone to tie them around their waists. On the nearby ice surface, he spaced additional improvised spikes every 30 centimeters, similarly securing them with water. Once again, he drilled a hole in the ice, cautiously enlarging it until it could accommodate a steel saw. This time, the task progressed much more swiftly. He expanded the hole to about a meter in diameter and carefully lowered the prepared fishing net through it. He then placed a wooden board over the hole and stood atop it, gingerly maneuvering the fishing net to maximize its spread in the water. Subsequently, he poured in a small bag of soaked corn kernels as bait. As time elapsed, Xiao Weiguo finalized his preparations. He had layered the wooden board over the hole 5 times and added 3 more layers of wood and burlap on the ice vehicle. Finally, he positioned his homemade electric fishing device, which weighed over 80 pounds. With great caution, he placed the device on the board and then instructed the others, "Soon, I will have you stand on the ice vehicle, precisely at the spot I have prepared. You must not descend unless I instruct you to do so. If you have any objections, you may voice them after I have made my first catch. For now, you must observe from a distance." As noon approached, the group exchanged glances but ultimately heeded Xiao Weiguo's words, taking their positions on the ice vehicle. At the ice hole, he noticed the specially crafted fishing floats bobbing, indicating activity. With both hands, he lowered the probe into the water. The device buzzed and crackled as he shifted the probe to several locations, electrifying each spot multiple times. Observing a swarm of fish rising to the surface, Xiao Weiguo swiftly retracted the electric fishing device. As he stepped down from the board, the others hurried over to inspect the situation, witnessing for the first time his unique method of fishing. "Fish! So many fish! Look at all the fish!" Zhao Yunlan exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she beheld the multitude of fish surfacing. The others shared in her joy, and Xiao Weiguo, having organized his equipment, called out loudly for assistance. "Everyone, come here and help pull up the net." The crowd rushed to his side, grasping the ropes tied to the fishing net. Each knot enabled a firm grip. But as the net drew closer, the effort intensified. Zhao Yunlan, possessing less strength, slipped and fell on the icy surface. Undeterred, she quickly rose and continued to assist in pulling the net. "Step carefully on the spike board. Do not move forward. I will pull the net from the back. You all simply tug upwards and keep your body steady." The fishing nets were finally drawn up, and the sight of the catch astounded those who had never witnessed such a spectacle. Qin Weiman, astonished, inquired of Xiao Weiguo, "Weiguo, how many fish do you think there are?" Xiao Weiguo, equally surprised by the bounty within the reservoir, joyfully replied, "At least over 1,000 pounds. With most being large fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds. It seems that this reservoir has not been fished in a long time. We've truly made a splendid start. Look at this big fish. It must weigh over 10 pounds. Exclaimed the driver accompanying Qin Weiman. Xiao Weiguo approached and kicked the fish, estimating, indeed. It's quite substantial, around 30 pounds. The density of the fish meat is considerable. For fish of similar size, it weighs nearly twice as much as pork. If you fancy it, take it home. No, I cannot accept it. Take it. I suspect there are plenty more large fish below. We all deserve a share. That won't do either. I shall buy it from you. Buy what? You've assisted in pulling the nets. What is the harm in taking a few fish? Do not refuse. If we can fill those 2 trucks today, I will give each of you 10 fish of this size. 1 fish weighs 30 pounds. 10 would amount to 300 pounds. 6 people combined wouldn't even reach a ton, while the 2 large trucks could hold at least 10 tons of fish. All right. I shall comply with your wishes today. I will help you to the end. The driver was overjoyed. 300 pounds of meat. That far exceeded the total amount of meat his family had purchased over the past 5 years. Chapter 37. Electric fishing in 1979. The policy of reform and opening up had been introduced. Although the local populace remained uncertain and watchful, some astute individuals had already begun to lay the groundwork discreetly. Those at the grassroots level, like Qin Weiman and his companions, lacked the capacity to prepare for the future. But it was not overly difficult to earn some extra income to alleviate their household burdens. Most grassroots officials in the capital were cautious in their actions, and some local clerks in the 1980s operated in ways akin to bandits. To digress, Xiao Weiguo, too, did not dare to act recklessly in Beijing. Thus, he sought 2 partners. He would handle the fishing while his partners would manage the sales. Before the year's end, he intended to make a single trip to sell and then conclude his work, contemplating further ventures if opportunities arose. Why didn't Xiao Weiguo sell the fish himself? In this era, possessing goods did not guarantee buyers. Selling was a speculative endeavor, as was purchasing. With large quantities, ordinary individuals lacked the means to buy and could only sell to institutions, which were selective based on personal connections. Without the right qualifications, even possessing goods would not entice them. State-owned enterprises wielded considerable influence. As one truck neared capacity, Xiao Weiguo was unwilling to return empty-handed. Resolutely, he borrowed an unopened bag as a cover and retrieved a small winch from his storage. Essentially, a winch is a motorized device commonly used in engineering to hoist heavy objects. Previously, he had refrained from using the winch due to the slippery ice and the lack of a stable place to secure the machine in the center of the reservoir. Now, seeing the abundance of fish, Xiao Weiguo was determined not to remain idly in the reservoir's center any longer. He planned to try his luck at the edge of the reservoir, where even if the catch was merely a third of what it yielded here, by the stroke of midnight, he could still fill 2 trucks. If he fell short, he would simply have to reconcile with earning a little less. The group returned to the truck on their ice skates, and Xiao Weiguo secured the winch to the vehicle. It was past 3 o'clock. Having risen so early and with the burden of heavy fish, everyone was already feeling famished. Xiao Weiguo, somewhat sheepishly, produced the food he had prepared in advance, which had been resting in a bag on the truck. He had been so engrossed in his tasks that he lost track of time and completely forgot about lunch. He lit the gas stove to brew a kettle of hot tea, distributing new enamel cups for everyone along with an apple each, 2 fried flatbreads, and a grilled sausage that he had specifically purchased from the grocery store for 1 yuan 50 per pound, requiring a meat ration coupon, twice the price of pork. Starved as they were, the cold food was not met with disdain. They sat in the truck, enjoying their cups of hot tea, and polished off their portions entirely. Xiao Weiguo genuinely wanted to express how easy it was to satisfy the appetites of people in this era. While others indulged in their meals, Xiao Weiguo resumed his work. He wasn't tea hungry yet, having only drunk a cup of tea. His sole focus was to haul in as much fish as possible. The workload at the shoreline was considerably lighter. The fishing net was secured to the winch's steel cable, and there was no need for anyone to hold the ice surface. It sufficed to punch holes in the ice. Xiao Weiguo felt a sense of urgency. With each hole he drilled, he used a heavy hammer to enlarge it, and, once satisfied with the size, quickly tossed bait into the water to attract fish. He made over 10 holes in succession, and others emerged to observe his technique. They regarded Xiao Weiguo as a diligent and earnest worker. Yet he knew that his motivation was purely financial. He suffered from a condition he termed fear of poverty, a profound sense of destitution that even those who barely had enough to eat today could scarcely comprehend. This affliction instilled in him a grave lack of psychological and physical security, and the only source of comfort he found was in money. Wooden planks lay haphazardly across the ice. Fearing that his specially crafted corn bait might not be enticing enough for the larger fish, he retrieved several fish from the truck, chopped them up, and tossed them into the water, periodically adding more. With the fishing net set in advance, as time ticked by, a sudden splash erupted, followed by an increasing cascade of water. Everyone witnessed the frenzied shoal of fish, starved from the winter's chill. Ha ha ha, the fish are back. Qin Weiman laughed heartily. Xiao Weiguo, quick, electrify them. Zhao Yunlan danced with excitement. Wow, how many fish will we catch today? Zhong Nanshan marveled in astonishment. Let me at them. Laughter erupted among Xiao Weiguo and his companions, free from the entanglement of profit, purely reveling in the joy of abundance. Machines ultimately proved their might. Their efficacy far surpassed that of human effort, even if it was merely a small device. The electric fishing apparatus repeatedly pierced through the icy surface, while the fishing nets submerged in the water were hoisted up time and again by the winch. It became evident that, at times, human effort pales in comparison to machinery. By 7 in the evening, after changing all the fishing spots, both vehicles were filled to the brim. In pursuit of larger fish, Xiao Weiguo discarded a considerable number of smaller ones, which prompted a sense of regret among his companions for such wastefulness. Ultimately, the two drivers, Qin Weiman and the stuttering youth, each took a nylon bag of small fish into the cab, leaving hardly any room to sit. They were forced to crouch on the seats. Upon returning to the way station, it was already past 10. After unfastening the tarpaulin atop the vehicle, Xiao Weiguo and his companions unloaded the fish, now frozen into solid blocks, into the warehouse. The floor was laid with a pre-prepared nylon tarp, as Xiao Weiguo needed to sort through the fish before Qin Weiman could take them away. Otherwise, the disparity in sizes could lead to internal discord when distributing the catch. Each driver took home 10 sizable fish, a promise Xiao Weiguo had made and could not renege on. Additionally, there was a rental fee of 30 yuan owed to Zhong Nanshan, which Xiao Weiguo would settle separately. The other driver, being dispatched by his organization, would not require payment, as Xiao Weiguo knew that indiscriminately handing out money could lead to complications. Brother Weiman, you should also take 10 large fish for yourself. Feel free with the small ones. He offered. All right, I shan't be polite. I can't take them now, but I'll collect them when I come for the fish tomorrow, Qin Weiman replied. Xiao Weiguo readily agreed. During this fishing venture, Qin Weiman was one of his partners. Xiao Weiguo did not engage with his own department, and selling to other places was an option as well. He would sell to Qin Weiman at 4 mao per jean, and whatever profit Qin Weiman made was his own endeavor. Meat that does not require tickets is still quite sought after, though most individuals find it difficult to sell. The price difference would serve as Qin Weiman's reward, a token of their mutual trust. In recent years, with food supplies relatively scarce, it was uncertain whether such provisions would hold value in the years to come. At that time, fish meat could cost around 8 mao per jean at the supply and marketing cooperative, often requiring tickets. In certain regions, meat tickets were necessary, while others demanded fish tickets. During summer, fresh fish typically required cash only, as fish does not store well and tends to spoil easily in the heat. Those specific cases depended on the type of fish. Some precious marine fish were not included in this category. Even in these times, premium types could retail for several yuan, even tens or hundreds per jean. However, the average person seldom encounters them, nor do they have access to purchase them. Those rare varieties are primarily reserved for special supply, with most exported to earn foreign currency. Delicacies have never been sold cheaply, regardless of the era. Little stutterer, come fetch your fish tomorrow. It seems you won't be able to take them today without a vehicle, Xiao Weiguo remarked. All right, I'll have my father ride over tomorrow, the youth responded. No need for your father. The coal factory's cart is covered in coal dust. I'll deliver them to you tomorrow. My vehicle will be back then, Xiao Weiguo assured. Everyone was yawning, too fatigued to converse further, allowing Xiao Weiguo to make the arrangements as he saw fit. Yunfan, Yunlan, you two should take back a couple of bags as well. We have a canteen, so it's unnecessary. You all chat. We must head back. We're utterly exhausted. The parents residing in the military compound serve in the armed forces and seldom return home. The children typically dine in the mess hall, with few willing to prepare their own meals. The older family members left behind occasionally cook, But unfortunately, the elderly Zhao family members live in their hometown, and Zhao Yunfan's siblings and sister-in-law are not particularly skilled in cooking. Thus, he is reluctant to accept their help. Your sister-in-law requires proper nutrition during her pregnancy. Consuming more fish and meat will ensure she has ample milk, and the child will be more intelligent as well. Take it. It's not solely for your consumption. Although Xiao Weiguo harbored doubts about the nutritional benefits of fish and meat, believing it to be a fabrication by modern merchants, given that historically, coastal regions were often the most chaotic and impoverished, relying mainly on fish for sustenance, he recognized the need to express genuine goodwill. This rationale was undeniably sound. Xiao Weiguo, please help us secure the fish in the back seat. We'll ride back shortly. Upon hearing Xiao Weiguo mention the benefits of fish for pregnant women and children, Zhao Yunlan promptly decided to accept the fish without any pretense. With few streetlights and the airbase compound a considerable distance away, Xiao Weiguo was understandably reluctant to let Zhao's siblings ride their bicycles home. He handed Zhong Nanshan an extra 2 yuan to transport them and their bicycles back to the compound. As the group dispersed, Xiao Weiguo and the young stutterer each returned home to rest. Chapter 38. Welding the bicycle from a distance. Xiao Weiguo noticed a figure moving back and forth at the entrance of the courtyard. The winter moonlight illuminated the snow, casting a dim white glow over the night. Although the moon shone brightly, it obscured the features of the person ahead. As he approached, he recognized Li Yonghong, and warmth filled his heart. "Xiaohong, what are you doing out here?" "It's freezing," he said, carrying an old tube wrapped in cloth on his back, while holding a bag of fish intended as a gift. "It's not cold. I've only been out for a short while. Why are you back so late?" The young girl spoke softly. Xiao Weiguo could sense her concern. He doubted her claim of being outside for only a brief period. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, and frost clung to her eyelashes, certainly not a result of just a few minutes outside. "We wanted to catch more fish, so we lingered by the reservoir a bit longer. If I return late in the future, don't wait for me outside. You can remain at home instead. There have been reports of trouble lately, and your waiting outside only adds to my worry. My brother was here earlier. He is keeping an eye on the pot as I was afraid it might boil dry. So I asked him to return first." Li Yonghong kept her head down and spoke with a hint of timidity. The harsh realities of her childhood had eroded the confidence typical of a girl from Beijing. Regaining that self-assurance would take time, a journey that both Xiao Weiguo and Li Yongjun would undertake together. Li Yonghong attempted to snatch the bag of fish from Xiao Weiguo, but he refused to relinquish it. She stubbornly gripped the bag's opening, prompting Xiao Weiguo to say, "It's quite heavy. I can manage it myself." Li Yonghong remained silent, exerting herself to lift the burden, wishing to alleviate some of the weight for Xiao Weiguo. He, in turn, had to hoist the bag higher to lessen the load in her hands. Fortunately, they soon arrived home, where Xiao Weiguo discarded the bag at the doorstep before entering the house. "Why are you back so soon?" Li Yongjun, leaning on his wooden crutch, prepared to serve the meal for Xiao Weiguo. Sit down. I can manage myself," Xiao Weiguo quickly interjected, stopping Li Yongjun. Hearing the strained voice of Li Yonghong behind them, they turned to see her struggling to bring back the nylon bag from the entrance. Xiao Weiguo was both amused and exasperated. "What did you bring it back for?" Li Yonghong softly explained, "It's all fish. The very ones you worked hard to bring back. If we leave them outside, they'll be lost." After feeling the bag and realizing it was filled with fish, her spirits lifted considerably. "Lost. We can always retrieve more from the recycling station. There are plenty there. These aren't too large. Let us keep a few for ourselves over the next few days and share the rest with our neighbors in the courtyard." In their communal living space, no one dined selfishly. While meals were primarily shared within their own families, when it came to special items, everyone would contribute a little for their neighbors to enjoy something novel. This practice not only fostered good neighborly relations, but also ensured mutual support. Today, if one is in need, tomorrow, the favor is returned when circumstances allow. It is a simple yet profound way to endure hardships together. In essence, it is the warmth found in solidarity during times of poverty, akin to the tradition of collecting gifts for weddings, where friends and family gather to support one couple's union, with expectations of reciprocity when the time comes for others to wed. However, over time, the nature of these exchanges has changed, with some individuals exploiting such occasions to profit from their friends and relatives. The dishes prepared were specifically for Xiao Weiguo, featuring cabbage with a few slices of meat. When he was away, both Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong typically subsisted on leftover food. If the leftovers were exhausted, They would usually make a few simple steamed buns paired with pickled vegetables, occasionally sautéing a few cabbage leaves or potatoes, using minimal oil and even less meat. Yet, they found these meals sufficiently satisfying, which reflected the average standard of living for most families during that era. The meat and vegetables Xiao Weiguo brought home were perceived as his effort to nourish them. However, in his absence, they hesitated to consume these items, reserving them for when they were all together, as Xiao Weiguo took on the responsibility of cooking, generously using ingredients to create fragrant meals, which they regarded as an improvement in their quality of life. Li Yonghong's stir-fried cabbage was rather bland, lacking flavor, yet Xiao Weiguo did not mind. He was, after all, a somewhat indiscriminate foodie in his previous life. When he craved delicious food, he would prepare a single meal for the entire day, willing to settle for a handful of scallions and a couple of steamed buns if that was all that was available. Even a few cucumbers dipped in chili sauce sufficed. Holding the fish bag, Li Yonghong remained silent, still worried about the fish spoiling. It was warm inside, and the fish would perish if left at home. Yonghong, take it outside and cover it with something, Xiao Weiguo advised. Li Yonghong carefully carried the fish outside, placing them under some old wooden planks and bricks to secure them, before returning inside, glancing back with each step. You caught quite a few fish today, didn't you? In Li Weijuan's view, Xiao Weiguo had nearly returned with a bag full of fish, mentioning that there were still more fish left at the collection station. And considering the number of people who had gone, it was reasonable to assume that each person should have at least 2 bags. That would amount to over 1,000 pounds. Xiao Weiguo nodded in agreement, stating that it could indeed be more than 20,000 pounds. Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong's eyes widened in astonishment, with Li Yongjun questioning, 20,000 pounds? Surely, it must be 2,000 pounds? Xiao Weiguo clarified. It could very well be over 20,000, possibly more by 2,000 pounds. How could there be so many? Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong exchanged glances. Struggling to fathom the enormity of 20,000 pounds of fish, they wondered where such a volume could possibly be stored. Was the workshop at the collection station already overflowing? Xiao Weiguo anticipated their thoughts and, swallowing his food, explained, the reservoir has likely not been extensively fished, and the fish are particularly large. I estimate that the average weight of the fish we brought back is around 5 pounds, and it might even be an understatement. If we calculate based on 5 pounds per fish, 20,000 pounds would amount to only 4,000 fish. Consider that, after distributing over 1,000 pounds among ourselves, we could still retrieve more later. Assuming we take 2,000 pounds, that would leave us with merely 400 fish. Most of the remainder would likely be sold by Uncle Wayman and Director Li from the community to their respective units, and the leftover would not be substantial. He would devise a plan to manage that later. Upon realizing it was merely 4,000 fish, Li Yongjun no longer considered it excessive. For fish per family for 1,000 households would barely suffice for 2 or 3 alleys. However, both Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong were astonished at how easily the fish could be caught from the Miyun reservoir. Could it truly be that there were 20,000 pounds of fish ready to be netted? Were the fish somehow frozen in place? Did Xiao Weiguo and the others simply need to use nets to catch them? Was it really that straightforward? They had never heard of such before. Setting aside their wild imaginings, Li Weijun interjected, Lu came by today and mentioned that Ma Sen would arrive tomorrow to sign the contract. What time? He said he would be here by 9. That's perfect. Uncle Wayman and Director Li are coming for the fish tomorrow, and we can handle everything at once. I just fear something might go awry. Li Yongjun felt uncertain about the outcome. Yet he was anxious about losing the house and worried that Ma San might cause trouble in the courtyard, affecting him and his sister. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan to see him off. We'll only rent for 3 years. He won't have a choice but to leave. Now, hurry to bed. We'll head out together in the morning. After finishing his meal, Xiao Weiguo noticed that Li Yonghong immediately began washing the dishes, unimpeded. In this era, it was common for children as young as 6 or 7 to help with cooking and looking after siblings while the adults were busy. Li Yonghong, already 13 by age reckoning, was no longer considered a child. In rural areas, at her age, she was capable of earning work points. Lying in bed, Xiao Weiguo once again entered his space. The welding machine and rods he had ordered previously had arrived, with 2 cardboard boxes now resting beneath the hallway entrance. Additionally, there were 2 more packages. Upon opening them, he discovered the brakes and shock absorbers he had asked someone to procure. The contents were substantial, comprising 3 sets of large, medium, and small components, including a complete brake system, brake lines, brake fluid, and brake fluid reservoirs, all included. The shock absorber was not the small type previously envisioned by Xiao Weiguo for a tricycle, but rather a large one utilized in agricultural vehicles of later generations. Its load-bearing capacity was excessive even for smaller automobiles, and it was additionally equipped with 2 hydraulic rods. Upon opening his computer, Xiao Weiguo noticed a message suggesting he utilize it for a dump truck and not to overexert himself. Going online, he saw the other party was active and promptly messaged, "Brother, this item is too large for my needs. Could you send me a few motorcycle parts instead? How much for these? I'll pay you." He awaited the delivery, spending no money, and then logged off, his profile picture immediately turning dark. Xiao Weiguo found himself in a state of amused exasperation. Aside from the small braking system, he could not utilize any of these components for his pedal tricycle. After all, he was not constructing a car. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. In truth, manufacturing an automobile in later times was not particularly challenging. The advantage of large-scale automobile manufacturers lay in their ability to seamlessly integrate the performance of all components. If one did not adhere to excessive standards, an automobile could merely be an iron framework bolted together with various parts, then encased in a metal shell. For those unfamiliar, one could observe videos from makeshift workshops demonstrating the manual assembly of buses. On a side note, many domestic car brands of the future were simply produced by large factories. They merely needed to design a slightly varied exterior, as all internal components were sourced from parts manufacturers. Engines and transmissions were readily available for purchase, with high-end products from reputable manufacturers online alongside imitations from smaller workshops. The price depended solely on the buyer's willingness to spend. Core components were indeed reflective of their cost, and axles and chassis could be custom-made. If one was unconcerned about minor issues like noise or rattling, even parts from this era could be procured. After some contemplation, Xiao Weiguo decided it would be prudent to first construct his tricycle. Building a car was no trivial matter. Although he had the extraordinary assistance of the spatial device, integrating the components was no small endeavor, and if the costs were excessive, he might as well purchase a second-hand vehicle instead. As various parts flew into the space around him for welding, Xiao Weiguo's mind brimmed with vitality. Each thought was swiftly processed and solidified. He attempted to simultaneously assemble numerous small components into the shape of a cargo bed, allowing him to focus solely on the welding. To his surprise, this idea proved feasible. For the sake of safety and perfection, Xiao Weiguo meticulously inspected every area 3 times, ensuring that every welded joint was seamless. The processes of welding, assembling, inspecting, addressing issues, polishing, and painting, along with discarding waste materials in the corner, may have appeared simple, yet they were intricately laborious. After 4 or 5 hours, Xiao Weiguo finally completed his very first vehicle, a magnificent tricycle. Chapter 39. Delivering fish upon rising in the morning. Li Yonghong stepped out into the yard, exhaling visible breaths of vapor as he checked on the fish he had hidden the previous night. To his delight, they remained untouched, and he joyfully gathered the entire bag to take home, intending to share the fish with his neighbors. Early in the morning, Xiao Weiguo set out to procure materials for his tricycle project. He sought to create a justification for the emergence of this vehicle, utilizing exceptionally robust materials for its construction. The steel pipes and iron sheets were twice as thick as those typically found in standard tricycles. For the wheels, he employed automotive components, and even outfitted the driver's area with a bumper and wind deflector for added protection. The gears and chain were salvaged from discarded machinery, boasting a thickness 2 to 3 times greater than those of conventional bicycles. At the front, he affixed a small LED light, repurposed from a desk lamp, while the reflective panel was crafted from a dismantled large metal flashlight. Xiao Weiguo even fashioned a windscreen from his sheepskin coat, an act that drew unanimous criticism from his friends Yongjun, Yonghong, and the stuttering Xiaojia, who deemed it a waste to ruin such a fine garment. Despite their admonishments, Xiao Weiguo humbly accepted their critiques, but remained steadfast in his endeavors. Aside from the rudimentary pedal-driven mechanism, he perceived his creation as a precursor to modern electric tricycles, albeit with a slightly larger overall structure. As for converting it to electric power, he mused that the task would be straightforward, requiring only a battery and a motor. However, he ultimately shook his head, preferring to maintain the current setup, primarily to avoid complications and because he felt it was unnecessary to explain it to others. He decided to test ride it first. If discomfort arose, modifications could always be made later. With a bag of small fish and another of larger ones from Xiaojia secured in the cargo area, Xiao Weiguo commenced his trial run. The tricycle proved exceptionally stable on the road, though he had opted not to install the shock absorbers that had arrived with the previous day's delivery, resulting in noticeable vibrations when traversing bumpy terrain. However, due to the tricycle's relatively slow speed, the experience was akin to riding a bicycle or a standard tricycle, without excessive jolting. The vehicle's drawbacks were equally apparent. Its pace was notably sluggish, attributed to its considerable weight, a factor that did not deter him but would likely exhaust other riders after a short distance. Additionally, the use of automotive tires, which are broader and offer greater friction, contributed to the increased effort required compared to narrower tires. This was compounded by the fact that the front tire was repurposed from an old electric bike, and had he used automotive tires for the front as well, even those with lesser strength would struggle to maneuver the handlebars. Surprisingly, the overall quality of the tricycle exceeded expectations, devoid of the clattering noises typical of ordinary tricycles, and the effort required to operate it remained within Xiao Weiguo's capacity. He contemplated further modifications, envisioning the addition of a gear and chain system akin to a pulley system to reduce the exertion needed by half. The absence of a bell and reflective strips was noted, yet he resolved to procure these from a local bicycle shop, where many workers assembled bicycles from spare parts. The transactions are conducted discreetly, with varying quality and prices significantly lower than the prominent brands found in supply and marketing cooperatives. Those who lack sufficient funds or cannot gather enough industrial coupons must endure the risks associated with purchasing such vehicles. Hence, Xiao Weiguo is perplexed by the musings of novelists from a previous life, who depict protagonists purchasing spare parts to assemble bicycles for sale. Are the individuals at the supply cooperatives and bicycle shops fools? Are the factory workers naive? Surely, they are capable of assembling and selling themselves. When identical components are available at the same price, people will only purchase from those with the expertise and background in assembling bicycles. Why would they buy from an unknown individual selling an enigmatic bicycle? As for price wars, the components for even the simplest bicycle cost no less than 50 or 60 yuan. This is due to the fact that shopkeepers have access to reliable sources. They sell at 60 or 70 while bearing considerable risks and ensuring that buyers are acquaintances to avoid being reported. How can a stranger compete with these established merchants? Each industry possesses its own intricacies, and some fields are not easily navigable. Otherwise, one risks getting ensnared. Having tidied up the household, Li Yonghong escorted her brother to the yard, allowing him to bask in the sun on a chair. She returned home, softly humming the song, "Let Us Row Our Oars," the theme from the 1955 film Flowers of Our Motherland. Emptying the bag of fish into a large iron basin, she cheerfully sorted them by size. With a total of 23 fish among 6 families in the courtyard, they need not deliver their share. Each of the other 5 families could receive 4 fish, leaving them with 3. This marked her first time delivering goods to families other than Xiao Weiguo's, filling her with a mix of pride and sorrow. The pride stemmed from Xiao Weiguo's successful catch, which not only provided for their meals, but also offered a means to earn money. The sorrow arose from her thoughts. Even if they retained the fish, they could not consume them all and would have to give some away. For consecutive years, they had been deprived of meat, and the little grains and meat coupons at home were exchanged for money to support their mother's medical treatment. Although initial medical expenses were modest, they accumulated over the years as her mother suffered for over a decade, with symptoms worsening and costs escalating, rendering their years of effort futile. Fortunately, the days of hardship had finally come to an end. Now they possessed everything they needed. Weiguo had established his own purchasing station. Her brother was set to take over their father's position at the factory after the new year, and she was to return to school. Weiguo and her brother planned to take university entrance exams together, and she too aspired to attend university. In the future, the 3 of them as university graduates could work and live together, and when Weiguo and her brother had children, she would help care for them. Li Yonghong, petite in stature, carefully lifted 4 fish in a somewhat chipped enamel basin and stepped out of the house. The first stop was Mr. Qin's home. Xiao Weiguo had received considerable help from him. When Xiao Weiguo was away, she and her brother relied on Mr. Qin's generosity. Although they were cautious at the time, daring only to accept a couple of cornbreads to last a day, they were immensely grateful for Mr. Qin's assistance and Mr. Li's support. Otherwise, they might not have felt secure residing in that crowded courtyard. Upon seeing Li Yonghong at the door with a basin of fish, the residents in the courtyard exchanged puzzled glances. When Mrs. Qin opened the door and recognized Li Yonghong, she was equally astonished. "Come in, my dear." It is quite chilly outside. Over there, Mr. Qin and his wife were beckoning to Li Yonghong, and the rest of the courtyard suddenly came alive. Hurry, let me tell you, Li Yonghong just brought a large basin of fish to Mr. Qin's house. So much. Where did Wei Guojiao acquire all that fish? Surely he didn't give it all to Mr. Qin, perhaps just one? It's improbable that he would only deliver one. He must have brought the entire basin. I'm not certain. Yesterday morning, Xiao Weiguo took a group of children and dashed off. I happened to see them as I was going to the restroom. They were likely off to catch fish. It seems Xiao Weiguo must have caught quite a few yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given so much to Mr. Qin. Although Li Yonghong kept her head down, she was smiling as she was ushered out. She returned with an empty basin, only to promptly re-emerge with another basin to knock on Mr. Li's door. The other families became animated, as they understood that Xiao Weiguo intended to distribute fish. They hurried back to prepare basins for the catch. The four sisters from the Li family eagerly surrounded Li Yonghong, sweetly addressing her as sister, leaving her somewhat flustered. While Mr. Li and his wife felt inferior due to not having a son, having daughters bore its own advantages. Despite being the poorest in the courtyard, their home was always the cleanest, both inside and out. Their clothing and household were immaculate, and even Mr. Li's rickety cart was polished to a shine by his daughters daily. Chapter 40. Delivering fish by bicycle. Xiao Weiguo parked his tricycle steadily at the entrance of the courtyard where Xiao Jiaba resided. This large compound, comparable to that of Li Yongjun, housed dozens of families, with various makeshift constructions throughout. The chaotic arrangement of its buildings bore a striking resemblance to the slums of India in later years, each possessing its unique character. Leaving the tricycle at the entrance posed no concern, as there were few who would steal such a large item. Even a row of bicycles parked on the street would likely remain untouched. As Xiao Weiguo approached Xiao Jiaba's home carrying 2 bags of fish, he found Xiao Jiaba's 2 younger sisters washing clothes in the courtyard. Their small hands were reddened from the cold, and while they felt the chill, they were not at all fussy. They knew it was but a brief ordeal, and soon they could return home to warm themselves. Upon seeing Xiao Weiguo, the sisters greeted him cheerfully. "Weiguo, you've come. Aren't you too cold? It would be better to wash after dinner at home." "We're not cold. We'll finish soon. You go inside first." Before the other could finish, she turned and called into the house. "Ergo, Weiguo is here to see you." Xiao Weiguo entered without ceremony. As he pushed open the door, he found Xiao Jiaba's mother tending to a pot. Their breakfast consisted of rice porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a few sweet potatoes. The first 3 bowls of porridge were customarily reserved for Xiao Jiaba's grandmother, father, and brother, with the remaining members receiving smaller portions, which could be supplemented with hot water. The morning steamed buns were exclusively for Xiao Jiaba's father and brother, who were the strong laborers of the family. The entire household depended on their earnings, and if they lacked nourishment and were unable to work, the family's situation would become even more dire. Each of them has a share of a sweet potato, which they may choose to leave uneaten if they desire. The others, however, are only allotted half of a small sweet potato each. It would be preferable for them not to eat it at all, saving it for lunch or dinner later. Unfortunately, the heartfelt wish of Xiao Jiaba's mother has never been realized, as these little ones are always eager at mealtime, and there has never been any leftover food. Currently, Xiao Jiaba, along with his father and elder brother, are dining. Only after they finish do the other women and children sit down to eat. Upon seeing Xiao Weiguo enter, Xiao Jiaba's mother politely inquired, "Weiguo, have you eaten? Please, sit down and have something." "Weiguo, is that fish you have?" Xiao Weiguo nodded at Xiao Jiaba and then addressed his mother, saying, "Aunt Lu, these are the fish Guoqiang caught yesterday. I brought them over and must be on my way." Xiao Jiaba's full name is Chao Guoqiang, and his brother is Chao Guoxing. Both possess splendid names. However, Xiao Jiaba's distinctive characteristics have rendered him so memorable to his peers that few can recall his given name, instead knowing him by the nickname Xiao Jiaba. Chao Guoxing curiously asked, "Are both bags filled with fish? Are they all for my brother?" "Yes, they are all his, and we all have a share." "Wow, such large bags. How much fish could this possibly be?" Xiao Jiaba's mother hurriedly approached to open the bags, revealing a bounty of meat. Chao Guoxing and his father also came over, while the other children gathered around in excitement. Even the 2 little girls outside, hearing the commotion, curiously entered to see the fish Xiao Weiguo had brought. "Oh my, they are indeed all fish, and good ones at that. Frozen solid, not a single one is spoiled." Xiao Jiaba's mother beamed as she held up a few fish, unable to contain her joy. "Weiguo, how did you manage to catch so many fish?" Xiao Guoxing asked with genuine curiosity, realizing that his brother alone had received such a substantial haul. Earlier, he had attempted to lift one bag, estimating it must weigh at least 120 pounds, while the larger bag, which he hesitated to touch, appeared to be even heavier. He wondered how Xiao Weiguo had transported them. It must have taken considerable strength. From Xiao Weiguo's tone, it seemed that many others had accompanied him yesterday. And if they each received such a quantity, there must be thousands of pounds of fish altogether. Xiao Weiguo chuckled. We use machines for this. I could never catch this much by hand. Oh, a machine. Xiao Guoxing exclaimed, enlightened. That explains it. In the past, when we went fishing in summer, catching 5 or 6 fish was considered quite good. Indeed, fishing relies heavily on luck. What we did is a bit of a cheat, of course. Upon reflecting on this, Xiao Weiguo realized that Xiao Jiabao's family was different from the others. His household, comprising only 3 members, himself, Yongjun, and Yonghong, alongside Qin Weiman's family of 4 and Zhao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlan's family of 3, found 2 bags of fish to be plentiful. In contrast, Xiao Jiabao's family, being large and predominantly consisting of teenagers with hearty appetites, would find that the 2 bags were far from sufficient, as they would each only average 2 or 3 fish, which would not suffice for the winter. Aunt Lu, I will ask Wuqiang to bring back 2 more bags of fish. Once they are home, we should consume them promptly. After finishing, we can ask him to raise some more. Since they are from our own family, we can indulge without restraint. Mother Chow chuckled and remarked that this is not permissible. Wuqiang informed me yesterday that your fish have already been claimed. This is more than sufficient. When has Uncle Chow and Aunt Lu ever had such a bounty? This year certainly feels prosperous. Xiao Weiguo also laughed, suggesting they should first bring back 2 bags and see how it goes. If there are any left after you eat, we can let Wuqiang fetch more. If not, there is nothing to be done. I cannot conjure more. All right, Uncle Chow and Aunt Lu, let us bask in your generosity this year. Have Wuqiang bring back a little more, but do not give him too much. Aunt wishes to send a few fish to your Uncle Chow's brothers, just enough for each family to savor a taste, lest we be the subject of ridicule for taking too much. Aunt Lu, I must express my discontent with your words. I have often come to your home for meals in my youth, and given my relationship with Wuqiang, no one should speak ill of it. At that moment, Xiao Guoxing inquired, Weiguo, do you still have plenty of fish? We brought back 2 trucks of fish yesterday, over 20,000 pounds. Rest assured, you can enjoy them. Over 20,000 pounds? Both Father Chow and Mother Chow doubted their hearing. Xiao Weiguo had other matters to attend to, so he bid farewell to Father and Mother Chow, saying, Uncle Chow, Aunt, you may continue your tasks. I must return as I have work to do. Xiao Jiabai, are you coming? Yes, I will follow you. Xiao Jiabai swiftly finished the last bit of porridge, stuffed sweet potato into his mouth, and got up to leave with Xiao Weiguo. The entire Xiao Jiabai family came to see them off. Familiar as they were astonished by the amount of fish Xiao Weiguo had just delivered, along with the promise of more to come. Although Xiao Weiguo mentioned that a portion was for Xiao Jiabai, everyone understood that this was due to Xiao Weiguo's goodwill towards him. Otherwise, the fish would have belonged solely to him. Chapter 41. The Chow family. When Xiao Jiabai's family saw Xiao Weiguo board the splendid tricycle at the entrance, their astonishment deepened. They had never encountered such an exquisite vehicle before. The tricycle, adorned in shades of white and blue, was designed in the style of future public service vehicles, featuring wide tires, a windscreen, and a bumper, with headlights mounted at the front. The sides and rear of the cargo area displayed bold lettering. The side read Children of the Steel Mill, a facade crafted by Xiao Weiguo, while the rear boldly proclaimed Old Goods Recycling, serving as his banner. Engaging in private enterprise carries certain risks. Thus, one must tread carefully while flaunting their connections. Upon noticing the windscreen on the handlebars, Xiao Jiabai deduced that this was indeed the vehicle Xiao Weiguo had mentioned yesterday. He touched the vehicle's surface, unfazed by the cold. Weiguo, is this your tricycle? Indeed. I welded it myself. Upon learning that Xiao Weiguo constructed this tricycle himself, Xiao Guoxing felt a pang of envy. Working at the coal yard, he had no cart. Forced to move coal manually each day. Summers were manageable, but winters were grueling, leaving him utterly exhausted, while vehicles were present at the yard. Yet he was never permitted to ride them. Every day, he dreams of owning a vehicle of his own. With a car, he could deliver coal to the residents at the coal yard. Although cycling can be exhausting, it also has its moments of ease. Furthermore, once he has a vehicle, during less busy work hours, he could take on side jobs as a handyman to earn some extra income. Xiao Guoxing gazed at Xiao Weiguo with a look of longing and inquired, "Did you weld this yourself?" "Weiguo, is it true? Why would I lie to you?" Xiao Weiguo replied, "How much did it cost to weld this car?" Xiao Guoxing asked again, his curiosity piqued. "The labor was my own, so no charge there. The parts came from the scrap yard, so I can't really calculate that. What is the matter? Do you want one too?" Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Guoxing nodded. "Yes, I do want one. Let me think it over. If I really decide to go for it, would you be able to assist me?" After considering the matter, Xiao Weiguo thought it wouldn't harm him, so he nodded. "You'll need to gather the parts yourself. I won't charge you for labor. We should only take on what we can handle. If funds are tight, just find parts like those on a regular tricycle." "Thank you, Weiguo," Xiao Guoxing replied enthusiastically. Nodding his head, the parents of the stuttering boy, overhearing their conversation, wore expressions of joy. Xiao Weiguo then whispered, "This is the only time I'll help with something like this. I probably won't be involved in tricycle business again, so please don't tell anyone. We won't say a word. You can trust us, Weiguo," Xiao Guoxing and his parents assured him, nodding earnestly. As the tricycle carried the stuttering boy further away, his mother suddenly remarked, "Weiguo is bound to thrive now. Guoqiang told me a few days ago that Weiguo has become the boss of that recycling station. Once the weather warms up, he'll move there to live and can help Weiguo with the factory." Chao Fu, watching the tricycle disappear, nodded and said, "You don't need to concern yourself with those young men's affairs. Our family is as it is. I lack the means to find Guoqiang any work. If he can find something to do with Weiguo, that would be quite good. The amount of money earned isn't the priority. It's better than wandering aimlessly outside all day. Should I send some fish to Dallin?" Chao Mu asked. Dallin is the elder sister of the stuttering boy and now a mother of two. Chao Fu pulled out a cigarette case from his pocket, took half of a self-rolled cigarette, and after a puff, said, "Let us wait a few days. Send a few larger ones as a New Year gift. You handle the fish for now, and I'll have Guoxing notify Dallin. Let her bring the children over next Sunday for a little treat." After the minor New Year, he planned to borrow Weiguo's vehicle and see if he could gather a few more items. "We should go together to deliver New Year gifts to our in-laws this year." With something valuable in hand, Chao Fu intended to bring Chao Mu along to make an appearance at his in-laws' home, to both foster connections and bolster their daughter's stature, ensuring she wouldn't be subjected to bullying in someone else's home. After the tricycle had driven away, Chao Fu and Chao Mu continued home with a few children to have breakfast. In his heart, Xiao Guoxing felt a tumult of emotions. He desperately longed for a tricycle of his own, yet he was at a loss for words, fully aware of his family's circumstances. Within the confines of one's home, the multitude of children each demand sustenance, their mouths opening wide as soon as they awaken. Yet, the meager salaries of both father and self cannot sufficiently provide. While the mother diligently economizes to save for the marriages of both oneself and younger siblings, the younger siblings are also pursuing their education, which incurs additional expenses. Although the tuition fees are minimal, attending school necessitates foregoing labor, thus transitioning from earning to spending. Many families, burdened by this reality, resort to withdrawing their children from school, thereby evading the costs associated with education and books, while simultaneously allowing their offspring to engage in some form of labor, such as assembling matchboxes. This shift implies that the children can earn a modicum of income, however paltry, perhaps just a few dimes or even mere cents. Xiao Guoxing is acutely aware that the pressures on himself and his two brothers have mounted to a point where their parents can scarcely endure the strain. Consequently, the likelihood of his younger sisters dropping out of school or marrying prematurely looms large. He yearns to assert that his affairs do not concern them. Yet the harshness of reality renders such a sentiment futile. Xiao's parents are well aware of their son's aspirations. They understand that he longs for his own tricycle. Suddenly, Xiao's father inquires, "Are you still contemplating that tricycle project with Weiguo?" Caught in a moment of vulnerability, Xiao Guoxing hesitantly denies it. However, his father seems unfazed by the denial and continues, "A decent vehicle might cost around 200 yuan. We shall consult Weiguo to see if he can construct a more economical version. Owning a vehicle would certainly be advantageous, as it would become a family asset. However, after such an expenditure, you must earn diligently. Otherwise, our family's difficulties will only intensify." With a lump in his throat, Xiao Guoxing responds affirmatively, "Yes, I will certainly earn well." The matters of the Chao household are deliberated among themselves, while Li Yonghong encounters difficulties delivering fish to the neighbors. This young woman possesses a resolute spirit. When Xiao Weiguo requests her to distribute fish, she complies, albeit not entirely equitably. despite distributing 4 fish to each household. She considers Mr. Qin and Mr. Li to be the most deserving, thus allocating the largest fish to them. The widow, Zhang Lu, accompanied by her 2 children, evokes her sympathy, prompting Li Yonghong to bestow the next best 4 fish upon her family. The remaining fish, in comparison to those given to the aforementioned families, are smaller in size, mostly weighing around 2 catties, with the smallest being merely 1 catty. Since her household is not in want of fish, she retains the 3 smallest for a future meal when Xiao Weiguo is available to join her. As for the remaining 8 fish, they conveniently fit into a basin. Li Yonghong sets out once more to deliver fish, this time without regard for order. The Wang family, residing next door, is nearby, prompting her to visit them first. Chapter 42. Conflict. The residents of the Wang family and those from the Wang Dongfeng household have already placed their basins at their doorsteps, eagerly awaiting Li Yonghong's arrival. Upon seeing her approach, the matron of the Wang household promptly extends her basin. Li Yonghong strides forward, methodically placing fish into the basin held by the matron. Upon grasping the 3rd fish, the matron, growing impatient, raises her voice. Why not simply pour them in? Isn't this method cumbersome? 1 more, and we shall be done. How many do I have? Wang's wife gazed at the fish in her basin, her anger beginning to boil. For fish, Li Yonghong timidly responded. Wang's wife recalled how Li Yonghong had been delivering fish to others, each basin filled to the brim, yet to her, only 4 fish were offered in a basin that could hold 8. The indignation welled within her, feeling as though she were being trifled with. Without hesitation, she seized Li Yonghong's basin, pushing it aside with a commanding shout. Give it here. Li Yonghong, frail and slender, stood no chance against the robust woman and stumbled backward, falling heavily. Although her hand scraped against the rough ground, she refrained from crying, merely lamenting, for fish are for the Wang family in the East Wing. At that moment, Li Yongjun, still seated in the courtyard, witnessed his sister's fall and immediately shouted at Wang's wife. Why did you push my sister? Did Wang's wife care what a man with a crutch had to say? She retorted loudly. Which of your eyes saw me push her? She lost her balance and fell on her own. You have plenty of fish, just send a few more to the East Wing. Those 2 little brats think they can take what belongs to us. No way. Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong could scarcely believe their ears. The unsent fish had somehow become theirs. She was also hurling insults. Old Wang and his 2 daughters-in-law stood silently at their doorways, not uttering a word, while Wang Dongfeng and his family, witnessing the commotion, made no move to intervene. However, Mr. Qin and Mr. Li, accompanied by several daughters, rushed out upon hearing the disturbance, flocking to assist Li Yonghong as she lay on the ground. Upon seeing her bleeding hand, Mr. Li's daughters cried out, Father, Yonghong is bleeding. Mr. Li quickly instructed, help Yonghong inside to bandage her wound. We must ensure it is not exposed to the air. Mr. Qin, having overheard Li Yongjun's earlier outcry, immediately inquired, what is going on here? Wang, did you push Yonghong? Li Yongjun, tears welling in his eyes, leaned on his crutch and spoke loudly. Wang just snatched fish from Wang Dongfeng's family and insulted us. She is utterly reprehensible. Little brat, who are you calling reprehensible? Are you asking for trouble? The 2 sons of the Wang family emerged, with the eldest, Wang Daqiang, stepping forward to support his mother. Though this family frequently quarreled amongst themselves, at times, they would unite against a common adversary. Li Yongjun, unable to endure their unreasonable behavior, found himself at a loss. Even if Mr. Qin verbally chastised them, what good would it do? In a fit of rage, he declared, we will not give you the fish. Return what you have taken. To hell with you. You say you will return it, but then you refuse. What do you think you are? Wang Erqiang joined in with his own curses. Witnessing the Wang family's attitude, Mr. Qin's anger boiled over as he commanded, enough. The fish were caught by Weiguo and delivered by Yonghong. If you continue this way, you will not get them. Return the fish to their rightful owners. Old Master Qin, you cannot meddle in this matter. Every household in our courtyard has a share of the fish. You have taken your portion but wish to deny us ours. How can one act so tyrannically? Before Wang Daqiang could finish his words, Wang Shi chimed in, indeed. Those 2 little brutes intend to deprive us of what rightfully belongs to our family. They must be tired of living. As Xiao Weiguo and the stuttering boy reached the threshold, the clamor from the courtyard was unmistakable. How could they fail to recognize Li Yongjun's voice? The 2 halted their vehicle and dashed into the courtyard, where they beheld the blood on Li Yonghong's hands, the tears streaming down Li Yongjun's face. and the tense standoff between the crowd and the Wang family. In an instant, they grasped the situation. The stuttering boy bowed his head and sprinted towards Xiao Weiguo's home, while Xiao Weiguo approached Li Yonghong, producing a fresh handkerchief from his pocket to wrap her injured hand. Li Yonghong's injury appeared severe, potentially leaving permanent scars. Xiao Weiguo surveyed the surroundings and, with a stern voice, demanded of Wang Shi, "Did you inflict this injury on Yonghong?" Xiao Weiguo was not the frail figure of the Li siblings. Before becoming a sent-down youth, he was known as a troublemaker in the neighborhood. People once speculated that he would grow to emulate Xiao Chonglin, reflecting the esteemed status of the Xiao family in their eyes. After Xiao Chonglin's tragic demise, Xiao Weiguo had vanished from public sight during his years as a youth. As the years passed, memories of his former self faded. Now, in his fury, Wang Shi felt a flicker of fear. However, upon reflection, Wang Shi reassured herself that Xiao Weiguo was not Xiao Chonglin. He was merely a child. Besides, she had 3 men in her household, and she doubted that Xiao Weiguo would dare confront her. With a steely resolve, she poured the fish from Li Yonghong's basin into her own and, with a forceful crash, hurled the basin to the ground, exclaiming, "How could I possibly know what happened to her? You ought to ask her yourself." The enamelware, already in poor condition, shattered into fragments upon impact. "Stop!" Xiao Weiguo shouted, but Wang Shi continued unabated, inciting his wrath. He advanced, seizing her hair and berating her. "I commanded you to stop. Are you deaf?" "Ouch!" Wang Shi cried out in pain, spilling half the basin of fish. Witnessing Xiao Weiguo's aggression towards their mother, the Wang father and son rushed forward, with the elder Wang shouting, "Xiao Weiguo, you little brute! Who do you think you are?" Before the three could reach Xiao Weiguo, a sudden crash echoed as the door to Xiao Weiguo's home was flung open. Drawn by the sound, the crowd instinctively turned to see the stuttering boy bursting through the doorway, clutching an old gun, his eyes red and face contorted with rage. "Weiguo, step aside. I'm going to finish this old witch." The people in the courtyard were struck with terror at the sight of the gun in the stuttering boy's hands. Xiao Weiguo and the Li siblings were equally startled, while others were filled with dread. They recognized the boy's righteous fury, understanding that he was not jesting with Wang Shi. Wang Daqiang and Wang Erqiang, upon catching sight of the firearm in the hands of the stuttering child, let out a startled cry and hastily retreated into the house, not forgetting to drag along their wives. Wang's wife was so terrified that her eyes rolled back, and she urinated uncontrollably, the liquid streaming down her legs, releasing a foul odor that revolted Xiao Weiguo. He forcefully flung the weak and trembling Wang towards the waiting arms of old Wang, who, despite his rotund appearance, was not particularly strong. His bulk merely gave the illusion of strength. At that moment, old Wang was knocked off balance by his wife, and with a yelp, the two elderly individuals tumbled into a heap, Wang's relentless stream of urine splattering over them. The onlookers recoiled in disgust, leaving the couple in the courtyard. Amidst this chaos, the stuttering child erupted into laughter, a cruel, frenzied laughter that seemed intent on sealing the fate of old Wang and Wang's wife. This child, having endured profound insecurities in his youth compounded by his frail physique, had been bullied extensively. It was only after Xiao Weiguo extended a helping hand that he felt a bond with him, leading him to cling to Xiao thereafter. Initially, Xiao Weiguo was hesitant to include him, but an incident involving a confrontation with older children changed that. He and Li Yongjun were inseparable, often embroiled in fights. During one such altercation with older students, a wild child, this very stuttering boy, suddenly charged in. Perhaps due to past traumas, he acted impulsively, displaying remarkable aggression, seizing a brick. He struck an opponent on the head, opening a gash that, while not severe, sent shockwaves through the crowd due to the alarming amount of blood that streamed down the victim's face and neck. Fortunately, this incident occurred off school grounds, and parents at the time did not overly concern themselves with children's skirmishes. Both sides took their injured children to the hospital for stitches and exchanged sweets as a conciliatory gesture, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. From that point onward, the stuttering boy became a close companion of Xiao Weiguo and Li Yongjun, and during future brawls, they kept a vigilant eye on him, retreating when his temper flared. The children involved in these fights were generally from the neighborhood and were familiar with one another, aware that Xiao Weiguo's friend was prone to violent outbursts. When they saw Xiao and his companions relent, the others typically followed suit, mindful of the unpredictable dangers that could arise. Before becoming a youth worker, Xiao Weiguo had once visited the stuttering boy's parents to discuss the potential perils of their son's volatile behavior. Upon learning of the incident involving Li Yongjun, Xiao Jiabai's mother immediately sought out Father Qiao. The couple, under the pretext of matters concerning the maternal grandfather's home, hastily sent Xiao Jiabai to his grandfather's residence in Fangshan countryside. Had it not been for this precaution, given his impulsive nature, he might have rushed into the fray that very night upon discovering that his brother had suffered a broken leg, wreaking havoc in Li Yongjun's courtyard. That day, upon realizing his daughter's intention, the elderly man feigned incapacity, assigning Xiao Jiabai various tasks, which initially touched the boy. He was moved that his grandfather, despite his frailty, still thought of him, and he worked diligently. However, one day, a sense of unease gripped him as he noticed his grandfather seemed surprisingly vigorous, even venturing up the mountain to gather firewood out of sheer boredom. This prompted him to sneak back home, coincidentally encountering Lu, who had brought people to confront the young men of Xiao Weiguo's courtyard. Consequently, he decided to lend support to Xiao Weiguo. Both Xiao Weiguo and Li Yongjun were acutely aware of Xiao Jiabai's impulsive tendencies, and as soon as they detected his movements, they hurried to intervene. Yet, despite the mere distance of a few meters separating them, fate had other plans. The speed of the fleeing boy far surpassed their efforts. Just as Xiao Jiabai, with a twisted smile, raised his firearm to pull the trigger, Grandpa Li suddenly embraced him from behind, gripping the gun tightly and lifting it upwards. In a desperate voice, he implored, "Child, you mustn't. You cannot pull the trigger. They have but a few years left to live, and you are still so young. Firing the gun will only lead to your own demise." Though frail in appearance, Grandpa Li possessed strength forged from decades of labor. Xiao Jiabai, caught in his grasp, resisted fiercely, striving to shake off his hold, believing that a mere second of freedom would suffice to pull the trigger. The delay caused by Grandpa Li allowed Grandfather Qin and Xiao Weiguo to rush over, while Li Yongjun, in his haste, stumbled and fell to the ground, his cane slipping from his grasp. Li Yonghong and several of Grandpa Li's daughters rushed to assist him. "Xiao Jiabai, let go. Child, you cannot pull the trigger," Grandfather Qin exclaimed. "Indeed, they have their faults, but they do not deserve death. You cannot embroil Weiguo, Yongjun, and Yonghong in your plight." At these words, Xiao Jiabai hesitated, realizing that firing the gun might bring momentary relief, but at what cost? Would he condemn Weiguo, Yongjun, and Yonghong to share his fate? "Let go. Be careful. It might go off." Xiao Weiguo grasped the barrel and cried out, "Grandpa Li, Grandpa Qin, release him." As both elders reluctantly released their holds, Xiao Weiguo urged, "Xiao Jiabai, you too must let go." Reluctantly, Xiao Jiabai withdrew his hands. In the earlier struggle for the gun, his right index finger had inadvertently hooked the trigger. To his astonishment, upon releasing it, the aged spring malfunctioned, and the trigger fell with a click. Boom! The deafening explosion propelled iron shot skyward, sending shockwaves through Xiao Weiguo's hand. Caught off guard, he lost his grip and fell backward to the ground, the firearm clattering beside him. The onlookers in the courtyard stood frozen in shock. The thunderous explosion reverberated close at hand, leaving Xiao Weiguo dizzy, his ears ringing incessantly, and his heart racing uncontrollably. The gunshot nearly startled his fragile heart into a fit. Regaining his senses, Xiao Weiguo sensed something amiss with the old musket. He had wielded it for over 2 years without ever producing such a deafening sound. If his instincts were correct, the inexperienced young stutterer had undoubtedly overloaded the powder charge. Fortunately, the venerable firearm had proven sturdy, had the barrel failed to withstand the pressure. It could have resulted in a catastrophic explosion, possibly claiming his life on the spot. The crowd, momentarily petrified by the gunfire, began to stir. Old Wang, shaking off his stupor, seized the moment with renewed fervor. A seasoned veteran, he recognized that the throng had shielded them from the young stutterer's shot, and he concluded that the gun would be rendered inoperable. Aware that the old musket required reloading after each discharge, he knew time was of the essence, and he would not afford them another opportunity. With a surge of confidence, Old Wang rose and stormed towards the young stutterer, lowering his head to point at his own forehead, bellowing, "Come on, shoot me. You wanted to take my life, didn't you? Go on. Aim here, unless you intend to leave this unfinished today." Wang Shi, now roused from her own humiliation, rushed over, intent on clawing at Li Yonghong, her fury ignited by embarrassment. "You insolent harlot, causing trouble. Let me see if I can't ruin your face today." Li Dage's 4 daughters swiftly intervened, while Li Yongjun, consumed by anger, raised his cane to strike, landing a blow squarely on Wang Shi's aged visage. Ouch! Wang Shi fell, feigning distress, and refused to rise, launching into her accustomed theatrics of self-pity. Oh, just kill me. I cannot endure this. You all conspired to torment me, a den of ungrateful wretches. You're all complicit in this cruelty. Xiao Weiguo is a wretched creature, born of a father but without a nurturing mother. Old Qin is just as vile, lusting after the newcomer. Li Dage is a desolate patriarch, having raised a brood of hens. Lu Shi, cursed with a husband's fate, offers no defense on our behalf. And Wang Donghong's family is no better, having birthed a son devoid of any spine. No kin to aid us at all. The old crone smeared her tears across the ground, her lament rising and falling dramatically as she cursed both the old and the young, berating every individual present until their noses were nearly bent with indignation, perhaps feeling that their parents had gained the upper hand, or perhaps believing that the firearm had become nothing more than a mere firewood stick. Wang Daqiang and Wang Erqiang reemerged. This time, they were armed. Wang Daqiang brandished a kitchen knife in one hand and a rolling pin in the other, while Wang Erqiang wielded a steel hook. The two charged towards Xiao Weiguo, targeting him first as he stood alone, his back turned, intending to subdue him before addressing the others. Li Dage and Old Qin's faces turned pale with fear, urgently warning Xiao Weiguo to be cautious. Having regained most of his composure, Xiao Weiguo stood, his ears still buzzing, though his extensive combat experience shone through. With a slight tilt of his head, he caught a glimpse in his peripheral vision of the approaching assailants. Bowing his head, he rolled forward, seized the old pipe from the ground, and with a vigorous swing, brought it crashing down upon Wang Daqiang's ankle. As Wang Daqiang collapsed to the ground, Xiao Weiguo hurled the pipe once more, sending it spinning towards Wang Erqiang. Wang Erqiang, noticing the object hurtling towards him, raised his arm in defense, only to have the pipe strike his arm and fall to the ground. Just as he lowered his arm, a powerful kick landed squarely on his chest. The assailant was none other than Xiao Weiguo, who had become increasingly frantic. He began to kick the two fallen men, who, in a desperate attempt to escape the onslaught, rolled and tumbled on the ground. Regrettably, their efforts proved futile as they found themselves on the receiving end of the assault. Come on, hit me. Come on, I dare you, taunted Lao Wang, still convinced of his upper hand and somewhat smug. As Xiao Weiguo commenced his attack, the stuttering youth inhaled deeply, swung his arm, and with a resounding slap, sent Lao Wang tumbling backward. Let this serve as a lesson against bullying, he declared, delivering a kick to Lao Wang, each strike deliberate and calculated. Li Yongjun, equally enraged, joined the fray, wielding a cane against Wang Shi. The onlookers merely watched, offering no intervention or defense, as Wang Shi had managed to offend everyone, including the widow Zhang Lu and her in-laws, who wore expressions of discontent. Enough. Cease this at once. Upon hearing the authoritative command, Xiao Weiguo and the others immediately halted, turning their gaze towards the entrance. The newcomers were Qin Weimin and Director Li from the neighborhood, both panting heavily, clearly having rushed over. Qin Weimin and Director Li had originally intended to visit Xiao Weiguo's recycling station to procure fish. When Qin Weimin arrived early to find the station closed, he worried about Director Li's reaction and thus brought him to the communal courtyard in search of Xiao Weiguo. To their astonishment, as they reached the alley, a gunshot rang out, startling them both. The prospect of someone being injured by a gunshot was a grave concern. Frantically, they began to inquire throughout the courtyard about the source of the gunfire, eventually stumbling upon the chaotic scene involving Xiao Weiguo. With their arrival, a throng of curious neighbors from the surrounding courtyards surged in to witness the commotion, and soon, people began to gather atop the roofs of adjacent courtyards as well. Upon spotting the firearm on the ground, both Qin Weimin and Director Li exchanged solemn glances. Qin Weimin, in a stern voice, addressed Xiao Weiguo. What on earth is happening here? While Xiao Weiguo struggled to articulate a response, Wang Shi and Lao Wang interjected, Weimin, you must intervene. Xiao Weiguo is intent on killing us. Director Li, observing the scene, was quick to respond. Look, these ungrateful wretches have banded together to bully our family. Though Director Li was a woman, she was no pushover. She was well aware of the family's true nature. As a community official, she was accustomed to such disputes. When older individuals were involved, the origins of the conflict often lay with them. Some elders were indeed kind-hearted, while others were quite the opposite, deserving only harsh words. With a fierce glare, Director Li shouted, Silence. Let Officer Qin conduct his inquiry. The Wang couple immediately fell silent. Despite Director Li's usual amiable demeanor, she had proven formidable during critical times, having once wielded a firearm to apprehend spies. Who would dare to resist? Such defiance would be met with lethal consequences. Those who had witnessed such scenes were well aware. Thus, upon hearing Director Li speak, everyone promptly fell into line, illustrating her authoritative presence. Chapter 44. Reporting when Qin Weimin and Director Li entered to inquire, the Wang couple swiftly turned the tables, accusing Xiao Weiguo and others in the courtyard of conspiring to bully them. Qin Weimin and Director Li were not swayed by the words of old Wang and his wife. After all, Qin Weimin was the son of the esteemed Qin, fully aware of his father's character. Moreover, could the Wang family truly be regarded as virtuous? Setting aside the youngest, from old Wang's father to the brothers Wang Daqiang and Wang Erqiang, none could be deemed exemplary. Qin Weimin had lived as their neighbor for 2 decades and was thus well acquainted with their character. Director Li was equally familiar with the Wang family. Notorious for causing disturbances in the community, countless disputes had been mediated due to their antics, and they were officially recognized as a problematic household within the community. With both parties disbelieving the Wang couple's claims, it was essential to find someone to clarify the situation. Ideally, this individual would not be affiliated with either the Wang family or Xiao Weiguo. Qin Weimin inquired once more, who will explain what transpired? Why did the fight break out? And who fired the gun? Present in the courtyard were numerous witnesses, among whom was a particularly eager informant, Wang Dongfeng from the East Wing. Having worked as a waiter in a state-run restaurant since his teens, he had not mastered the art of service, but had certainly perfected the less admirable habits of soliciting bribes. Most notably, he had acquired a penchant for gossip. Once Wang Dongfeng began to speak, he rattled off the events with the rapidity of a machine gun, recounting the courtyard's happenings with remarkable accuracy. He even mimicked the insults hurled by Wang Shi, bringing to life her abusive language in front of the gathered crowd, which only deepened their disdain for the Wang family. Qin Weimin also consulted several other bystanders who had not participated in the altercation. Their accounts were consistent, and thus, the crowd began to comprehend the unfolding events. They looked upon the Wang family with contempt. Initially, the Wangs had shown disdain for the meager offerings of others, later resorting to theft and violence, and ultimately insulting the entire courtyard. In the end, they had provoked several of the elder residents, who collectively retaliated against the entire Wang household. This uproar, even if it led to a reconciliation between the parties involved, would irreparably tarnish the already poor reputation of the Wang family. In this era, brawls and quarrels were trivial matters, vastly different from the exaggerated disputes over trifles seen in later times. The circumstances have become abundantly clear, and the individuals present have sustained no significant injuries. Qin Weimin initially breathed a sigh of relief, but soon adopted a stern expression and inquired of Xiao Weiguo. What is the situation with this firearm? Did I not instruct you to come and register it? Xiao Weiguo replied honestly. I have been too busy these past few days to attend to it, and besides, this gun is quite old. I only intended to use it as a decorative piece in my home. I never anticipated it would discharge today. Where did you acquire the gun? I purchased it from an old hunter during a queue for 30 yuan. Hand it over. I am confiscating this firearm. When you acquire a new one, ensure you register it at the station. The same goes for all of you. If anyone possesses a gun, they must take the initiative to register it. Xiao Weiguo, do you understand? I understand, replied Xiao Weiguo obediently as he handed the gun to Qin Weimin. Understood. Very well. Members of the crowd behind Qin Weimin responded in scattered agreement. Realizing that they had endured this beating in vain, Wang Shi could not restrain herself from continuing her tirade. Xiao Weiguo, you illegitimate child, wait and see. I have ways to deal with you. If not, I will take care of you, that cripple, and that little vixen. I will make sure you remember my name. Hearing the old hag's relentless insults, Xiao Weiguo felt a surge of anger. With Qin Weimin and Director Li present, he was unable to retaliate physically, and engaging in a verbal spat with an old woman seemed beneath him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind regarding something Xiao Chonglin had previously mentioned about the Wang family, prompting him to shout, Officer Qin and Director Li, I have something to report. The mere mention of a report silenced the gathering instantly. The term report was not to be used lightly. If the matter at hand were not grave, there would be no need for such a declaration. Once an accusation is substantiated, the repercussions for the accused are often dire. Qin Weimin, maintaining a stern demeanor, fixed his gaze on Xiao Weiguo and asked, "What is it that you wish to report?" Xiao Weiguo declared loudly, "I am reporting that old Wang and his paralyzed father are suspected of murder." "What? Murder? Who was killed? Did old Wang commit murder?" "Xiao Weiguo, you are speaking nonsense. Slandering without basis." Old Wang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he would be the subject of such a grave accusation, and his temper flared as he considered the implications. Murder is a serious offense. Qin Weiman scrutinized old Wang closely and asked Xiao Weiguo, "Are you referring to this old Wang? Who exactly was killed, and what evidence do you have to support your claim that they are involved in murder?" Standing tall, Xiao Weiguo responded with conviction, "The deceased is Wang Shi's father. Before my father passed away, he drunkenly recounted an incident he had witnessed. One year, Wang Shi's father brought a load of coal from the countryside to visit his daughter. Old Wang and his father scorned Wang Shi's father for his poverty, berating him as unworthy of their hospitality. They deceitfully lured the old man outside and assaulted him, sending him away. Shortly thereafter, Wang Shi returned home in mourning, which leads me to believe that the old man's death is undoubtedly connected to old Wang and his father." "What?" Wang Shi was taken aback. Her family had this hidden truth. She had felt her father's death was sudden, but had he not hanged himself? Was it possible that he had been driven to hang himself by old Wang and his father-in-law? Lao Wang never anticipated that this incident would resurface after so many years. Overwhelmed with emotion, he collapsed to the ground, weeping, "It was not me. He hanged himself. I did not commit murder." In a fit of rage and sorrow, Wang Shi leaped upon Lao Wang, striking and cursing, exclaiming, "You heartless old wretch! I once cared for your worthless father, yet you have caused my father's demise. Today, I shall contest you." Typically, Wang Shi and Lao Wang would engage in a quarrel, but the matter at hand concerned the cause of Wang Shi's father's death. Their confrontation turned into a desperate struggle, each spouse unleashing their fury upon the other. Lao Wang's family truly exemplified the basest of creatures. When outsiders came from afar to visit their daughter, they were denied entry and chased away. Who would not feel enraged? In their exasperation, was it any wonder that someone chose to hang themselves? Indeed, a burden of coal weighs heavily. They ought to be executed. In their youth, both Lao Wang and his father were no paragons of virtue. The old scoundrel, before his incapacitation, would go to great lengths to spy on women bathing. I am aware of this. You may be too young to remember, but that old man would wait for the men of neighboring families to travel far, then opportunistically borrow items, refusing to leave even when asked. His intentions were as clear as day. Lao Wang had a similar disposition, and their family was notorious for thievery. Wang Dongfeng also engaged in theft, pilfering from restaurants. Who dares to speak of me? Step forward and face me. This family is truly despicable. When the rabbit dies, the fox feels sorrow. The suffering of one begets the suffering of another. What woman does not leave her home to marry? What family does not have a daughter? If every family were to behave like the Wang family, who would dare to marry off their daughters before they could even retrieve the fish from the recycling station? Lao Wang was already taken away. As he departed, he trembled like a leaf in the wind, and the moment he boarded the vehicle, he lost control of himself in fear. Fortunately, he was collected by the liberation team dispatched to retrieve the fish. Otherwise, Qin Weiman and his companions would have been at a loss regarding how to transport him. After being reported by Xiao Weiguo, Lao Wang was taken away immediately. Following several days of interrogation, he was eventually released. The police conducted inquiries in the local villages, where many were aware of the circumstances surrounding the incident. Wang Shi's father, Lao Wang, had been a heavy smoker during his lifetime, with only Wang Shi as his daughter. When his cravings were subdued, he showed affection towards her. Otherwise, he would not have gone to a small coal mine to collect a load of coal for her. However, he never anticipated that his son-in-law and father-in-law would conspire to prevent him from seeing his daughter, resulting in a beating. Upon returning home, lacking money for cigarettes, his cravings drove him to seek loans from others. Yet who would dare lend money to a notorious smoker? Ultimately, after exhausting all avenues for assistance, Lao Wang could no longer bear the dual torment of physical and psychological suffering, leading him to take his own life. The police understood that Lao Wang had often found himself without money, having likely grown accustomed to it. But why was it that he could not endure this particular instance? It was likely due to his inability to see his daughter and the treatment he received from his son-in-law. Overwhelmed by despair, he contemplated the finality of his existence. From the perspective of the case, Lao Wang is not the murderer. However, he is indeed entangled in this matter. Yet, The police lacked the evidence to establish a connection between him and his son, leaving them unable to convict him. Consequently, they must suppress their discomfort and release him. Chapter 45. Partners shifting focus. At Xiao Weiguo's recycling station, Qin Weiman and Director Li meticulously explored the premises. Both were impressed by the young man's intelligence and acumen. Although engaging in business might be deemed speculative, recycling waste materials certainly is not. Given the persistent resource scarcity in the country, a significant portion of production materials is reused after being recycled. Moreover, Xiao Weiguo's affiliation with the steel mill is exceptionally advantageous. Under this prominent banner, few would dare to provoke him. The steel mill, backed by the Ministry of Industry, holds paramount importance to the nation, and no one can afford to incur its wrath. Friendship need not be determined by status, but one must possess qualities that others can admire. Despite his youth, Xiao Weiguo's intellect and cunning have evidently caught the attention of these two individuals. Having calculated the accounts, Xiao Weiguo handed each of them a note, stating, "Uncle Weiman, your total is 5 for 136 Jin and 3 Liang. Rounding off, that's 5 for 100 Jin at 0. 4 yuan per Jin, totaling 160 yuan. Antly, yours is 695 Jin and 8 Liang. Rounding off gives you 600 Jin, amounting to 1 for 140 yuan at the same rate. Very well. I shall deliver the money to you after work. I want to come to deliver it myself today, as I have other matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I must arrange for some fish to be distributed to bring joy to everyone. Let us meet the day after tomorrow morning. You can come to collect the money then." "Weiguo, are you worried that Aunt Li won't pay you?" Director Li teased, observing Xiao Weiguo. Scratching the back of his head, Xiao Weiguo chuckled. "How could I? If I can't trust anyone, I can certainly trust you. By the way, Aunt Li, we've also secured some fish for our families. I'll pack you 2 bags to take home. You can keep them for the new year or give them to others. It would be ridiculous if we couldn't enjoy our own bounty. If it's not enough, I can bring you more, otherwise. It would be a waste to leave the fish here. Delivering fish to the leaders is quite a task," he added. "If there's more, it will be worthwhile. Is 1 bag per person acceptable? Once the fish are prepared, let me know the number of recipients, and I will make the arrangements." Xiao Weiguo patted his chest confidently. Director Li was amused, laughing heartily, and remarked to Qin Weiman, "This young man certainly knows how to get things done. There are many capable individuals in our organization, but few at his age are as considerate and approachable. That's what truly pleases Director Li." Qin Weiman nodded with a smile. "Then we shan't be polite. We'll inform you of the numbers later. We won't be paying for these." "You say that, but if you wish to pay me, I might not give you anything in return. Once you've decided, simply send someone to collect it. As for the bags, it would be best if you could find some that bear your organization's name or your own. Most of mine are crumpled old bags, which are hardly presentable for the leaders. It is permissible to present one's own possessions to a superior, signifying that the relationship between the two parties has advanced to a more intimate level. Do not underestimate the worth of mere fish. Even monetary gifts would be offered by Xiao Weiguo with utmost effort. Fortunately, the individuals involved are fundamentally principled and do not resort to such tactics. Naturally, the fish will be claimed by those with trusted connections, while Qin Weiman and Director Li must assist Li Yongjun in witnessing the rental of a property. Upon arriving at the alley, the group secured their bicycles at the entrance of the communal yard, waiting for Xiao Weiguo and the stuttering boy to help Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong descend from the tricycle before proceeding together. The previous day's fishing had been exhausting, and Qin Weiman lamented, "My entire body aches." The stuttering boy echoed, I feel the same. I can hardly muster any strength." No one responded to his remarks, as he still lagged behind Xiao Weiguo in their rapport. Previously, such matters had been met with casual agreement, but as their association deepened, a more careful approach became necessary. Although Xiao Weiguo was level-headed, he remained relatively youthful. Director Li inquired, "Weiguo, what sort of individual is renting the property?" Qin Weiman, equally puzzled about the tenant's identity, turned to Xiao Weiguo for clarification. With a smile, Xiao Weiguo replied, "His name is Ma San, nicknamed Ma Yozi. I've heard he is a scoundrel with a penchant for all manner of deceit and theft." Both Qin Weiman and Director Li frowned at this revelation. Director Li, with a grave expression, asked, "Why would you rent to such a person?" Xiao Weiguo recounted the circumstances surrounding Li Yongjun's injury and his suspicions. Noticing Qin Weiman nodding in acknowledgement of this information, he gestured for Xiao Weiguo to continue. "Currently, There is a severe shortage of housing in Beijing. Clearly, Yongjun and Yonghong cannot reside here any longer. Otherwise, should anything happen to them, I fear there would be nowhere for me to grieve. How does that relate to renting to such a person? Renting to an ordinary individual poses a greater risk. Most houses in our Beijing alleys are divided properties, with no one holding clear ownership. If we rent to a normal tenant, they may refuse to vacate, leaving us powerless when, after several years, the true ownership becomes ambiguous. However, a rogue like him is different. He cannot integrate into the communal yard, and the residents will not tolerate him. Moreover, even if he refuses to leave, as long as I can gather evidence of his illegal activities, I can report him to the authorities, and he will be incarcerated for reform, thus allowing us to reclaim the property. What if he is incarcerated beforehand? We can simply find another like him. Surely, you have ulterior motives, correct? Of course. I intend to provoke this fellow to irritate the residents of the yard. In the past, they conspired to bully Yongjun and Yonghong. Now, I wish for them to experience the taste of being victimized. With this troublemaker in the mix, the residents will no longer unite against a single person. They will need to protect their own little families. Consequently, when Yongjun and Yonghong return to live here, their safety will be comparatively enhanced. Chapter 46. Malyozi for the drifter Ma San. Signing a rental contract was an impossibility, one that would never come to fruition in his lifetime. Such matters were trivial in his eyes. Matters of eating, drinking, gambling, and thievery were what truly constituted significant events. Other illicit gains that required no repayment could be deemed fortunate, yet they hardly qualified as major affairs, and renting a property fell into the same category. When Ma San arrived at the communal courtyard, he was already an hour late compared to the previously arranged time. He thought to himself that right across from him were two young children left alone in their homes. Surely, he could manipulate the situation as he pleased. He had no intention of paying rent, and if he could extract some money from these two youngsters to squander, that would be even better. He doubted whether they possessed any funds. Otherwise, they would not be so impoverished as to rent out their own house for money. In this day and age, aside from community centers and housing authorities, few would venture to rent out their homes. Ma San had assumed his tardiness was considerable, yet to his astonishment, the two children renting the place arrived even later than he did, which was intolerable for him. Accompanied by two unruly companions, he caused a commotion in the courtyard. And even Lu Lai, a small-time troublemaker leaning against the wall, felt a sense of embarrassment at the display. The able-bodied individuals in the courtyard had all gone to work, leaving only the elderly, weak, women, and children. A few elderly ladies questioned him, but seeing only them, Ma San did not bother to conceal his disdain. Had there been any young people present, he would have never dared to act in such a manner. He would have likely been dealt a beating and thrown out. Li Yongjun's family resided in the third courtyard, which was farther from the entrance. When Xiao Weiguo and his companions entered, Ma San was still vociferously cursing in the yard. Upon spotting Director Li and Qin Weiman, he promptly fell silent. One was a police officer, and the other appeared to be an official, two figures that a petty troublemaker like him feared the most. Lu Lai, who also lived nearby, naturally recognized Qin Weiman and Director Li. He was unsure how Xiao Weiguo had managed to summon these two, but it did not prevent him from expressing his respect. "Good day, Officer Qin," Director Li. Noticing that neither of them acknowledged him, Lu Lai shrugged off the awkwardness and approached Xiao Weiguo, whispering, "Ma San has been here for a while, but he did not arrive on time. He was over an hour late." Xiao Weiguo frowned and asked Lu Lai, "When we entered the courtyard, we heard someone cursing incessantly. What are these three rascals complaining about?" "They're cursing at you, saying you arrived late and threatening to deal with you and demand compensation," Lu Lai replied. Upon hearing this, Xiao Weiguo felt a sense of relief. He had been seething with frustration that morning and was looking for an outlet. Seeing Ma San and his two friends in such disarray, he thought to himself that their arrival was most opportune. Xiao Weiguo turned to Li Yongjun and his sister behind him, saying, "Yongjun, Yonghong, please open the door and let Uncle Weiman and Aunt Li in for a moment to have some tea. I will discuss the details of the rental with these three gentlemen. Uncle Weiman, Aunt Li, our preparations were insufficient, and I appreciate your patience. I will resolve this matter in just a few minutes." Although Qin Weiman and Director Li were unaware of Xiao Weiguo's intentions, it was evident that he did not intend to engage in pleasantries with the unruly tenants. They were indifferent to such matters, as they recognized that a mere ruffian could be easily managed. It was simply a matter of waiting a few more minutes. As soon as Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong entered the house, they were taken aback. The interior was in disarray, with cabinet doors ajar, and many familiar items were conspicuously absent. Li Yonghong immediately burst into tears. "Brother, Weiguo, you must come quickly. Our home has been robbed." Hearing Li Yonghong's cries, Qin Weimin was equally startled. Incidents of burglary were rare at that time, and several elderly women gathered in the courtyard. "Xiao Jibai, please keep the bystanders at bay," instructed Xiao Weiguo, as he and his companions ventured inside. Li Yonghong clung to her brother, sobbing uncontrollably, while Li Yongjun's tears flowed in desperation. After this series of events, their home no longer felt like a home. They had truly lost their sanctuary. Qin Weimin and Director Li were both furious. What valuables could two orphans possess? Such a brutal act indicated deep animosity. Xiao Weiguo's suspicions seemed justified. Someone was indeed intent on driving these siblings out of the dilapidated courtyard. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Weimin shook his head and sighed, while Director Li furrowed his brow in silence. Xiao Weiguo inquired, "Uncle Weimin, is this matter easy to investigate?" Observing Qin Weimin's head shake, Xiao Weiguo comprehended the situation. Presently, the police's investigative capabilities and technological resources were insufficient. There were no surveillance cameras, DNA testing was unfeasible, and fingerprint scanning technology was not yet available. Even if fingerprint scanning were possible, it would be an enormous undertaking. In his previous life within the police system, there existed a vast fingerprint database, yet matching a fingerprint was still an arduous task. Considering the current circumstances, personal computers were non-existent, and a fingerprint database was a mere fantasy. Moreover, what valuables could Li Yongjun's family possibly possess? Their finances had been depleted by their mother's medical expenses, leaving only worn clothing and old furniture, perhaps a little spare change and food ration tickets. Even if their home were entirely stripped bare, the loss would amount to a mere few hundred yuan, which to Xiao Weiguo was inconsequential. Gently patting the backs of Yongjun and Yonghong, Xiao Weiguo whispered in their ears, "Check if the household registration and ration books are still here. If not, we can have them reissued. With Uncle Weimin and Aunt Li here today, obtaining replacements is not an issue. Look around to see if there's anything else you wish to take. We'll move everything together today. Don't let the loss of those trivial belongings affect your health. It's not worth it. I will step outside for some fresh air. You two can attend to Uncle Weimin and Aunt Li." Upon finishing his words, Xiao Weiguo released the siblings and smiled at Qin Weimin. "Uncle Weimin, do you think this should be reported? The loss amounts to at most a couple of hundred yuan, which, in truth, won't cause us any significant harm." Of course, Qin Weimin understood that this amount was negligible to Xiao Weiguo, who had earned a staggering 600 yuan from selling fish the previous day and made an additional 600 yuan from selling to the bureau. Thus, a couple of hundred yuan was truly of little consequence to him, though the words may be spoken lightly. The nature of the burglary at the homes of Yongjun and Yonghong is indeed quite severe. The crowded and complex environment of the communal courtyard leaves little room for outsiders to commit such an act, thus making the likelihood of an internal perpetrator the greatest. However, the scenario of targeting vulnerable families with relentless pressure is no less heinous than that of murder. I shall personally oversee this matter upon my return. Uncle Weimin, I am grateful to you. Please take a moment to sit with Aunt Li while I attend to a brief matter. Chapter 47. A show of strength with a swift motion, Xiao Weiguo closed the door behind him, seizing Ma San by the collar and dragging him to the center of the courtyard. "Hey kid, let go? What are you doing?" Ma San, his face contorted with displeasure, found his strength insufficient against Xiao Weiguo's grip, struggling in vain to free himself. Once they reached the courtyard's heart, Xiao Weiguo abruptly released him, sending Ma San staggering back a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. With eyes blazing, Ma San glared at Xiao Weiguo. He had long harbored thoughts of retaliation, and in ancient times, such confrontations were referred to as a show of strength. Yet, the presence of the two individuals inside the house deterred him from acting upon his impulses. Gritting his teeth, he pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Weiguo's face, proclaiming, "Little brat, today I shall spare you due to the presence of those two inside. But just wait until tomorrow." At that moment, Xiao Weiguo's temper flared even further. This morning, Yongjun and Yonghong had been bullied, and now, upon entering Li Yongjun's courtyard, they faced further oppression. It had been years since Xiao Weiguo had endured such indignities, and he had no intention of allowing someone like Ma San the luxury of idle threats. He interrupted Ma San, stating, "Reclaim your nonsense. I shall only say this once. You have witnessed the thefts, the brawls, the insults, the brothels operating behind half-closed doors, and the sordid affairs taking place in this dilapidated courtyard. Would you care to rent a place like this? While the earlier mention of theft, fights, and insults was indeed true, the latter accusations were purely fabricated by Xiao Weiguo. The audacity of anyone to bully Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong was intolerable, and he was determined to rectify this. Disinclined to soil his own hands, he had summoned Ma San, a person as repugnant as a rat or cockroach, for such tasks. Miscreants should be dealt with by their own kind. Otherwise, how could such vile individuals ever hope to secure a rental in these times? Ordinary individuals would shy away from such chaos, even if offered monetary compensation. Yet Ma San was no ordinary person. To him, Xiao Weiguo's description of the courtyard was akin to paradise, and he was eager to partake in the very activities Xiao had mentioned, some with an undeniable eagerness. Exchanging glances with his two companions, Ma San's earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a visage of excitement as he addressed Xiao Weiguo, "Little brother, you have indeed found the right person. I fear nothing. Let them come to me with their troubles. Such matters are my specialty." "Very well. It will be 10 yuan a month, with 3 months payment due up front. We will collect every 3 months, as Lu has already informed you," Xiao Weiguo concluded. "I have made myself clear." Lu Lai nodded immediately, realizing that his involvement in the matter had come to an end. He simply needed to wait for the 20 yuan service fee he intended to collect from Xiao Weiguo. The mere mention of money invigorated Ma San, who adopted a deliberately stern expression and assumed a haggling stance, proclaiming, "Young man, this is where you are mistaken. Ask around the entirety of Beijing, and you'll find no landlord daring to demand 10 yuan. A laborer earns barely over 30 yuan a month." Xiao Weiguo, growing impatient, interrupted him, "Enough of your nonsense. Apart from us, who else rents out houses? Who would lease to someone like you?" Xiao Weiguo's demeanor infuriated Ma San. He felt disrespected by this insolent brat. "You little punk, I gave you face." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Weiguo delivered a swift kick that sent Ma San crashing to the ground. In that moment, the prepared stutterer sprang into action, taking a few steps before leaping and delivering a powerful kick to the back of one of Ma San's companions. The man stumbled forward and fell to the ground with a loud thud, his face striking the earth with such force that blood began to flow from his nose. As another accomplice was about to retaliate, Xiao Weiguo dashed over, seizing the man by the collar and sweeping his leg out from under him. The fellow fell with a resounding thump, landing heavily on his back, the impact leaving him breathless. "You little brat, I'll end you." Ma San managed to stand once more, retrieving a folding knife from his pocket, ready to charge forward. However, as he brandished the weapon, Xiao Weiguo swiftly unbuckled his leather belt and cracked it across Ma San's right cheek with tremendous force. Ma San spun around and collapsed once more, the knife slipping from his grasp. Xiao Weiguo wielded the belt with the finesse of a windmill, while Ma San lay on the ground, writhing in pain like a caterpillar learning to lament. The stutterer attempted to mimic Xiao Weiguo's actions, drawing his own belt, but his slender frame left his trousers loose, forcing him to hold them up with one hand while striking with the other. An audience of elderly and young onlookers encircled the scene, hesitant to intervene. Qin Weiman and Director Li observed from inside the building through the glass, yet they chose not to intervene, understanding that this was Xiao Weiguo asserting his authority. The era was different from later times. No one would engage in discussions of civility or compassion with criminals. Did these offenders ever show kindness to those they harmed? Advocating for civility toward criminals could be seen as an affront to the feelings of their victims. In this age, few exhibited such misguided compassion. When caught stealing on the streets, a thief would likely face severe retribution from the righteous populace before being taken to the police station. Thus, Xiao Weiguo's actions bore no fault. His reluctance to deal with Ma San stemmed solely from the absence of concrete evidence in the hands of law enforcement. Otherwise, it would not be Xiao Weiguo delivering the punishment. In this era, the police would ensure that he understood the meaning of justice's iron fist. Feeling that it was nearly sufficient, Xiao Weiguo halted his actions. Little Stutterer was already drenched in sweat, while another individual, who had previously fainted, had now regained his composure. However, he lay on the ground, too afraid to move, fearful that Xiao Weiguo and the Little Stutterer would notice him and administer another beating. "Sir, please, no more beating. I concede. I won't rent the house anymore. Is that all right?" The leader, Ma San, lamented with a semblance of tears in his eyes. "Do you have enough money?" "Yes, I have enough. Enter the house and sign the contract." "Sir, Is it possible for me not to rent the house? No, if you don't rent, I'll break your legs. Then I will rent. But what if I can't pay the rent later? That 1T happen, I 1T be unable to pay. If I truly can't, I'll vacate. No need to vacate, just write an IOU. If you can't pay, bring the IOU to me. And when you have the money, we'll settle it together. Don't evade, do you hear me? Otherwise, I'll end you. Ah, thank you, sir. This ruthless man was temporarily unassailable. It was wiser to yield for the moment, endure, and take time to observe the unfolding events. Chapter 48. Emptying the recycle bin. The matters following the house rental were easily resolved. The handwritten contract by Xiao Weiguo was straightforward, as he had rented a house in his previous life, and thus, he was well acquainted with the general framework. Subsequently, both parties signed and sealed the agreement, with Ma San, as the tenant, handing over the rent to the landlord, Li Yongjun. Li Yonghong and Li Yongjun removed all their usable belongings. There was no need to bring furniture, as Xiao Weiguo was not lacking in that regard and had no space for additional items. Li Yonghong and Li Yongjun packed their luggage and clothing into 2 bundles, while other miscellaneous tools and supplies were placed in 2 baskets. All their belongings were loaded onto Xiao Weiguo's large tricycle, and with just 1 trip, they transported both themselves and their possessions back. In the following days, Xiao Weiguo and the little stutterer scoured the area, diligently inquiring about the market conditions at various state-run recycling stations. They also sought information from other scrap collectors and residents regarding which recycling stations had trustworthy personnel who would not take advantage of newcomers nor manipulate prices. They meticulously recorded all the information gathered for future reference. Although Xiao Weiguo had decided to send certain collected items to various factories, some smaller fragments still needed to be sold to these individuals, as the factories were located quite far, making it unworthy to make a trip for a meager amount. During these days, Xiao Weiguo and the little stutterer managed to transport all the items from the warehouse to the factories, successfully selling everything. The factory's recycling prices indeed turned out to be higher than those offered by state-run stations. Scrap iron was priced at 185 yuan per pound, brass at 3 yuan per pound, and copper at 7 yuan. Although these prices exceeded those of state-run recycling stations, Xiao Weiguo found this arrangement reasonable, as the recycling stations also needed to make a profit. The selling prices of the scrap far surpassed Xiao Weiguo's expectations, resulting in a significantly higher profit than anticipated. After clearing the factory of all scrap materials, he netted a remarkable profit of 243 yuan. Most of these scraps were acquired from the steel mill, with a few delivered by the mill's drivers, and due to the negligible costs involved, the profit margins soared to such heights. It seems unlikely that such opportunities will arise in the future. Even if he were to receive items of the same weight and quality again, the substantial costs incurred initially, coupled with the losses in manpower and resources, along with the expenses of labor and time, would render the profits, though existent, potentially falling short of even 1/10 of the profits realized this time. Xiao Jiabai and Xiao Weiguo toiled for 3.5 days, with Xiao Jiabai eventually cycling to the point of his legs trembling. In truth, Xiao Weiguo was equally exhausted. Yet he had the advantage of a secret space where he could recuperate. A few hours of rest in that realm would swiftly restore him to his former vigor. Fortunately for their venture in selling scrap, Xiao Weiguo had the endorsement of a steel mill. Otherwise, the ironworks and cable factories would have hesitated to accept their goods, as the items were remarkably new, some indistinguishable from freshly manufactured parts. Had an ordinary person attempted to sell even a few of these, they would likely have been suspected of theft and reported to the authorities. When the last shipment was finally returned, the 4 brothers were utterly exhausted, resembling dead dogs. Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong did not accompany them on the delivery, yet they contributed by loading items onto the vehicle, tidying the factory, and cleaning. There was no shortage of labor from them. Technically, they were all still minors, with Xiao Weiguo being the strongest and tallest, thus exerting the most effort. Working at the recycling station was not like the days of being sent to the countryside for collective labor. Every hand mattered then. But this recycling station was his own enterprise. Any lack of effort on his part was simply unacceptable. At last, the recycling station returned to its spacious state. Xiao Jiabai, Yongjun, and Yonghong cherished this place. Its vastness and cleanliness made it feel like their private sanctuary. Here, they would not be chased away or reprimanded. They could sleep, eat, study, chat, work, and even play without a care in the world. Xiao Weiguo understood their joy, for he too felt the same. In his 2 lifetimes, Apart from his personal space, this abandoned factory was the place where he felt the most freedom and relaxation. Unbothered by the sentiments of neighbors or the clamor of others, everything here was under his command. After a brief moment of quiet reflection on their future, Xiao Weiguo revealed the fruits of this transaction. The other three watched as he gradually extracted money from the canvas bag. Before 1987, the third series of paper currency was still in circulation domestically, with the largest denomination being 10 yuan. The front of this bill depicted the scene of representatives walking out of the Great Hall of the People, affectionately dubbed the Great Unity by the populace. What does 243 yuan amount to? A stack of 110 yuan bills equals 1,000 yuan, thus 6,000 yuan would be 6 stacks. The remainder consisted mostly of change: 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, 1 cent, 2 cents, and 5 cents, both neatly stacked bills and bundles of coins, predominantly of lower denominations, ultimately forming a substantial pile of money. This is precisely why many assert that the 1980s and 1990s were the most prosperous eras for earning money. During that time, resources were scarce, goods were not widely circulated, and people's perspectives were limited. They were entrenched in their ways and reluctant to alter their circumstances. However, once someone dared to think innovatively and make different choices, they could amass substantial wealth, regardless of their endeavors. Consider the first wave of wealth in the 1980s, where many gained fortune by selling buttons, clothing, shoes, and socks, operating roadside stalls, transporting bricks and sand, trading small electronics, or running modest shops. These seemingly simple ventures, devoid of technical complexity, ultimately contributed to the initial capital accumulation for numerous families that later achieved affluence. The likes of Xiao Weiguo, who amassed fortunes in the hundreds of thousands or even millions, certainly did not regard such sums with disdain. After extracting his money, he stuffed it into a worn canvas bag, one stack after another, while his three companions watched him with trepidation, sensing that Xiao Weiguo was behaving unusually. That was over 6,000 yuan, a considerable sum, one they had never heard of anyone possessing before. They had not even encountered the concept of having 1,000 yuan, let alone 6,000. How could he so casually place it in an old bag? What if it were lost? What if it were stolen? What if someone had their eye on him? A nervous stutterer glanced around, particularly at the windows and the walls outside, fearful that someone might witness the unfolding situation. "Don't worry, Weiguo, I will protect you," he reassured, though still anxious. He then extracted a steel pipe from a small pile of unsold scrap, grasping it in his hand. However, finding it too cumbersome, he set it down in favor of a slender steel plate, only to abandon it as well and revert to the steel pipe. Li Yongjun remained relatively calm, aware that Xiao Weiguo possessed far more than just this sum. He recalled that the factory had once been brimming with fish, but now not a single one remained. Friends Qin Weimin and director Li had extensive networks, facilitating the swift distribution of over 10 tons of fish to various units. Chapter 49. How much money? Despite the overall economic stagnation of the era, certain enterprises and institutions still enjoyed financial abundance. What they lacked were quality and affordable goods. Is there any commodity superior to meat? The answer is no. Xiao Weiguo and his associates were not exploiting anyone. They offered prices slightly below market value and, crucially, did not require receipts. It was entirely reasonable for units to commission fishermen for a modest fee. After all, not taking a single stitch from the public was a principle they upheld. Thus, it was a win-win for Xiao Weiguo, Qin Weimin, and director Li. Li Yongjun could no longer suppress his curiosity, and, his voice trembling slightly, asked Xiao Weiguo, "Weiguo, how much money do you actually have now?" This was the first time anyone had posed such a question to Xiao Weiguo. In the past, he would have never dared to disclose such information. When he returned from renting a house, he had considered revealing his wealth to reassure Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong, but noticing the absence of their initial excitement, he chose to remain silent. Indeed, a few years prior, revealing one's financial status could entail significant risks. However, times had changed. The footsteps of reform and opening up had begun, and those with ideas and intellect were sharpening their tools for opportunity. Televisions and tape recorders, among other commodities, have gradually begun to permeate households, with the three companions before him being his closest friends, and possibly the only few individuals with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Xiao Weiguo felt it inappropriate to be overly secretive. Li Yongjun's remark piqued the curiosity of Li Yonghong and the stutterer. They were unaware of Xiao Weiguo's financial standing. However, ever since Xiao Weiguo returned as an educated youth, he had amassed a considerable amount of new clothing, not only for himself, but also for Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong, even providing 2 sets for the stutterer to take home. The household never lacked meat and vegetables, a luxury that ordinary working-class families could seldom afford. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Weiguo decided to speak candidly. He addressed the trio earnestly, stating, "During my 3 years as an educated youth, I earned 6,000 yuan. Brother Weiguo, how could you earn money as an educated youth? Are there factories in the countryside?" Li Yonghong was the first to respond. Her interest piqued more by the process of Xiao Weiguo's earnings than the amount itself, with the stutterer and Li Yongjun sharing her curiosity. "Not quite. What are you thinking? I mainly sold the fish I caught and some vegetables and fruits grown on my family's land to the military and the mines." "Are there people living in the mines?" the stutterer inquired. "The mining bureau, not inside the mines." "What are you imagining? There are plenty of residents in the mining area. Many workers' families live there, and they are well off. Moreover, since it's a mountainous region, they grow less produce, which makes my goods easier to sell. Occasionally, I would also wander around the factories in the city. I would take a cart full of vegetables when I went. After selling my goods, I would purchase items to bring back to the village, trading them for grains and vegetables from the farmers, and sometimes I would help them with their needs." "Is that allowed?" Li Yongjun asked, referring to the speculation and small business dealings. "The military doesn't concern itself with such matters, but I don't have much stock. I can't haul too many fish with my horse cart. If I have more, I deliver it to the military, and if not, I head to the mines. The mining area is actually more strictly regulated, but as long as I have a letter of introduction, there's no issue. The leadership in our village has a good relationship with me and provided me with a stack of blank letters of introduction, which I can fill out whenever I need them." "That sounds quite taxing," Li Yonghong reflected, considering the daily demands of Xiao Weiguo's travels with his cart. "It's easier than farm work. I simply dislike that toil. When you see someone slacking off, you want to reprimand them. Diligent workers move like machines, making it impossible to keep pace with them, which is quite discouraging. The villagers toil all year, exhausted yet unable to fill their bellies, which is why I sought ways to venture out daily." "Did the villagers have any objections?" Li Yongjun pondered, delving deeper into the implications of Xiao Weiguo's actions, recognizing their potential impact on those around him. "Initially, there were some complaints, primarily from the idle and lazy who couldn't bear to see me working less strenuously than them. However, as my outings increased, the gossip subsided. Our village is now the wealthiest in the surrounding area. While one cannot claim to be exceedingly wealthy, every household has acquired new possessions, whatever they desire. I can procure for them. When funds run low, they can exchange fruits, vegetables, or even handmade items for cash. Over time, they have come to appreciate the benefits of this arrangement." "And what happened next?" "Eventually, I returned, and you are all aware of the events that transpired thereafter. Upon my return, I swiftly earned a couple of quick sums, one from fishing, where 2 trucks yielded over 8,000, and another from selling scrap, netting over 6,000. "Wait, you have over 16,000? "Indeed. That was why I mentioned that losing something is a trivial matter. There's no need to panic over a small amount. If it's gone, we can simply earn more." Li Yongjun couldn't help but marvel internally at how insignificant that sum seemed to Xiao Weiguo. With such wealth, he remained remarkably composed. How could he be so unfazed? 16,000. Surely, the combined wealth of the people in that alley wouldn't even amount to that? Yet, Xiao Weiguo harbored his own concerns. He needed change for daily life and scrap collection, but that sum was largely impractical to keep. The purchasing power of money diminishes rapidly. He needed to find an opportunity to spend it, preferably on investments, though he lacked knowledge in that area. "Xiao Weiguo, with so much money, you might never exhaust it in your lifetime." "Never?" The abrupt conclusion from the stutterer left Xiao Weiguo perplexed. Can one truly not spend this amount? With the approach of 1980, he recalled news reports from a previous life about an individual who foolishly spent $1 million on a luxury car in Beijing. Contemplating how if that money had been converted into real estate, the person would have amassed a fortune in the hundreds of millions. Instead, that individual squandered it on a vehicle, likely spending the rest of their life in regret. This was merely one example. In a few years, with the restructuring of state-owned enterprises, countless millionaires and billionaires would emerge across the nation. To them, his modest sum would be negligible. "Nonsense. I aim to spend it next year. I want to buy a courtyard house, specifically one that has just been returned and is unoccupied. I need your assistance in finding such a place. Buying a courtyard house. Aren't 2 rooms sufficient? Nevertheless, having a house does seem appealing. With newfound wealth, investing in property is indeed a wise choice. However, their limited experience prevented them from envisioning broader horizons. The topic of investment felt too distant. Yet, assisting Xiao Weiguo in his search for a house was a simple task, and the 3 readily agreed. Chapter 50. Spring Festival Couplets. On the 23rd, we make sweet rice balls. On the 24th, we clean the house. On the 25th, we prepare tofu. On the 26th, we stew pork. On the 27th, we slaughter the New Year chicken. On the 28th, we prepare the dough. On the 29th, we steam buns. On the 30th, we stay up all night. And on the first day of the new year, we celebrate. Xiao Weiguo's secret of being a 10,000 yuan household was well kept. His composure had a calming effect on Li Yongjun and the others. It turned out that 10,000 truly isn't much. The wealthier one becomes, the more discreet they tend to be. There are indeed people wealthier than oneself, and perhaps one's previous naivety stemmed from a lack of worldly experience. Upon reflection, a few impressionable youths nearly faced disappointment. However, the thought of how effortlessly Xiao Weiguo amassed such wealth invigorated them with an inexplicable sense of hope. Perhaps, they mused, they too could one day achieve similar fortunes, igniting a new expectation within their hearts. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, an excess of sugar-coated gourds was purchased, leaving dozens neatly arranged on the windowsill by Li Yonghong to prevent them from melting in the heat. On the 24th, after tidying their home, Xiao Weiguo and his companions adorned the walls with old newspapers. The following day, Xiao Weiguo utilized half a bag of yellow beans to create 3 large barrels of tofu, 1 barrel reserved for fresh consumption, while the other 2 were set outside to freeze into blocks, transforming the fresh tofu into frozen delicacies. On the 26th and 27th days, Xiao Weiguo retrieved various meats from storage, preparing several dozen pounds into braised dishes. The quality of the meat, procured from his previous life, was exceptional, and the aroma wafted through the nearby alleys, informing every household that Xiao Weiguo was at work. The enticing scent brought several local children to tears, yearning for a taste. It was also on the 26th that old Wang was released from confinement and returned home. The household remained eerily subdued for an entire day, but the following day witnessed a quarrel between old Wang and his wife, as well as a brawl between Wang Daqiang and Wang Erqiang. Xiao Weiguo faintly overheard Wang Daqiang insult Wang Erqiang for not resembling a true member of the Wang family, inciting old Wang's fury, leading him to retaliate with a beating. During lunch, the elder daughter of the Wang family shattered a glass pane at Xiao Weiguo's residence. That evening, several women from the Wang household disposed of their household waste. Foot washing water, and perhaps even a bucket of urine at Xiao Weiguo's doorstep, rapidly creating a substantial patch of ice. Would Xiao Weiguo tolerate such foul behavior? Upon returning home that night, he swiftly vandalized 2 of old Wang's doors, then stormed in and delivered 2 resounding slaps to each of the 3 men of the Wang family. The women, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a word, lest they too face a similar fate. After leaving the Wang household, Xiao Weiguo cordoned off a triangular area between the right corner of old Wang's house and the adjacent structure with a rope, positioning himself at their doorstep to release water from his storage. The Wang family dared not venture outside. In the frigid temperatures, the released water quickly froze, and the scandalous reputation of old Wang's family became widely known, leaving them without allies or curious onlookers during the night. The following day, the area in front of old Wang's home transformed into an ice skating rink. Several women lamented and cursed, but upon spotting Xiao Weiguo brandishing a stick, they scurried back indoors, while the other residents suppressed laughter, feeling the Wang family had brought this upon themselves. On the 28th, Xiao Weiguo steamed buns, a task undertaken every 2 days. Li Yonghong had mastered the art of steaming, producing large, soft, and pure white buns. Yet, the young woman remained shy, preferring to contemplate her thoughts inwardly. On the 29th, as various institutions closed for the holiday, Xiao Weiguo prepared numerous gifts. He sliced some braised meat and brought along 2 bottles of wine. Most notably, he had prepared several pounds of vegetables and fruits for each household. In the midst of winter, the sight of fresh, off-season produce left many in awe, as they had never encountered such bounty at this time of year. The Zhao family of the Air Force compound cannot be forgotten, especially as Zhao Yunhang's spouse is in confinement. Xiao Weiguo had no intention of entering. He merely delivered items to Zhao Yunfan at the gate before departing on his bicycle. Qin Weiman and Director Li each received a portion, while Director Li requested 2 additional portions, claiming they were for gifts to the leadership. Xiao Weiguo was more than willing to oblige, presenting them with both hands. The factory director Li received 1, and Secretary Qian secretly slipped in another for him. Li planned to treat the leaders to some rare vegetables and fruits, seldom found in the northern winter, thus taking 2 portions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Weiguo mentioned that the recycling station could not commence operations and sought some scrap metal from the steel mill. In comparison to impressing the leadership, this seemed trivial. Scrap was hardly worth much, and Xiao Weiguo's position had already yielded him some rewards. Director Li, with a flourish, penned a note, allowing Xiao Weiguo to take back 2 loads of items. However, the warehouse manager was adamant about limiting the scrap copper components Xiao Weiguo could take, permitting only 30%, compelling Xiao Weiguo to sift through the materials himself. Presently, he was not short on funds and did not need to sell immediately. Rather, he aimed to find components that could be useful in the future, maximizing his benefits. On New Year's Eve, Xiao Weiguo rose early to paste Spring Festival couplets alongside Li Yonghong. The paste had been prepared by Li Yonghong, while the couplets were inscribed by Old Man Qin. Xiao Weiguo purchased several sheets of vibrant red paper, specifically requesting Old Man Qin to write additional couplets. He affixed one at the entrance, another at the indoor door, and placed 2 more at the windows, even decorating the compound entrance with a couplet. Inside, he also displayed several Fu characters, creating a festive atmosphere with joy upon entering outside, and images of the Earth God and the God of Wealth, along with Qin Xiong and Jingda, adorning the walls, resulting in a lively and cheerful ambience. This was a customary practice from Xiao Weiguo's previous life that he cherished and continued. In truth, most people at that time would not have adorned their homes with such decorations, especially with images of deities, which were often deemed superstitious and were targeted for eradication in previous years. However, after Xiao Weiguo completed his decorations, the perception of those around him shifted. The vibrant red created an exuberant and pleasing sight. Old Man Qin felt satisfied with this display and returned home to create a few Fu characters for his own home. Old Man Li also appreciated the effort, requesting Old Man Qin to write a few more couplets and Fu characters, and even procured 2 images of the Earth God and the God of Wealth from Xiao Weiguo, intending to pay homage this year in hopes of conceiving a son with his wife. As for how the other families fared, Xiao Weiguo was unaware. He locked his door and rode with Li Yonghong and Li Yongjun to their residence to paste the Spring Festival couplets. With Ma Sen absent, Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong peered through the window at the disarray inside, feeling disheartened, but chose to avoid dwelling on it, completing their task and departing. Chapter 51. Malice and Goodwill. Upon seeing Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong return, several individuals with dark expressions obstructed their path. One man, appearing to be in his 50s, spoke up. Li Yongjun, did you obtain the consent of the neighbors in our compound to rent the house to someone like Ma San? Refund him immediately and have him vacate today. Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong found themselves at a loss for words, while Xiao Weiguo, with a stern demeanor, inquired, "What is your surname?" Xiao Weiguo is feigning ignorance, as everyone in the courtyard knows him well. In his youth, he often visited to play with Li Yongjun, and few children of the same age have escaped their bullying. As for Mr. Liu, who pays Yongjun 10 yuan a month, he was told to leave. Why would I rent when I have a house? The old man was furious, but Xiao Weiguo remained unyielding. If you have no money, stop whining. We are quite busy and have no time for your nonsense. Good dogs don't block the way, step aside. The old man was incensed by Xiao Weiguo's words, panting heavily, while a young man behind him pointed at Xiao Weiguo, saying, "Xiao Weiguo, do you dare to insult us in our courtyard?" "Insult you? You've seen me when I've fought before. Do you want to practice on New Year's Eve?" Upon hearing this, the young man fell silent, as the recent incidents involving the old Wang family had become the talk of the town. Although Xiao Weiguo had the upper hand, the residents of the neighboring alleys still spoke poorly of him, believing him to be reckless and lacking in virtue. When the old Wang family was first attacked, they even resorted to firearms, yet Xiao Weiguo was still a minor, and there was little they could do. Subsequently, old Wang was incarcerated, and with that, he would never regain his dignity in the alley. Xiao Weiguo, being untouchable as a minor, faced no consequences, while for others, a police record during the festive season would be quite the scandal. The young man, now sullen, chose not to continue the confrontation. Xiao Weiguo pushed through the crowd, taking Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong with him. At the entrance, he helped Li Yongjun into the car, then turned to the hostile crowd with a stern expression, declaring, "If anyone deserves pity in this courtyard, it is none other than Yongjun and Yonghong. Yet you all lack humanity, bullying two orphan souls. Today, I will clarify that this house is rented by me, and Ma San was brought in by me as well. If you possess the courage, let us face each other with real weapons. If I fall, so be it. But if you fall, I wonder how your morally bankrupt families will fare." Xiao Weiguo's words were a blatant provocation, and everyone understood the implications. Yet who would dare to defy him? The tragic fate of Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong served as a cautionary tale. Should any man in the courtyard falter, who would care for their families? Relying on these neighbors was futile, as none had the loyalty of a friend like Xiao Weiguo. When their mother was alive, the siblings were already isolated. And after her passing, no one in the courtyard extended a hand to help them, not even offering a morsel of food. Later, when Li Yongjun's leg was broken during an attack, not a single soul in the courtyard was willing to assist. It was only the police who, unable to stand by, took him to the hospital. Fortunately, the state-run hospitals charged minimal fees. Had it been in another era with exorbitant hospital fees, Li Yongjun's leg would surely have been rendered useless. At that time, Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong discerned that some individuals in the courtyard harbored ill intentions towards them. The two siblings, frightened and anxious, dared not return home after their departure from the hospital, ultimately finding refuge in Xiao Weiguo's abode. Regardless of the reasons that incited the malice of certain residents against the Li family, the deed had been done, and the fate of Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong was evident to all in the courtyard. Why did no one extend a helping hand to these siblings back then? This is not the essence of our old Beijing Hatong culture, is it? Alas, it seems many among us are indeed ill-hearted. Thankfully, I remained astute, keeping a low profile and silent. Even the most fortified fortress can be breached from within. The once united front has begun to crumble, and this courtyard will no longer possess the collective courage to face external threats, as they now fear that their own backyard may ignite, leading to their expulsion and subsequent usurpation. There were those in a state of desperation, still seeking a chance. Li Yongjun, what do you say? With reddened eyes, Li Yongjun reflected on the past, feeling as though he had traversed into a different realm. He had prepared himself to forget the events that transpired. Yet why did they still adopt such a condescending demeanor? You are but my neighbors, while Wei Guo is my brother. We are acutely aware of who has treated us kindly. I will heed my brother's counsel. Take care of yourselves. Li Yongjun, we shall not let you off easily. Xiao Weiguo observed the agitated young man and laughed heartily, saying, "Guijiabao, you ought to keep a close watch on your newlywed wife. I have heard that 4 or 5 individuals from your courtyard have set their sights on her. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing out henceforth." In this era, few possess the audacity to speak as Xiao Weiguo does. Even if they knew he was speaking nonsense, who would dare to treat such matters lightly? Could Guijiabao's family afford to take that risk? From that day forward, any man daring to approach their doorstep would be deemed an enemy of the Guo family. With just a few words, Xiao Weiguo had left the inhabitants of the courtyard in disarray. In his previous life, he had never considered himself particularly gifted. Yet this life was undeniably different. He stood upon a new stage, having reached a new height, and he adored every aspect of this existence. As Xiao Weiguo hurried home on his bicycle with Yongjun and Yonghong, far away in a small village in Shaanxi province, the Jiang family reached a final decision. They unanimously resolved to open the room that belonged to Xiao Weiguo. Upon his departure, Xiao Weiguo had entrusted them with the keys and coupons, yet they had not intended to accept his goodwill without reciprocation. However, with Beijing being so distant and their unfamiliarity with it, they remained unsure of how to express their gratitude. After much deliberation, they still could not decide whether to utilize the items left by Xiao Weiguo. Days passed, and soon it was New Year's Eve. Zhang Zhongbin had been causing a ruckus for several days, refusing to listen even after being reprimanded. He was determined to inspect the belongings left by Jiqingge. You all do not want what was left by Jiqingge? He kindly bequeathed them to us, and you and my father are too ungrateful. In response to her son's commotion, Zhang's mother admonished him loudly, questioning whether they could simply take what was given. Remarking on the numerous items left behind and how they would repay such generosity in the future. You need not worry about repaying my father. I shall take care of that. What do you intend to repay with? Can you afford it? If you cannot, then repay slowly. There is no need to damage the items. I wonder what our dear friend, the intellectual youth, would think. He might believe that our family looks down upon him and refuses to use his possessions. He has been so kind to us, even inviting my father and me to visit him in Beijing. We cannot allow this to happen. The eggs and vegetables have frozen. How heartbroken he would be if he knew. After a discussion, Jiang father and Jiang mother decided to open the room to take a look. The house was filled primarily with food, which is the most scarce resource in this era. Hundreds of pounds of grains, oil, salt, sauces, pots, bowls, and even some fish and meat. Indeed, as Jiang Zhongbin had said, the eggs and vegetables were frozen solid. Although they felt a twinge of regret, they thought they could consume them directly during the New Year's celebrations, provided they did not thaw, as defrosted food tends to spoil easily. The most valuable items were a few electronic devices, a tape recorder, a digital watch, and an electric kettle, collectively worth several hundred yuan in the market. Jiang Zhongbin was overjoyed, while Jiang father and Jiang mother felt an increasing heaviness in their hands. Upon returning home, they examined the ration tickets given by Xiao Weiguo, discovering that many were nearing their expiration dates, with some already expired, causing them considerable distress. Regardless of what the future held, they felt obliged to utilize Xiao Weiguo's goodwill for the time being. The family agreed to save money to visit Xiao's Zinking in Beijing next year. Chapter 52. 8 dishes and 1 soup on New Year's Eve. It is a time for reunion, ancestor worship, and the New Year's feast. In his previous life, Xiao Weiguo's family adhered to traditional customs, ensuring they returned home for the winter break. On the evening of New Year's Eve, the male members of the family would venture outdoors toward the ancestral grave to offer incense and light soul-guiding lanterns, inviting their ancestors to celebrate the new year with them. The day after the Lantern Festival marked the official end of the Spring Festival, during which the eldest male would carry the lanterns back to the wilderness to escort their ancestors home. This ancient tradition signifies the descendants' remembrance and gratitude towards their ancestors for their contributions to the family. In this life, Xiao Weiguo does not observe this tradition, nor does he harbor deep feelings for his parents. The memories of his parents from his previous life are faint, and he has no intention of embellishing his current existence. Offering tribute is, of course, essential, as Xiao Chonglin and his wife are the source of his current being. Although this couple passed away relatively early and did not shower him with the same affection that contemporary parents often bestow upon their children, they never considered completely forsaking him, a sentiment for which Xiao Weiguo remains grateful. It remains a mystery how his predecessor met his demise, allowing Xiao Weiguo to take his place. Was it truly a tragic accident at the hands of Xiao Chonglin? Perhaps not. Xiao Weiguo has never discovered any issues or scars on his body. 2 trunks were stacked, covered with newspapers to serve as an altar. The wall displayed 4 photographs, the posthumous portraits of Xiao Weiguo, Li Yongjun, and Li Yonghong's parents. The makeshift altar stood against the wall, adorned with 4 pairs of chopsticks and 4 small dishes containing meat, vegetables, melons, and fruits. 4 bowls of white liquor were neatly arranged, flanked by 2 candles, with an incense burner in the center, holding 3 sticks of incense. After lighting incense and burning paper money, while the daylight still lingered, Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong began to prepare the New Year's Eve feast. Li Yongjun sat on the kong, peeling scallions and garlic and kneading dough, striving to alleviate the workload for Xiao Weiguo and his companion. The 3 miners busily crafted a vibrant New Year's dinner. After assisting Li Yonghong with chopping vegetables and wrapping dumplings, Xiao Weiguo, the master chef, deftly handled the cooking and stewing of dishes. 4 cold dishes were prepared and elegantly arranged on the table. Shredded braised pig stomach and pig ears on 1 plate, braised beef on another, cucumber salad on a third, and a salad of cucumbers and wood ear mushrooms on the last. A large watermelon, half a basin of cantaloupe, and a wash of vegetables were neatly placed on the floor, reserved as dessert. The hot dishes were equally plentiful: a stewed fish, a whole chicken, stir-fried bok choy with meat, and a small bowl of braised pork, accompanied by a piquant and digestive-enhancing hot and sour soup, culminating in the remarkable 8 dishes and 1 soup, an extraordinary display for this era. A whole box of beer, 2 bottles of white wine, and 2 bottles of red wine were prepared for the occasion. Today, Xiao Weiguo aimed to embody the spirit of abundance, utilizing large platters for each dish, filled to the brim. It was evident that they would not be able to finish every dish this year, nor would they consume all the beverages. This was the most sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner that Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong had ever experienced, and it was now clear that Xiao Weiguo had wealth, prompting them to indulge in a little luxury as well. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. As the steaming water for the dumplings fogged the glass, Xiao Weiguo was strained to see outside and called out, "Who is it? Open the door." "It's me," came the voice of Qin Weiman. "Uncle Weiman has arrived." What a rare guest. Upon opening the door, several members of the Qin family entered, and Xiao Weiguo quickly stepped aside to welcome them. "Uncle Weiman, please come in. Shu Wen and Xueli have grown so tall. When did Wei Hang return? Sister Weihua, where have you been during the break? You haven't secretly gotten married, have you?" Qin Shu Wen and Qin Xueli were the son and daughter of Qin Weiman, while Qin Weihua was the youngest daughter of Old Man Qin. Weihua was certainly not the demure girl one might expect. She and Xiao Weiguo were of similar age and had often been led into mischief by him. However, the strict upbringing at the Qin household made her cautious, for otherwise, another girl might wander the streets of Beijing. How could a dog's mouth produce ivory? My second brother just had a child, and as soon as the break began, I went to help my sister-in-law with the baby. Now that the new year has finally arrived, I am liberated. Long live freedom. Ignoring the spirited girl, Xiao Weiguo stepped inside to offer chairs to everyone. Has Wei Hang had a child? Congratulations. Uncle Weiman, this is where you and Old Man Qin differ. Keeping secrets from me? Qin Weiman chuckled. Why would I tell you about Wei Hang's child? Can't I just bring some gifts? I might not have much, but I can certainly manage 5 pounds of eggs. Wei Hang, I'll bring the eggs to you tomorrow. Can you really get 5 pounds of eggs? Absolutely. 5 pounds is definitely not a problem, but any more might be difficult. All right, Wei Hang, you can take the eggs back tomorrow. Don't be shy with him, he concluded. Qin Wei Hang nodded with a smile. Earlier, they had discussed Xiao Weiguo at home. Qin Weiman mentioned that he had made quite a sum of money fishing with Xiao Weiguo not long ago, while Xiao Weiguo had earned even more. Moreover, Xiao Weiguo had opened a recycling station, which by now should have proven profitable as well. The Qin family's household was filled with an abundance of delicacies. All gifts from Xiao Weiguo, sunflower seeds, marinated beef, watermelons, cantaloupes, apples, and notably, chocolate, which was said to be a special import from abroad. The children shared a piece of chocolate, all exclaiming how delightful it was. Qin Weihang had a whole bar tucked away in his pocket. A gift from Grandpa Qin for his wife, said to be a nourishing treat. Noticing Li Yonghong already scooping dumplings into a basin, Qin Weiman stood up and remarked, "All right. We merely came to visit. Your Grandpa Qin's meal should be ready too. We must return home to dine." "Then I shall not keep you," Xiao Weiguo replied. "Let us gather again when time permits. I wouldn't mind staying, but it appears there is plenty of food prepared by Xiao Weiguo," he added. "What are you saying? Can you not eat your own home-cooked New Year's Eve dinner? Stand up and let us go." With a stern expression, he observed Qin Weihua sulking as he led his nieces and nephews out the door of Qin Weiman's home. Qin Weiman turned back and quietly said to Xiao Weiguo, "It was rather uncomfortable to address this in front of so many people earlier, but can 3 people truly finish all this food? If you continue to prepare so much, it will inevitably lead to significant issues. I did not wish to speak so candidly on New Year's Eve, but this is excessive, do you understand? Which family indulges in such lavish feasting every day? You must learn to be discreet and exercise moderation, or else you may attract ill-intentioned individuals." "Yes. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Weiman." Xiao Weiguo humbly accepted the criticism. Qin Weiman suspected that Xiao Weiguo was merely placating him, yet he continued, "You are still young, and without an elder to guide you at home, do not hesitate to seek advice from me or your Grandpa Qin whenever you encounter difficulties. We must conduct ourselves honorably, and our lives should reflect simplicity and hardship. I recognize your intelligence and capability to earn money, but it is essential to stay on the right path. Furthermore, consider Yonghong and Yongjun. You ought to set a commendable example for them." "I will certainly do so," Xiao Weiguo affirmed. Chapter 53. New Year's Eve Dinner. Qin Weiman spoke from a place of genuine concern. Despite Xiao Weiguo being in his 30s, he was not a naive child. He possessed decades of life experience, which rendered Qin Weiman's words all the more precious. In a previous life, would anyone have spoken in such a manner? Concerned that others might stray onto the wrong path? Perhaps, but Xiao Weiguo had never encountered such a perspective. In those times, when people observed others indulging in lavish feasts daily, they would typically say, "Isn't earning that much money just meant for spending? Once wealthy, one should enjoy whatever delights the palate, indulge in whatever is exquisite or costly, and engage in whatever amusements are available." Could such behavior lead to a favorable outcome? Though Xiao Weiguo had not witnessed it firsthand, he instinctively believed that such actions would inevitably yield adverse consequences. extravagance, and waste do not sustain a legacy. He had never heard of any family renowned for their opulence and profligacy. In fact, many of the wealthiest individuals were known for their frugality and simple living. In this lifetime, he may perhaps have the opportunity to ascend to the heights of financial freedom. Sooner or later, he will witness the extravagance and wastefulness of certain individuals. Xiao Weiguo is also waiting to see the downfall of such people. As for himself, he does not need to be overly critical of his own indulgences. He graciously declines the notion of opulence and excess. Qin Weiman has departed, yet they remain oblivious to Li Yonghong, who, with her head bowed and biting her lip, is hidden behind the mist. Previously, no one had been willing to speak such words to her and her brother, but today, upon suddenly hearing Xiao Weiguo's admonitions from Qin Weiman, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. Brother, it's time to eat. The steaming dumplings were placed on the table, and as Xiao Weiguo and the others took their first bite, laughter erupted among them. This year marked the happiest new year they had experienced in years, and the festive season always brings joy. Tap, tap, tap. Weiguo opened the door. I have brought dumplings for you. It was the stuttering brother arriving. Li Yonghong quickly got up to open the door. The little stutterer came in, carrying 2 boxes full of dumplings. Xiao Weiguo playfully blocked the doorway, insisting, "Leave the dumplings and hurry back. It's time for your reunion dinner." The little stutterer tugged at Xiao Weiguo, peering into the room, and upon seeing the table laden with dishes, exclaimed joyfully, I knew you would have a feast. I want to go back. I'll eat first before leaving." Xiao Weiguo maintained his stern demeanor, insisting, "We've already finished eating. There are only leftovers now. Which one tea tastes good? You should return quickly, or else the food at home will turn cold. Don't fuss. I have leftovers that will suffice. I can manage. Yongjun Yonghong, help me." One was pushing out, while the other was trying to barge in, the little stutterer's face turning crimson. Li Yonghong was delightedly amused by their antics. Li Yongjun laughed as well. "Weiguo, stop playing around. The dishes are getting cold." The trio at the dining table transformed into a quartet. They first indulged in a few bites of hot dishes, followed by a sip of beibinjiang. Xiao Weiguo's braised pork, fried before being steamed, was rich yet not greasy, its savory aroma winning unanimous praise from the diners. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Weiguo, Li Yongjun, and Li Yonghong exchanged glances. Is someone else coming? The little stutterer, closest to the door, went to open it. Hearing an odd noise from inside, the person outside hesitated, asking, "Is this Xiao Weiguo's home?" "It's Xiao Yunfan, my friend," replied the little stutterer as he opened the door. Xiao Weiguo followed closely behind, and, upon seeing the crowd gathered, was taken aback. Leading the group were Xiao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlon, followed by Duan Feihong, Wang Xiaoli, Wei Kongmei, and Zhang Haiyang. Behind them were the square-faced brother who had fought him last time, along with his 2 friends, Xiao Xiao and Old Lu. At the back were 2 others, one familiar by name and the other by face. The one whose name was familiar was Lu Jianxi. Hearing that name reminded Xiao Weiguo of the girls from the courtyard he had helped on the bus during his first visit, one of whom had a partner named Lu Jianxi. The one whose face was familiar was even more remarkable, as in later years. Some had affectionately referred to him as Lord Shuo, though he appeared quite youthful now, resembling a young girl. Xiao Weiguo had not yet uttered a word to allow anyone into the house when he heard the sound of someone parking a bicycle outside the door. The clattering noise indicated that the bicycle was quite old, otherwise, Xiao Weiguo would not have discerned such a cacophony. While Xiao Weiguo was busily preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner, hundreds of kilometers away in a small village, the Jiang family was also engaged in the same festive preparations, just as Xiao Weiguo had experienced in his previous life. The spring festival customs in that region were both grand and traditional. In the morning, couplets were affixed, and in the afternoon, offerings were prepared for their ancestors. As evening approached, the men would invite the ancestors, while the women remained at home to prepare the New Year's Eve feast. Before the men set out to invite the ancestors, the women would open all the doors and prop them open with stones to prevent the wind from closing them, ensuring that the ancestors could return home without obstruction, reflecting the descendants' reverence and respect. Moreover, in traditional Chinese culture, doors are associated with door gods, whose duty is to ward off malevolent spirits from disturbing the household. This act of opening the doors also finds its roots in such beliefs. The braised meat was similarly prepared 1 to 2 days in advance, accompanied by various meat dishes, stir-fried vegetables, and a large pot of dumplings, thus completing the preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner. As the women awaited the return of the men, Once the ancestors were invited back home, the women would serve the offerings and dishes at the table, lighting candles and incense, burning pre-prepared joss paper, and bowing in reverence. With the ancestors properly honored, the men would take their place at the heated gong, followed by the women and children, and the family would joyously commence their New Year's Eve dinner. This year, the Jiang family was particularly joyful, as every spring festival since Xiao Weiguo's arrival had been prosperous, thanks to his generous provision of scarce food and supplies from that era, which supplemented their household needs. Although they exchanged some labor and goods in return, such as sowing and tending to Xiao Weiguo's vegetable garden, as well as selling him chickens and ducks they raised, and vegetables, grains, and large pears from their garden, Xiao Weiguo remained an outsider in their home. Despite the close bond he shared with the family, there was still an invisible barrier between them, a barrier defined by blood ties. This year's happiness was amplified by the return of their eldest son, Jiang Zhongxing, who had been apprenticing as a chef in the city. For the past 2 years, he had been unable to return home during the New Year festivities due to his responsibilities in the kitchen, where the master chefs had to leave, necessitating the presence of junior apprentices to oversee the cooking. This year, the family's resources were exceptionally abundant, as Xiao Weiguo's generous contributions had been fully utilized. Grains were well preserved. Ration coupons had been exchanged for goods, and much of the frozen vegetables and eggs had been transformed into delicious meals by Jiang Zhongxing upon his return. "We have so many daily necessities that we cannot possibly use them all," one of them remarked. "Perhaps we should sell some." "How should we sell them?" another questioned. "Let Zhong would take some to the city to sell, and we can sell a bit here in the village too. We could also trade goods, just like Xiao Jiqing did back then. Do you think that would work?" "I believe it will. Didn't T. Jiqing manage just fine doing that? What do you think, brother? If we emulate Jiqing, it should be feasible, right? I am not so capable. That individual is truly remarkable. If we can manage to sell some of our household items, it would already be quite an achievement. Parents, we must not make a grand spectacle of our sales. Upon my return, I witnessed some speculators being apprehended, paraded through the streets with signs around their necks. Let us take our time. If all else fails, we can simply utilize what we have at home. Alas, I wonder how the young intellectual is faring. With both of his parents gone, he is left entirely alone. I hope he is not suffering from hunger. As for you, focus on your meals. When it comes to enduring life as hardships, none can rival the resourcefulness of Xiao Jijun. He is unlikely to know hunger. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiguo remains oblivious to the fact that someone, hundreds of kilometers away, is concerned about him. His home is bustling with activity today, as visitors arrive in waves, overwhelming in their frequency. On New Year's Eve, the door to Xiao Weiguo's home is knocked upon repeatedly, with each visitor more surprising than the last. Before Zhao Yunfan and the others could even enter to explain their purpose, yet another guest arrives. Xiao Weiguo does not recognize this person, but at first glance, he realizes this individual has come searching for him. It is the elderly gentleman he encountered at the flea market while purchasing a table with Li Yonghong. Seeing Xiao Weiguo and the group of uniformed youths at the door, the old man bows slightly, offering an apologetic gesture. The hand clasp, an ancient form of salutation, has fallen out of practice since the founding of the new China. In a few years, as this generation of elders passes, the younger ones will not even remember the proper sequence of the hand clasp. Guests are always welcome, especially on New Year's Eve. So Xiao Weiguo sees no reason to decline them entry. Yunfan, Yunlan, Brother Squareface, please usher everyone inside. Do not stand on ceremony in my presence. Call me Brother Squareface one more time, and I shall take offense, Brother Squareface retorts, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. This moniker, which Xiao Weiguo inadvertently uttered one day, has now spread throughout the Air Force compound, where the children often come to him just to call him by that name. Neither Zhao Yunhang nor Brother Squareface enters the house. Instead, they curiously observe the elderly man seeking Xiao Weiguo. The young residents of the compound are well versed in various matters, having encountered both domestic and foreign affairs, whether permitted or not. So they quickly recognize the old man's identity as a remnant of the Qing dynasty. Xiao Weiguo does not shy away from the gathering. In these times, it is often unwise to avoid people. Thus, he approaches the door and directly inquires of the old man. You are here to see me, are you not? The old man bows again, dressed in the same worn garments as their previous encounter, now adorned with additional patches. I am Fu Ren. I apologize for my impudence in coming here today. I seek your assistance. Upon hearing the old man's name, Xiao Weiguo's lips curl slightly in amusement. and he feels a tinge of curiosity about what kind of help Fu Ren requires. At such an advanced age, to seek assistance on the eve of the new year, and to do so with such decorum, it seems he is indeed in a predicament. Fu Ren, your name carries an air of nobility. What assistance do you require? Please, share your concerns, and I shall see if I can be of help. The elderly man, with an expression that seemed somewhat unnatural, spoke. I wish to procure some medicine. The kind that induces sleep. What on earth? Sleeping pills? Wanting such a thing during the festive season? Has life at home become unbearable for him? Xiao Weiguo was taken aback, his hair standing on end, fearing that the old man, in his desperation, might be contemplating suicide. He blurted out, Are you thinking of taking your own life? The other bystanders were equally startled, and the old man was taken aback as well. He could not comprehend how Xiao Weiguo deduced such a grave notion. Hastily, he waved his hands in denial, explaining, Not me, not me. It is a younger member of my family who is in despair. They have been rescued and are not in serious danger. No vital harm has been done. However, the family is deeply anxious, fearing they might attempt to end it all again. My elder brother, upon learning of his son's plight, has fallen ill with worry. Knowing that you possess medicine, I sought some sleeping pills for them, so they may rest and recuperate. I beseech you for assistance, if it is inconvenient. I shall seek alternatives elsewhere. As he spoke, the old man bowed repeatedly, lowering his head further each time. It seemed he had exhausted all other options, or he would not be beseeching a stranger like Xiao Weiguo. Regardless of the circumstances, saving a life is always commendable. Despite his lingering doubts, Xiao Weiguo, a kind-hearted ordinary man, could not bear to witness a family suffering such anguish on New Year's Eve, nor could he remain indifferent to the elderly man's earnest bows. As for why he did not take them to the hospital, what difference did it make compared to the question of why one does not partake in fine dining? Was there any other means to secure assistance from his side? Yet, he comforted himself with the thought of doing good without questioning the future. Come with me. I shall fetch the medicine for you. Most people in later generations kept a well-stocked medicine cabinet at home, and Xiao Weiguo was no exception. Being a military enthusiast and harboring a slight anxiety akin to a scarcity mindset, his household was well equipped with food, medicine, and tools, even if he rarely utilized them. In truth, Xiao Weiguo's mindset could be considered a form of psychological ailment, similar to paranoia, which might be termed apocalyptic delusion. The medicine cabinet was stored in the trunk beside his bed. He retrieved it and placed it on the bed, with everyone following him in curiosity as he prepared to dispense medicine for Fu Ren. The bright yellow plastic box was quite novel in this era, and it was also aesthetically pleasing. After his divorce in a past life, Xiao Weiguo had experienced a period of insomnia, which subsequently developed into mild depression. Fortunately, with advancements in medical care, he recovered swiftly. The sleeping pills were packaged in small containers, each bottle containing hundreds of tablets and priced reasonably at just a few dozen yuan. Initially, he intended to hand the entire bottle to the old man, but reconsidered. Instead, he fashioned a triangular fold from the packaging and filled it with 10 tablets, also taking a few other medications to include. In a solemn tone, he addressed Fu Ren. Uncle Fu, under normal circumstances, we are not well acquainted, and I should not provide you with such potentially harmful medications. Yet, I shall take your earlier words at face value. While the pills are not costly, I cannot give you more than this. Excessive consumption of sleeping pills can be detrimental, and I fear someone may be tempted to take more than necessary. Here lie 10 pills. Generally, 2 suffice for each person, and should that not be enough, one may take up to 5. However, if you desire sleeping medication, I must personally assess the patient before dispensing it. This packet contains medication for arrhythmia. Place 5 pills beneath your elder brother's tongue, and in the event of angina, he should dissolve 10 to 15 under his tongue. The pills vary in appearance, so do take note of their distinctions. Is your younger relative's bone unbroken? What injury does he bear? A wrist laceration. The elder man's expression grew complex. Has the bleeding ceased? It was discovered early. The vessel remains intact, and it has already been sutured. Xiao Weiguo nodded, producing a few items: gauze, powdered pseudoginseng, and amoxicillin. The pseudoginseng serves to staunch bleeding, while amoxicillin is for internal inflammation. You know how to use gauze, yes? Yes. Thank you. I am deeply grateful. The elder accepted the medications from Xiao Weiguo, hastily stowing them away, and continued to bow in gratitude. Gurgle. Fu Ren had been hungry for quite some time, and now the aroma of food wafting through the air made his stomach rumble. Xiao Weiguo mused. The elder possesses a robust constitution, as evidenced by the noise of his hunger. The ancients spoke of the wealthy feasting while the destitute perished from cold. Have I inadvertently played the role of the wealthy today? Never mind, let us focus on saving lives. Xiao Weiguo fetched an enamel basin and filled it with an assortment of dishes from the table, including a generous portion of freshly made dumplings, until the basin brimmed. He also wrapped a bottle of white liquor in the cloth used for steaming buns and presented it to the elder. Mr. Fu, this is the only day throughout the year that my table is bountiful, untouched by chopsticks. Do not turn it away. In this world, there are no insurmountable obstacles. Please convey to your brother that life will surely improve. Once today passes, we will greet the new year. Why inflict harm upon oneself today when one could simply sleep and awaken to the promise of tomorrow? Cherish the present and look towards the future. However, Fu Rin persistently declined, stating, I shall certainly convey your words, but I cannot accept this food. How can one intrude upon another's New Year's feast? I cannot accept this. No reward without effort. To have received the medicine is already beyond my gratitude. Please, allow me to visit again to express my thanks. Chapter 55. The sixth master and the third master. Despite Fu Rin's numerous refusals, Xiao Weiguo could not bear to see this family go hungry on New Year's Eve. It is better to share joy than to revel alone. A mere morsel of food. Why not embrace the role of a benefactor? Thus, Xiao Weiguo continued to persuade. Since you speak of no reward without effort, let us simplify matters. In the future, should you find the time, assist me in locating some sandalwood furniture. The items I offer are modest. Do not take it too seriously. Should opportunities arise, we can aid one another. If not, consider it a simple New Year's meal from me. Besides, your patient requires nourishment. One cannot heal on an empty stomach. This final statement rendered Fu Rin momentarily speechless. He had initially been resolute in refusing the offer, as acquiring the medicine had already exceeded his expectations. When he set out, he had been engulfed in despair, hoping only for one last attempt, to reach out to anyone he could think of, in hopes that fortune might smile upon him. Many friends and relatives had not even permitted him entry, while neighbors either evaded him or were equally powerless to assist. Unexpectedly, in his final effort to seek assistance, he found himself at the doorstep of Xiao Weiguo, a stranger with whom he had no prior connection, yet this man truly provided him with the medicine he required. Not only did he offer the medicine, but he also insisted on providing food. Xiao Weiguo's sudden kindness left the old man somewhat bewildered. In the past, had someone suggested food to him, he might have reacted with anger, perhaps even resorted to curses or confrontation. However, with the passage of many years, the tides had changed. To survive, they must integrate into society and embrace the principles of mutual aid and support. Could it be that he knows me? Surely not, as they had only met once, and besides, he had nothing left to gain. Perhaps he had genuinely encountered a kind-hearted individual. Riding his bicycle, Fu Rin was plagued by suspicion, frequently halting to hide behind walls and stealthily observe if anyone was following him. After several cautious glances confirming he was alone, the old man finally felt assured enough to continue. The bicycle, producing a symphony of jingling sounds, came to a stop at the entrance of a courtyard. Gently, he rapped on the door, and after a moment, a cautious male voice resonated from behind it. Who is it? It's Baohua. I have returned. The latch was drawn back from within, and with a creak, the grand crimson doors opened slightly. Sixth master has arrived. Please come in. The door was opened by a young man in his 20s, sporting black round-framed glasses and a middle parting in his hair. Despite his scholarly visage, his eyes were red-rimmed, and stubble adorned his face, revealing signs of fatigue. Is third master asleep? Fu Rin inquired. Not yet. He just mentioned feeling unwell and was restless, curling up tightly. He claims he is feeling a bit better now. Is it heart disease? Most likely. I have heard of it before, but never witnessed it. As Fu Rin awkwardly maneuvered his bicycle up the steps, he suddenly felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, nearly stumbling on the stairs, prompting the young man, referred to as Baohua, to lend a steadying hand. Sixth master, are you all right? After closing his eyes and standing silently for a minute, Fu Rin finally regained clarity and lamented, I am fine. It seems age has rendered me frail. I shall leave the bicycle here, take what hangs from the handlebars, and let us proceed inside. The young man took the items from the handlebars, secured the door, and guided Fu Rin further in. The dwelling was a spacious two-courtyard sahihuan, overgrown with weeds, its ground and window frames showing significant wear, exuding a desolate and solitary aura. In the front courtyard, a wooden door stood ajar. from which Bao had just emerged. The two crossed through the central gate and made their way directly into the main house. A frail silhouette lay on a carved bed, facing away from the door, while a young woman in her 20s sat on a stool beneath the bed, wiping her tears. Fu Ren softly inquired of her, "Is third master asleep? Xiao Li has come. During this festive season, you must also rest well." From the bed, third master spoke in a low, somewhat hoarse voice. The surrounding stillness allowed the three to clearly hear his words. "Third master is not yet asleep. Bao will help him sit up. I just went out and managed to procure some medicine. Xiao Li, please light the lamp. I have brought some wine and dishes for us to share a New Year's Eve dinner together." The young woman retrieved 2 candlesticks and ignited 2 half-burned candles. The youth gently assisted the elderly man in rising from the bed, while Fu Ren emptied the contents of his pocket, extracting 5 small pills from a paper packet to administer to the ailing elder. He instructed the old man to place them beneath his tongue, as the remedy was said to require such application. The elder, weak and reclined in Baoguo's embrace, lamented, "It is too late. I have already swallowed them." A moment of silence enveloped the group as they exchanged bewildered glances, each rendered momentarily speechless. Fu Ren, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, reassured, "Swallowing should not pose a problem. Anything ingested should be harmless. Yes, it must be safe. After all, it was meant to enter the stomach. Please, give him 5 more. But this time let him hold them in his mouth." The 2 younger individuals hesitated, yet the urgency of the situation compelled them to act. For the elderly man's ailment necessitated medication. Moreover, it was inconceivable that the 6th master would wish harm upon his own kin. Thus they acquiesced to Fu Ren's insistence. As the elder held the medication, his complexion visibly improved compared to moments prior, allowing Fu Ren to breathe a sigh of relief. Earlier, Fu Ren had encountered a young man who claimed to possess medication. He had intended merely to investigate, yet astonishingly, the young man had actually provided him with the pills. "Baoguo, please fetch Jin Chong." He even supplied external and internal remedies. "We must exchange the medication." The youth named Baoguo promptly returned with another young man. This newcomer bore disheveled hair, an unkempt beard, and donned a once-white Zhongshan suit, his stiff posture betraying an inner turmoil, while a blood-stained white cloth adorned his wrist. Upon seeing his son, the elder could not suppress a derisive snort, exclaiming, "Humph! A cowardly act! Pathetic!" The young man clenched his fists, poised to depart, as fresh blood seeped from his recently bandaged wrist. The woman, distraught, shed tears and hurried to grasp his wrist, intent on examining his injury. Fu Ren interjected, "Elder, we must not utter ill omens on New Year's Eve." Jin Chong acted impulsively. "There is no need for further reproach. Buyao, please bring Jin Chong to the table for treatment." Though the young man initially resisted, the sight of the woman's tearful pleading compelled him to allow her to guide him to the table. It was evident that Baoguo was more adept at tending to wounds, and he quickly took over, applying the ointment and wrapping the injury. Fu Ren then instructed Buyao to administer a few capsules of amoxicillin to Jin Chong. Perhaps bolstered by the professional medication, they finally felt a sense of relief. The others remained silent, refraining from movement or conversation. Fu Ren called out to Baoguo, "Baoguo, check if the food has cooled. If so, please reheat it." At this moment, the elder added, "If it has cooled, bring the pot." Fu Ren promptly replied, "Indeed, let us heed the elder's words. Bring the pot. Celebrating the new year with hot pot is a delight. Today, let us not concern ourselves with specific dishes. We shall cook everything together. It will be both delectable and spare us the hassle of reheating. Afterward, we can enjoy some soup as well." Before long, Baoguo returned, carrying a large enameled copper pot, while Buyao assisted by bringing a small piece of charcoal from the fire, and Baoguo procured additional pieces of wood charcoal to stoke the flames. The elder remarked, "It is too dim." Buyao lit 2 new candles, and, upon opening the surface packaging, the family was astonished to discover the lavish feast that Fu Ren had brought back. Third master inquired of Fu Ren how it was possible to procure such an abundance of food, asking from which household it originated. Fu Ren cheerfully responded that it was from a young acquaintance he had met at the second-hand market, a rather interesting character. Not from a prestigious family, but rather from an ordinary household, though he seemed well-connected. Today, he had visited this child's home and encountered a dozen children from the Air Force compound. Previously, the child had mentioned that he could procure anything, and as for today's provisions and medicines, his claims proved to be true. "Did you promise him any favors?" Furuin explained that the child had asked him to help find some rosewood furniture if the opportunity arose, but if not, it was no matter. This little fellow was quite amusing. During their first meeting, he had inquired about this very matter, which Furuin had declined. Third Master took a piece of braised pork and dipped it in the pot, commenting on its decent flavor, acknowledging the family's culinary skills. He mused that he should move his bed over to him sometime, as he felt it unnecessary to owe anyone a favor for such trivial matters. The three young men remained silent, but Furuin shook his head with a smile, saying, "Third Master, I will repay my debts outside. This little bit of food does not concern you. Besides, if you move your bed over, he has no place to put it. His small room would be half taken up by just one bed. Moreover, exposing Furuin to us at this time brings no benefit." Ignoring the young men's disapproving glances, Third Master poured himself a small cup of wine and inquired about the young lad's character. Furuin replied that he had no prior dealings with him, but he had many friends, indicating he was likely not of poor character. Third Master then asked, "The medicine is rare, is it not?" To which Furuin confirmed that the heart medication was indeed scarce, and there was a type of sleeping pill that was dangerous in excess, of which only 10 pills were provided. Further requests would necessitate seeing a patient. "Does he understand medicine?" Third Master questioned. "I'm not sure. He might only know how to follow prescriptions," Furuin speculated. "Well, let him come and examine us. If he possesses anything unique, we could exchange for it. More is always better." The young men continued their meal, but Furuin discerned a sense of urgency in Third Master's words, wondering what he was so anxious about. This New Year's Eve dinner was the most sumptuous and warm-hearted meal they had shared in years, leaving everyone with a sense of satisfaction. Even the young man named Jinchong had softened his stubborn demeanor. Chapter 56. Ice skating. After seeing Furuin off, Xiao Weiguo turned to Zhao Yunfan and the others, asking, "Are you still going ice skating at this late hour?" He had noticed their bicycles outside, each adorned with ice skates. In this era, it was not an exaggeration to say that ice skating was the sport most practiced by the people of Beijing. "Are you coming? We plan to go to Beihai Park. It's on the way, and you can join us." "Why does Fang Lianji keep swallowing?" Xiao Weiguo joked. "Haven't you eaten? Is the cafeteria closed today?" "We've eaten, but the food wasn't as good as yours," Zhao Yunfan replied, also swallowing. In truth, everyone was salivating. The New Year's feast at Xiao Weiguo's home was undoubtedly top tier for this time. "Want to eat a bit more?" "No, I think we should pass," Zhao Yunfan said, slightly embarrassed. "Fang Lianji, do not call me square face again. It vexes me. We have already dined at the cafeteria, and besides, I am not particularly hungry. What about you, Xiao Xiao?" Although Brother Square Face feels a pang of desire, he is somewhat hesitant due to his lack of familiarity with Xiao Weiguo. He is reluctant to decline such a delectable invitation, thus he defers the question to his companions. "I have eaten, albeit not much. How about you, old Lu?" "I consumed even less. I just watched a film and have nearly digested it all." Duan Feihong. "What about you?" I am actually a bit hungry now." "Wang Xiaoli, are you hungry?" "Of course, I am famished. My stomach grumbled midway." Wang Shuo just returned from the army, and after such a long separation, he is practically a guest. You should check if he is hungry first. I haven't had dinner all night, so naturally, I am quite hungry. You all decide. I must have a few bites before I leave. Wang Shuo, being quite cunning, had already discerned the intentions of these fellows. Therefore, upon hearing someone inquire about him, he promptly moved forward and seated himself in a chair, leaving the others momentarily dumbfounded. Xiao Weiguo then noticed that despite Wang Shuo's cherubic visage, his smile transformed him entirely. He exuded a mischievous charm, not the kind born of malice, but rather the air of a charming rogue. Zhao Yunlan, without prompting, seated herself beside Li Yonghong the moment she entered. When Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong noticed guests had arrived, they intended to greet them, but she firmly urged them to remain seated, asserting that these children of the estate were not there to engage with them directly. Being overly courteous could lead to an awkward atmosphere, as guests and hosts alike would find themselves in an uncomfortable position. Xiao Weiguo's household had only 4 chairs, and with Wang Shuo having claimed one, Xiao Weiguo found himself without a seat. Would it be too bothersome if we stood at 2 tables to eat? Very well, we shall follow Weiguo's lead. Brother Squareface appeared quite amiable at this moment. I shall assist. I will take the chopsticks. Xiao Xiao, you are pilfering food. I am merely sampling the seasoning. Hey, Brother Squareface, what are you doing? I am also checking the seasoning. You too, take the beer from the floor to the table. And if you call me Brother Squareface again, I shall have to reprimand you. The group busily arranged the table, dividing the food into two portions. One table was set in the inner room, the other in the outer room. Brother Squareface and his companions went to the inner room, sitting on the kong to eat. Don't just focus on drinking. Go ahead and slice that watermelon on the floor. Weiguo is quite resourceful. Where did he find a watermelon in the middle of winter? Originally, Xiao Weiguo intended to prepare a feast to symbolize abundance. But it was all for naught as the children of the estate devoured the meal like hungry wolves, finishing it in no time. In truth, they were not accustomed to poor fare. This meal was not a necessity, but the opportunity to partake felt too fortuitous to pass up, especially in light of Xiao Weiguo's generous spirit. Goodness, this watermelon is truly sweet as one from summer. Leaning against the doorframe, Brother Squareface munched on the watermelon and inquired, Xiao Weiguo, where did you acquire this melon? At this moment, Xiao Weiguo, now aware that Brother Squareface is named Su Dabo, replied, I bought it in the summer and have kept it until now. What nonsense! Are you jesting with fools? How could a watermelon possibly last from summer to winter? Look, I must commend Dabo for his cleverness. How did you guess I was merely toying with you? Ha ha. Others chuckle in agreement. How dare you call me a fool? Do you believe I wouldn't retaliate? Of course not, for you know you cannot best me in a fight. Dabao's face darkened, fully aware that he indeed could not contend with Xiao Weiguo, a man seasoned by real combat. But must you utter such a thing in front of so many people? Such decorum. Speak if you wish. I assert. Where else could the watermelon possibly come from but from the Air Force? Nonsense. If the Air Force had it, surely we would be able to savor it. There's simply too little to go around. That may be true, yet we possess none. Why would they share with you? Me? I have good friends. One of whom is Zhao Yunfan's brother. Zhao Yunfan longed to interject, questioning why he would bring us anything when he never shares with us. However, with the watermelon before him, he hesitated to undermine his standing in his brother's eyes and chose to refrain from further humiliation. But there are no watermelons in this season, right? Dabao still sought clarity. Xiao Weiguo had no intention of indulging his inquisitive nature. After all, there were secrets at play. Why do you have so many questions? If there's food, simply enjoy it without prying into my affairs. Are you such a curious soul, so eager to dig deeper? Might it not have been transported from Hong Kong, or perhaps from Australia? Zhao Yunfan chimed in. Indeed, it is quite plausible. Southeast Asia is tropical. Watermelons could be shipped from Southeast Asia to Hong Kong and then back again, or from Australia, where summer is currently in full swing. Xiao Xiao picked up a slice of watermelon, squinting as she took a few bites and chewed thoughtfully, examining the rind and flesh. Wow, this truly is a foreign watermelon. It's my first time eating one from abroad, and it appears quite similar to our own. Wang Shuo, with a mischievous grin, remarked, what more do you expect it to look like? Do you want it adorned with golden hair, blue eyes, and long legs? Fine, if it were like that. I would certainly make it happen. Xiao Weiguo envisioned that absurd image and quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. He feared that lingering too long would tarnish his mind. Xiao Xiao, if you truly went through with that, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying comedy. No matter how golden-haired and blue-eyed it may be, it remains a watermelon. Indeed, Xiao Xiao, what would you do with that watermelon? Ha ha. Others roared with laughter. Indeed. What a spectacle it would be to contend with a watermelon sporting long legs, both terrifying and hilarious. Chapter 57. A bird in horror films and comedies are universally understood, allowing for such discussions. However, ordinary individuals, unfamiliar with these genres, would never have the chance to engage in lighthearted banter. The first domestic horror film, Chatting with the Ghosts from Hong Kong, was released in 1979 on the mainland, and many attended. With tales of an elderly lady allegedly dying from fright, whether true or not remains uncertain. Comedies, on the other hand, are commonplace. It is known that the earliest films were presented in comedic form, even during the silent film era, making comedy a well-known concept to all. The young individuals present are well-versed in diverse experiences. Even Li Yonghong and Li Yongjun began their literary journeys at a tender age. Having read classical works such as Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio and Journey to the West, the dishes and fruits laid upon the table were swiftly devoured. These youths, lacking parental supervision at home, would not otherwise engage in such revelry on New Year's Eve, skating in the dead of night, where a single misstep could lead to calamity. Many families with pure military backgrounds struggle to comprehend the nuances of child rearing. Their children are dispatched to daycare at a young age, followed by red education classes, elementary school, and secondary school. Military parents might believe that the community can cater to all their children's needs, leading them to neglect their offspring. Some children, even at several years old, remain estranged from their parents. Even upon reaching university, many children from military families seldom experience the warmth of a nurturing household. As these children grow more independent, their thoughts develop, making it nearly impossible for parents to exert control. Consequently, familial relationships within many military households are fraught with discord. Parents find their children too unruly compared to obedient soldiers, while children perceive their parents as rigid and overly dogmatic, resisting authority. However, it must be noted that the offspring of military families are afforded opportunities to engage with experiences inaccessible to others. They study world history and geography from a young age, receive free lessons from the nation's finest art instructors, and regard Morse code as mere recreational activity. They can watch renowned domestic and international films at will, and the handling of various firearms is commonplace. Thus, while these individuals may lack familial warmth, resulting in somewhat ostentatious personalities, they possess knowledge and experiences that surpass what many ordinary people acquire throughout their lifetimes. This cultural richness began to wane with the advent of the market economy. After finishing their meal, they departed without a trace of nostalgia, eager to skate despite having consumed alcohol. Su Debo and Xiao invited Xiao Weiguo to join them, but he declined. Zhao Yunfan and Zhao Yunlan extended another invitation. Xiao Weiguo, let us go together. Sitting at home all night is rather dull. On New Year's Eve, many families indeed stay awake throughout the night, as the sporadic sounds of firecrackers and the joyful laughter of children fill the streets. Xiao Weiguo pondered this, realizing that the three of them at home would be quite uninteresting, especially without a television to watch. Would you like to go out for a bit? He inquired of Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong. If you wish to go, I shall ride to the collection station. Being still underage, they were at an age ripe for mischief, and upon seeing the yearning in Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong's eyes, Xiao Weiguo made a swift decision. You two take Yongjun and Yonghong, and I will go ride. Why ride? 3 more can easily take you all, they replied. You go ahead. I have something delightful to show you later. Haha, that better be something good, or we won't let you off easily. Li Yongjun, with a cane in hand, sat sideways on Su Debo's rear seat, while Zhao Yunlan accompanied Li Yonghong, and the group rode towards Beihai Park with a clamor. Just as Xiao Weiguo was about to set off for the collection station, a sudden slap echoed on his back. Xiao Weiguo, are you headed out to play? It was Qin Weihua. It's quite reckless to slap someone on the back at this hour. Another slap followed. During the new year, one must refrain from uttering unpleasant words. So, where do you plan to go for festivities? I intend to visit Beihai Park to watch the fireworks. Fireworks? Is there anyone setting off fireworks in Beihai Park? Indeed. When I went last time, there were fireworks. Qin Weihua, intrigued, inquired. So you have fireworks, right? Are they beautiful? My elder brother purchased 2 magnificent sparklers for me last year. They were truly splendid. Xiao Weiguo chuckled and shook his head, asserting, my fireworks are undoubtedly more beautiful than those your brother bought. Qin Weihua, pouting in defiance, retorted, you're boasting. They are all purchased fireworks. How can you be so sure yours will outshine my brother's? Xiao Weiguo replied, because I spent significantly more. I invested a great deal of money. Did your brother even spend 10 yuan on those 2? Certainly not. He hardly has any money, unlike you, who has become quite the wealthy landowner after several years. Please, do not flatter me. I am still far from that status. Well then, I must take my leave. They are waiting for me. Unexpectedly, Qin Weihua was not willing to let Xiao Weiguo escape. She called out to her family, Dad, brother, Xiao Weiguo is taking me out to play. You all can start dinner. We will be back shortly. Hearing her words, Xiao Weiguo grew anxious. He certainly did not wish to be burdened with this extra company. He quickly exclaimed, Uncle Qin, Uncle Weiman, Uncle Weihang, do not listen to Qin Weihua's nonsense. I never agreed to take her out. Let her wash the dishes at home. I must leave now. Qin Weihua tugged at Xiao Weiguo's collar and insisted, who is washing dishes? You cannot leave. If you go, you must take me with you. Otherwise, you shall not go at all. This statement wielded considerable influence, prompting the entire Qin family to rush outside. Even the 4 sisters from Grandpa Li's family came to see the commotion. It was New Year's Eve, and Grandpa Li was relatively lenient with them. Having finished their dinner with nothing else to do, they noticed the Qin family gathering outside and joined the crowd to witness the spectacle. Qin Weiman, fully aware that his sister was a spoiled wild child, was displeased to see her pulling at Xiao Weiguo's collar and admonished, Let go. I command you to release him. Weiguo wishes to go out with his friends. What business do you have tagging along? Qin Weihang also scolded her, saying, after all these years, I thought you had matured, but you were still the same wild child. Qin Weihua disdainfully shot back, who said I wanted to go out. That scoundrel Xiao Weiguo is going to set off fireworks without taking me. He claims his fireworks are the most beautiful, more so than those you bought. I simply must see if they are truly so magnificent. I promise to return once I have seen them. Qin Weimin turned to Xiao Weiguo and asked, Weiguo, are you really going to set off fireworks? Xiao Weiguo, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the commotion, replied, yes, I do intend to set off fireworks. But I never considered bringing Qin Weihua along. Please take her back home. Qin Weihua, displeased, exclaimed, if you won't take me, I will go see for myself just how beautiful your fireworks truly are. The entire Qin family gasped in alarm, exclaiming, no way. They were aware that although this wild girl usually behaved, when she set her mind on something, she could indeed venture out in the middle of the night. Qin Weihua was not foolish. She merely desired a bit of amusement and did not necessarily need to go out alone. Thus, she pointed to the 4 sisters of the Li family and suggested that Indi and her companions join her. We can go see the fireworks and return afterward. Indi, what do you say? Xiao Weiguo mentioned that he spent a considerable amount on the fireworks, and they are truly spectacular. The 4 sisters, feeling a bit bored, were intrigued by Qin Weihua's proposition but hesitated to make a decision without consulting their father. The Qin family also turned to old man Li, for if he permitted his daughters to accompany them, Qin Weihua would have company. With so many eyes upon him, the usually non-confrontational old man Li could only nod in agreement. It was out of the question to let the girls venture out on their own. Under the eager gaze of the parents, Xiao Weiguo, being the only male in the group, naturally assumed the role of caretaker for the girls. Thus, 5 girls and 2 sets of parents' worries accompanied Xiao Weiguo. Chapter 58. Fireworks. The winter moon illuminated the surroundings, and the streetlights were aglow. Armed with flashlights and with familiar faces around them, the girls who set out with Xiao Weiguo felt no fear. Xiao Weiguo pedaled vigorously on his tricycle, while the 5 girls chattered animatedly about girlish topics. Various fireworks, which Xiao Weiguo had retrieved from his storage, were piled in the vehicle. These fireworks were originally purchased for his son's 12th birthday, a significant celebration back in their hometown. Whenever a child reached this age, families would host grand feasts, gathering friends and relatives to offer their congratulations. Xiao Weiguo believed this tradition stemmed from ancient rites of passage. He had bought the fireworks with great anticipation, yet his beloved son was not present to enjoy them. Consequently, they remained tucked away under his bed until Xiao Weiguo found himself in this parallel universe. As the items in Xiao Weiguo's storage diminished, it was a conscious effort on his part to clear out unnecessary possessions. With a reasonable savings now secured, he no longer needed to store food, deeming it an inefficient use of space. He would always retain a small reserve for emergencies, including limited food supplies, medicine, and weapons. For Xiao Weiguo possessed a cautious disposition. A home without provisions would stir unease within him. Upon their arrival at Beihai Park, they discovered a lively atmosphere, with numerous people already enjoying themselves. It was unclear who had strung wires to the trees and poles near the lake, illuminating the area with lights. Although the illumination was still somewhat dim, it sufficed for a small gathering. The greatest concern while ice skating at night was the risk of falling into a hole in the ice. Although the park prohibited ice harvesting, there would always be those who ignored the warnings. Thus, visitors needed to carefully assess the condition of the ice before engaging in activities, if any danger was present. They had no choice but to forego the fun, for no one wished to gamble with their safety. One peril associated with ice skating is the potential for injury from razor-sharp ice blades. Some individuals possess exceptionally sharp skates, and should one fall and inadvertently collide with another's blade, the risk of severe laceration is heightened. However, the likelihood of such an incident is minimal. As long as skaters exercise caution and avoid falling onto the blades, this danger can be effectively mitigated. Another concern while skating is the possibility of colliding with hard objects. Skating at high speeds can lead to accidents akin to minor vehicular collisions if one were to strike a solid object. Nonetheless, this risk can be avoided by refraining from excessive speed and steering clear of hazardous areas. Ordinary falls pose little threat, provided that one does not twist an ankle. Given the smoothness of the ice, injuries from falls are quite rare. As Xiao Weiguo approached on his tricycle, Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong waved eagerly from the shore. Upon parking, Xiao Weiguo retrieved 4 small ice sleds from the cart for the girls to enjoy, having hastily taken them from the larger sled during his recent fishing trip. Among the 5 girls accompanying Xiao Weiguo was Qin Weihua, alongside the 4 daughters of Grandpa Li, each possessing names imbued with a distinctive cultural essence: Ingdi, Zhaodi, Shidi, and Pundi. These names reflect Grandpa Li's profound aspirations for his sons. Initially, both Grandpa Qin and Grandpa Li were reluctant to allow the girls out late at night. But Qin Weihua, feeling stifled, insisted vehemently on bringing the Li sisters along. The sisters, too, were eager for a night of fun, as they seldom witnessed fireworks throughout the year. With the new year approaching, and knowing that Weiguo would be setting off fireworks with his friends to ensure their safety, the 4 sisters, albeit reluctantly, decided to join Xiao Weiguo and Qin Weihua. Grandpa Li harbored reservations, but felt compelled to acquiesce for the sake of Grandpa Qin's reputation. He could not outright refuse the girls' outing with the boys, as that would undermine Grandpa Qin's dignity. Furthermore, he deemed Weiguo to be a trustworthy companion, confident that his presence would deter any ill-intentioned individuals from troubling his daughters. Xiao Weiguo and his companions lacked ice skates. While rentals were available during the day at the park, they had closed for the night as people returned home for the New Year festivities. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunfan and Su Debo, along with other youths from the courtyard, skated in the lake's center, while a few individuals skated in the distance. The 6 girls near Xiao Weiguo divided into 4 sleds, gliding along the edge of the lake, their joyful cries and laughter resonating in the night. They took turns sitting and pushing one another. The girls seldom utilized ice picks. Li Yongjun found himself pulled onto a larger sled by Li Yonghong, with his casted leg protruding. As Li Yonghong pushed her brothers back vigorously, the sled shot forward, eliciting startled cries from Li Yongjun, while Li Yonghong laughed heartily as she followed suit. It had been quite some time since the siblings had engaged in such playful antics, as they usually enjoyed their time with him pushing her. The joy of skating is a sensation that those who have never experienced it cannot fully comprehend. The thrill is irresistible, and amidst laughter and exuberance, the skaters find themselves lost in the moment, unburdened by any other thoughts. Xiao Weiguo did not partake in the festivities, despite his fondness for ice skating, which he cherished both in this life and the previous one. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of the carefree innocence that typically accompanies youthful play, although he appeared to be in his teenage years. Internally, he had long since relinquished many of the impulsive desires typical of youth, as well as the simple pursuit of thrills. While Xiao Weiguo refrained from skating himself, he found great amusement in observing others revel in the sport. The exuberance of youthful spirits was always profoundly moving. The sight of others laughing heartily upon the ice inevitably brought a smile to his own face. Ice skating demanded considerable physical exertion, and laughter too consumed energy. Zhao Yunlan, feeling somewhat fatigued, waved to Zhao Yunfan and glided away from the crowd toward Xiao Weiguo. Upon noticing Zhao Yunlan approaching the shore, Xiao Weiguo went to the edge of the lake, assisting her by offering his arm to help her sit at the edge of a tricycle. Following closely behind, Zhao Yunfan and Su Debeos also took their seats on the tricycle. Zhao Yunfan was expectedly at ease, being Zhao Yunlan's brother. But Xiao Weiguo suspected that the affable Su Debeos harbored feelings for Zhao Yunlan. Such interest was entirely reasonable. A girl as beautiful as Zhao Yunlan would undoubtedly attract attention in any era, and it would be unusual if she were without a handful of admirers. As Zhao Yunlan leaned back, her hand brushed against an object within the tricycle's compartment. She could not discern what it was, for Xiao Weiguo had covered the fireworks with a burlap sack, allowing the girls to use it as a seat. Even a glance backward did not reveal the full display of the fireworks. "What is this?" she inquired. "Fireworks," Xiao Weiguo replied, delight glimmering in his voice. "You plan to set off fireworks here?" With a smile, Xiao Weiguo nodded in affirmation. Chapter 59. Fireworks. Upon learning of Xiao Weiguo's intention to set off fireworks in the park, Su Debeos was filled with excitement. There is no man, regardless of age, who can resist the allure of fireworks, especially with Zhao Yunlan present. The scene was simply too romantic. Su Debeos eagerly turned to Xiao Weiguo and Zhao Yunhang, exclaiming, "Let me handle this. I want to set them off. Yunhang, help me move the supplies." Xiao Weiguo quickly intervened, saying, No, absolutely not. We cannot set them off now. They must wait until midnight. You two go enjoy yourselves. I have plenty here. When the time comes, I will call for you, and we shall set them off together." "Midnight, indeed. Very well, we shall wait," Su de Beos agreed cheerfully. After a brief respite, Su de Beos and Zhao Yunfan returned to the ice to play, while Zhao Yunlan chose to remain with Xiao Weiguo, watching several girls skate. Why aren't you joining them? Is it because you lack skates? You could wear mine, though I'm unsure if they will fit, she offered. I do not wish to skate. You all go ahead. I am content to watch, he replied with a smile. Zhao Yunlan touched the tricycle, asking, Are you worried about losing your things? You should go have fun. I will keep an eye on them for you. Xiao Weiguo shook his head, smiling. I truly do not want to skate. I'm not being polite. If you wish to skate, I can call Li Yonghong over to accompany you. Realizing that Xiao Weiguo was sincere in his disinterest, Zhao Yunlan nodded. All right then. I will skate for a little while. Let us set off the fireworks together when I return. Of course, I will call for you when the time comes. Yonghong, come back. Li Yonghong wheeled Zhao Yunlan away, only for the roles to soon reverse, with Zhao Yunlan now pushing Li Yonghong. Laughter filled the air as two families, starkly different in character and background, found joy in each other's company. Time seemed to fly as they indulged in their merriment. Before long, the clock struck midnight, prompting those who had ventured out to begin their journey home. Midnight was the time for dumplings, an essential tradition in this era where culinary delights reigned supreme. As the hour approached, Xiao Weiguo stood up and waved, drawing the attention of those nearby, for only their group remained on the ice. Is it time to release them? Su Debo inquired. Yes, let us proceed, Xiao Weiguo replied. He had previously purchased several thousand yuan worth of fireworks, aside from a few small ones and some firecrackers. He had brought the majority with him. The sight of the car filled to the brim with fireworks elicited cheers from everyone. Although they were unfamiliar with the packaging, they recognized the patterns and inscriptions. In the world Xiao Weiguo came from, the use of fireworks had largely been banned, yet some manufacturers continued operations. With delivery trucks arriving incessantly, the quality of the fireworks was exceptional, and their prices were reasonable. Most importantly, the packaging bore no expiration dates or manufacturer details, merely instructions for use and the names of the products, allowing him to transport them without concern. Dozens of cubic and rectangular fireworks were arranged on the ice, and Xiao Weiguo meticulously verified that they were positioned correctly, easing his worries. His concerns were unfounded, as many from the courtyard were adept at handling fireworks, including cannons and mortars. Let us ignite them, he announced. A few young men eagerly approached with cigarettes to light the fuses. Some, upon seeing the fuses ignite, instinctively ducked and retreated, while others, emboldened, lit one firework and sought to ignite another. Boom! The first firework soared into the sky. Crack! A pink explosion illuminated the night. Gasps of wonder erupted from the crowd. Such splendid fireworks were a rarity in this era, with few willing to spend substantial sums for the finest displays. Children most often played with firecrackers that burst upon impact with the ground, as well as small firecrackers in red and green, commonly known as little electric cannons. They also enjoyed the sky monkeys on bamboo sticks and the whip-like firecrackers, sometimes referred to as whip of joy. The ground-dwelling mice, flying saucers, and buzzing bees were other favorites, spinning and soaring into the air upon ignition. Adults typically favored larger firecrackers, two-stage rockets, and the most beautiful of all, the peacock's tail, which shot sparks into the sky. However, the fireworks of this time were modest in size, primarily due to economic constraints, with basic sustenance a challenge. Who among them could afford to lavishly purchase fireworks for entertainment? Yet on this night, they were indeed those who had indulged, reveling in their joy. The sounds of explosions, bang, 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 echoed continuously, followed by a flurry of fireworks racing toward the heavens, filling the sky with a dazzling display. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, as fireworks of various colors burst forth in the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle that instantly captivated numerous crowds watching from their yards. In later generations, with increased wealth, fireworks were crafted with equal investment. A larger firework could last approximately a minute. Once the first wave finished, several boys rushed over to ignite the remaining unexploded ones, with one overly eager individual even tripping in his haste. The girls joined in the festivities as well. Xiao Weiguo had purchased several types of small fireworks, intended for his son, but ultimately, his son did not partake, and the fireworks were distributed among the group. The fairy wands were the most favored by the girls, beautiful, safe, and with an appealing name. Each box contained 100 sticks, and Xiao Weiguo had over a dozen boxes. After 2 more rounds of fireworks, A few were given to Su Debo and his companions to take back to the courtyard for their enjoyment. The 21st century specialty fireworks Gatling had only two, one each for Su Debo and Zhao Yunfan, who thoroughly relished the experience, while others, as spectators, cheered from the sidelines. Xiao Weiguo decided it was time to return, otherwise, the parents of the girls in their courtyard would likely seek him out. The small fireworks had been shared among everyone, leaving only a few larger ones, with some enormous firework shells measuring a foot in diameter. A giant steel pipe, slightly over a foot in inner diameter, had been prepared for this purpose on Xiao Weiguo's tricycle. The steel pipe was secured upright at the water's edge with screws affixed to a massive steel plate, and it was tied to the tricycle with wire to prevent it from toppling. Slowly, the firework shell was placed inside, the fuse ignited, and everyone retreated to a safe distance. Boom! The deafening roar of the firework shell launching resonated, causing the ground to tremble. The explosion echoed like a muted thunderclap in the sky, leaving Xiao Weiguo and his companions' ears ringing from the shock. This earth-shattering sound was likely heard by half of Beijing. With a crash, the fireworks erupted, producing a sound akin to the drawing of a curtain, followed by the sky opening up like a gigantic umbrella, filling a large portion of the heavens with red stars. The red stars flickered before transforming into green, which then shifted to blue, followed by purple, white, and finally gold. The golden stars morphed into shooting stars, trailing long tails as they descended from the sky. The scene above was as enchanting as a fairyland. Yet Xiao Weiguo swallowed hard and hurriedly untied the wire and unscrewed the pipe to move it back onto the tricycle. Seeing Xiao Weiguo's actions, others rushed to assist him, while the remaining individuals began to pack their belongings. Although the beauty of the fireworks was undeniable, the noise was overwhelmingly loud, akin to the firing of heavy artillery. As children, it was entirely natural for them to feel a bit frightened, and they prepared to make their swift exit home for an early rest. Chapter 60. The Lantern Festival. The New Year festivities commenced with the vigil on New Year's Eve, followed by the New Year greetings on the first day, visiting the maternal home on the second day, and visiting distant relatives on the fifth day, culminating in the Lantern Festival, which marked the official end of the celebrations. Each day leading up to the Lantern Festival was meticulously planned, revolving around visiting relatives and friends, reuniting with loved ones, engaging in matchmaking, and celebrating together. In this era, workers resumed their duties as early as the third day of the Lunar New Year, adhering to a 6-day workweek with only 3 days off for the festivities. Yet, factories maintain a strict 8-hour workday, and even during working hours, the tasks assigned to ordinary workers remain relatively light and leisurely. The extent to which workers exert themselves largely depends on their willingness, unless one harbors ambitions of becoming a model employee or a labor hero. The majority tend to fulfill only the tasks assigned by the factory, which is a common phenomenon among workers in many factories. This lack of motivation is one of the reasons many factories swiftly lose their competitive edge in a market economy. While the factory is ablaze with light, a different scene unfolds outside. Beginning on the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, teams from neighboring villages gather to pay New Year visits to various workplaces and factories, seeking red envelopes and gifts of cigarettes and candy, while the factories themselves relish the festive atmosphere. The visiting teams before the New Year are typically small in number, but from the 5th to the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, the situation changes dramatically, featuring dragon and lion dances, stilt walkers, and folk dances. Each group is accompanied by a musical ensemble, with traditional instruments such as drums, suona, sheng, gongs, and cymbals, all aimed at creating a lively ambience. This year's festivities are particularly exuberant, with throngs of people lining the streets daily. The winds of reform and opening up have begun to make their mark, with vendors peddling their wares along the roadsides. Among the array of snacks, one can find candied fruits on skewers, primarily hawthorn and apples, along with other treats like sweet osmanthus, yam beans, dried apricots, walnuts, water chestnuts, and tangerines. Other snacks include fruit leather, rice balls, popcorn, peanuts, sunflower seeds, ice pops, North Pole soda, sesame wafers, sweet rice sticks, sour 3-color treats, butter cookies, chestnut porridge, steamed cakes, mung bean cakes, candied chestnuts, white rabbit milk candies, nougat, popcorn, colorful striped candies, sour plum powder, fig snacks, peach crisps, cream ice pops, and hawthorn slices. Hot foods abound as well, such as fried shrimp chips, roast duck, freshly made fried sauce noodles, deep-fried dough rings served with sour bean juice, and skewers of fried intestines and tripe, typically enjoyed with dipping sauces. This style of skewered food, which is relatively clean and sanitary, might well be the precursor to the popular skewered dishes of the future, especially in an era devoid of advanced technology and harsh labor practices. As the winds of reform blow, small vendors take notice and spring into action. Although many ordinary citizens still look down on them, those who once sold tea from large bowls may find themselves millionaires in a few years, even establishing their own trading companies. Likewise, those engaged in small businesses can amass considerable wealth if they persist, marking the beginning of societal transformation that cannot be denied. Today marks the Lantern Festival, the most festive day of the year, and Xiao Weiguo, along with his eagerly awaited companions, sets out to enjoy the lively street scene. Once again, they gather to watch the fireworks, but this time, Xiao Weiguo opts not to ride his bicycle, for the streets are teeming with people, and his large tricycle would undoubtedly become ensnared in the throngs. Candied hawthorn. Stop the vendor selling candied hawthorn. He calls out. Ah, here it comes. The vendor of candied hawthorn turned around upon hearing someone call for him, and the man carrying a straw target immediately approached Xiao Weiguo. How much for a skewer of candied fruit? He inquired. For the small skewers of mountain hawthorn, it's 2 cents. The larger ones are 3 cents. The apples are 20 cents, the oranges also 3 cents, and the yam beans are 1 cent per skewer. The candied hawthorn consisted of a skewer piercing through a dozen or so hawthorn berries, while the apple version featured a larger and a smaller apple on a single skewer. Though Winter did not lack oranges, he was unsure where the vendor had procured the diminutive apples. Although they were few in number, their rarity was notable, showcasing the vendor's skill. Are the fruits all fresh? Xiao Weiguo's greatest concern when consuming candied hawthorn was discovering worms halfway through. During these times, pesticide use was infrequent, making worm-infested fruit a common occurrence, which was the true essence of organic produce. In contrast to the fruits and vegetables of later generations, which appeared plump and flawless, devoid of scars or blemishes, one must question the authenticity of such claims to be organic. The vendor, unfazed by Xiao Weiguo's inquiry, asserted, not at all. I only select the finest. How about each of you take a skewer? With so many people present, the vendor's eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning the sale of 7 or 8 skewers in one go. Very well, I would like a skewer of large red fruit and a skewer of oranges. Are the oranges sweet or sour? Xiao Weiguo asked. Sweet, of course. How could they be sour? I will pick the 2 largest for you. However, Xiao Weiguo remained skeptical of the vendor's assurances. No seller would admit to selling sour oranges, and the truth could only be revealed through tasting. He accepted 2 skewers and turned to the others. What would you like? Hurry up, today I'm treating. Upon hearing that Xiao Weiguo was treating, Qin Weihua immediately responded with a smile. Then I shall indulge in the more expensive option. I want an apple skewer. Go ahead and choose for yourself. Yongjun, Yonghong, and you 4 sisters, come quickly to select your skewers. Li Yonghong was also swept up in the day's festive spirit, although she still struggled to meet anyone's gaze. The excitement on her face was undeniable. Brother, what will you have? I'll have the large red fruit. Choose what you wish. MHM. Li Yonghong lowered her head and walked over to pluck 2 skewers of large red fruit from the straw target. The siblings shared a close bond with Xiao Weiguo, never engaging in false politeness. Indeed, Xiao Weiguo himself had never understood the concept of courtesy. The 4 Li sisters were a different story. Having never tasted the food of others, they had been raised with great care despite their family's poverty. The eldest sister, Li Yingdi, was the first to speak. Weiguo, you all enjoy your food. We shall not partake. Sister Yingdi, you cannot refuse me this small courtesy. It's a rare opportunity for me to treat you. Yonghong, please get each of the sisters a skewer of large red fruit. All right, so that's 4 more skewers, yes? I'll fetch them for you. Just as the vendor was about to reach for the skewers, Qin Weihua intervened, saying, No, vendor, please don't move. We will serve ourselves. You only select the smaller ones. Yonghong, let us choose together. Weihua, Yonghong, don't take it. We aren't eating. Weiguo, don't buy. The 4 sisters stepped forward to prevent Qin Weihua and Li Weihong from taking the candied hawthorns. However, Xiao Weiguo paid them no heed, handing his candied hawthorn to Li Yongjun, counting out the money and passing it to the vendor. After the vendor counted it once more, he promptly retrieved 4 large sticks of bright red candied hawthorns and urged, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, they'll chase you for a refund. Brother, you are this. The vendor gave a thumbs up, shouldered his straw target, and disappeared into the crowd, skillfully maneuvering away. Weiguo, why are you spending money recklessly? I told you we aren't eating. If you buy it, you eat it yourself. When we say we aren't eating, we mean it. Chapter 61. The concept of preemptive spending. Li Yingdi and Li Zhaodi chased after Xiao Weiguo, reprimanding him for his thoughtless expenditure. They were prudent girls who understood the value of a well-managed life. Though Xiao Weiguo's intention to treat them was noble, they could not accept his generosity, as they could not afford it and did not wish to burden him with unnecessary expenses. Xiao Weiguo stuffed the candied hawthorns into Li Weihong's hands, gesturing for her to pass them to the Li sisters, then, covering his ears, turned and ran ahead. Unfortunately, the slower-moving Li Weihong found herself besieged by her 4 sisters. Yonghong, you cannot allow Weiguo to squander money like this. Exactly. The 3 of you don't earn any money. What will you do when the money runs out? Yes. It's not easy for Weiguo to save money while working in the countryside. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend it in the future. Yonghong, has Weiguo resolved his work with your brother? If not, perhaps you could send him to work with my father. After all, he has a car. Upon seeing Li Weihong holding 5 sticks of candied hawthorn with a pitiful expression, Qin Weihua approached, smiling, eager to mediate. Unlike the Li sisters, she was not oblivious to the situation. She took 4 sticks from Li Weihong's hands and handed them to the youngest, Pan Di, saying, Yingdi, you should focus on your own marriage matters. Xiao Weiguo has plenty of money. He is merely treating you to a candied hawthorn. Why scold Yonghong? In our entire alley, perhaps even all of East City, there is no one wealthier than him. Yonghong, tell them, does Weiguo not have several thousand yuan? Though her voice was low, the 4 sisters heard her clearly, as it was directed at them. However, how could they believe such words? What did you say? Several thousand. Is that real money? Are you certain those several thousand notes aren't adorned with the image of the Jade Emperor? And are they truly Weiguo's? The Li sisters were taken aback by Qin Weihua's preceding words, their 5 pairs of eyes fixated on Li Weihong, 4 of which held a curious glimmer. Li Weihong remained silent, lost in thought. Qin Weihua leaned closer, whispering, speak up. How much does he really have? Just tell us quietly. We promise not to tell anyone. Li Weihong pouted, thinking, with 5 of you here, is that not enough? She shook her head and quietly replied, I can't tell you. Feigning a fierce demeanor, Qin Weihua asked, what did you say? Why can't you tell me? This is Brother Weiguo's secret. No one can speak of it. Not being able to say it means you know, right? Do you know why you can't let me in on it? Li Yonghong shook her head. You little girl, I just defended you, and now you refuse to tell me. I will ask him myself. Qin Weihua hurried to catch up with Xiao Weiguo, while the 4 sisters of the Li family pulled Li Yonghong along in pursuit. As for Li Yongjun, despite his leg being suspended, he swiftly moved forward with the aid of the 2 cork crutches that Xiao Weiguo had made for him, keeping pace with Xiao Weiguo in the lead. Xiao Weiguo, what is it? Li Yonghong is angry with me. Oh, how curious. Yonghong can get angry now. That's quite the news. What are you talking about? Li Yongjun, quickly manage your sister. She is being dishonest with me. I am not. Li Yonghong interjected as she caught up. There is. I am not. All right, you are not. That suffices. You are not allowed to interject again. Then she whispered, Xiao Weiguo, did you make several thousand from selling fish? Xiao Weiguo bit down on the last hawthorn berry, casually discarding the stick as he asked, why do you want to know that? Just say whether it's true or not. Just reveal what you intend to do. If you don't answer, it implies consent. Seeing Xiao Weiguo's silence, Qin Weihua seized his arm, feigning innocence. Xiao Weiguo, lend me some money, would you? Xiao Weiguo's brows finally knitted together. He was not worried about these young ladies discovering his wealth. It was already 1980, and this year, the wealthiest individual in the country had amassed a fortune of 1.9 billion. Numerous households had emerged with wealth exceeding 10,000. In this new era, he was untroubled by the thought of others knowing about his finances. So why did Xiao Weiguo frown? It was because Qin Weihua sought to borrow money from him, and particularly because she was a girl. In this era, a household with men would overshadow women, and without a male figure, women often struggled to secure loans, as their repayment capacity was perceived as weaker. Moreover, when women sought money, they risked changing for the worse, often spiraling into misfortune. In later generations, society became increasingly materialistic, and even terms like young married women and female university students, once imbued with positivity, took on different connotations. Thus, his expression soured. What do you need the money for? Noticing Xiao Weiguo's discontent, Qin Weihua expressed her grievance. You miser. If you won't lend it, why speak to me with such a grim face? Then tell me what you need it for. If I don't say, will you still refuse to lend it? If you don't say, I will go to Qin Dage and tell him you've caused trouble and need money to settle it. Qin Weihua's eyes widened in shock, her voice rising in indignation. Xiao Weiguo, you can't say such things. How dare you make such accusations? Will you tell me the reason or not? If you insist, I will. She was genuinely worried that Xiao Weiguo might speak carelessly. Although Qin Dage and his wife appeared kind, if Xiao Weiguo misled them, Aunt Qin would surely give her a stern lecture. Speak. I want to buy a wool coat from the friendship store. It looks so nice. One of my classmates has one. Really? Just for a coat. And you're being so secretive about borrowing money? Why not just ask Qin Dage? I can't. They definitely won't buy it for me. Why not? That coat costs over 300 yuan. What? How much? Over 300? The other 6 individuals exclaimed in unison. Xiao Weiguo was not surprised, for in the future, garments worth several thousand could be found aplenty. However, he was astonished that Qin Weihua, this girl, was willing to spend such a substantial amount on clothing in this era. The others were different. To them, purchasing a few meters of fabric for a few yuan was quite satisfactory. Spending over 100 yuan on a summer dress seemed outrageous. And the thought of acquiring a piece of clothing for over 300 yuan, Qin Weihua's forward-thinking approach to consumption was even more astonishing than their knowledge that Xiao Weiguo possessed several thousand yuan. Chapter 62. Training Qin Weihua to tears. Qin Weihua's avant-garde consumption perspective profoundly shocked everyone. 300 yuan for an item that would soon wear out? Was this girl not out of her mind? While Xiao Weiguo could accept such a price, he too struggled to comprehend Qin Weihua's actions. At that time, a 10-inch black and white television cost around 300 to 400 yuan, an amount that a worker would have to save for an entire year without any sustenance. A bicycle ranged from 100 to 170 yuan. Yet, what were these two items? They were substantial household appliances. In rural areas, possessing both signified affluence. Even in cities, it was rare for a household to own a television. If a family acquired one, the entire neighborhood would be abuzz, with crowds gathering daily to watch television. The owner, reluctant to let dust settle on their precious device, would cover it with a large piece of corduroy. To spend the amount meant for a television on clothing? If word got out, one would undoubtedly be labeled a spendthrift. If it coincided with the age of marriage, finding a partner would likely become impossible. Such funds were something Xiao Weiguo could never borrow. Otherwise, he would face the wrath of the Qin family. To borrow or not to borrow? No. Miser, Xiao Weiguo, you are becoming increasingly stingy. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Uncle Wayman to purchase it for you. No, you cannot tell him. Why not? If you wish to buy clothes, isn't it right for him, as an older brother, to assist you? No, you cannot inform him. He will surely scold me if he finds out. He won't. I will try to make him hit you. Why waste words when action can be taken? Qin Weihua was genuinely infuriated, shouting at Xiao Weiguo. Xiao Weiguo, are you insane? Do you enjoy watching me make a fool of myself? Xiao Weiguo gazed intently into Qin Weihua's eyes and earnestly replied, do you truly understand the nature of your actions? Grandpa Qin earns a mere 300 yuan a year. Do you intend for him and Grandma Qin to go without food for an entire year just for a piece of clothing? How have you become so vain? Are you still the same Qin Weihua I once knew, the tomboyish girl? Have you read the emperor's new clothes? A person of true strength does not need external adornments. Otherwise, they merely expose their hollow interior. Forget it. I have no right to dictate your choices. From now on, work hard to earn your own money to buy what you desire. Spending your own money will bring you peace of mind. Qin Weihua was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Xiao Weiguo's sudden reprimand in front of so many neighbors and friends. Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and indignation, tears streamed down her face. She had not contemplated the future. She merely found the garment exquisite, and since her classmates possessed it, she desired it too. Nothing more than the whims and yearnings of a young girl. Yet, the thought of burdening her elderly parents to save for an entire year without sustenance for the sake of one dress weighed heavily on her heart. Upon witnessing Qin Weihua in tears, Li Yonghong gently tapped Xiao Weiguo with her fingertip, indicating he ought to be reprimanded. In a hushed tone, Li Yonghong remarked, Weiguo. Weihua was merely expressing herself. How could you speak to her that way? The 4 daughters of Grandpa Li did not perceive any fault in Xiao Weiguo. Yet Qin Weihua had not genuinely intended to purchase such an expensive dress. There was still room for redemption. Besides, it was not quite appropriate for her to weep in public, prompting them to comfort her. Weihua, do not cry. Weiguo meant no harm. He merely misapplied his good intentions. so do not hold it against him. Furthermore, a garment costing over 300 was indeed exorbitant. It was hardly worth it. You are so beautiful. You would look lovely in anything. There is no need to spend excessively on such an expensive dress. What kind of garment could possibly warrant such a price? It is simply outrageous. Indeed, Weihua, let us not dwell on this. We should not cry. Weihua, cease your tears. People are watching us. The potency of this remark struck Qin Weihua deeply. Her tear-filled eyes scanned her surroundings, and upon noticing the glances directed at them, her cheeks flushed crimson. Forgetting her sorrow, she wiped her tears and departed. The sisters of the Li family followed suit, while Xiao Weiguo, feeling somewhat rattled, exclaimed, I am utterly distressed. Must she cry so easily? Did I truly err? I merely spoke a few truths. Qin Weihua had not strayed far when she overheard Xiao Weiguo's words, prompting her to storm back with fervor. Xiao Weiguo, just wait. I shall tell my father and elder brother that you bullied me today and made me cry, and they shall teach you a lesson. Well, I must recount the entirety of today's events to them. Let us see whom they believe, me or you. Furious, Qin Weihua stomped her foot and shouted, Xiao Weiguo, you scoundrel. You only know how to torment me. Stop, stop. Do not speak so carelessly. Your words may lead to misunderstandings. Xiao Weiguo, what do you want? What is it? Do you intend to strike me? Yes, I am going to hit you today. I wager you lack the resolve. Watch me. Ah, you mad woman. You truly intend to hit me. Dare you speak further? Stop, stop. Have you taken me for a drum, pounding so hard? Eventually, Qin Weihua ceased her assault. Although her strength was minimal, and her winter clothing cushioned the impact, Xiao Weiguo feigned pain, exclaiming, this beating cannot go unpunished. Each punch is worth 50 yuan. 5 punches total 200. No, given our familiarity, I shall offer you a discount. Let us settle on 200, and I shall seek the funds from Grandpa Qin. Having exchanged blows and released their pent-up emotions, Qin Weihua feigned a fierce demeanor. Should you speak again, I shall strike you once more. No more words. I shall refrain in the future. It is unbearable to have such trivial matters turn into tears. I have apologized. Is that not enough? Merely words will not suffice. You must demonstrate your contrition through actions. Actions? What do you propose? Shall I bow before you? Xiao Weiguo mimicked the gestures of Chen Shaoer from a comedic skit, feigning a bow of reverence, eliciting laughter from those nearby. At that time, people had yet to be exposed to much comedy. The Spring Festival gala skits would not permeate households for a few more years. Xiao Weiguo's deliberate imitation of a sycophantic eunuch from a television drama brought amusement to everyone present. Li Yongjun jested, yes, Weihua, let Weiguo bow to you. If you're not satisfied with one, he can bow again. Come now, with crutches, what is this nonsense? A good brother must uphold loyalty. If there's to be a bow, you must join him, replied another. I shan't bow. I have done nothing to provoke Weihua, protested the brother. Come on, you should bow too, otherwise. It would be quite awkward for brother Weiguo, urged another. Get lost, Li Yonghong. You truly lack conscience. If Weiguo bows and feels embarrassed, it would be fine for you to do it, right? Laughter erupted from the onlookers. All right, enough of your squabbling. I am not a feudal landlord from the old society, so you need not act as devoted sons and grandsons. Xiao Weiguo, if you wish to atone, let it be in a tangible manner, with your wealth. Treating us all to a feast would not be excessive, said another. Xiao Weiguo quickly seized the opportunity, grinning. Of course, that's no problem. Today, I shall treat everyone, from one end of the street to the other. Does that suffice? Upon hearing this, Qin Weihua's spirits lifted, and she exclaimed, You said it. Ladies, let us go indulge. However, the 4 daughters of Li Dai remained somewhat reserved. While they enjoyed the playful banter, they felt uncomfortable accepting food bought by Xiao Weiguo. As he filled plastic bags with various snacks from the stalls, they hesitated to partake. Li Yonghong nudged the sisters and whispered, Do not be polite. Brother Weiguo is genuinely wealthy, more than Weihua said. Enjoy, and you can treat him in return when you earn your own money. He has a quick temper. Otherwise, he might get upset. After some contemplation, the 4 sisters gradually relaxed their reservations, silently deciding to invite Xiao Weiguo for a meal in the future to repay him for today's treats. Later, they unexpectedly encountered Xiao Jiebai and his 2 sisters. The group continued to eat and play until the afternoon, their hands never empty of food throughout the day. When they returned home, remnants of snacks were left in their plastic bags. Xiao Weiguo estimated he had spent merely 27 yuan and 80 cents, marveling at the affordability of goods during that time. Chapter 63. The commencement of work in this parallel world, resembling the 1970s and 1980s of the past, holidays were scarce. The Spring Festival granted only 3 days off, and there was no holiday for the Lantern Festival. During their Lantern Festival outing, Xiao Weiguo and his companions observed that most of the crowd comprised the unemployed and youth. The end of the Lantern Festival signified the return to work for everyone: students to school, farmers preparing for spring sowing, and workers adhering to their 9-to-5 routines. Xiao Weiguo also returned to the recycling station. Starting from the 16th day of the first lunar month, he had been working for several consecutive days. Initially, he found the cold unbearable and was reluctant to start work so early, but Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong were insistent. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, the brother and sister rose at around 5 or 6 o'clock, attending to their morning routines and preparing breakfast while tidying up the house. They even roused the reluctant Xiao Weiguo from his slumber. In truth, they had intended to embark on this venture as early as the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, but Xiao Weiguo was not inclined to do so. The frigid weather, coupled with the festive season, made it imperative for him to preserve the precious holiday break he had scarcely attained. Thus, he cleverly invoked the need to select an auspicious date for the business's opening as a means to dissuade them. The siblings, without suspicion, simply inquired as to when such a propitious day might be, to which Xiao Weiguo vaguely replied that it was the 16th. What folly it would be to collect scrap during the festive season. His involvement in the scrap business was twofold, partly to earn a modest income, and partly to maintain a facade of respectability. He was not yet contemplating the notion of amassing great wealth through scrap collection. Such an endeavor would undermine his identity as a time traveler. His true intention was to use scrap collection as a pretext to acquire antiques and jade artifacts for future investments. While trading in scrap metal and copper was acceptable, akin to his previous endeavors, he was acutely aware that he could not rely on this as his primary source of income. Although the industry was indeed a burgeoning market, his limited energy compelled him to prioritize his academic aspirations over the endless pursuit of scrap. On the day of their opening, Xiao Jiaba was already waiting outside the collection station, lamenting their tardiness and boasting that he had arrived shortly after 5. Ultimately, amidst the eager anticipation of all, Xiao Weiguo set out on his tricycle. Xiao Jiaba proved to be an industrious assistant, working diligently and calling out with fervor, "Scrap collection." After 7 or 8 days, his voice had grown hoarse. To their astonishment, Xiao Weiguo's scrap business flourished beyond their expectations, despite initially offering low prices and subsequently reducing them further. The residents exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, leaving Xiao Weiguo and Xiao Jiaba perplexed. It was only a few days later, during a conversation with his mother, that Xiao Jiaba uncovered the truth behind their success. It was their provision of cash that attracted customers. Most households, at that time, possessed few valuable items, and the quantity was often insufficient to warrant a trip to the state-run recycling station. Consequently, those who traversed the streets collecting scrap typically offered no cash, opting instead to exchange small items like matches and candles for the residents' discarded goods. Previously, Xiao Weiguo and Xiao Jiaba had not paid much attention to this aspect. As children, they would tirelessly transport scrap metal and glass to the distant state recycling station, well aware that the payments there were more generous. While they were familiar with mobile collection points exchanging matches for scrap, they were unaware that these collectors did not provide cash. It was no wonder that the elderly and housewives were eager for a cash-paying collector, now that they had discerned the underlying dynamics. Xiao Weiguo and his companions decided to procure some small items to enhance their offerings. Xiao Weiguo initially intended to run a longer distance daily while minimizing the collection of goods, primarily to procure some valuable items. However, Xiao Jibai disagreed. He accepted everything without hesitation. When the vehicle became overloaded, he simply followed behind, pushing a cart. After several days, Xiao Weiguo discovered that Xiao Jiabai was outperforming him. Unfazed by hardship or fatigue, he was unreserved in his salesmanship, bargaining meticulously with elderly women. Over the course of a few days, they accumulated a significant amount of discarded items: old newspapers, worn furniture, fine iron wires, broken basins, large bones, shattered glass, tattered felt, and toothpaste tubes. Virtually nothing was beyond their reach. While they had gathered a considerable quantity of goods, the earnings were dishearteningly slow. A full load of items could yield at most a mere 1 or 2 yuan. Even with their diligent efforts, they could only manage to retrieve 2 loads in a day. This meant that, despite their exhausting labor, they could earn no more than 4 yuan. and at times only a few dimes. Li Yongjun and his sister, along with Xiao Jiabai, were quite content, as this income far exceeded their initial expectations. In contrast, Xiao Weiguo felt dissatisfied, as the valuable items he had envisioned remained elusive. Moreover, with 4 individuals working, he and Xiao Jiabai were outside collecting. While Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong organized and classified the items at the collection station, also preparing lunch and dinner. The 4 of them, combined with the cost of meals, meant they hardly earned an average of 50 cents each per day. Although they had yet to hire workers, he felt compelled to compensate them. After all, it was unconscionable to expect labor without remuneration, a practice reminiscent of the exploitative landlords of the old society. Xiao Weiguo was anxious, yet he could not voice his concerns, fearing that the siblings and Xiao Jiabai would be frightened off upon learning of his intent to pay them. They had not considered asking him for money and likely worried that such a decision could lead to trouble. During dinner, Xiao Weiguo wore a troubled expression, lost in thought. After the meal, while Li Yonghong began to clear the dishes, Xiao Jiabai hesitantly interrupted his reverie. Weiguo? What is the matter? Xiao Weiguo replied, momentarily casting aside his worries to look at Xiao Jiabai with curiosity. You shouldn't go collecting junk tomorrow. I will go myself. Why not? My brother is coming tomorrow. Didn't you say you would help him weld a tricycle? He bought 3 bicycle tires. You have steel pipes, so I didn't let him buy any. Just let him buy from you. Xiao Weiguo initially wondered what was going on, only to recall that he had promised to assist Xiao Jiabai's brother with the welding before the new year. He had indeed forgotten about it, until reminded by Xiao Jiabai. He did have steel pipes, remnants from a batch of spare iron parts left over from the steel factory. Nonchalantly, he responded, why buy? I'll give him the steel pipes. No. You can't give them away, Weiguo. It must be bought. He spent 30 yuan on the tires. My parents gave him 150. Just use that money to help him out. In ordinary circumstances, purchasing a second-hand tricycle would cost over 200 yuan, while a newly manufactured one from a small workshop would require around 300. A quality vehicle from a reputable factory, depending on its size, might set one back 400 to 500 yuan. This contraption differs significantly from a bicycle. It serves as a vital tool for livelihood, warranting some families to sacrifice their savings to acquire one. What the young stutterer is unaware of is that his parents only allotted 150 yuan to his elder brother because they knew he had managed to save an additional 60 or 70 yuan. They hoped he could gather enough funds to assemble the vehicle. If that proved impossible, they could contribute a bit more. After all, with Xiao Weiguo's assistance, even if the quality of the tricycle was somewhat inferior, the prospect of reliable maintenance and after-sales service would still be assured. All right, have him come over tomorrow. We've been working for several days now. You deserve a day off to rest, suggested one of them. And no, that's not necessary, he stammered. As they spoke, the 4 of them made their way outside. Li Yonghong secured the heavy iron lock, and they had begun to grow accustomed to the sensation of walking home under the moonlight. Chapter 64. The tricycle. The art of seeking assistance is fraught with difficulty. It is challenging to find those who can lend a hand. Life is rife with obstacles, and many trials must be endured independently. It is only when one encounters hardship that they realize how few individuals are truly willing to assist. Most people can rely only on a handful of close friends or relatives, while some may struggle to find anyone at all to support them. The young stutterer's family had already enjoyed breakfast early that day. His father and elder brother had taken a day off, armed with a small net bag and 3 tires encased in snakeskin bags, as they eagerly followed the young stutterer to Xiao Weiguo's collection station. The formidable iron gate, adorned with a gleaming brass plaque inscribed with dark characters, revealed glimpses of the factory buildings and well-kept courtyard beyond its crevice. This was the first visit for Chao Guoxing and his father to the collection station. Frankly, anyone in the know would envy Xiao Weiguo for establishing such a substantial enterprise. Father, this collection station appears quite impressive, remarked Chao Guoxing. Indeed, it looks quite decent. I never expected that Weiguo's parents would pass away so early. Yet he has managed to establish himself so swiftly. This young man is indeed remarkable, replied his father. The young stutterer gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, filled with pride for being Xiao Weiguo's brother. When Xiao Weiguo and the Li siblings arrived, they immediately spotted the Chao father and son loitering outside the large iron gate. The young stutterer, who was striking a pose by himself, also caught sight of Xiao Weiguo and the others. Uncle Chao, Brother Guoxing, you're here so early, he exclaimed. Haha. Weiguo has arrived, came the reply. We have brought the tires. Please check if anything else is needed. If we are short, I can go buy more. Li Yonghong stated as he unlocked the gate. The young stutterer assisted in pushing open the heavy iron door, and the Xiao family followed Xiao Weiguo into the factory. The first order of business upon entering the factory each day is to stoke the fire. Xiao Weiguo had installed a stove within the factory, which they used for warmth and cooking. If the fire from the previous day had gone out, they would need to reignite it. Li Yonghong was responsible for this task daily, while the young stutterer would assist by fetching coal and disposing of the ash. When Xiao Weiguo and his companions returned from their tasks, Li Yongjun would help wash vegetables and prepare meals, although his leg remained somewhat inconvenient, making it difficult for him to transport items back and forth. Breakfast was not consumed in the recycling station, thus everyone found themselves with some leisure time. As for the tasks of kindling a fire or boiling water, neither Xiao Guoxing nor his father could lend a hand. However, when Xiao Jiabai was cleaning the tricycle, both Xiao Guoxing and his father offered their assistance. While others were busy, Xiao Weiguo retrieved the electric welder from the corner. Its design appeared somewhat futuristic compared to contemporary models. He had previously crafted a metal casing to securely lock the welder inside. The recycling station had once been a legitimate factory, and electricity was readily available. Connecting the wires, he set up a pre-prepared socket and began rummaging through the reserved metal pieces in the workshop. Amidst a cacophony of clanging sounds, others gathered to observe. Steel pipes were easy to find, along with angle iron and sheets of metal. There was even a rolled steel coil that resembled an oil drum, which could be flattened for use. All Xiao Guoxing needed was to construct an ordinary tricycle, requiring minimal materials. Ah, I just remembered. We're missing a set of gears and a chain. I forgot to remind you. Guoxing, you should visit the repair shop in the next couple of days, Xiao Weiguo mentioned. Are the parts from the 28 model available? Yes, indeed. Let us also get a bicycle bell and 3 bearings. That's all I need. I can manage the rest. Xiao Guoxing replied gleefully. I'll go buy them later. The place where I get the tires has them, and the mechanic is familiar with me. So the prices won't be inflated. Xiao's father chimed in jovially. Weigao, you can leave the vehicle matters to your uncle and Guoxing. We brought money today. Calculate how much these materials and your labor will cost, and I'll cover it. Li Yongjun, Li Yonghong, and the Xiao family members all turned their attention to Xiao Weiguo, who felt somewhat troubled. He truly didn't care about the cost of these materials, as they were merely scrap iron and held little value. As for his payment, he had never even considered it. Uncle, let us forego the payment. I hadn't thought about it at all. Besides, given my relationship with Guoqiang, accepting money would make things feel distant. Xiao's father was delighted by Xiao Weiguo's sentiment, but did not wish to take advantage of him. Haha, we must certainly pay you. You're still young and perhaps don't understand. Guoqiang mentioned that everything you use costs money. Even among brothers, it's important to keep accounts clear. I cannot take advantage of you. Your help in crafting the tricycle for Guoxing is the greatest favor you could do for me. Xiao Jiabai and Xiao Guoxing nodded in agreement. Without Xiao Weiguo's assistance, they would struggle to acquire a decent vehicle. Although they mentioned an old tricycle costing over 200, they did not wish for something too dilapidated, and they couldn't afford a better one. All right, I'll defer to your wishes. I won't accept payment. I'll charge you merely the scrap iron price for these materials. Once the frame is completed, we can weigh it to determine the cost. And any leftover scraps I can also sell. Xiao's father and Xiao Guoxing beamed with joy, while Xiao Jiabai began transporting the items Xiao Weiguo had gathered outside the courtyard, with Xiao's father and Xiao Guoxing also lending a hand. Essential tools such as cutting machines, angle grinders, electric drills, pliers, wrenches, and screwdrivers were readily available, all stored within Xiao Weiguo's space. With the help of everyone, he moved all the equipment outside the workshop. Using a pencil, he sketched a rough design on a piece of white paper, marking the dimensions. Having studied mechanical manufacturing in his previous life, drawing diagrams was merely a fundamental skill for him. Wearing sunglasses and gloves, the cutting machine roared to life, its abrasive noise echoing through the alley as the acrid smell of cutting metal began to permeate the air. Xiao Guoxing hurriedly dashed out of the recycling station to procure the items needed by Xiao Weiguo. The slightly stuttering youth felt he could offer no assistance, so he wheeled out a tricycle, preparing to resume his work. Xiao's father, feeling somewhat out of sorts while spending time with several younger relatives, noticed the youth preparing to collect scrap and voluntarily accompanied him to lend a hand. Having gained experience from the previous operation in the spatial realm, Xiao Weiguo found himself adept at manual tasks in reality, realizing that his experience there was more than mere job training. Sparks of gold flew as the cutting machine sliced through parts, captivating Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong. While Li Yongjun was primarily intrigued by Xiao Weiguo's manual dexterity, Li Yonghong, being more sensitive, was enchanted by the exquisite beauty of the metallic sparks. In just over 2 hours, Xiao Weiguo had nearly completed the necessary cuts. The tricycle required few components and had relatively lenient dimensional tolerances, allowing him to work swiftly. Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong made several trips into the factory, with Xiao Weiguo following once, primarily because it was too cold outside and they sought warmth from the furnace within. However, the large factory was less effective at retaining heat compared to the smaller buildings. This prompted Xiao Weiguo to consider constructing a few small structures at the recycling station, one of which could serve as a future workspace, though he resolved to postpone this plan until the warmer summer months. Yonghong, what's the matter, Weiguo Go? Stop looking. Go buy some vegetables and liquor. If you find meat, bring some back. Let us have Uncle Chow and Guoxing go over for lunch today. All right, I'm going to get the money. The four of them often ate in the factory, so they kept a small stash of money and ration tickets for emergencies. As the temporary steward, Li Yonghong carried a bit of cash and tickets, though she dared not carry too much, typically only a few dimes. I'll go tidy up the cabbage and potatoes. You can cook later. Your cooking is better than ours. Once Li Yongjun entered the factory, he was finally free from scrutiny. Xiao Weiguo stored the curled iron sheets in the spatial realm, along with 2 thick steel pipes. Within the space, the iron sheets unfurled under his control, while the 2 pipes pressed down on the sheets, rolling back and forth like rolling pins, quickly flattening them to a sufficient degree. In this realm, Xiao Weiguo exerted no physical effort. His mental focus sufficed, and the space facilitated his intentions, marking yet another successful endeavor. Chapter 65. Tricycle. Xiao Weiguo felt a pressing need to earn money. In this era, few understood the significance of wealth better than he, a traveler from another time. Thus, he was willing to undertake various tasks, even if it meant riding his tricycle through the streets daily to collect scrap. Xiao Weiguo, however, does not harbor a passion for this line of work. In the early days of the reform and opening up, collecting scrap might have indeed been a lucrative industry, requiring minimal investment with substantial returns, showcasing an extraordinarily high return on investment. Yet, Xiao Weiguo never intended to pursue this recycling business in the long term. From the outset of his entrepreneurial journey, he envisioned that after a few more years, once the external environment stabilized, he would promptly shift his career path, perhaps venturing into apparel sales, opening a supermarket, or launching an internet cafe. As long as the initial phase of development was stable, he believed that any subsequent endeavor would yield considerable profits. In contrast, Xiao Jiaba possesses a fulfilling family life. Although he struggles with a speech impediment and faces the challenges of a crowded household with many children, he is surrounded by loving parents and supportive siblings. Thus, while Xiao Jiaba shares a desire for wealth, it does not manifest as intensely as it does in Xiao Weiguo. He genuinely feels content with his life. His good friend has established a waste recycling station and has graciously provided him with a place to stay within its premises, which he finds immensely satisfying. The disparity in their mindsets at the same age can largely be attributed to their differing perceptions of societal development. Xiao Weiguo hails from a parallel world of the future, an era where monetary gain reigns supreme. In this future, a fortunate few and a multitude of protagonists are born winners. For many men, the pursuit of wealth becomes an arduous endeavor, leading to a grim realization of societal realities that culminates in disillusionment, apathy, and ultimately a life of mediocrity or despair. As for women, the most astute strive relentlessly for education, graduating from prestigious institutions to secure high-paying positions, often at the cost of their youth. Those with moderate intelligence seek out companions from ordinary backgrounds who are willing to invest in them. Meanwhile, less discerning women may entangle themselves with a multitude of backups, searching for affluent heirs. The most misguided rely on fleeting beauty bestowed by their parents, engaging in dubious activities such as live streaming or wearing attire that even the most unrefined would scorn, ultimately leading to their disgrace. Fortunate individuals do exist, some by birthright and others through diligent effort. Additionally, there are women in this future who thrive in harmony with their families, achieving mutual success. Xiao Weiguo believes these women deserve the title of blessings. Conversely, the world known to Xiao Jiaba is one where employment is provided by the state. Housing is allocated by the state, salaries are dispensed by the state, and marital unions are orchestrated by matchmakers. Thus, while wealth is undeniably essential for people in this era, its abundance or scarcity bears relatively little impact, perhaps merely a matter of frequency in meat consumption or the size of one's living space. Devoid of the stark contrast seen in Xiao Weiguo's future. At this juncture, Xiao Jiaba remains a simple soul, compliant with all arrangements made by the state and his family. Even if his future mirrors that of his brother, relegated to being a temporary worker in a small unit, he would have no objections. The fact that Xiao Weiguo can operate a recycling station and provide him with food and shelter within it represents a delightful surprise in life, and he feels deeply content. As for assisting Xiao Weiguo, he perceives this as his duty, relishing the work immensely. Each day, he can adhere to a routine akin to that of his father and elder brother, with provisions for meals and accommodations, a vehicle at his disposal, and freedom from stringent supervision, all while engaging with a diverse array of individuals. The young stutterer enjoys conversing, however, prior to this, aside from his family and Xiao Weiguo. Few would engage him patiently, finding dialogue with him a cumbersome effort. Xiao's father observed his second son throughout the morning. Although he seldom voiced it, he harbored a profound curiosity about whether his son would find a promising future alongside Xiao Weiguo. He pondered extensively. His second son's stutter was a considerable drawback. Despite his efforts to provide for him through middle school, the boy's academic performance was lackluster. He lacked the means to secure formal employment for both of his sons. Otherwise, Xiao Guoxing would not be relegated to temporary work at the coal yard. As both sons approached marriageable age, Xiao Guoxing at least had a temporary position and was otherwise unblemished, making the prospect of finding a spouse seem feasible, albeit challenging due to their modest background. In stark contrast, his second son, Xiao Guoqiang, faced a daunting dilemma. Unemployed and unskilled, the prospects of courting a partner seemed bleak. To Xiao's surprise, the young stutterer excelled in collecting scrap, employing his own unique methods despite often struggling to keep pace with the chatter of middle-aged women. Hire. Want it or not? No, that's not acceptable. Just like this. Is it acceptable? I don't want it. Go ask someone else. With these succinct phrases, he could leave sellers momentarily speechless. It was well known that the prices offered by Xiao Weiguo were attractive, which prompted sellers to engage with them. Though they also exchanged small items like matches, candles, needles, and buttons for scrap, even acquiring a box of matches represented a profitable gain, something the women valued highly. By midday, they had accumulated a full cart of assorted items, stacked high. Unlike Xiao Weiguo, who was more discerning, the young stutterer was willing to accept anything that could generate income. When Xiao Weiguo was present, however, he would reject items that were too few or unworthy, often resulting in a day's haul that barely filled a vehicle. Xiao's father, having witnessed various aspects of scrap collection but never delving deeply into it, found his curiosity piqued and inquired of the young stutterer, Guoqiang. Can this cart of goods yield any profit? It should be able to earn about a yuan, he replied. A yuan? From all this? Xiao was astounded. He had not anticipated that the often derided profession of collecting scrap could yield a profit of a yuan in merely one morning. Wouldn't that average to 2 yuan a day? Over a month, wouldn't that amount to 60 yuan? That was nearly equivalent to his 2-month salary. Yes, sometimes a cart can earn 2 yuan, but it has to contain valuable items, he clarified. 2 yuan? Xiao was utterly astonished. He calculated that even if Xiao Weiguo and his team encountered a cart that yielded 2 yuan only once every 3 days, they would still amass an additional 10 yuan in a month, equivalent to his 2-month wage. What if they encountered such opportunities more frequently? A level 8 worker earns merely over 90 yuan a month. With hundreds of millions across the nation, how many level 8 workers can emerge? Consider that Xiao Weiguo might encounter a situation selling for 2 yuan only after a week or even longer. Father Qiao felt somewhat relieved, though such a scenario would be nearly equivalent to his 2 months' wages. Father Qiao assisted the stuttering boy in pushing the cart up a small slope and, feeling slightly embarrassed, inquired, Guoqiang, has Weiguo mentioned paying you for your work? The stuttering boy turned back in surprise to glance at his father before resuming his task. Responding in a subdued tone, Weiguo, he mentioned it, but I don't want it. Why not? Father Qiao asked, astonished at his son's response. He will have to support the 4 of us for food and shelter. I cannot accept the money. Father Qiao pondered this reasoning. After all, Xiao Weiguo also had 4 people to care for, akin to an ordinary small family, with inevitable costs for sustenance and necessities. Additionally, the recycling station required funds for maintenance and utilities. His son had returned home with a new outfit before the new year, and with the family continuing to receive rations. The stuttering boy's stay at the recycling station effectively added 2 mouths to feed, significantly aiding the household. Thus, Father Xiao chose to remain silent. In truth, this consideration stemmed from their family's regard for Xiao Weiguo. If selfish individuals took their place, they would be indifferent to one's well-being, only concerned with their own gain. The stuttering boy had not finished speaking when he took a breath and continued in a cheerful tone. Weiguo said he wants to attend university. When he starts studying, I will work for him. At that time, I will demand my wages. After 3 years as an apprentice, I could become a formal employee, earning 36 yuan and 50 cents a month. 36 yuan and 50 cents? Isn't that the salary of a regular worker? My son could potentially become a formal employee. Although lacking official status, it was certainly commendable, as long as the income remained substantial. With this thought, Father Xiao felt invigorated and solemnly advised the stuttering boy, to earn a high salary, you must work diligently. There can be no cheating or cutting corners. The longer Weiguo operates the recycling station, the more secure your job will be. Weiguo is a man of principle. By assisting him in running the recycling station well, he will, in turn, support you. Yes, I understand, the boy replied. As the father and son returned, pushing a laden cart, Xiao Weiguo had completed all preparations for welding. Chapter 66. Happiness. Even Xiao Weiguo himself had not anticipated that, following the previous experience, the construction of a tricycle would proceed so swiftly this time. The materials purchased by Xiao Guoxing had also been brought back, and Xiao Weiguo planned to continue assembling the tricycle after lunch. At noon, the group gathered around the stove, each with a large bowl for their meal. Father Xiao and Xiao Guoxing felt somewhat embarrassed, believing they should not impose by dining there, but Xiao Weiguo insisted they stay, and thus they had no choice but to share the meal. After lunch, the stuttering boy accompanied Mr. Xiao to collect scrap materials once more. Today, Mr. Xiao's heart brimmed with fervor. His elder son's tricycle had finally found a resolution. Not only could he work temporarily, but as the weather warmed and the coal yard became relatively idle, he could also assist his son in seeking additional work to earn extra income. The stuttering boy's prospects were even brighter. There was hope for a future at Xiao Weiguo's recycling station, although he was disinterested in pursuing his studies. Once Xiao Weiguo returned to school, the station would become increasingly reliant on the stuttering boy. After all, apart from the stuttering boy, whom could Xiao Weiguo trust? By then, if the stuttering boy claimed he could earn 36 yuan and 50 cents a month, even if he did not reach such a salary level at that time, it would likely not be far from it. With heightened expectations for a better future, Mr. Xiao felt invigorated pedaling the tricycle. He had previously ridden Xiao Weiguo's tricycle when they borrowed it to deliver New Year gifts to their relatives, and the entire family had been quite pleased with the vehicle. Sturdy, beautiful, and spacious, every aspect seemed commendable. The only drawback was its weight, which made it somewhat laborious to ride. But this was a consequence of the solid materials used in its construction. For those engaged in physical labor, quality and durability were paramount. It was precisely because of this exemplary vehicle that they dared to place their trust in Xiao Weiguo. Xiao Weiguo, donning protective goggles, began welding the tricycle with a series of sparks flying. Xiao Guoxing and the siblings, Yongjun and Yonghong, were captivated by the glimmering sparks produced by the electric welding. Although they found it somewhat dazzling, Xiao Weiguo repeatedly instructed them to stand back to avoid eye injury, yet the trio would merely wander away only to return moments later. Growing increasingly irritated, Xiao Weiguo switched off the welding torch and admonished them. Are you all willing to sacrifice your eyesight? Keep staring, and you might go blind. Do you understand? Move away. Recognizing Xiao Weiguo's genuine anger, Li Yonghong immediately pouted, while Xiao Guoxing and Li Yongjun felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they had ignored Xiao Weiguo's polite requests. The three quietly distanced themselves, eventually sulking to the pile of scrap to sort through the newly collected materials brought in by the stuttering boy. The tricycle's frame rapidly began to take shape, followed by the gradual addition of smaller components, bearings, axles, various beams of differing sizes, the front, handlebars, cargo area, foot pedals, gears, and chains. There was even a homemade disc brake, with the brake pads crafted from thick rubber cut from car tires. At this point, most bicycle brakes were also made from rubber, a material that was both effective and economical. As soon as the frame was completed, Xiao Guoxing rushed over, elated at the prospect of finally owning his own vehicle. With a broad grin, he eagerly touched various parts of the frame, overwhelmed by a sense of attachment. Hey, Weiguo, let us take a break and go inside for some hot water. We can finish the rest later. Having been bent over working for several hours, Xiao Weiguo was indeed ready for a respite. Upon hearing Xiao Guoxing's suggestion, he stood up to stretch and picked up a few sheets of sandpaper from the ground, handing them to Xiao Guoxing. All right, I'll head back for some water. You take a moment to sand down any rusted areas you find. If you come across any sharp edges or points, make a note of them, and I'll handle the polishing later. All right, you go rest for a while, and I'll call you when I'm done. Fine, I'll sit inside for a bit then. Xiao Weiguo entered the workshop, gathered around the stove, brewed a cup of floral tea, and perused the newspaper, feeling quite content. He pondered to himself that he should consider bringing in a couple of lounge chairs for comfort. And the workshop needed some renovations as well. Otherwise, where would the little one sleep in the summer? Additionally, he thought it would be prudent to create a storage room and a workspace for himself, perhaps even a couple of extra bedrooms, so that this place could truly become his domain, while the two small rooms in the alley would merely serve as temporary sleeping quarters. As Xiao Weiguo contemplated his plans for renovating the recycling station, the more he thought about it, the larger the workload seemed to grow, along with the time and money it would consume. He hesitated for a moment, and in the midst of his thoughts, he inadvertently dozed off in his chair. Meanwhile, in the yard, Li Yonghong and Li Yongjun had joined Xiao Guoxing in sanding the vehicle, each receiving a piece of sandpaper. They hesitated to take new sandpaper from the ground, opting instead to divide a large sheet into 4 pieces to meticulously polish the body of the tricycle. What Xiao Weiguo had intended as a simple cleaning of the visible rust had turned into a thorough scrubbing of the entire tricycle, rendering it a uniform iron gray. Brother Weiguo, wake up. Xiao Weiguo groggily opened his eyes to find Xiao Guoxing, Li Yongjun, and Li Yonghong standing before him. Huh, finished already? What time is it? Xiao Guoxing glanced at the sky and replied, it should be around 4 o'clock. Xiao Weiguo rubbed his face, took a sip of the now lukewarm tea, and exhaled deeply before asking Xiao Guoxing, it's taken quite a while, hasn't it? This time it was Li Yongjun who spoke up. We've been at it for over an hour. We didn't want to disturb your peaceful slumber. Oh, I see. All right. I'll go ahead and paint. Xiao Weiguo was well equipped, with a small spray gun at hand. The waterproof paint he used was purchased during his time as a mechanic, costing only a few dollars for a small can. To his pleasant surprise, he found it still usable. He had used some for his tricycle last time, and the remaining amount seemed just enough for this project. Wrapping the axle and bearings in old newspapers, Xiao Weiguo applied the first coat of paint to the tricycle, opting for white as the primary color due to its abundance. The misty spray settled onto the vehicle, transforming into a layer of white paint. Li Yongjun and the others watched in fascination, as they had never witnessed someone turn a pile of metal sheets and pipes into a finished industrial product. The scent of paint was delightful to them, reminiscent of gasoline, and the three inhaled deeply beside the frame. Unaware of the dangers of industrial fumes, a common ignorance of those born in the 1970s and 80s. After the first coat of paint was applied, the tricycle was left outside to air dry, as Xiao Weiguo lacked a spray booth, and there was no need for multiple primer coats before applying the paint. As Xiao Jiebai and Father Chao returned, they immediately spotted the tricycle frame in the courtyard. The tricycle crafted by Xiao Weiguo was constructed with superior materials compared to those available on the market today, and its frame was aesthetically pleasing. Coupled with the rare white paint adorning the body, it captivated Father Chao at first glance. Xiao Guoxing had already circled the yard multiple times. His mood resembled that of a young man who had just begun a romantic relationship, filled with an irresistible urge to draw near to his new tricycle. Upon seeing his father and brother return, Xiao Guoxing joyfully trotted over to assist them with unloading. Father Chao recognized his son's excitement over the new vehicle and felt equally elated. Dad, you must be exhausted from the afternoon, Xiao Guoxing remarked. Father Chao chuckled. Not at all. This is far easier than our work at the coal yard. He then quietly inquired, why hasn't the tire been put on yet? With a gleeful expression, Xiao Guoxing replied, it was just painted recently. Weiguo said it needs to dry overnight, and tomorrow he'll apply a second coat, followed by a third the day after. At that moment, Xiao Weiguo arrived with Li Yonghong to assist in unloading the vehicle. The Chao family had no intention of hiding anything from Xiao Weiguo. Father Chao, beaming with joy, asked, Weiguo, Guoxing mentioned the tricycle requires 3 coats of paint? Xiao Weiguo responded with a smile. Applying multiple layers of paint helps prevent water damage and rust. In the future, if it gets scratched or damaged, Guoxing can easily touch up the paint himself. Xiao Guoxing grinned widely. I won't let it get scratched. Just watch, I'll take good care of it. Suddenly, The young stutterer interjected, "Bro, why don't you ask Weiguo to write a few words for you? Is that okay?" Xiao Guoxing, intrigued, looked toward Xiao Weiguo. Xiao Weiguo replied with a laugh, "What is stopping us? What would you like to have painted? Perhaps your name?" Xiao Guoxing turned to his father with eager anticipation, asking, "Dad, what do you think? What should we paint?" Taking a moment to ponder while unloading, Father Qiao suggested, "How about we inscribe the word happiness? I hope that with this tricycle, you will lead a joyful life." Touched, Xiao Guoxing responded, "All right, let us write happiness. Thank you, Dad and Mom, for helping me purchase this tricycle." Father Qiao, slightly dissatisfied, remarked, "You silly boy, there's no need to thank us. This is a collective gift from the entire family, not just Mom and Dad. Your younger siblings are still small. I hope you can settle down soon and, when you're able, assist your brother and sister. Don't worry, Dad. I will strive to earn money to support my siblings in the future," Xiao Guoxing assured. Soon, Xiao Weiguo, Li Yonghong, and the Qiao family had efficiently sorted the newly collected scrap materials. To Xiao Weiguo's surprise, among the scrap, there were a few old books. The Qiao family chose to head home despite Xiao Weiguo's attempts to persuade them to stay. Even the young stutterer opted to return home with his father and brother, experiencing for the first time the joy of leaving work alongside family. Chapter 67. Xiaohong goes to school. 3 days swiftly passed, and the third coat of paint on Xiao Guoxing's tricycle was completed. Xiao Weiguo first applied 2 layers of white primer to the tricycle, and the lower half of the body was adorned with a water blue hue, reminiscent of the two-tone paint often seen on official vehicles in later generations. On both sides of the vehicle and on the rear door panel, the word happiness has been spray-painted, a creation of Xiao Weiguo who used a cardboard cutout for the task. Both Qiao Fu and Xiao Guoxing are quite fond of this vehicle. This morning, Xiao Guoxing was restless at work, fidgeting and unable to find peace, only calming down after several admonishments from Qiao Fu. The paint on the tricycle has dried completely, and once Xiao Weiguo installs the tires and the bell, Xiao Guoxing can ride it back home. As for Xiao Weiguo, he did not collect scrap materials today. Even the little stutterer was compelled to take a day off, marking his first day of rest at the recycling station. Rather than indulging in leisure, Xiao Weiguo rode his bicycle with Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong to the nearby number 22 middle school, as today marks Li Yonghong's enrollment day. Li Yonghong deliberately wore the new clothes that Xiao Weiguo had brought back for her. Previously, while working at the recycling station, she and her brother typically donned the old clothes sent by Zhao Yunhang and his companions, often choosing the most worn-out garments. On one occasion, while working, she accidentally tore a hole in the sleeve of her old clothing, causing her to feel a pang of sorrow, tears brimming in her eyes. With a new hairpin and fresh attire, Xiao Weiguo even unearthed a computer bag from his belongings to serve as her new backpack, along with some stationery he had used during his university days, all of which he gifted to Li Yonghong. These items had been preserved since Xiao Weiguo's graduation, and now, as Li Yonghong prepares for school, he bestowed them all upon her. The stationery, especially a 30-centimeter acrylic ruler and a black shoulder computer bag, delighted her immensely. She found them simply exquisite. The school was not surprised by Li Yonghong's midterm enrollment, as the peculiar circumstances had just concluded, making such admissions quite common. Xiao Weiguo had inquired beforehand, knowing that Li Yonghong was of suitable age and lived nearby, thus no special procedures were necessary. She merely needed to present the household registration book, her own identification, tuition fees, book costs, and her stationery and lunchbox. These requirements posed no challenges. The reason for her late enrollment, after other students had already begun their term, was due to the school's intention to conduct a small-scale assessment test, gauging the foundational knowledge of the new students for the semester. Upon locating the teacher's office, Li Yonghong was escorted to a classroom for the placement exam, while Xiao Weiguo and Li Yongjun waited in the corridor with other parents for the results. A total of over 10 students participated in the examination, which assessed only Chinese and mathematics. Afterward, students would be assigned to different grades and classes. Consequently, each parent had a discussion with a designated teacher after the test. The teacher who approached Xiao Weiguo and the others was an elderly gentleman in his 60s. Holding the test papers, he remarked, Li Yonghong performed quite well, scoring 83 in Chinese and 75 in mathematics, placing her at an average level. However, since she missed the first half of the semester in the 7th grade, she may find it somewhat challenging to catch up with subsequent lessons, and it would be beneficial to seek assistance from her teachers and classmates to review the earlier material. The teacher in question is a colleague of Xiao Weiguo and Li Yongjun's mother at the same school. It was through him that Li Yonghong managed to enroll so smoothly. Xiao Weiguo gratefully nodded and said, "Thank you, Teacher Ma. Please take extra care of Yonghong at school. We will do our utmost to assist her with extra lessons at home." Teacher Ma sighed and replied, "You three are unfortunate children. I wish I could assist you more. If you ever face difficulties with meals at home, do not hesitate to seek help from me. My salary is not substantial, but with a little effort, I can ensure you do not go hungry." Teacher Ma spoke with sincerity, and although Xiao Weiguo and his siblings did not require his assistance, he still expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Ma. Thank you, Teacher Ma." Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong similarly bowed their heads in appreciation. "There's no need to thank me, Yonghong. You must strive to study diligently. Knowledge has the power to alter one's destiny. You cannot disappoint the expectations placed upon you by your brother and Xiao Weiguo." "Yes, I will, Teacher Ma." After observing Teacher Ma escort Li Yonghong into the classroom, Xiao Weiguo took his leave with Li Yongjun. Li Yonghong and her classmates had already spent over 2 hours on their examinations. Just after she entered the classroom and completed her self-introduction, the lunch bell rang. As the teacher exited the classroom, a wave of energy surged through the students. Those needing to return home for meals prepared to do so, while others with lunchboxes headed towards the cafeteria. Li Yonghong also chose not to go home for lunch. Although the school was only about 2 kilometers from her home, Xiao Weiguo and his family collected waste during the day, and when Li Yongjun began working, it was likely that no one would be home at the collection station. Thus, even if she returned, there would be no meals available. Furthermore, the 2 kilometers were neither particularly close nor far, making the one-way journey take over 20 minutes. And the round trip nearly an hour would be an imprudent expenditure of time. Therefore, like many of her classmates who lived far from home, Li Yonghong brought her own lunch. The school would assist in heating the meals, placing them in a shared basket before steaming them, allowing students to retrieve their lunches for consumption in the classroom. On her first day at school, Xiao Weiguo had prepared a generous assortment of food for her, a large box containing stewed fish, scrambled eggs, and shredded potatoes, accompanied by a portion of rice and a round glass container filled with a small serving of egg soup. The lunchbox was encased in a specially crafted fabric bag, which Li Yonghong had sewn herself under Xiao Weiguo's guidance. In later years, lunchboxes were commonly accompanied by designated bags. In his previous life, Xiao Weiguo was adept at handicrafts. Sewing and mending were trivial for him. Although he was not a tailor, the skill of stitching posed no challenge, as professions in engineering, mechanical manufacturing, and auto repair did not tolerate clumsiness. As her classmates departed, Li Yonghong felt somewhat lost. Being new, she was unaware of what to do. Just then, a slightly plump girl approached her. "Li Yonghong? Are you Li Yonghong?" Li Yonghong, lowering her head and speaking cautiously, replied, "Ah, yes, I am Li Yonghong. Classmate, is there something you need?" The pleasantly plump girl is not at all intimidated by Li Yonghong. One can discern her cheerful and extroverted nature from her naturally joyful voice. She inquires, "Li Yonghong, did you bring lunch?" "Ah, yes I did. Do you want some?" "I'm not asking for your lunch. I brought my own. I merely wanted to inform you that if you bring your own meal, you'll need to go to the cafeteria to heat it up, lest you end up eating it cold." "Ah, oh, but I don't know where the cafeteria is." "Of course, you wouldn't know since you just arrived. Where's your lunchbox?" "I'll take you to the cafeteria." Li Yonghong quickly lowered her head and retrieved her small cloth bag from the desk. The 3 stacked lunchboxes were too tall to fit inside, so she had previously taken out the egg soup and placed it aside. At that moment, the pleasantly plump girl unexpectedly reached out and swiftly grabbed Li Yonghong's small lunchbox. "Hey, your lunchbox is made of glass. Is that egg soup inside?" "It's perfect for soup. How lovely. Where did you buy it?" "It was a gift from my brother, Weiguo." "Your brother, Weiguo? Who is he? Is he your sibling?" "Yes." "Oh, he is one of those 2 guys who dropped you off at school earlier, right? Your brother is really nice." "My brother has never dropped me off at school." Li Yonghong accepted her classmate's return lunchbox and followed her to the cafeteria to heat their meals. Upon their return, they found some classmates who had arrived early already eating. Naturally, Li Yonghong opened her lunchbox as well. Seated at the same table, the pleasantly plump girl was taken aback upon seeing the contents of Li Yonghong's lunchbox, exclaiming, "Wow, Li Yonghong, does your family live in luxury? This is such a feast." Several classmates turned their heads, and a few curious ones even approached to see what Li Yonghong had that made the pleasantly plump girl react so excitedly. After glancing, they expressed their astonishment, realizing that perhaps the only time they could enjoy such a variety of dishes was during the new year. Li Yonghong's face flushed crimson, but she dared not lift her head. Instead, she waved her hand and softly explained, "No? This is what my brother Weiguo and his friends prepared for me since it's my first day at school. It won't be like this in the future." The pleasantly plump girl felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards her new classmate for having such a wonderful brother. She exclaimed loudly, "Your brother is amazing. Compared to him, my brother is practically useless." Upon noticing that her newly acquainted classmate's lunchbox contained only a single steamed bun, a few stir-fried cabbage leaves, and a bit of pickled vegetables, Li Yonghong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and hurriedly added some of her dishes to her classmate's lunchbox. "Oh, no, Yonghong, you should eat your own food," her classmate protested. Disregarding her objections, Li Yonghong neatly placed the food into her classmate's lunchbox, softly insisting, "You should eat. My brother Weiguo packed too much for me today. I can't finish it all." The pleasantly plump girl hesitated for a moment and then asked, "If I eat this, will you get scolded when you go home?" "Not at all. My brother Weiguo likely wanted me to bring extra food to share with classmates. He knows how much I usually eat." "Really? You have such a brother? Your brother is exceedingly kind. I am almost envious. I must return home and impart some lessons to my own brother, encouraging him to learn from your brother on how to be a good sibling to his sister." Li Yonghong lowered her head and smiled gently. Despite the other person's polite refusal, she insisted on sharing half of her rice with her classmate. Li Yonghong was not foolish. She harbored her own thoughts. She sensed that this girl before her might become her first friend from middle school, possibly her best friend. She desperately needed companionship, which explained her generosity. In her heart, she felt a tinge of anxiety, wondering if Weiguo would truly be upset with her for sharing half of her meal with someone else. Chapter 68. Retrieving the bicycle. Humans often possess an overwhelming curiosity and affection for new experiences. Yet, more often than not, that initial fervor dissipates swiftly once they acquire the object of their desire. Xiao Weiguo, who had been eagerly anticipating the end of the workday, was thrilled when the time finally arrived. He rushed to the recycling station with his father and found only the stuttering boy in the yard, sorting through scrap materials. Xiao's father quickly offered his assistance. "Guoqiang, has Weiguo finished the bike?" "Yes, it's done. Brother, you can take it now." In truth, Xiao Weiguo had no real necessity to make this trip. He could have waited for the stuttering boy to finish work and then taken the bike back with him. Yet, he could not resist the urge to come. The wheels were installed, and when he tinkered with the bell on the handlebar, it emitted a bright, clear sound. The completed tricycle was even more beautiful than he had imagined. Unlike other tricycles that had brake handles mounted on the frame, this one featured a motorcycle-style handbrake. The seat, which Xiao Weiguo had previously purchased, had been modified by Xiao Weiguo. The original seat was enlarged and padded with foam, covered with a simple fabric cover. After trying it out, Xiao Weiguo found it warm and comfortable. With a slight push of his feet, the tricycle sprang to life, and as he circled the yard, his joy intensified. This vehicle was far superior to those he had ridden in the coal yard. Beaming with delight, he halted the tricycle and inquired of the stuttering boy, "Where's Weiguo?" "He went with Yongjun to pick up Xiaohong from school." Xiao's father expressed his surprise. "Xiaohong is attending school again? That's truly wonderful." Today, the stuttering boy had only collected one load of items, and they swiftly completed the sorting. He then clapped his hands and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering a stick to his father and brother while lighting one for himself. "Brother, how much do you plan to give Weiguo?" Xiao Weiguo asked his brother. "How heavy is the frame?" He dismounted and lifted the bike to test its weight. "This is no light matter. 213 pounds. How much does Weiguo sell scrap iron for?" "A dime, sometimes as much as 18 cents, but you can't truly give him scrap prices." Xiao's father nodded in agreement. "We cannot lack integrity. Weiguo possesses this skill. Surely he can earn a living by welding something. Such a fine bike would fetch 300 if sold to someone else. What do you think is a fair price?" "We cannot afford to part with 300. Xiao Fu inquired of the stutterer. "Did Weiguo not specify a precise amount?" He replied, "He said you may give as you see fit. He would not deem 30 too little, nor 50 too much." After pondering this, Xiao Weiguo felt that offering too little would be inappropriate, while too much would be beyond his means. Thus, he suggested to his father in a conciliatory tone, "We mustn't let Weiguo suffer a loss. How about we offer him 100 yuan? How much do you have left?" "About 120, I believe. The rest has been spent on wheels and seats and such." Xiao Fu frowned and scolded. "About how much is that? Can't you count how much you have?" Startled by his father's sudden reprimand, Xiao Guoxing hurriedly emptied his pockets and handed over the money. After counting, Xiao Fu found a total of 115 yuan and 87 cents. Returning the 87 cents to his elder son and rummaging through his own pockets, he discovered only 60 yuan. He put back the 60 yuan and added the 3 yuan to the 115, forming a total of 120. Observing this, the stutterer also pulled out some money and handed over 2 yuan to his father, saying, "Father, let us make it an even sum." "Very well. Let us give this 120 yuan to Weiguo. This is all we can afford," he concluded. "Guoxiang, where did you get this money?" "Weiguo has been busy lately, fearing I may not return in time for meals, so he gives me 50 cents daily for noodles and soda." Xiao Guoxing had heard his father mention his brother's plans. Thus he was aware that the stutterer would eventually receive a salary from Xiao Weiguo. However, wasn't it said that payments would commence only after Xiao Weiguo began school? Why was he receiving money now? 50 cents daily? Doesn't that amount to 15 yuan a month? That's akin to a temporary worker's wage. These past few days, once he returns, I won't require any money for meals. I don't need a salary now. Xiao Fu's concerns diverged from those of Xiao Guoxing. This money was intended for the stutterer's meals, yet it resided in the stutterer's pocket, suggesting something rather telling. The stutterer had likely not eaten while outside. Initially, he viewed having many children as a burden, but as they grew and began working, he felt a sense of pride. Now, upon learning that his child foraged for scraps but still felt reluctant to spend on meals, he felt a deep pang of sorrow, yet he remained silent. Every man has experienced such moments, and he was no exception. Possessing money but hesitating to spend it signified his son had matured, and he felt genuine joy in witnessing this growth. In winter, school dismissed at 3:30. After May Day, with the warming weather, the school would delay afternoon classes, allowing students to take afternoon naps, changing the dismissal time from 3:30 to 5. As it was not yet May Day, the school still concluded at 3:30. Li Yonghong emerged from school alongside a slightly plump girl. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 newly acquainted female classmates waved goodbye, to which Li Yonghong responded earnestly. "Oh, Li Yonghong, are those 2 your brothers?" Following the direction indicated by his female classmate, Li Yonghong finally spotted his brothers, Li Yongjun and Xiao Weiguo, who were standing by the wall, each savoring a creamy popsicle while occasionally glancing after the beautiful girl as she walked away. At that moment, Li Yonghong thought his brothers resembled little rascals. Approaching them, he spoke with slight exasperation. "Bro, Weiguo, what brings you here?" "Just checking to see if you're adjusting well to your first day of school," they replied. In this time, there was no custom of parents picking up their children after school. Students, starting from kindergarten, were expected to make their own way to and from school, with exceptions made for very young children in nurseries, who were often still weaning and lacked the ability to return home independently. Xiao Weiguo pondered the origin of the habit of parents escorting their children. Did students not know how to use their legs? Did they not recognize the way home without a guide? If they couldn't navigate or walk, wouldn't that render them disabled, particularly mentally? As a member of the 90s generation, Xiao Weiguo and his peers had rarely experienced being picked up by their parents. They found it perplexing that some parents insisted on such routines, especially for middle and high school students nearing adulthood. If a child couldn't manage their own commute, what would become of them as adults? Before the 1990s, parental visits to schools were usually for paying tuition or assisting with tasks, or in unfortunate cases, when the school needed to address a serious issue concerning a child. Upon seeing Li Yonghong exit the school, Xiao Weiguo was momentarily overtaken by a paternal sentiment. Li Yongjun, however, was simply delighted that his sister could continue her education. "Is school over? This must be your classmate," he said, offering the remaining popsicles. "I'm Li Yongjun, and this is Xiao Weiguo." "Hi, Yongjun brother." "Hi, Weiguo brother. Thank you for the popsicles." "I'm Qin Xiaolan, a good friend of Yonghong," the cheerful girl replied, unabashedly grabbing a popsicle and enjoying it. In an era when many families still faced economic hardship, some might have disapproved of her lack of modesty in consuming what belonged to others. Yet, Xiao Weiguo, having come from the future, admired her straightforwardness, understanding that those with thin skin would likely find themselves at a disadvantage in a market economy. "Xiaolan, we are heading to Dongxi. Is that on your way? We can give you a ride," Xiao Weiguo offered. Dongxi?" Xiaolan exclaimed, her surprise quickly turning into enthusiastic nodding. "That is wonderful. I live on Weijia Hutong, which is right along the way." As the other 3 helped each other onto the tricycle, Xiao Weiguo pedaled back towards the collection station. Xiaolan, having never ridden in a tricycle before, found the experience quite novel. Inside the vehicle were a few small stools that Xiao Weiguo had specifically brought along, which were commonly kept for resting during their outings. Yonghong, how are you feeling today? Are you keeping up with your studies? Li Yonghong replied dejectedly, I can't keep up. I haven't attended any classes this semester. Upon hearing this, Li Yongjun also began to feel disheartened, while Xiao Weiguo found the situation somewhat amusing. He chuckled, oh dear, you're in quite a predicament. You'd better buckle down and catch up this semester. He then turned to Xiaolan, inquiring, how are your studies going? I'm doing all right, she replied. Suddenly, Li Yonghong interjected, Xiaolan is impressive. She is our class representative for studies. Xiao Weiguo feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Xiaolan is so remarkable? A class representative, no less. Truly, one must see to believe. My apologies for my ignorance. Xiaolan gracefully accepted his flattery, eliciting laughter from the other two. She too found the situation amusing. Although they were only acquaintances, she found Xiao Weiguo to be quite entertaining. Xiaolan leaned over to Li Yonghong, whispering, did your Weiguo brother just call me comrade? Ha ha ha, he has quite a character. What's up, comrade Weiguo? She teased. As a comrade of Xiaohong, I feel it is my duty to assist her in improving her studies. How about you help her catch up on a semester's worth of lessons? And I'll treat you to some snacks? Helping Xiaohong is certainly no trouble, but you think a mere snack will suffice to entice me? There will be plenty of snacks every time we study. Oh dear, how can I accept such generosity? What if you don't keep your word? A pact sealed with a high five? With a swift motion, Xiaolan's hand met Xiao Weiguo's outstretched hand in a cheerful slap. Inwardly, Xiao Weiguo smirked, knowing that no girl could resist the allure of snacks. After parting ways with Xiaolan, the three of them finally returned to the recycling station. Uncle Qiao, Guoxing, you're here. Weiguo, Yongjun, Yonghong, you've returned. Guoxing, you can take the bike. Everything is ready. Ah, I haven't given you the money yet. Here's 120 yuan. This is all we could manage, Xiao Weiguo remarked, surprised at their generosity. He had previously mentioned that a little compensation would suffice. So why were they offering so much? Perhaps they felt shy about giving less. In 20 years, such innocent people would become as rare as endangered species. This is too much. I already said a little would be enough, he insisted. Uncle Qiao interjected, Weiguo, we must keep our dealings fair and square. With such a large vehicle out there, if you only charge scrap metal prices, how will your uncle and Guoxing maintain their reputations? People will say the Qiao family lacks integrity, cheating, and draining your blood. Why should we care what others say? Besides, if we keep it under wraps, it won't be an issue. How can we not address it? The vehicle is right there. If someone asks, we must have an explanation, right? We didn't steal or rob it. If we're honest about helping a friend repair a bike, what's wrong with that? Xiao Weiguo pondered, realizing the truth in this reasoning. If they failed to provide an explanation, there was a risk of being misunderstood as thieves, which could lead to serious consequences. Conversely, being forthright posed no danger. They weren't engaging in theft or deceit, merely using their skills to assist a friend. Very well, as you suggested, let us speak candidly. However, you must accept this money. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. This amount is scarcely sufficient to purchase even a used vehicle outside. And it troubles me to think that you might feel uneasy about accepting so little. Xiao Weiguo couldn't help but lament the straightforwardness of people in this era. In the future, even assisting an elderly person might cost you a fortune, with no one concerned about the emotional ties when negotiating prices. That would be excessive. Not at all. Here's what we'll do. Simply give me 60. Consider 30 for materials and 10 for a day's labor. I would still be profiting handsomely. That won't do. You cannot value this as scrap metal. I refuse to be treated as such. Out there, a mere welding job could easily command a couple of bucks. The materials you possess may seem worthless at first glance, yet they are indeed valuable components. Furthermore, if you were to sell a welded vehicle, it could fetch 300 to 400. Even a bicycle assembled with readily available parts could sell for 100. Surely, this vehicle is far superior to those shoddy contraptions. Isn't it? I have already benefited greatly. The price cannot be reduced further. The two engaged in a tug-of-war over the payment, one insistent on giving while the other steadfastly refused to accept. Ultimately, Xiao Weiguo conceded and accepted 80, adamant that the remaining 40 would not be taken. Thus, the total expenditure for the vehicle amounted to 140. The father and son from the Qiao family were profoundly moved, and the six of them joyfully proceeded to the Qiao residence for dinner. For individuals of this era, The new vehicle appeared remarkably exquisite, even more aesthetically pleasing than Xiao Weiguo's larger one. Shortly after returning home, the new car parked outside the courtyard attracted a throng of onlookers. "Old Xiao, is that your newly purchased vehicle? The Happiness brand. I've never seen one before." "Ah, my son's friend put it together. Isn't it lovely? Did you assemble it yourself? How much did it cost?" "Over 200, but you know, friends help friends. He only charged us the price of an old car. This vehicle is impressive. Its quality surpasses that of renowned brands. Indeed, all components were sourced from a major manufacturer, and they provided us with first-rate steel, not the inferior iron sheets used in tricycle factories." One observer remarked, "It's worth it. Your car is a real bargain. If anything goes awry, you can easily seek repairs from your friend. This craftsman's skills are remarkable. Look at the welds. They resemble fish scales. This technique is known as fish scale welding. Feel it. It's incredibly smooth without a single burr. Even some seasoned welders at our machine repair shop might not possess such finesse." Another inquired, "Old AI, is this craftsmanship truly exceptional? Primarily, it's about aesthetics, but it is also sturdier than standard welding methods, making the seams less prone to cracking." Xiao's father was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected delight. After all, this vehicle would belong to their family. The more outstanding Xiao Weiguo's skills, the sturdier the car, and the happier he became. Xiao's mother, accompanied by several children, came outside to admire their family's vehicle for the first time, eagerly inspecting every detail with awe. Dinner at the Xiao household was unusually lavish that evening, featuring a roasted chicken, a plate of peanuts, braised tofu with cabbage, stir-fried meat with cabbage, stewed fish, millet porridge, and ample steamed buns. This occasion marked one of the rare instances when the Xiao family could indulge in a hearty meal, with everyone radiating joy. The children are brimming with energy, eagerly calling out for Wei Guogu, Yong Jungu, and Yong Hongjia. The men sit at one table, while the women occupy another. Xiao Weiguo, with his poor tolerance for alcohol, was forcefully coaxed under the table by the Qiao family father and son. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to complete inebriation, and was escorted home by Li Yongjun and Li Yonghong on a small bicycle. Reclining in the moving tricycle, he found a rare tranquility, free from thoughts of earning money, and unconcerned about his past or future. Chapter 70. Yongjun. It is often said that injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Li Yongjun's leg injury had largely mended, though after 3 months of abstaining from vigorous activity, it was evident that the muscles in his right leg had somewhat atrophied. This was not a severe consequence. With diligent exercise, his muscles would swiftly regain their former strength. Reflecting on the struggles he faced while caring for his sister before Xiao Weiguo returned as a sent-down youth, Li Yongjun shut his eyes in anguish. Thankfully, during their most challenging times, Xiao Weiguo had returned from the countryside, and now everything was on the mend. Their home was being looked after, albeit by a tenant named Ma San, who was somewhat unscrupulous. Li Yongjun was certain that Ma San could never best Xiao Weiguo. Xiao Weiguo was resolute and clear about right and wrong, showing no leniency towards wrongdoers. Although Ma San might have had ulterior motives regarding their property, Xiao Weiguo's intentions were far more serious. He sought Ma San's very life. If one cannot even secure their own existence, then any further schemes are ultimately futile. The world had changed. The oppressive classifications of the past were no more, and they were no longer labeled as the 5 black categories. They could now forge friendships and live normal lives, free from the fear of being inexplicably assaulted and expelled. Li Yonghong's frostbite had also healed, yet this condition is known for its propensity to recur. However, with several years of diligent warmth preservation, she would recover completely. Now, she had her own circle of friends and had become much more cheerful than before. In the past, they were shunned as the 5 black categories, with no one willing to befriend them. Now, she was filled with joy. Xiao Weiguo had welded bicycles for each of the 4 of them, and Li Yonghong rode her bike daily, taking Qin Xiaolan to and from school. After classes, she would visit Qin Xiaolan's home or the recycling station for extra lessons. Qin Xiaolan's father was a vendor at the Dongfeng market, while her mother was a homemaker. The couple had only 1 son and 1 daughter, living with Qin Xiaolan's grandparents. This family was kind-hearted and cheerful, and Li Yonghong cherished the warm atmosphere of their household, which made her eager to study there. In contrast, Qin Xiaolan reveled in the freedom of the recycling station. What delighted her even more was that Xiao Weiguo kept his promises each time she visited. There were delightful snacks waiting for her: sunflower seeds, candies, dried fruits, candied hawthorn, soft drinks, and nuts. Occasionally, she would also indulge in out-of-season fruits and vegetables like apples, pears, cucumbers, and tomatoes. Hearing about these treats, even Chun Xiaolan's father appeared astonished, as he had only encountered such out-of-season produce a handful of times in his many years at the market. The most exquisite food that Chun Xiaolan has ever tasted is a piece of chocolate, reportedly imported from abroad, crisp and sweet, exceptionally delicious. Chun Xiaolan's father is aware of it, though he has never had the pleasure of tasting it himself. He has heard that certain establishments offer such delicacies as special provisions. Li Yonghong has made several other friends and occasionally enjoys outings with them, yet she spends most of her time assisting at the recycling station. Today, Li Yongjun has donned the new attire brought back by Xiao Weiguo. Previously, he had been confined to a cast on his leg, necessitating sitting or leaning wherever he went, which caused his clothes to become easily soiled. After just a few days in his new clothes, he began to feel distressed over their rapid tarnishing. Later, among the old clothes delivered by Zhao Yunhang, there were several men's garments. Those that were too small for the tall Xiao Weiguo were gifted to him. Clad in his new outfit today, Li Yongjun appeared quite spirited, as Xiao Weiguo intended to accompany him to the steel mill to inquire about job opportunities. A few days ago, Xiao Weiguo unearthed a black shoulder bag from his previous life, a faux leather piece that had cost only a few dozen yuan, and he decided to present it to Li Yongjun today. Yongjun, are all the documents ready? Yes, they are. Let us double-check. If everything is in order, place them in this bag. Wow, Brother Weiguo, this bag is quite beautiful. It's for men, he replied. Humph, I never intended to claim it. Li Yonghong has already mastered the art of playful teasing, prompting an immediate affectionate grin from Xiao Weiguo. Weiguo, why did you buy a bag? I don't want it. Why not? It's not a precious item. The bag still must have cost quite a bit, right? It's faux leather, not genuine. It was a gift, so it cost nothing. Unbeknownst to the three, faux leather items can often surpass the cost of real leather, as they are products of technological advancement. In this era, certain synthetic goods are valued more highly than their natural counterparts, a trend that began to reverse only after the 1990s. Who is so generous? It was given to you. Keep it for your use. As a scrap collector, how can I carry this bag? It would be like wearing a sign that says "Fool with money, come exploit me." Brother Weiguo, you are certainly not foolish. All right, I am not foolish. Just keep this matter between us. Li Yongjun slung the bag across his shoulder, feeling that its length was just right. Xiao Weiguo, however, believed that the single shoulder style from his past life appeared more appealing, so he adjusted it for him. Li Yongjun attempted to take a couple of steps. This feels like it might fall. If you think it's going to drop, just steady it with your hand. That's the style. This gesture is meant to show others. Look at my bag, see my watch. Oh dear, we still need to get you a watch. Li Yongjun quickly grasped Xiao Weiguo's arm, saying, Weiguo, you absolutely must not buy a watch. That would be far too expensive. Once I earn some money, I will buy one for you. Xiao Weiguo, observing Li Yongjun's resolute gaze and the firm grip on his arm, instantly comprehended the young man's intentions. Li Yongjun's thoughts were complex and burdensome. Although he and Yonghong had intertwined their lives with Xiao Weiguo in an unbreakable bond, their relationship surpassed that of typical familial ties, akin to brothers. Nonetheless, Xiao Weiguo's unwavering dedication had become a significant psychological weight for him. Despite his limited education due to age and cognitive scope, Li Yongjun was a remarkably mature young man, far surpassing his peers, and he often pondered the events occurring around him. The future remained uncertain. Yet Li Yongjun felt he could no longer allow Xiao Weiguo to make further sacrifices for himself and his sister, as a friend or brother to them. Xiao Weiguo had gone above and beyond what is expected of an ordinary individual. Even some parents fail to provide such selfless assistance to their children. They needed to learn to refuse and to express gratitude. Though Li Yongjun struggled to devise a way to repay Xiao Weiguo, he felt that once he began working, he should shoulder at least half of the responsibilities of their small household. Xiao Weiguo, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, understood Li Yongjun's feelings well. This was a good sign, as it indicated that Li Yongjun was not a person who only took without giving back. If Li Yongjun regarded all of Xiao Weiguo's efforts as mere obligations, he would need to consider whether such sacrifices were truly worthwhile. Why did he treat Yongjun and Yonghong with such kindness? Was it merely due to their families enduring hardships together during difficult times? Or was it because of the deep-rooted bond formed from their childhood? Xiao Weiguo himself was uncertain, perhaps fearing the desolation of loneliness reminiscent of memories from his past life. or perhaps simply yearning for companionship, wishing for a home that was not solely his own. With a smile, Xiao Weiguo gently patted Li Yongjun, who was holding on to him, and said, "All right, I shall await the day you buy me a watch. I desire a fine one, you know." Li Yongjun nodded with a smile, replying, "Very well. I shall procure the best watch for you." Yonghong playfully pouted at her brother, "What about mine? You both have one. You can buy your own when you grow up." He replied, "Humph, I shall ignore you both. Hurry off to work and earn some money. All you do at home is bully me." Chapter 71. Secretary Yang. Under the brilliant sunshine, with willows swaying gently, the weather began to warm gradually. Young people had started replacing their heavy winter attire with bright, vibrant clothing. Recently, the little stutterer had returned to his hometown with his mother to help his grandfather harvest wheat. The old man, having endured hardships since the old society, had survived by doing short-term work for landlords before liberation. Later, he married and had children, living a frugal life. In recent years, the government allocated land, but due to policy restrictions, the little stutterer's mother could not register her household in the city. Thus, with her grandfather's efforts, the village granted her 2 acres of land, which had been managed by her uncle. The youngest son of the Qiao family also lost his eligibility for urban registration. Following Xiao Weiguo's advice, Qiao's mother temporarily abandoned the hope of securing an urban household registration for her child. She had brought her youngest son back to their hometown, intending to negotiate for a few acres of land from the village committee. Qiao Fu and Qiao Mu deliberated and ultimately heeded the advice of Xiao Weiguo, who articulated, "Seize the opportunity while your child's household registration is still in the village. Return and stake a claim on some land. Regardless of whether you can secure a Beijing household registration in the future, at the very least, this will serve as a foothold. This strategy will provide both offensive and defensive options, ensuring that you do not end up empty-handed." Previously, she had been unable to relinquish her fixation on the urban household registration, yet Xiao Weiguo foresaw that Fangshan County would eventually be incorporated into the urban expanse of Beijing. Thus, he urged them to plan ahead and attempt to acquire several acres of land. Presently, the value of such land appears modest, but in a few decades, it may escalate to astronomical prices. To facilitate the succession procedures for Li Yongjun, they sought assistance from Secretary Yang. Typically, such matters would not necessitate the involvement of a figure at such a high level, but Xiao Weiguo and his associates were unfamiliar with the bureaucratic processes, leaving them with no choice but to adopt a rather blunt approach. Secretary Yang, a man of military background, retained his soldierly demeanor even after many years in leadership. Although he had acquired some of the political acumen required in such environments, he remained decisive and methodical, embodying the essence of a soldier. Secretary Yang was readily accessible. Aside from attending meetings or taking breaks, he was mostly found at the factory. His tenure as the secretary of the steel mill spanned only 7 years. For most ordinary workers, a decade is merely sufficient for advancement from a first-level to a second-level worker. Given that the steel mill is a colossal factory employing tens of thousands, Secretary Yang, despite his earnest efforts, had yet to fully consolidate the leadership structure. The primary impediment was Factory Director Li, a young man of considerable talent and a formidable background, yet plagued by self-serving ambitions. Xiao Weiguo had no connections within the steel mill's political sphere. In the grand scheme of such a vast enterprise, he was akin to a tiny shrimp, even less significant than the proverbial egg attempting to strike a rock. His choice to approach Secretary Yang stemmed from the latter's selflessness, fairness, and empathy. Individuals like Li Yongjun, who hailed from a less fortunate family background, would undoubtedly not be dismissed in his presence. The security personnel remained vigilant, armed, and stationed, preventing strangers from entering. "What brings you here?" "We seek Secretary Qian." "Which Secretary Qian?" "The one associated with Director Li. We are his relatives, and we would appreciate your assistance in calling him." "Please wait." Secretary Qian emerged briskly, his expression unchanged upon recognizing Xiao Weiguo. Previously, he had accepted money from Xiao, who had also presented fish and sunflower seeds to Director Li during the New Year celebrations. Adhering to the adage that one should not turn against those who have offered kindness. "What brings you here?" Xiao Weiguo replied, "I came to see you and Director Li. My brother is here to process the succession paperwork." "Your brother? Does your family have another succession slot?" Xiao Weiguo smiled without answering, and Secretary Qian realized he had misjudged the situation. A worker was entitled to only one succession slot, and Xiao's brother was certainly not his biological sibling. The last time, Zhao's succession opportunity had amused Director Li for several months, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it seemed likely that Director Li would continue to enjoy that amusement. As for this new succession opportunity, Secretary Qian knew without a doubt that Director Li would be keenly interested, for no one would overlook an opportunity for a formal worker's succession slot. Let us proceed. Director Li has been attending meetings outside the factory these past few days. You may join me in my office for a cup of tea and a moment of respite. Director Li is absent, then we shall seek Secretary Yang. Secretary Qian, please wait for me a moment. I need to discuss something briefly. Xiao Weiguo. You, Secretary Qian wished to interject, but found himself powerless to intervene. He could not utter the words that would dissuade one from visiting Secretary Yang, for such utterances in the realm of governance are considered taboo and could lead to personal complications. During his previous visit to meet with Director Li, Xiao Weiguo had already familiarized himself with the layout of the office building. Thus this time, he easily located Secretary Yang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Li Yongjun hesitated momentarily, but Xiao Weiguo opened the office door and ushered him inside, promptly closing the door behind them. Secretary Yang, a man in his 50s, possessed graying hair styled in the most conventional crew cut of the era. He wore a pair of large-framed reading glasses perched on his nose, and at that moment, he was engrossed in writing behind 2 stacks of documents. Secretary Yang was the highest-ranking official Li Yongjun had ever encountered. The last time he had seen Secretary Yang, he was just a child, mourning the loss of his father while his mother brought him and his sister to await the factory's resolution of their circumstances. Clearly preoccupied, Secretary Yang was not to be disturbed, so Li Yongjun remained poised at the doorway, standing as straight as possible while awaiting a moment to be acknowledged. In just a few minutes, Secretary Yang set down his pen and looked up. The young man who had entered was a slender youth of approximately 15 or 16 years, clad in a well-fitted black student uniform, sporting a crew cut similar to his own. Standing at around 1.60 meters, his expression was resolute, and Secretary Yang discerned that he had no prior acquaintance with this boy. With a gentle demeanor, Secretary Yang inquired, "Comrade, who might you be?" Li Yongjun, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to attention upon hearing the query and stood at attention, replying, "Reporting to you, Secretary Yang, my name is Li Yongjun, here to handle the succession procedures." Such procedures did not necessitate his involvement, yet since the child of an employee had approached him, as the patriarch of the steel mill, he felt no inclination to refuse. Secretary Yang smiled and nodded. "Have you brought the succession documents? Present them to me for review." Li Yongjun quickly retrieved the prepared documents and handed them to Secretary Yang. After a thorough examination of all the proofs, Secretary Yang remarked, "Your father was Li Wenhua, correct? I remember him well. He was an exemplary worker at our steel mill. I sympathize with his fate. And your mother, if I recall, was a teacher, yes?" Upon hearing this, both Li Yongjun and the waiting Xiao Weiguo immediately understood that Secretary Yang's recollections were not mere conjecture. He genuinely remembered the circumstances surrounding Li Yongjun's family. "My mother, she has passed away," Li Yongjun replied, his voice thick with emotion. Secretary Yang, who had initially intended to light a cigarette, paused mid-action upon hearing this. "When did this occur?" "In 77. After a brief silence, Secretary Yang inquired further, "I recall you had a younger sister, am I correct?" "Yes." Secretary Yang, "My sister is 12 years old this year. And how do you manage your living arrangements?" "We are boarding at a friend's house. He is also a child of the steel mill. His father, Xiao Chonglin, was a machinist in Workshop 7. "Ah, the Xiao Chonglin who suffered that unfortunate accident in 76? I recall that his mother has also passed, hasn't she?" "Yes, indeed, Secretary. Why hasn't he come to handle the succession procedures?" He voluntarily relinquished his job opportunity to care for us nearby, and is now collecting scrap in the East City area." Secretary Yang was momentarily taken aback. It took him quite some time to utter 2 words, "absurd." It was unclear whether he deemed Xiao Weiguo's actions absurd or whether it was the state of the world that he found ridiculous. Chapter 72. Succession. There is no doubt that Secretary Yang is an exemplary leader. While he may not possess the most outstanding abilities, he is undoubtedly the most dedicated and selfless individual. How could he so clearly recall the familial situations of Li Yongjun and Xiao Weiguo? It is because a dossier of various safety incidents within the factory has always resided in his office. Whenever he has free time, he peruses it to remind himself not to forget the responsibility of ensuring safe production. Such a person should indeed serve as a model within the party. After a prolonged silence, Secretary Yang gestured towards the sofa opposite his desk and said to Li Yongjun, "Yongjun, please take a seat. I will hold a brief meeting and return shortly to complete your paperwork." "Thank you, Secretary." Li Yongjun felt a flicker of unease until the succession was finalized. He remained uncertain. This matter pertained to his future life plans and, to a greater extent, could influence the fate of his later years. The office door was suddenly flung open, and outside stood Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong, completely unprepared, coming face to face with Secretary Yang. A quick assessment allowed Secretary Yang to deduce their identities. The tall young man must be Xiao Weiguo, while the petite girl was undoubtedly Li Yongjun's sister, Li Yonghong. From Xiao Weiguo's curious yet scrutinizing gaze, Secretary Yang discerned a sense of determination. This robust young man, with his dark complexion and unwavering eyes, was evidently no ordinary individual. This reminded him of Li Yongjun's earlier words. Xiao Weiguo had voluntarily given up his job to look after them, now surviving by scavenging for scrap. A pang of sorrow pierced Secretary Yang's heart as he vividly imagined the sight of a few orphans huddling together for warmth. What would it be like for 3 miners to rummage through refuse? They would go hungry, shiver in the cold, suffer bullying and insults, and during the day, might even have their meager earnings snatched away. Yet, they would still strive to live resiliently and find joy in small surprises. Much like the young soldiers who once fought on the Korean front and those still engaged in Vietnam, youthful, rebellious, audacious, and carefree in their play. However, when faced with the enemy's gunfire, they would display unwavering resolve, embracing death without fear. Such youth form the very foundation of our nation's standing in the world and are the backbone of our country's future. Secretary Yang may have pondered too deeply. The reality was not as he envisioned. Yet, he was correct in sensing their innate sense of national duty. Perhaps even Li Yongjun and Xiao Weiguo themselves were unaware of the qualities they shared with the young people Secretary Yang had observed. Nevertheless, they indeed possessed them, and he firmly believed that. Delighted to encounter such descendants of the steel mill today, Secretary Yang endeavored to speak to the 2 young individuals in the gentlest tone. "You must be Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong, correct?" "Hello, Secretary. I am Xiao Weiguo. Greetings, Secretary Yang. My name is Li Yonghong." Secretary Yang beckoned the 2 individuals, saying, "Please, come in and take a seat. I have a brief meeting to attend and shall return shortly." At Secretary Yang's invitation, Xiao Weiguo led Li Yonghong into the office and then expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Secretary Yang." With a gentle smile, Secretary Yang nodded, closed the door, and departed swiftly. The decor of Secretary Yang's office was quite simple. It featured white walls and flooring, adorned with portraits of great leaders, including Lenin, Marx, and Engels, alongside several slogans. On the desk, there lay a telephone and a desk lamp, while the rest of the space was cluttered with an abundance of documents. Behind the desk stood a row of file cabinets, equally overflowing. Perhaps Xiao Weiguo was meandering a bit too casually, as Li Yongjun, fearing Secretary Yang's potential reprimand upon his return, softly urged, "Weiguo, refrain from wandering. Please return. Secretary Yang will be back shortly." In this modest room, nothing particularly remarkable stood out, and Xiao Weiguo merely nodded before seating himself on the sofa. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed in the corridor, indicating the arrival of several individuals, at least 6 or 7. Before long, the office door swung open, and the first to enter was none other than Secretary Yang himself. Upon noticing the presence of so many, Xiao Weiguo and the others quickly rose to offer their seats. Secretary Yang, observing their gestures, laughed and waved his hand, saying, "Please, continue sitting. We are not here to claim your spots." Haha. The leaders accompanying Secretary Yang chuckled in response. Once the laughter subsided, Secretary Yang distributed the succession documents for Li Yongjun, instructing everyone to pass them around. He pointed to Xiao Weiguo and the others, stating, "These 3 are the children I mentioned earlier. We will expedite Li Yongjun's succession procedures. Let us not have the child running around unnecessarily. With everyone present, we can complete all formalities today." "Excellent. Understood. I shall arrange for it to be taken care of shortly," responded the other leaders, all nodding in agreement. They were well aware of Secretary Yang's character. This elder harbored no selfish motives, and it was evident that the children were indeed offspring of employees from their own factory. Such matters, which did not compromise principles, were readily given due consideration by the leaders. As for Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong, despite their lack of formal qualifications for succession, they were the children of workers. With their parents absent and the children relying on scavenging for survival, it was incumbent upon those in leadership positions, as well as elders, not to turn a blind eye to their plight. The other leaders found themselves at a loss for words, while the simplest way to assist would be to provide jobs. The opportunities at such a facility were not easily conjured. Unless a particular department expanded, it would be challenging for anyone to intervene. Otherwise, Director Li would not be so eager for Xiao Weiguo's succession position. The leaders exchanged glances, and after a moment, a female leader spoke up. Given that they are the children of our employees, we must certainly extend our help. However, the method of assistance is not straightforward. Ideally, the best approach would be to secure jobs for the two children. Yet, once the door to employment is opened, retracting it can prove difficult. Secretary Yang and the other leaders nodded in agreement. After all, the steel plant employs tens of thousands, with countless families facing difficulties. If they set a precedent by providing jobs for Xiao Weiguo and his companions, what would happen when other employees' children came seeking the same? Even if they exerted great effort to place the children of truly disadvantaged families, what of those whose families were merely less fortunate? Would it not appear as if they were favoring certain individuals? Furthermore, who could accurately discern which families were genuinely in need? How could fairness and justice be maintained in such a scenario? One leader, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Since Secretary Yang has mentioned assistance, he has not specified the arrangement of jobs, which is a matter of principle. Perhaps we should inquire whether these two young comrades have any specific needs for assistance in their lives." All eyes turned to Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Xiao Weiguo forced a smile and replied, "We don't really need any help." Secretary Yang and his colleagues were men of integrity. The more virtuous they were, the less Xiao Weiguo wished to impose upon them. While he might have dared to request some scrap materials from someone like Factory Director Li, he could not bring himself to do so here, as such matters were fundamentally disallowed. Chapter 73. The Next Generation, Nothing Needed? Observing Xiao Weiguo's faded clothing, reminiscent of Li Weijun's, but with signs of wear and tear, the leaders felt a pang of discomfort. Some individuals, despite receiving their due, still felt entitled to more, while others, having received little, managed to care for themselves without burdening others. It is often the case that the more one desires something, the less willing others are to provide it. Conversely, those who seem indifferent are often showered with abundance. In this moment, Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong epitomized that very dichotomy. Secretary Yang, with a gentle smile, reassured, "Weiguo, Yonghong, please do not feel anxious. Think carefully about any needs you may have at home. While the factory leaders are willing to assist, feel free to bring them up today, and we will find a solution for you. Perhaps a sum of 10,000 yuan?" Xiao Weiguo jested inwardly, fully aware of the impracticality of such a request. What could he possibly need? It seemed he lacked for nothing. Thus, he shook his head once more, stating, "We don't need anything." An awkward silence enveloped the group. A middle-aged female leader, who had spoken earlier, moved to sit beside the timid Li Yonghong, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and softly inquiring, "Yonghong, are you attending school?" Li Yonghong, blushing profusely, dared not lift her gaze, responding in a whisper, "Yes, I am." The revelation that Li Yonghong was still in school took everyone by surprise. "Which school do you attend? What grade are you in this year?" "I'm at number 22 middle school, in the first year of junior high." "You're already in junior high?" Li Yonghong's prolonged lack of adequate nutrition had rendered her smaller and more fragile than her peers, leading the factory leaders to mistakenly perceive her as merely a young girl of 7 or 8. Xiao Weiguo interjected, "Yonghong just started this year." The female leader did not look up to the talking Xiao Weiguo, but instead turned to Li Yonghong and inquired, "Why did you only start school this year? It's already the second half of the semester. Why didn't you go last year?" Li Yonghong's response took everyone by surprise, yet they soon found it reasonable. Children must sustain themselves. Living in the city without money is untenable. The female leader, intrigued, asked, "How do you earn money?" "By pasting matchboxes." It seemed as though time momentarily froze. Pasting matchboxes? In this era, city dwellers were not unfamiliar with such a means of earning a living. It was precisely this familiarity that made them aware that such work could hardly yield substantial income. Typically, only households with numerous women and children could consider this labor as one of their primary sources of income. How much could 3 children possibly earn in a month? 5 yuan, or perhaps 10. Even if they managed to make 20 yuan, what then? While other children shared their innermost thoughts with their parents and engaged in playful antics at school, These children were confined to a small room, struggling for survival. This explains why Li Yonghong started school only this year. She had no means to attend previously, as they might not have been able to afford the mere few yuan in tuition fees. If none of the three attended school, they could barely scrape together enough for their expenses and sustenance. However, if one person pursued education, it would reduce their income and labor by a third, potentially leading to their gradual downfall. The female leader had not encountered such a heart-rending tale in quite some time. Although much of the story stemmed from her imagination, the reality was only a little over 2 years old, and Xiao Weiguo was seldom present in those memories. Yet, her imagination often aligned closely with the truth. Li Yonghong felt a tighter embrace. Have you paid the tuition? Aunt Lin, will you support her education in the future? You need not provide me money. My tuition is already settled. We have money now. At that moment, Secretary Yang gently interjected. Oh, you have money now? Tell uncle, how much do you have? My brother and I have over 200. Is pasting matchboxes truly that lucrative? Did you acquire this money from collecting scrap? No. It was given to me by Weiguo's friend. That person is a pilot and has also provided us with many clothes. The female leader sighed in relief, fearing that the source of the money mentioned by Li Yonghong might be questionable. If it was given by a soldier, there would be no concern. Soldiers are always a reliable support for the people. Secretary Yang and the factory leaders present also breathed a sigh of relief. With some money in hand, Xiao Weiguo could earn from collecting scrap, and Li Yongjun could work at the factory for wages. Their first priority with this newfound wealth was to send Li Yonghong back to school, demonstrating their foresight and inherent goodness. Now, it seemed that the future for these three young individuals would only grow brighter. Secretary Yang gazed at the three children before him with increasing satisfaction and, with a smile, remarked, Weiguo, the money earned from collecting scrap is not substantial, is it? If you encounter any issues concerning production tools or daily life, please feel free to voice them. While our factory may lack in some areas, we possess considerable expertise in production equipment. Do you happen to need a 3-wheeled cart for transportation? We can have our skilled craftsmen create one for you. No need, Secretary Yang. I already have a 3-wheeled cart. You have one. Did you purchase it? 3-wheeled carts on the market aren't exactly inexpensive, are they? I made it myself. The factory leaders were taken aback. Could a child truly craft such a thing? You made it yourself? Weiguo, you mustn't deceive me. At that moment, Li Yongjun interjected to vouch for Xiao Weiguo. Secretary Yang, esteemed leaders, what Weiguo says is true. He is particularly adept at manufacturing. He even crafted a bicycle for each of us. We rode his bicycles to the factory today. They are exquisitely designed and remarkably comfortable. Now I am quite curious. Let us all go and see what bicycles our factory's young talent has created. Under the guidance of Xiao Weiguo and Li Yongjun, the group proceeded to the bike shed beside the office building, where several individuals were already pointing and discussing the 3 white bicycles. The bicycles were secured with a lock reminiscent of ancient copper locks, a design both simple in structure yet highly secure. Crafted by Xiao Weiguo with the aid of his spatial abilities, Li Yongjun produced his key to unlock the bike, rolling out his own, while Li Weihong followed suit, showcasing her bike to the female leader. These bicycles bore a refreshingly innovative design. The handlebars were straight, and the frame appeared even smaller than typical women's bicycles. The primary support beam beneath the frame was a square tube, distinctly different from conventional bicycles. The seat and handlebars were connected by a beam. But unlike the multifunctional crossbeams of standard models, this one slanted, indicating it was not intended to carry passengers. The bicycles had an unusual yet appealing aesthetic. Xiao Weiguo also brought out his bike, and when Secretary Yang took it for a spin, he found it remarkably comfortable, comparable to the offerings found in commercial stores. After dismounting, Secretary Yang inquired of Xiao Weiguo, "Did you invent this bike?" "Not entirely. This type of bike is called a mountain bike, originally invented by foreigners. I found it visually appealing and decided to create a few. However, my version is not exactly the same as theirs. Their models feature gear systems that adjust speed according to different terrains, and their tires are specialized mountain wheels, which we do not yet have domestically. I used the tires from a standard model instead." "How do you know what foreign bicycles look like?" "I saw it in a book." "You could replicate it just from a book?" "Indeed, it's quite straightforward. As long as you draft the blueprint, select the materials, and fix the dimensions, the rest is simple." Secretary Yang smiled and turned to the other leaders. "What do you think of this bicycle? As one of the leading manufacturing giants in the country, what it lacks the least is individuals well-versed in technology." One of the executives marveled, "Secretary, This young comrade is remarkable. The structure of this vehicle is exceptionally rational, and the overall stress distribution is quite uniform. In the realm of simplistic mechanical design, he is fully capable of independent work. Moreover, he excels in manufacturing as well. Have you noticed this square tube? Look at the welding seam at the joints. Doesn't it resemble 2 rows of fish scales? The overall completion is outstanding. The edge joints are seamless. The welds are substantial, without any defects, damage, or excess. His welding skills are unparalleled within our factory. Furthermore, observe these 2 brake pads. They are crafted from cut aluminum alloy pipes, exhibiting a smooth and perfect shape. Notably, there are 2 welding points inside that are executed exceptionally well. While others may also possess manufacturing knowledge, expertise often varies. It is only the venerable elder speaking that has the capability to discern so much technical acumen in such a short time. The leaders were both astonished and regretful, and Secretary Yang shared their sentiments, his face a portrait of anguish as he inquired of Xiao Weiguo, "Where did you acquire such skills?" Xiao Weiguo could hardly claim that he honed his skills from a previous life. He could only fabricate a response. "I learned while observing repairs during my time in the countryside with the army." The assembly gasped again. Being able to learn such skills by merely observing others is undeniably a mark of genius. Secretary Yang pressed further, "Weiguo, would you like to return to the factory? I can assist you with employment and title matters at the department." However, Xiao Weiguo had no desire to return to the factory and politely declined. "I have already settled there, and it is close to home where I can care for Yonghong. Moreover, I have companions there with whom I work, and I cannot abandon them." The elder who had just inspected the bicycle interjected, "Weiguo, think it over. Your skills and talents can only find a place to flourish in a large factory like the steel mill, where you would be contributing to the nation." "Sir, you needn't persuade me. A large steel mill won't miss a 6th-level worker, nor will it miss a Xiao Weiguo. The roles in our revolution differ. I can contribute to the nation wherever I am." The elder sighed deeply, genuinely believing that Xiao Weiguo should work at the steel mill. After all, he was still young and possessed profound technical skills, with ample room for growth. Though Xiao Weiguo was self-taught, he had a comprehensive understanding and a solid technical foundation, crucially complemented by his ability to draw and understand design. With further cultivation, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional mechanical engineer. Secretary Yang also sighed, feeling a sense of guilt for not having discovered talents like Xiao Weiguo sooner. Before him stood one Xiao Weiguo. But how many more hidden talents could there be among the tens of thousands of workers at the steel mill? Secretary Yang resolved to organize more production technology competitions at the factory, determined to unearth the myriad of technical talents obscured in the daily grind of work. He felt an urgent need to release this potential as swiftly as possible. The elderly gentleman, undeterred, sought to persuade Xiao Weiguo once more, saying, "Weiguo, the secretary's promise remains eternally valid. Please take some time to contemplate this. Working outside collecting scrap is both exhausting and unclean, and you scarcely earn enough to meet your basic needs. Our factory offers a splendid environment. Since your arrival, all your necessities, food, clothing, and shelter, are taken care of. We are even constructing residential buildings for families. When you decide to marry, you could apply for a flat as your marital home. You may be too young to grasp the significance of this now, but as you mature, you'll realize the profound happiness that comes with working in a steel mill." At this moment, the female leader subtly supported the elderly man's sentiments, not addressing Xiao Weiguo directly, but rather attempting to undermine him indirectly. She turned to Li Yonghong and inquired, "Yonghong, it must be quite arduous for you both to collect scrap, no?" Although Li Yonghong was somewhat perplexed, she replied candidly, "Not at all, we find it quite easy." The female leader was momentarily at a loss for words. Assuming that Li Yonghong was too young to comprehend the concept of hardship, she pressed on, "Tell me, dear, how much does your brother Weiguo earn from collecting scrap each month?" Li Yonghong, aware of Xiao Weiguo's earnings but knowing it was not appropriate to disclose, merely glanced subtly in Xiao Weiguo's direction before whispering, "Brother Weiguo is quite clever. He earns a good amount." The female leader, both amused and exasperated, remarked to the others, "This little girl is quite shrewd. She is keeping us in suspense." Laughter erupted among the group, and Secretary Yang, smiling, turned to Xiao Weiguo and asked, "Surely you don't need to keep this a secret from us?" In those times, salaries were public knowledge. Most individuals could only earn wages corresponding to their job rank, while a select few with exceptional contributions would receive bonuses, ensuring absolute fairness and transparency. Xiao Weiguo understood that his income was not a secret to those who were observant. And currently, his earnings from the recycling station were merely a small portion. Greater opportunities awaited him in the future. Today presented an excellent opportunity to cultivate connections with Secretary Yang and the other factory leaders, as a favorable impression could prove invaluable later on. With a smile, Xiao Weiguo responded to Secretary Yang. Our monthly earnings vary. The least I've made in a month is just over 60 yuan, while last month, I made a little over 200. Secretary Yang exclaimed, by that calculation, you must be averaging at least 70 or 80 yuan each month, which is not less than what a 6th or 7th level worker earns in the factory. Collecting scrap is indeed a diligent pursuit. It also tests one's knowledge and luck. While the income may lack stability, it suffices for supporting a family. Indeed, it is not just about making ends meet. On a national scale, your income is among the highest. Xiao Weiguo quickly interjected, Secretary Yang, I must clarify that these earnings are meant to support 4 of us, averaged out. They aren't as substantial as they appear. Furthermore, I hear that some individuals are already spending over 1 million on imported cars, and I fear such numbers will only increase. I cannot compare myself to them. The leaders exchanged glances, shaking their heads in mutual confusion, signaling their unfamiliarity with such matters. They had encountered substantial sums before. After all, the steel mill dispensed millions in wages to workers each month. However, could there truly be individuals in the country wealthy enough to spend over 1 million on a car? Was that not madness? Knowing that Xiao Weiguo is indeed disinterested in coming to work, Secretary Yang no longer urged him. Li Yongjun was escorted to complete the formalities, while Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong were brought back to Secretary Yang's office. With a smile, Secretary Yang addressed the female leader, saying, It seems you made a futile trip. These youngsters are quite resilient and require no assistance from us. The female leader chuckled and replied, It is commendable that the children possess such spirit. This is the demeanor we expect from the offspring of our steel mill. Perhaps, although we cannot offer much, we should not let them leave empty-handed after this meeting. The logistics department has a surplus of work uniforms each year. We could provide them with a few sets, saving them from wearing others' hand-me-downs. Very well, please make the arrangements. Secretary Yang agreed. Before their departure, each of the 3 received garments, with Li Yongjun receiving 2 sets, his newly issued work attire, while Xiao Weiguo and Li Yonghong each received 4 sets, 2 of which were gifts from the factory leaders for their friend, Little Stutter. Secretary Yang offered parting advice. Weiguo, upon your return, focus on your studies. Do not let a modicum of success breed arrogance. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to seek out Uncle Yang. Yonghong, prioritize your education at school. And remember the support you received from Yongjun and Weiguo. If challenges arise, come to the factory to find Andy. You must study diligently, balancing both new and old lessons. For your start is later than others, and only through greater effort can you avoid falling behind your peers. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Thank you, Auntie, responded Yonghong. Xiao Weiguo felt immense gratitude for their willingness to assist, and he yearned to reciprocate in whatever modest way he could. After all, the emotional connection established today compelled him to leave something behind, honoring his identity as a time traveler. Secretary Yang, no, call me Uncle Yang. If you are interested, I would like to suggest producing this bicycle. Such models are particularly popular abroad and might generate foreign currency. At this parting moment, Xiao Weiguo's mention of foreign currency struck a chord with the assembled leaders, as there is a profound demand for it domestically. All enterprises, large and small, are fervently seeking opportunities to generate foreign exchange. Recognizing the significance of this issue, the leaders exchanged glances, and Secretary Yang promptly resolved to report the situation to the ministry. Chapter 74. Collecting waste materials. As the temperature gradually rose, signaling the approach of summer, Xiao Weiguo hired a mason to renovate the recycling station's factory building, as it needed to be prepared for the rainy season to prevent leaks. The original structure was of high quality, requiring minimal alterations. After repairing the roof, and under Xiao Weiguo's insistence, plastic sheeting was laid to waterproof it, and new tiles were installed, most of which were salvaged from the original roof, with only a few damaged tiles purchased from elsewhere. In the yard, 2 rows of canopies were erected to store various inexpensive waste materials, supported by wooden frames and still covered with yellow clay tiles. Initially, Xiao Weiguo had contemplated constructing 2 workspaces, but there was simply no room outside. Any additional structures would obstruct the entry of liberation trucks into the factory. Xiao Weiguo intends to take some time in the coming days to renovate the factory premises. The height of the factory is quite substantial, and its expansive area is being underutilized solely for the storage of scrap materials. Therefore, Xiao Weiguo plans to transform a portion of the factory into a two-story loft structure. The upper level will accommodate several bedrooms, along with a storage room and a living area, thereby providing multiple spaces for rest and study. On the lower level, he envisions constructing a personal studio, an additional storage room, while still retaining some space for relatively important but not particularly valuable scrap materials. Xiao Weiguo has already conceived a rough plan, and what remains is to procure materials and commence construction. This endeavor is likely to require a considerable sum, possibly several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan. However, Xiao Weiguo is undeterred. His relentless pursuit of financial gain throughout his life has been driven by the desire for a comfortable existence. He is not a mere piggy bank, destined only to save without spending. Life has returned to its tranquil routine since returning from the steel mill, with Li Weiguo and the stuttering boy diligently collecting scrap daily. Li Yonghong rides her bicycle to and from school with her classmate Xiao Lan, studying diligently. What surprised everyone was that Xiao Weiguo had not exaggerated when he initially sent Li Yonghong to school if they encountered difficulties in their studies. All he needed was to glance through a reference book to swiftly provide answers. Having attended university in his past life and performed well academically, the middle school questions of this era posed no challenge for him, although some knowledge points differed, necessitating a review of textbooks for accurate responses. Since starting work, Li Yongjun has been exceedingly busy. He has indeed taken on Master Wei, who delivers scrap to Xiao Weiguo, as his mentor. With the long-standing relationship his father, Li Wenhua, has with Master Wei, coupled with the successful collaboration between Wei and Xiao Weiguo, Master Wei is quite invested in Li Yongjun's apprenticeship. In this era, a driver must first learn to repair vehicles before gaining the opportunity to handle the steering wheel. Li Yongjun is both diligent and industrious, eager to secure a permanent position to earn a living for himself and his sister. However, his dedication has disrupted the rhythm of other apprentices, leading to whispers behind his back. Were it not for the protection of Master Wei and a few other senior craftsmen, he might have faced physical confrontations. On a rather warm day, the stuttering boy retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and meticulously wiped his hands before removing his jacket, folding it neatly and placing it into a nylon bag hanging from the back of the tricycle. He cherishes his clothing greatly, given their family's financial struggles, making it rare for him to wear good garments. In his memory, the finest 3 outfits he possesses were gifted by Xiao Weiguo, one being the black attire received during the new year, and the other 2 being the work uniforms brought back from the steel mill. His work attire and bicycle once caused quite a stir in their courtyard. While the bicycle was easily understood, the commotion surrounding his clothing stemmed from the words steel mill emblazoned upon them, leading many to mistakenly believe that the stuttering boy had secured employment at the mill. Later, it was revealed that the benefits came from the recycling station where Little Stutter worked, leading to an overwhelming envy among the people. Some of his peers eagerly urged Little Stutter to inquire whether the recycling station was hiring, as they all aspired to join its ranks. Gradually, Xiao Weiguo and his companions became well known in the alley. No one had anticipated that those once overlooked would achieve such success. Particularly, Xiao Weiguo, now in charge of the recycling station, reflected that had anyone treated him with kindness in the past, they might have arranged for their children to secure a position there. Even a modest salary was inconsequential. Having a formal job with meals and good benefits was far superior, leaving many to regret their previous choices amidst their envy. Xiao Weiguo. On a sweltering afternoon, Xiao Weiguo sat against the wall, a newspaper draped over his face to shield him from the heat. When Little Stutter called out to him, he responded with a languid acknowledgement. Little Stutter, aware that Xiao Weiguo could not see him, nonetheless spoke with a flushed face. I want to move to the recycling station, to live. Well, if you wish to move, then do so. Wasn't that agreed upon previously? Xiao Weiguo dismissed the matter as trivial. Little Stutter had expressed his desire to relocate before the opening of the recycling station. As his family was large and space was limited, Xiao Weiguo understood this well, and his renovation plans for the factory had already included a bedroom for Little Stutter. Moreover, the recycling station was perpetually filled with a plethora of items, including some bottles and jars that appeared to be antiques. It was unwise to leave so many things unattended, and Little Stutter's presence would not only solve his housing dilemma, but also address Xiao Weiguo's security concerns. Upon reflecting on little Stutter living alone within, Xiao Weiguo realized that it was still inadequate. He needed to assist in collecting scrap during the day. What if someone entered to steal while he was away? Perhaps it would be wise to adopt a few dogs, he mused, when he heard Xiao Weiguo agree to his moving into the recycling station. Although he had anticipated this response, little Stutter couldn't help but smile, albeit silently, with a foolish grin. After a brief respite, Xiao Weiguo and little Stutter donned straw hats and resumed their work. Collecting scrap, collecting waste materials, old furniture, old porcelain, old books and paintings, all can be sold. Hey, scrap collector, over here. Coming, madam. How do you handle old books? Well, it depends on the quantity. For just a few, I can trade you some needles, thread, candles, and matches. If there are many, I offer 2 cents per pound. That is hardly worth it. Those are all fine books in our home. A few cents would be better spent on teaching the children to read. If the books are particularly valuable, I can buy them by the piece, 2 cents for thin ones and 3 cents for thick ones. If you find this price agreeable, please bring them out to show me. However, if there are signs of moths or rodent damage, I can only accept them as waste paper by weight. The elderly lady returned with her children, bringing out a large wooden box. Upon opening it, Xiao Weiguo found that most of the books bore signs of insect damage, and he could only regretfully inform the lady. Unfortunately, most of these books can only be sold as waste paper. Thankfully, you brought them out now. In a year or so, there might not be a single intact volume left. The elderly lady was heartbroken, never expecting that so many items her husband had cherished for a lifetime had been ravaged by pests. She lamented the considerable loss she would incur from their sale. The elderly woman observed Xiao Weiguo and the stuttering boy as they meticulously sorted through the books, dividing them into 2 piles. Some volumes, which bore merely a couple of wormholes, were relegated to the discard pile. She expressed her discontent, stating, "These few books are perfectly fine. They cannot be placed in the waste paper pile. Come now, I intend to sell these books once I take them home. Who would want books with wormholes? When your grandson receives tattered books at school, how would you feel?" She continued, "That is unacceptable. We have paid for these, so why should we receive damaged books?" "Indeed," echoed the stuttering boy, "who would purchase such damaged books? They would merely be sent off as waste paper to be turned into pulp for making inferior paper." The elderly woman persistently attempted to return the few books to the good pile, but each time they were coldly tossed back to the other side by the stuttering boy. Finally, in a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "If you place them over here again, we will not accept them. You can take them back and feed the worms." Reluctantly conceding, the elderly woman pondered that if she left them any longer, they might indeed end up as worm food. With a determined sigh, she addressed Xiao Weiguo, "Young man, I have 2 boxes of old books at home. Would you assist me in moving them? They are keepsakes from my husband's youth, and I had intended to preserve them for the children, but it seems that is no longer feasible. Dear, wait here for Grandma, and do not wander off." "All right, Grandma," came the obedient reply from the little girl, who stood patiently at the door, waiting for her grandmother's return. In truth, both Xiao Weiguo and the stuttering boy understood that the little girl was stationed there by her grandmother to keep an eye on the stuttering boy, preventing him from pilfering. The 2 boxes were increasingly heavier, each containing a similar number of books, suggesting that the added weight was due to the boxes themselves. Having collected scrap for several months, Xiao Weiguo had never encountered such substantial wooden containers before and suspected they were valuable items. "However, we have nowhere to store these books, and leaving them outside would be troublesome. Why not sell me these boxes as well?" he proposed. "Boxes? How much can you offer?" "These are fine boxes, suitable for my grandson's wedding." "You truly jest. Would your grandson use such antiquated furniture for his wedding? Nowadays, couples hire carpenters to craft custom furniture, and those with a bit of wealth purchase entire sets of grand cabinets. Who would want these old, dark boxes? Then what will you offer?" "For the lighter one, I can give you 20 cents, and for the 2 heavier ones, 80 cents. How does that sound? I am being rather fair, aren't I? Who has ever seen someone offer such a high price for a second-hand box?" "1 yuan. If you agree to 1 yuan for the 2 heavier boxes, I will take them all." "Very well, 1 yuan it is." "Stuttering boy, calculate the total. How about we make the lighter box 50 cents as well?" The elderly woman, feeling somewhat greedy, was unaware that if Xiao Weiguo hadn't deemed the other 2 boxes worthwhile, he wouldn't have even considered the lighter one. "How can you be so unreasonable, old lady? That box I no longer want. Take it back." Upon hearing Xiao Weiguo's words, the stuttering boy quickly retracted 20 cents from the already counted money. The elderly woman, seeing this, grew anxious and quickly replied, 20 cents will suffice. That box has wormholes too, so I shall not take it back. Sell it to you. And so unfolded the daily routine of Xiao Weiguo and the stuttering boy. Chapter 75. Moving during this season. The weather remains pleasantly cool in the mornings and evenings, allowing Xiao Weiguo and the little stutterer to work diligently from dawn till dusk. They find joy in their daily banter, completing their tasks without feeling fatigued. Today, having acquired 3 additional large boxes, they have successfully prepared their second load of goods ahead of schedule. With daylight still lingering, the little stutterer wishes to collect a bit more before returning. But Xiao Weiguo insists on heading back, leaving him with no choice but to comply. Xiao Weiguo is rather particular, often dismissing small or seemingly worthless items, which hampers the little stutterer's efficiency. Yet, his own pace is not swift either. In the past, he might have made a 3rd trip, but Xiao Weiguo is unwilling today, eager to take advantage of the sunlight to dry the boxes of books. The recycling station holds a substantial number of old books, though few possess significant value. Lacking expertise in antiques or art, Xiao Weiguo sorts potential collectibles by material, placing them in boxes for storage in the workshop. He positions the books on a wooden board in the yard to warm them, later storing them in wooden boxes lined with lime and sawdust to prevent moisture. His methods, though improvised, reflect his earnest attempts at preservation. As the little stutterer categorizes the other items collected that day, he notices that Xiao Weiguo is still engrossed in the books, meticulously inspecting each page for any signs of damage or adhesion. He takes notes, hopeful that should any book prove valuable, he might later find a professional for restoration. Typically more proactive than Xiao Weiguo in their recycling endeavors, the little stutterer appears unusually shy today, fidgeting at the side. Xiao Weiguo, sensing something amiss, prompts him. Spit it out. Wait, I am thinking of moving my luggage over, stammered the little stutterer. Didn't we agree on this already? Go on, what is wrong with you today? Acting like a timid girl. Realizing his hesitation, the little stutterer chuckles. I just feel a bit shy. Just hurry up. We still have to tidy up our living space. With a cheeky grin, he replies, I'm off. Be right back. As soon as the little stutterer rides away, Xiao Weiguo discovers a treasure hidden within a well-preserved ancient text, the comprehensive mirror to aid in government. To his astonishment, he uncovers several large denominations of currency and over 100 pounds of national food coupons. He carefully extracts all the money and coupons, tucking them into a nearby copy of Jean Ping Mei, intent on returning them, as his intention is solely to purchase books, without any desire to claim them as his own. Humming a tune, the little stutterer joyfully makes his way home, his newfound bicycle and work uniform giving him an air of confidence. Where are you off to? Xiao Weiguo inquires. Heading home. Can I borrow your bicycle for a couple of days? Go play elsewhere. I'm not lending it. You're so stingy. Is your recycling station hiring? No, not at the moment. I can introduce you to a girl. How about you help me apply for a job when you get back? Why are you introducing me to someone when you yourself have no girlfriend? Indeed, how can you recommend someone to the stutterer when you lack a partner? Your sister, perhaps? Get lost. Are you trying to provoke me? Your sister is the one marrying the stutterer. I wish I could, but our family only has sons, no daughters. Besides, the stutterer is doing quite well these days. He has a job. His workplace provides free meals, which I've heard are quite decent, and he even has a bicycle. He doesn't have to spend money on clothes, so your sister would only have to enjoy a comfortable life. However, he lacks a house. Yes, his family is large, and there's south no place to live. That is indeed a problem. The stutterer, however, did not hear their subsequent conversation, as he had already returned home. Chao's father and Xiao Guoxing had also come home from work, and Chao's mother was busy cooking. The children were gathered on the Kong, with some doing homework and others playing. Back already? Jianguo, why are you home so early today? Yes, Dad, brother, you're also quite early. As he gazed at his mother's silhouette, the stutterer found himself at a loss for words yet again. Chao's father and Xiao Guoxing exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss with the stutterer today. They knew him too well. He would never return home this early, and today he appeared to be hesitant, as if something troubling weighed on his mind. Regardless of whether the situation was good or bad, it had to be confronted. Chao's father took a deep drag from his cigarette and, in a low voice, asked, Jianguo, have you encountered any issues? As soon as he finished speaking, Chao's mother turned her head, her expression tinged with concern as she looked at the stutterer, joined by the others in the household, all awaiting his response. Seeing that he was misunderstood, The stutterer quickly waved his hands in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "No, I haven't run into any trouble. I came back to collect my luggage. I'm moving to the recycling station." Xiao's parents were most apprehensive about their son getting into trouble outside, especially in such chaotic times when news of accidents seemed to arise frequently. Upon hearing that the stutterer hadn't encountered any issues, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as their anxiety eased, the thought of their son living alone struck Xiao's mother, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Xiao's father, noticing her distress, chastised her. "What are you doing? The recycling station is just a short walk away. Jianghua isn't going far. He can return home whenever he wishes. Why are you making such a face?" Xiao's mother, realizing her overreaction, considered his words and agreed. The recycling station was only a bike ride of 10 minutes from home. If the stutterer wanted to return, it would be just like before. Moreover, even if he didn't come back, it would be quite convenient for her to visit him. Xiao's mother composed herself quickly and hurried to retrieve bedding and pillows from the wardrobe, preparing to pack bowls, chopsticks, and a lunchbox for the stutterer. He promptly stopped her, saying, "Mom, there's no need for all that. The recycling station has everything I need. I just need to take a set of luggage. Arrange for the children to eat. Guoxing and I will take Jianghua. I want to go too. I want to see. We want to go too. Dad, let us also see him off." Xiao's mother sternly admonished the children. "What are you all staring at? Wait until your second brother is settled in before going over. Hurry up and come eat." After Xiao's mother arranged for the elderly lady and several children to dine first, little stutterer rode his bicycle while Xiao Guoxing pedaled a tricycle, transporting his parents along with little stutterer's luggage and clothing. The two vehicles made their way to the recycling station together. Upon their arrival, Xiao Weiguo had just laid out all the books to dry. Spotting Mr. and Mrs. Xiao, he eagerly greeted them. "Uncle, Aunt, you've come." "Weiguo, you're busy," replied Mr. Xiao. Observing the considerable size and burgeoning atmosphere of Xiao Weiguo's recycling station, coupled with the knowledge that their son would be working there in the future, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao suddenly felt a sense of awkwardness. Xiao Weiguo, seemingly oblivious to their demeanor, jested with little stutterer. "At your age, still needing your uncle and aunt to help with your luggage? You're quite something." Feeling a bit embarrassed, little stutterer scratched his head and replied, "They insisted on coming." As Xiao Guoxing was about to carry the luggage into the workshop, Xiao Weiguo quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother Guoxing, we've just returned and haven't had the chance to tidy up yet. It's quite messy inside. Let me clean it up first, or the luggage will get covered in dust." Upon hearing Xiao Weiguo mention the untidy state of the workshop, Mr. Xiao promptly grabbed 2 large brooms from a nearby shed and headed inside. Xiao Guoxing took 1 broom from his father, while Mrs. Xiao picked up a small broom and dustpan from a corner. Little stutterer took a shovel and followed his family into the workshop. Xiao Weiguo, observing the family working energetically, decided not to assist them. Instead, he retrieved his tools from the warehouse, intending to construct simple bedboards for both little stutterer and himself. In reality, the workshop was quite clean. Yongjun, Yonghong, and little stutterer would regularly tidy it up, contrary to Xiao Weiguo's claim of it being dirty. Mr. and Mrs. Xiao merely needed to sweep a corner to create a space suitable for sleeping. The wood was readily available, having been collected by little stutterer in the past. These reclaimed boards were originally meant for the furniture factory to be transformed into furniture or crates. Unfortunately, little stutterer lacked knowledge of wood types and primarily collected less valuable varieties. Xiao Weiguo deemed the wood unsellable and, having incurred minimal costs, decided to retain it for daily use. After measuring and marking the dimensions with a pencil, he replaced the blade on the angle grinder, and the sound of sawing echoed as he swiftly cut all the necessary wood into appropriate lengths within minutes. He then took out a nail gun, purchased for 50 yuan from an online store in his previous life, and with a series of clicks, secured dozens of nails into place, instantly forming 2 wooden bedboards. Ultimately, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao departed the recycling station with hopeful aspirations, their outlook for little stutterer's future brightened by the vibrant life of Xiao Weiguo's recycling business.